Your rent will be compensated by property 100-fold, making you a landlord. What changes will happen in your life? The landlord maliciously wants to charge you an extra 200 in rent, and you refuse directly. The landlord is very disdainful. A poor boy. Can't afford the rent. Just pack up and leave. 1,000 a month. There are plenty of people renting, just relying on a 30 square meter small house for rent, right? It's still quite far outside the 5th ring road. What are you so proud of? In this way, I am also a landlady. If you have the ability, be a rent collector. In this Donghai city, you don't even have a 30 square meter small house. You pack your bags and leave, feeling both angry and powerless. Looking at the surrounding tall buildings, you sigh, wishing one of them was mine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the rent collection system. Your rent will be compensated by property in billions, with the rent capped at the highest value. The most expensive house you rented was 800 per month. Starting with property compensation in billions. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Tiandu shopping mall worth 800 billion. In your astonishment, you found a property ownership certificate of Tiandu shopping mall in your pocket. You are very surprised. Everything is real. You have acquired the Midas touch. You are no stranger to the Tiandu shopping mall, located in the core area of Donghai City, which is also a famous luxury goods center in Donghai City. Almost all luxury brands are concentrated in Tiandu shopping mall, with floors reaching up to hundreds. It is a landmark building in Donghai City. Not to mention selling this mall, even the annual rent is as high as billions. The host quickly negotiates with the tenants who are about to expire for renewal. Accumulate 10 names and you will receive a mysterious grand prize. After negotiating the renewal terms, who should I pay the rent to? Tiandu shopping mall belongs to you. Of course it belongs to you. Great! Because the host will continue to receive property rewards. Open renewal reminders and property storage space. You look at the unique space, 200 square meters, with many wooden cabinets placed. With a thought, a stack of property rights appears on the wooden cabinet in your hand. You look at the renewal reminder. Shop number 301. Area 201 square meters. Annual rent price of 30,000 per square meter. The contract has expired. Shop number 311. Area 233 square meters. Annual rent price of 30,000 per square meter. The contract is about to expire. Really going to make a fortune. Not to mention others. Just this shop 301. The annual rent is as high as 6.03 million. With 10 shops already expired. You admire the convenience of the system. Otherwise flipping through property certificates one by one. Who knows how long it will take. Let's go. Collect the rent. That fat landlord. Just wait. When you have enough money, buy the other houses in your building at a low price, and then rent them out at a high price. And the former manager of the previous company. Thinking about this makes you even more angry. Yesterday, manager Li Jian thought you didn't give gifts, knowing you come from the countryside, have no power or influence, and deliberately laid you off during the downsizing. At that time, you wanted him to regret it, but you were powerless. But now it's different. Just wait and see. You quickly arrived at the Tiandu shopping mall. On the square in front of the mall, a continuous stream of people entered the Tiandu shopping mall. Upon entering, you looked at the bustling Tiandu shopping mall and felt excited. As this mall belonged to you, you went to the 3rd floor and walked towards room 301, which was a Chanel store with good business. Sir, are you buying a gift for your girlfriend? Xiao Ya, no need to ask. Just by looking at him, you can tell he's poor and probably doesn't have money to buy anything. Maybe he just wants to come in and see the beautiful women in the store. If you have the time, why not come over and help Miss Lin find some perfume? She looks down on you, muttering to yourself. I've seen plenty of men like this, using the excuse of buying perfume to enter the store and take advantage of the situation. Xiao Ya looked embarrassed. She felt that you were not that kind of person. The clothes she wore were not expensive, but they were sunny. However, she did not explain. She was just a newcomer who had just arrived at the store. Xiao Lu was right. He is a poor man, and he is also a poor guy who has just been fired. He doesn't even have money to rent a house, and now he is penniless. Maybe he wants to beg here, asking for some money from those who have money. Xiao Ya, you have to be careful. At first sight, you recognized her as Lin Bing, your former colleague who was also laid off. She was the mastermind behind it. Li Jian's secretary, plotting and scheming. Yes, I'm here for money. Xiao Ya, did you see that? Lu Jie's gaze towards you is full of disdain. Hurry up and get out. This is not a place for beggars like you to come. So leave quickly. If you linger here, I will have the security throw you out. When you were in the company before, you thought you were a man who worked hard with his own hands, but I never expected you to be so despicable. It's a good thing you got fired. I won't waste time with you. Call your boss out. I'm here to collect rent. Your shop's lease has expired. Wang Lin calmly said to Sister Lu. Wang Lin, you are also enough. I think you have got obsessed with the devil. You are clearly a poor boy from the countryside. You are now even expelled. Become a homeless poor man. Quickly get out. Do not disgrace yourself here. I look at all feel shame for you. You're still collecting rent? You're not delusional. Do you think this Tiandu Mall is all yours? Lin Bing suddenly laughed, smiled extraordinarily brightly, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with a thick color of contempt. She once thought that Wang Lin still had a bit of conscience, but did not think that it was actually so bad. Actually using this kind of inferior reason to swindle. Collecting rent? You're really a pushover. You're wearing less than $1,000. You also want to pretend to be a big man here? Let me tell you. I'm an old man. I can see your roots at a glance. Hurry up and get out of here, or else I'll be blamed for calling the security guards and blowing you out of the building. Sister Lu laughed back in anger. Oddballs come and go every year, and lately there have been especially many. If it was a normal shopping mall, she really might have believed it, but this was the Tiandu shopping mall. How this place could be an asset to the man in front of him when it was inches of land was a fool's errand. The holder of the Tiandu Mall is supposed to be a very dignified middle-aged man. She's been waiting for her boss to show up just to fly the coop. Now get your boss out here and I can forgive your ignorance or else. Wang Lin frowned and said in a cold voice. He didn't want to continue to tangle with this woman. After collecting this one rent, he still had 9 more. He couldn't afford to spend too much time here. Or else what? Expel me? You're really funny. Do you really think you're somebody? You just don't have this ability even in your next life, I guess. Security guard. Sister Lu's eyes were filled with a teasing color. At the same time, she extended her hand and began to summon the security guards not far away. The commotion here instantly made a lot of people take notice and surround them. What happened? What's all the bickering about? Is it a dispute over the purchase of goods? It looks like someone stormed the Chanel store and is posing as a rent collector. It's not just that. It's obvious to me that this man is trying to get into the Chanel store to mooch off of them. It's really bold and fat. Chanel store owner Qian Lu is not something to be messed with. This kid is miserable. She's a direct descendant of the Yunhai Qian family. She dares to be wild here. Miserable. I remember that the last time someone came here to spread wildness, not only did they get a fat beating, but they were also sent to the relevant authorities. A lot of people surrounded up. Know this store owner's bottom line, they all showed a look of drama. At the same time there are a lot of people for Wang Lin feel pity. Obviously look talented. Have to do this kind of thing. It is a waste of appearance. Go to find a hotel. As a public relations officer, does not smell good? Hello, Mr. Qian. Boss Qian. You've come at the right time. Boss money. At the moment when their gazes fell on the security guards, wanting to watch a show, a beautiful woman wearing a black lace dress, 27 or 88 strides over. The beautiful woman, although she looks very young, but has a very flamboyant temperament, coupled with an extremely good figure, living as a big star like the existence of a big star, colorful, become the most dazzling existence. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, a group of onlookers shouted out loud, and the one who came was none other than the owner of this store, Qian Lu. Looking at the arriving Qian Lu, the hot fire in the eyes of a group of onlookers became even more intense, and the good show began. Qian Lu's eyebrows slightly knit, a pair of beautiful eyes quickly turned around the whole scene, especially for the pause in their own store. For the store in front of the gathering of so many people feel very impatient. She quickly looked inside the store, and when her gaze landed on Wang Lin, she was violently stalled. Boss, you're just in time. After seeing the arriving Qian Lu, Sister Lu's heart was instantly set, and she said loudly, it's like this, we're doing business here today, and this mister came here and not only did he not buy anything, but also interfered with the store, and he even said that he was here to collect rent, which is simply laughable, and I'm going to have the security guards kick him out. Saying that, the contemptuous color that flowed out of Sister Lu's eyes became even more intense. How could such a lowly man own this huge Tiandu shopping mall? It was simply a jumper. She could also predict at the same time that after she kicked Wang Lin out of the mall, she would still be rewarded by her boss and a raise was just around the corner. Her heart was on extra hot fire just thinking about it. Snap! The moment she reached out to continue summoning security, Chandru slapped her across the cheek. The crisp ringing sound, which seemed extraordinarily harsh, resounded throughout the store. What is this? The group of people originally wanted to see the wretched scene of Wang Lin being blasted out, but they didn't expect such a scene. All of them were dumbfounded in place. Boss, why did you hit me? Sister Lu looked at the beautiful boss incredulously. In her thought the boss should commend her. Why did she hit her? She was instantly in a state of confusion, but she was a veteran in the end, and she quickly observed where her boss's gaze was heading, and she turned her head quickly in the direction of his gaze. What? Upon this glance, she was shocked to find that Wang Lin was holding a title deed in his hand. which stated in black and white that Wang Lin was the title holder of this one store. She instantly felt as if her entire body had been struck by lightning, and she froze in place. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry. It's because of my inability to rule that you've been wronged. The beautiful boss walked to Wang Lin's side in big strides and said with an apologetic face. At the same time, there was an extra trace of trepidation in her heart. Tiandu Mall was not an ordinary place. Last year, in order to enter this shopping mall, she had squeezed her head to get such an excellent position, and the year's profit had made those old guys in the family smile while recognizing her status. Now, she didn't want to let her store leave this place because of this one thing. Many families had their eyes on this prime location. The reason she came here at this point in time was precisely because she had received information that the owner of the Tiandu Mall had changed. That was why she rushed over in a hurry, but she didn't expect to encounter such a scene, causing her anger to climb to the extreme. She now hated to throw this thing out on the spot. After she saw that Wang Lin was so young, the panic in her heart climbed to the extreme. To be able to sit in a shopping mall at such a young age, his background can be imagined to be huge. It is not her kind of small role to be able to provoke. No, boss, the title deed in his hand is definitely fake. You must have been swindled by him. He is simply a liar. All his clothes add up to less than $1,000. He is simply a model of a human being. You should not be deceived by him. Sister Lu covered her face and screamed loudly. At the same time, she was even more mad as she rushed towards Wang Lin, wanting to grab the title deed from Wang Lin's hands, proving that Wang Lin was a big liar. Lu Meiwan, you're fired, Qian Lu said coldly, pronouncing the sentence directly. Lu Meiwan was still rushing out with great strides, but Qian Lu's sudden words were like a fixation spell, making Lu Meiwan unable to move the slightest bit, and the whole person even fell down softly. Until this moment, she didn't realize the gravity of the situation, or that it simply couldn't be reversed, and collapsed helplessly to the ground. At the same time, her heart is even more regretful, but she is squeezing through the mind to come to the Qian family's store, want to rely on the power of the Qian family to raise their own value, but did not think that the basket of water is empty. Boss Qian, you are really mistaken. How can Wang Lin own the title deed of Tiandu Mall? I think the title deed in his hand is a forgery. Just to puff up his face, he used to be an employee of our Cloudside design company. Because of his character and ability, he was fired from the company, and he's just a homeless poor egg. Lin Bing stood up from her seat and said loudly, with a height of 1.7 meters, she was still extremely bright, like a proud white swan. However, compared to Qian Lu, it was still a level worse, especially between that heavy makeup. It looked extraordinarily vulgar. What are you? Are you allowed to talk here? Qian Lu swept a glance at Lin Bing and coldly drank, her voice extraordinarily icy, just as if she was drinking from a kitten or puppy. Boss money. Lin Bing's face instantly became ugly. She wanted to retort, but she knew the gap between herself and Qian Lu. The Qian family in Yunhai City was not something she could mess with. Not even Jian Li. The reason she frequented the store was so she could befriend Qian Lu. Get lost. You're not welcome here. And also, from today onwards, you'll be included in the blacklist in all of my stores, and won't be allowed to purchase a single item again. Qian Lu snapped. What? Lin Bing's mood became bad. She had spent more than $100,000 in this store, but she didn't expect to lose all her efforts and be blacklisted. She had wanted to continue to argue, but when she saw Qian Lu's pair of cold eyes, she was the one whose body trembled violently, grabbed her small black purse, and rushed out of the store. Sister Lu also had no face to stay here and left together. Nice work. Wang Lin was very appreciative of Qian Lu's thunderous style of doing things, especially when he saw Lin Bing being driven out in ashes. His heart was even more out of a mouthful of bad gas, and he subconsciously praised it. You, like it. Qian Lu Ben is still thinking about how to make Wang Lin mood happy, so that her store can continue to open down here. Heard Wang Lin's words, the heart of the lively she immediately pushed the boat to follow up, said with a big smile, You, what else do you need? Qian Lu's absolutely beautiful face had an extra fawning smile on it, unintentionally bowing to bring out her advantage. She just did a good job. Wang Lin's gaze directly skimmed over Qian Lu and reached out to point at Xiaoya, who was in a state of shock. She's not condescending. She doesn't fall for the appearance of the customers. She's a good salesperson. Mr. Wang, your vision is really good. I have also been optimistic about Xiaoya. I have long had the preparation to make her a store manager. This period of time has been testing her. Now the test period has been completed. Can be promoted to store manager. Qian Lu looked at Xiaoya with a smile. Xiaoya, from today onwards, you are the store manager of the Tiandu store, and you will be transferred after 1 month of internship. Me. Xiaoya stood frozen in place. This huge surprise made her instantly fall into a state of stagnation, and she didn't react for half a day. And let's figure out the rent. Wang Lin nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with Qian Lu's approach. Mr. Wang, please come inside. We'll do the math inside. Qian Lu showed an eye-catching smile, looking extraordinarily delicate. Wang Lin nodded slightly and walked into the store meeting area with Qian Lu. I'll go. What is this handsome guy's status that he let Qian Lu treat him like this? This is completely different from Qian Lu's usual character. Yeah, I'm not dreaming, right? Qian Lu, this woman is usually very arrogant. When did she become so nice? This handsome guy must be a big shot. Definitely a big man. Didn't you guys just see that? Boss Qian couldn't wait for his whole body to be attached to the handsome man. What exactly is this handsome guy? I've heard that there are dozens of rich kids chasing after Boss Qian. A group of people are talking. All revealed an incredible gaze. Sister Lu is the store manager of the Tiandu store. The seniority is extraordinarily muddy, even so open. Wait, did you guys just hear him say rent? Is he the new landlord? As a group of salesmen speculated about Wang Lin's identity, a female saleswoman suddenly said. The saleswoman's statement could not help but make a group of salesmen brighten up. This is a great opportunity to tie up with the boss of their respective stores. Lin Bing stepped on the hateful sky, angrily stomping on the ground all the way, making a crunching sound. Instead of leaving, she walked into the Tiffany store. Miss Lin. Looking at Lin Bing's arrival, the two saleswomen both revealed smiles and called out respectfully. Ice, what brings you here today? In the center position of the store, a middle-aged man wearing a black shirt said with a smile. Cousin, I'm being bullied. Lin Bing said to the man with an aggrieved face, with a vague hint of pettiness. Who is so bold as to bully my Lin Yun's cousin? When Lin Yun heard this, his face changed slightly and he stood up. It wasn't that bitch Qian Lu. She blacklisted me for a liar and made me make a fool of myself in public. Lin Bing huffed. Qian Lu? What the hell is going on? Didn't I tell you to make friends with her? She has the Qian family behind her. Lin Yun had already rolled up his sleeves and was ready to go looking for trouble. When he heard Qian Lu's name, his face instantly became gloomy. It was his idea to let Lin Bing to make friends with Qian Lu, just to get the support of the Qian family. But he didn't think that now the basket was empty. Not only that, but he had also offended Qian Lu, which made him in an extraordinarily bad mood. It's like this. I'm going today, Lin Bing explained. Mr. Wang, I've already made a payment to your account, and within a few minutes, it will reach you, Chandru said with a smile. Okay, thank you for supporting me in my endeavors. Wang Lin revealed a warm smile. His heart was greatly satisfied that he would finally not be living on the streets tonight. Mr. Wang, this is the mellow coffee I had someone bring from M. Come and try it. The coffee I made is top-notch. Qian Lu smiled and handed a cup of coffee to Wang Lin, who took it with a smile while his gaze fell on Qian Lu's body. In the warm spotlight illumination, Qian Lu's beauty is a bit shocking. A fire-red dress will be extremely beautiful, body outlined to the fullest. Exquisite features slightly powdered after a stunning feeling. Her body wafted a Chanel unique perfume flavor. Very good smell. Wang Lin couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Mr. Wang, what happened to you? Her eyes fell on Wang Lin, who was totally attracted to her. Not only handsome, but also so much gold. Just the right person she had been waiting for. If any other man had done this to her, she would have slapped him across the face long ago. Qian Lu and Wang Lin looked straight at, but did not have any little shyness, but boldly laughed. She also deliberately let her voice become magnetic. The gaze is filled with a strong meaning of picking beans. Light SU women's breath pounced on the face. The charm of their own to play to the fullest. That smells good. Wang Lin said subconsciously. Ha? Qian Lu pretended to be puzzled as she looked at Wang Lin, and when she noticed Wang Lin's gaze, her pretty face slightly reddened, appearing extraordinarily delicate, just like a rose. Ahem, I mean the coffee smells so good. Ms. Qian, did you learn how to make coffee? Wang Lin instantly reacted. His old face couldn't help but blush, and explained in a round lilac manner, while taking a big gulp of coffee. Ding dong! As Wang Lin was about to continue praising the coffee for its beautiful flavor and sweetness, his cell phone rang and he subconsciously looked at it as a text message appeared. Your account with tail number 9999 completed an internet banking transfer transaction in the amount of $603,000 with a balance of $603,033. It's in the books. Looking at the balance of $6 million, even though Wang Lin had prepared himself mentally, his heart was still ecstatic. From $33 to $6 million is really a huge span. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry about what just happened, and to apologize, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Qian Lu is also a human savant, knowing that Wang Lin did not want to continue the topic just now, and took the initiative to diverge from the topic. She was very interested in Wang Lin, being so young and owning a shopping mall. He must have come from one of the big families. Such an excellent man. She would love to study him in depth. A pretty girl invites you to dinner? Sure, but some other time. I still have a few households that haven't collected their rent today. Of course, Wang Lin would not refuse the request of such a great beauty, but after thinking about the rewards that the system said, he still politely refused. Okay, some other time then. Qianlu did not show any disappointment and still kept her smile. Wanting to catch such a quality man, she had full patience. That's it then. I'll go first. Wang Lin put his coffee down and smiled at Qianlu. Qianlu wanted to stay, but had no reason to, and could only watch Wang Lin leave. And a lovely man indeed. You will be mine. You will not escape me. Looking at the departing Wang Lin, a trace of color swept through Qianlu's beautiful eyes, and once she recalled Wang Lin's appearance just now, she couldn't help but smile. Mr. Wang, take care. Xiaoya also waved goodbye, and she was very grateful for Wang Lin's promotion. Waring traveled along, and after pulling up a renewal reminder, he selected the next household. 309. 309 is not as big as 301, but it is also 100 square meters, and the rent is as high as $3 million a year. Welcome. After stepping into the store, a sales clerk with a first-class figure and a pretty face greeted her and called out very politely, Wang Lin, how dare you come? Wang Lin was about to state his purpose when an angry, petulant voice came from not far away. Lin Bing, why are you still here? Wang Lin was surprised to look at Lin Bing, who was full of anger. Feeling very surprised. According to his understanding of Lin Bing, that just now would definitely make Lin Bing disappear in this shopping mall and would not appear for a period of time. And now he saw Lin Bing here. It really kind of made him feel surprised. It's a bit illogical. Why can't I be here? Is this mall owned by your family? You're in charge. Lin Bing rounded her eyes and looked at Wang Lin angrily. Her hatred for Wang Lin had now reached its peak. The reason why she had been blacklisted by Qianlu. It all stemmed from Wang Lin. Cousin. He's the one that made Chandru blackball me. With an indignant face, Lin Bing extended his right finger and pointed it at Wang Lin. That's the kid? Lin Yun's gaze fell on Wang Lin, then realized that there is no impression of this person, and that all the cheap goods, but also to highlight the fact that this is a poor person. As for the possession of the title deed, it is very simple. It is just a property staff. Thinking about this, a hint of sternness swept through his eyes, and the failure of the Qin family's browbeating made him feel annoyed. Yes, that's him, cousin, Lin Bing said loudly. Noticing the anger in Lin Yun's eyes, Lin Bing couldn't help but feel more than a hint of pleasure in her heart. With her understanding of Lin Yun, Wang Lin couldn't escape a fat beating today. Lin Yun took a step toward Wang Lin and asked, are you here to collect rent? Yes, I'm here to collect the rent, and your lease has expired. Although Wang Lin was not happy with Lin Bing, he was not going to cross the line with money. The money's right here. Don't you dare ask for it. Lin Yun escaped a pile of money from the cash register and slammed it heavily on the table, saying coldly, what do you mean? Wang Lin's face suddenly became gloomy and he said in a deep voice, he's hungry for money, but he's not brainless. He's a big rent collector now. He owns the entire Tiandu Mall, and in his dealings with Qianlu, he had already discovered that the Tiandu Mall was not lacking in renters, but rather was very difficult to get into, with one merchant after another crowding to get in. Now it was good that this one boss was treating him like this, really out of his mind. He has absolute pick of the litter. It doesn't mean anything, and I won't make it difficult for you. Kowtow to me and apologize, and I'll give you the rent, or else. Although Lin Yun was smiling, there was a thick chill emanating from that pair of eyes. Kowtow and apologize? Waring laughed. Right, as long as you kowtow and admit your mistake, I'll forget about it. Otherwise, not only will you be brutally beaten by me, but you'll also be fired from the property company and become a poor egg once again. Lin Yun nodded slightly, while his gaze fell on Lin Bing, seeking his opinion. Lin Bing also nodded her head. She agreed with Lin Yun on this. There was nothing like kowtowing and admitting her faults to get her out of the way. She coldly looked at Wang Lin. Her eyes were full of mockery. Wang Lin, you became a property, so what? Still not a waste that can only be played by me in the palm of my hand. In this instant, she couldn't help but imagine Wang Lin on his knees begging for forgiveness, and as soon as she thought of this, the corners of her mouth rose up in an arc of extraordinary anticipation. Lin Yun, you really have eaten your heart out. How dare you show such disrespect to Mr. Wang? Just then, a low male voice came from outside the door, while a huge figure barged into the store. It was a man in a suit with clanking hair, though the suit was held up in a shrug because of his oversized stomach, and he looked a little bloated, with anger piled on his fat face. Wang Fugue, you can't control this matter. Looking at the man, Lin Yun said coldly, disdainfully, Wang Fugue was just the owner of a store on the third floor with a lower grade than him. Pipe? Wang Fugue laughed when he heard this, his eyes full of teasing. standing aside and not saying anything. Looking at Wang Fugui's eyes, Lin Yun suddenly had a bad feeling. Lin Yun, do you realize what you said? Without taking Lin Yun to react, another figure barged into the store. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Looking at the man who walked in, the sense of ill feeling in Lin Yun's heart aggravated. Brother Chen and Wang Fugui are different. Possessing a not insignificant background, Wang Fugui is justifiably afraid of the property. But this appearance of Brother Chen has made him feel alarmed. Hello, Mr. Wang. Before Lin Yun could ask about the situation, a middle-aged woman with a marvelous figure and wearing a cheongsam walked into the store, a smile piling up on her stunning face. Sister Hong. Looking at the charming woman who walked in, Lin Yun's face instantly became difficult to see the extreme. In front of him, this Sister Hong is an even more powerful existence than Brother Chen's background, has always been a proud swan, and the person who can make her all curry favor with her is definitely not ordinary. Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang. While Lin Yun was pondering on who Wang Lin was and how to resolve the predicament in front of him, one of the shopkeepers, who were usually familiar with him, walked into the store and befriended Wang Lin, calling out affectionately. With the arrival of one boss, his face became increasingly white, and it became clear in his mind that he was afraid that he had messed with an unimaginable character, especially that one Mr. Wang, is constantly ringing with his ears. It won't be. Under a burst of thought, Lin Yun couldn't help but remember the announcement that came an hour ago, and his heart couldn't help but stutter and jump. You guys are afraid that you've recognized the wrong person. He is indeed called Wang Lin, but he's certainly not the Wang Lin you're talking about. He's just a poor egg who was just expelled by Cloud's design and came here to deceive and swindle. Don't be swindled by him. He's just a homeless wretch who's here to deceive and swindle. Recognize everything. Lin Bing's shrill voice rang out in the large store as she said to everyone. I suggest immediately having the security guards arrest this crook and twist him to the relevant authorities. Don't let him continue to harm people here. Otherwise there will be more people that will be deceived by him. Snap! Lin Bing spoke with extra vigor, and when she noticed that everyone was focusing their eyes on her, she became even more energized to add to the unpleasantness of Wang Lin's past. But, just as she had opened her mouth, Lin Yun landed a slap on her pretty face, the sound of a crisp slap traveling throughout the store. The slap was so strong that it froze and drew out 5 fingerprints, and her pretty face was red and swollen. Cousin, what are you doing? The tremendous force made Lin Bing's body lurch and almost fell to the ground. She covered her face and screamed. She looked at Lin Yun incredulously. Since she was a child, Lin Yun loved her the most. This was the first time he had ever hit her. And because of a liar. He's clearly a liar. Lin Bing shouted hysterically. In her opinion, Wang Lin was a small ant that could be pinched with her hands. It was impossible to rush up. She won't allow it. Shut up! Lin Yun roared angrily, and his face became hideous. Right now, he was like a devouring beast. Lin Bing was too frightened to move. Mr. Wang, it's my fault. You're an adult. Give me a chance. Lin Yun quickly walked over to Wang Lin's side and directly fell to his knees. At this moment, he no longer had the brashness he had before, and his face was painfully clear. If he was a fierce tiger before, he was a licking dog now. Now he really regretted. If he had known that Wang Lin was the boss of the shopping mall, he would not have dared to do so even if he had borrowed 100 guts. And, to be able to own such a shopping mall at such a young age, he could hardly imagine the energy behind Wang Lin. It must be a behemoth. He simply couldn't afford to mess with it. And, the reason why he was able to mix it up had a lot to do with this store. And if he was removed from the Tiandu Mall, he would be knocked back down to his original form. He broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Wang Lin in horror. Hello everyone. Waring, however, was oblivious and smiled at the others. Don't kneel down yet. Looking at Wang Lin as if he was oblivious, Lin Yun yelled at Lin Bing, do you want to cause me to lose my job? Lin Yun, you're really poisoned. To believe him? I really despise you. You'll either be my brother or a dumbass in the future. Count me as wrong about you. Lin Bing shouted angrily and rushed out of the store, quickly disappearing. Lin Yun's face became ugly when he saw this, while at the same time he once again said to Wang Lin, Mr. Wang, Wang Xiao, just be a gentleman and let me go as a fart. I wouldn't dare take your money. Wang Lin said indifferently and walked straight out of the store, followed by a group of bosses, none of them bothering to look at Lin Yun. Mr. Wang. Looking at the departing Wang Lin, Lin Yun's face was ashen, and he couldn't help but think of the words he had said to Wang Lin earlier, making him want to whip himself to death. At the same time, he hated Lin Bing to the extreme. Everything he had worked so hard for was ruined by this bitch Lin Bing. Money really can do whatever it wants. Wang Lin strides out of the store, just in time to see Lin Bing, who was running away from the mall in ashes, and once again, his heart is out of a bad gas. Mr. Wang, come and sit in my store first. I have a fine long jing. Mr. Wang, come sit in my store first. I have good tiguanyan. Mr. Wang. One by one, the bosses scrambled to invite Wang Lin, all wanting to be the first to establish a good relationship with him. One by one, the regulars walked by, looking at one of the usual rare sightings of the big man, and were amazed at what this handsome man was. And the sales clerks all looked at Wang Lin with anticipation. They all wanted to see whose house Wang Lin would enter first. Quiet, everyone, Wang Lin said to the group. The group of bosses instantly quieted down and all looked at Wang Lin. First of all, thank you for supporting my work, and secondly, I'm a person who is actually a little bit obsessive-compulsive and doesn't really like to pick and choose but prefers to follow the order, and I'll be starting at 312 and collecting one household at a time. Wang Lin's gaze fell on each person one by one, then said, Good, Mr. Wang, I'll wait for you at the store. Mr. Wang, I made tea and waited for you to come. The group of people nodded unanimously before they all returned to their respective stores, while secretly praising Wang Lin's resourcefulness, so as not to offend anyone without making them resentful. After the group of people returned to their respective stores, Wang Lin then chose the nearest household and started collecting rent, because after Lin Yun's incident, every store owner was extraordinarily enthusiastic, taking out their long-cherished fine teas and entertaining them, fearing that a dissatisfaction on Wang Lin's part would get them out of the Tiandu Mall. Wang Lin greatly enjoyed serving with these usually high and mighty bosses, and more money fell into his pockets after a night of busy work. Your account with tail number 9999 has completed an internet banking transfer transaction in the amount of 3,010,000 yuan with a balance of 9,040,033 yuan. Your account with tail number 9999 has completed an online banking transfer transaction in the amount of 3,010,000 yuan with a balance of 12,050,033 yuan. Your account with tail number 9999 has completed an online banking transfer transaction in the amount of $602,000 with a balance of $1,807,0033. With the constant collection of rents, he was getting closer to the task of collecting 10 households, but had to terminate when he reached 9. It's 10 p.m. and time for the mall to close. Wang Lin also labored, and after making an appointment with the owner of the last store, as well as greeting the outsourced property company to clear Lin Yun's store out of the Tiandu Mall, he found a 5-star hotel next to the mall, opened a presidential suite, and rested. That's life. Wang Lin finished his shower and walked into the spacious living room in his pajamas. His eyes swept to the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows and looked at the night view of Yunhai City. A trace of emotion could not help but rise in his heart, and he turned on the TV and watched it. An hour of TV before bedtime has always been his habit. Baby, who pissed you off? Li Jian looked with concern at Lin Bing, who had thrown her bag worth tens of thousands of dollars on the ground as soon as she entered the hotel, leaving him with a backside crying softly, and asked softly, Talk to me? Who the hell is bullying you? Looking at Lin Bing, who was crying with a blossoming face, Li Jian was very heartbroken and took Lin Bing into his arms and said, It's not that Wang Lin yet. With Li Jian's comfort, Lin Bing instantly opened her words and began to talk about what happened today. How can Wang Lin, that poor man, become a rent collector? It's obvious that those people have been deceived by Wang Lin. Even if he deceived me, he's still cheating all over the place. I think he's just an outsourced property employee. So tomorrow, I'll make him look good. I'll make him eat his words and pack his bags. Jian Li sneered after hearing Lin Bing's words. Rent collector big brother? That does not exist. He counted on Wang Lin to know everything. Is a poor boy from the countryside. Where to get what assets? Swindling ordinary people is okay. Swindling him is simply delusional. Really? Lin Bing stopped crying and looked at Jian Li. Sure. Li Jian swore and patted his chest. You're still the best to me. I love you so much. It's a pity that you can't stay with me again today. Lin Bing revealed a smile, but immediately, a sorrowful look appeared in her eyes, like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. I feel sorry for her. I'll stay here with you tonight. My wife is traveling today. My daughter went to stay at her classmate's house. No one can care about me. Li Jian wrapped his arms around Lin Bing. Really? Great. Lin Bing was overjoyed. The next day, it sure feels good to be on top. Wang Lin got up, immediately pulled open the curtains, overlooking at the entire sea of clouds, let out a sigh of relief. After stretching, he began to wash up, called room service, let someone bring breakfast. The service at the hotel was great, and nonetheless delivered the breakfast he said he wanted, but also a love-shaped ruffled egg. This pasta tastes amazing. Wang Lin ate the noodles and sighed softly in admiration. He liked this kind of noodle with big bone soup, hand-rolled noodles, and exquisite stir-fry process the most. Dad, your son is on the phone. As he marveled, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. the distinctive ringing tone instantly resonating with the entire room. Who? Wang Lin picked up his cell phone from a side coffee table and looked over. The caller was an unfamiliar number, but he answered it anyway. Mr. Wang, it's Xiao Lu. A low male voice came from the other end of the line. Trails? Wang Lin was first stunned. Then, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had already remembered the identity of the other party. A merchant on the second floor of the Tiandu Mall. His age was already 50 years old. It was the merchant who didn't pay the rent last night. He could be his uncle at this age and still call himself Xiao Lu. Yes, Mr. Wang, it's like this. I'm a bit unwell today. I'm being hospitalized. So the tea drinking I agreed with you yesterday won't be possible, but I'm not going to default on the rent. So send me the account number and I'll transfer the money to you right away. Sick? Then get some rest and I'll send you the account number. Wang Lin said and hung up. Wang Lin sent his bank card account. The other transfer quickly. Just after a minute, he received a transfer text message. Your account with tail number 9999 has completed an online banking transfer transaction in the amount of $602,000 with a balance of $5,234,033. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Detected that the host has successfully completed the mission. Rewarded with 80% of the shares of Tianyuan Group Co. First major shareholder. Open a new quest. 20 households collecting rent will be able to receive a new reward. Plus 10 households can be offset by signing a new lease. Looking at the $50 million balance shown on his bank card, Wang Lin's heart was flooded with a different kind of joy. But when he just wanted to shout in celebration, the system's prompting sound came to his ears once again. An even more lucrative reward descended upon him, barely failing to knock him unconscious. Ha! Tianyuan Group. Listening with the system's prompt, Wang Lin gave a startled cry. Tianyuan Group. Of course he knew it, to the point of knowing it like the back of his hand. Tianyuan Group is a famous large-scale joint stock company in China, which is particularly prominent in new energy research and development, as well as in real estate, food and other fields. It is a very strong group of companies, assets of at least $10 billion. In the country counted within the top 500 enterprises. The cloud design company that Wang Lin was originally with was one of its subsidiaries. It's really quite a coincidence. Dad, your son is on the phone. That's when his cell phone rang again. Hello, is this Mr. Wang Lin? A mellow male voice came from the other end of the phone, full of respect and speaking at a steady pace. Wangling, I am. Who is it? Mr. Wang Lin. I'm Tao Yuntian, the executive director of Tianyuan Group. May I ask if you have any instructions for the company? Everything is running as it always has. Except for major decisions, there is no need to report to me. Wang Lin thought for a moment and then said, by the way, I have something that I need you to help me accomplish. You say, will. Wang Lin immediately stated his request, and after saying so, he closed the phone. Ding dong, ding dong. As he lay comfortably on the fluffy couch, watching TV, a beep came from his cell phone. He was familiar with the alert sound. It was the alert sound of Cloud's internal group. He picked up his cell phone. He wanted to see what was happening in the company's inner group that was so lively. Did you hear? Wang Lin is gone. Flung the door open and left the company. What? He's a potential stock. And he's so handsome. How come he left the company? I've heard that he's going to be promoted to assistant manager soon. And if he continues like this, he'll definitely become the first bachelor in the company. No way. He's always been very passionate about the company. How could he leave? What a pity. I still want his number. Which one of you has it? Whoever gives it to me, I'll buy him a drink. I want it too. And whoever has it, give it to me, and I'll help him draw it. Wang Lin looked at the internal group of the company. He couldn't help but show a smile. It seems that his popularity is not low. After he left, there are still many people who feel sorry for him. These few speakers, he has a little impression. Are some beautiful women from other departments? What potential stock? What love? You guys don't be fooled by his appearance. He's a complete hypocrite. Late to work and early to leave. Not to mention, all day long he just sits around and doesn't do anything, and lets us disciples do everything for him. Yes, I've been holding it in for a long time, and after he was kicked out, the two of us were able to speak the truth. He's a hypocrite and an asshat. In the past time, instead of teaching us anything, he also exploited our labor. He's simply a scum. What? There is such a thing? No way. He doesn't look like that kind of hypocrite. Is it a mistake? Really? No wonder I saw him leave work early one time. So he's a repeat offender. It's really true that we know people's hearts and minds. So it seems like it's a good thing to be gone. When Wang Lin saw this, he almost didn't explode with anger. Through the avatars of the two men, He had already distinguished that these two men were the disciples he had taken, Zhang Yang and Wu Fan. In the past, he had spent a great deal of energy on the two of them to make them stand out from the ordinary staff, but he did not expect to be denigrated by these two things now, and it was really a case of meeting the wrong person. That's right, you guys won't be able to be arrogant for much longer, so I'll come and see what tricks you still have. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Wang Lin coldly looked at the chat interface. He wanted to see what other tricks Wu Fan and Zhang Yang had up their sleeves. Zhang Yang, colleagues, since he has been fired, we won't talk about him anymore. It's still half an hour before work. Why don't we have a little diversion? Send a red packet. I'll start. Ding dong. The word sent by Zhang Yang had just appeared when a red packet appeared in the dialog box. With the unique beeping sound, everyone quickly tapped up the red packets, and with the scrambling, there was both joy and happiness. Wu Fan, my turn. A red packet is thrown out again and everyone starts scrambling for it. After grabbing it, another person sent out a red envelope, and under one lap, almost everyone in the company sent out red envelopes and grabbed them as well. Zhang Yang, this is the way to have fun. Grabbing money early in the morning can positively bring up our motivation. Now that everyone has given out red envelopes, are we going to ask the manager to have one too? Wu Fan, come one, come all, plus one, come one, come all, plus one, come one, come all, plus one, come one, come all, plus one. With Wu Fan taking the lead, everyone started tapping the plus sign, and for a moment, the entire group was swept away. Jianli, smile emoticon. In the midst of this wave, Jianli finally appeared. In a split second, the group, which was still bustling with activity, instantly quieted down. Li Jian, I feel very pleased to see everyone so passionate. A company wants to be bigger and stronger. You need to do so, every day to have a chicken blood state. Every day when you wake up thinking about grabbing money. I didn't want to send it, but since the company has gone down a toxic path, I'm sending out a big bag of congratulations. Applause emoji, cheer emoji, kudos emoji. After Jianli spoke, almost everyone emitted expressions that were hilarious. A large $300 package was handed out instantly. A group of people frantically tapped the red packet and scrambled to coax it out. Manager Mighty. Thanks, thanks. Atmosphere. Employees who grabbed the red packet sent out words of thanks from the bottom of their hearts. And those workers who did not grab the red packet still have expectations. Looking forward to the red packets again. Even if they know that the red packets are over. Still staring at the phone for fear of missing the opportunity. Really scheming. Thinking that this will disgust me? Really too high on yourself. When Wang Lin saw this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. Compared to money, you're still too far behind. He quickly stretched out his finger, tapped the screen, opened the red packet function, entered 8888, and then quickly switched to a password red packet, sent it straight out. After sending it out, Wang Lin dropped his phone on a side couch, turned on the full wall screen TV, and watched a movie. Wang Lin, you're just a poor man. How can you fight me? With a little money you'll be immortalized. Let everyone in the company hold a grudge against you and discredit you. Li Jian, who had just sat on the office sofa, said coldly, took out a Chinese cigarette and lit up. Looking at the flattery inside the company group, he couldn't help but feel a little fluttery. After finishing off one of his cigarettes, he straightened up his instrument and got to work. He had to hurry up and finish the matter at hand. Then accompany Lin Bing to find trouble with Wang Lin. That's the main event. What just happened was just an appetizer. Don't blame me for being ruthless. It's you who are not open-minded. How dare you touch my woman? Just get ready to go back to the countryside and become a hot chicken. Ding dong. As he was about to set about completing his work, the familiar sound of a red envelope alert appeared in his ears. Who's giving out red packets? Li Jian subconsciously picked up his cell phone. He ordered the finish. The red packet just in an instant was snatched up. However, when he saw the password, his face became very ugly, especially when he realized that it was Wang Lin who sent the red packet. Cousins with dogs last forever. 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 Dozens of passwords appeared on the interface, swiping the phone right off the screen. Li Jian was so angry that he almost spat out blood. The meaning of these words was satirizing him and Lin Bing. The moment he tried to fight back, he was hit with a barrage of messages. Oh my god. I actually grabbed a $1 red packet. I'm not dreaming. Holy shit. I grabbed 60002. Is this a software error? No. It's true. I only grabbed 1,000. But I just bought a pack of cigarettes with the money. Man. It's surprisingly true. But who sent this? Why is it so earthy? Is it Manager Li Jian? It's not Manager Li Jian. I'll be damned. It's actually Wang Lin who left yesterday. Wang Lin. I get it. The reason why he left the clouds must be that he has a prominent family. Maybe he's a second generation who came here to experience life. Now that the life experience is over, it's time to go home and inherit the family fortune. Mighty my brother Wang. Brother Wang, I love you. I want to have a monkey for you. Mighty my brother Wang. Brother Wang, I love you. I want to have a monkey for you. Mighty my brother Wang. Brother Wang, I love you. I want to have a monkey for you. Swish swish swish. After one of the sisters typed out a paragraph, the entire group began to brush off the words, and nothing else was said. Snap. Looking at the words of the employees in the group, Li Jian's face became very ugly. This word of praise was tantamount to a heavy slap to the face, making his cheeks hot. Wang Lin, you're forcing my hand. I'm going to get you off the property. Make you a poor egg again. Where did you get so much money for a poor person? I think it's mostly embezzlement. You're dead. Li Jian heavily slapped his cell phone on the desktop. The desktop violently trembled. The ashtray smashed to the ground. Glass slag splattered. He did not care, grabbed the phone, and walked towards the main door. Master, you're on the phone. Answer it. Just as he walked to the door, his cell phone suddenly rang, ringing extraordinarily harshly, echoing throughout the office. What kind of idiot is calling at this hour? A hint of ferocity appeared in Li Jian's eyes, and he picked up his cell phone to yell. Wait! As he was about to press on the connect button, his fingers froze violently as the phone displayed the words General Manager in large letters. Cold sweat slid down the side of his head, and he barely missed falling to the ground with a jolt. He quickly replaced the smile on his face and then pressed the answer button. General Manager Wang? He asked cautiously. Prepare. A leader from the group side is coming to inspect the company today. Give a warm welcome. It must be quick. Have everyone go to the hall with you. Pull banners and give a warm welcome. The general manager's authoritative voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Jian, what kind of person is coming? With what level of welcoming specifications? Hospitality of the highest caliber. I don't know who it is. I'm asking around. I should have the results soon. I'm already on my way back. So numb up. That's all. Just as the voice on the other end dropped, there was a busy signal that hung up the phone. Hospitality at the highest level. Li Jian put down the cell phone. A fiery glow set off in his eyes, although he didn't know what the leader's status was, but with this sentence, it must not be bad. The promotion is today. Flat out on your own merit. He instantly strides out the office door and heads down the hall. It was near the beginning of the workday, and the staff were sitting in their seats, making preparations. Manager Li. Good morning, Manager Li. Good morning, Manager Li. Looking at Li Jian's arrival, they all shouted loudly. They are all in an extraordinarily good mood, and the red envelope in the morning has made their pots full of money. But although they are screaming, they don't dare to look at Li Jian, and Wang Lin's provocation is bound to set Li Jian on fire. Everyone come over here and follow me to the first floor hall. The group leader is coming to inspect the work today. Come with me to welcome them. Everyone has to go. Li Jian said loudly to everyone. Immediately, he headed towards the first floor hall, striding towards it. The leader of the group is coming. Hearing this news, almost everyone in the company moved, especially the women, who quickly replenished their foundations to make themselves flamboyant, and the men also brightened up. Led by the office, the banner was pulled up and quickly followed Li Jian towards the first floor hall to start setting up the welcome scene. 5-star hotels are different. Wang Lin down the hotel. Immediately special car to meet. Sitting on the spacious Mercedes-Benz V260L, cannot help but feel that, drinking special coffee, watching the movie on TV, extraordinarily comfortable, looking out the car window, back and forth, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In yesterday he was one of these commuters, running for their lives. Looks like it's time to go buy a car with a dedicated driver. After enjoying this intimate service for a while, Wang Lin couldn't help but think about such a problem. He is not an ordinary person now. He is already considered not a small tycoon, and in the future, his assets will be more and more. It is necessary to be equipped with some items in line with his status. He looked over to his dress pants and shoes. The top and bottom added up to no more than $1,000, which did seem to be a bit of a drop in the bucket. The car drove smoothly, and after half an hour, Wang Lin also reached his destination, and after saying goodbye to the driver, Wang Lin walked towards the Cloud Design Company. In front of the main door of the Cloud Design Company, Li Jian led a group of subordinates, smilingly looking at everyone coming and going. He was trying his best to detect the presence of the leader, and he kept saying to himself in his mind that no matter what came, he would welcome it with the warmest attitude. Usually the group comes to people, most like to cut in as a passerby, as if the ancient microvisit, but after waiting for a long time, no one came in from outside. Welcome! Right at this moment, the electronic ringing bell not far away suddenly rang out with a unique alert sound. causing everyone including Jinli to reveal intense smiles, while at the same time, many people raised the flowers in their hands high and adjusted themselves to their best condition. The visitor walked into the gate. It was Wang Lin who got out of the car. Wang Lin walked into the door, listening to the familiar electronic ringing bell, but his mentality has changed a little. At this moment he is no longer a fired employee, but the boss of this place. Everything here belongs to him. What's he doing here? Looking at Wang Lin who was walking towards him, Li Jian's face which was originally piled with smiles collapsed. Looking at the smiling Wang Lin, his heart was flooded with burning anger. He couldn't help but think of what Wang Lin had done to Lin Bing yesterday, and how he had punched him in the face today. Get him out of here. Li Jian immediately whispered to Zhang Yang and Wu Fan. Looking at Wang Lin who appeared, a group of staff also revealed a surprised look. They did appreciate the red packet sent with Wang Lin in the morning, but with this kind of scene, it was impossible for them to come out. Get out, Master. Wu Fan and Zhang Yang immediately understood and knew that it was not appropriate for Wang Lin to stay here on an occasion like today. They walked up and said to Wang Lin, "Where to, apprentice?" Watching the two men speak in a conspiratorial manner, Wang Lin nonchalantly retaliated. Wang Lin, don't give your face away. You've already been expelled from Yun Duan yesterday. You've long since ceased to be one of Yun Duan's people. You're not welcome here. Zhang Yang said loudly to Wang Lin. His face instantly pulled down. Being Wang Lin's disciple was a disgrace. Wang Lin, hurry up and get out. Don't mess around here or I'll have to call security. It's not nice to be thrown out by security. Wu Fan coldly looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's red packet in the morning broke all their calculations. Instead of kissing Li Jian's ass, they suffered Li Jian's resentment. They hated Wang Lin very much. This is my company. Why can't I come in? Wang Lin coldly looked at the two and said, Your company? Are you kidding me? You are no longer a member of the company. You have been expelled from the company. Hurry up and leave. Save us from disregarding our past feelings. And save us from losing face in front of everyone and being thrown out by the security guards. Wu Fan and Zhang Yang coldly looked at Wang Lin and rolled up their sleeves for a big fight while their gazes landed on the not so far away manly security guards. Wang Lin, hurry up and get the hell out of here. I already fired you yesterday. You're no longer a member of Cloud's End. Don't disgrace yourself here. Li Jian coldly reprimanded. A trace of anger rose in his heart. If it was in normal times, he would still have a good time with Wang Lin. Now he had to receive the leaders. He wouldn't have too many disputes with Wang Lin. Otherwise once he was seen, it would not be good. Especially the incident of driving Wang Lin out maliciously. Once the leader knew about it, not only would he not be able to get a promotion and raise his salary, but he would even be punished. Get him out of here. Immediately. Immediately. Zhenli gave a deadly order to Zhang Yang and Wu Fan. Thumbs down. Just as Zhang Yang and Wu Fan were about to make their move, a Q5 suddenly stopped at the main entrance of the company while a slightly obese figure quickly rushed into the hall. Mr. Wang. Looking at the figures rushing into the hall, Li Jian and Wu Fan Zhang Yang immediately removed the indifference from their faces and replaced it with a warm smile. The figure that came was none other than the general manager of this company, Wang Pengfei. They called out respectfully, very enthusiastically, while striding towards Wang Pengfei to greet him. Mr. Wang, however, did not accept their greetings, but walked quickly to Wang Lin's side, sweating profusely, with a smile piled on his cheeks, and respectfully said to Wang Lin, Dong Wang, there was a traffic jam on the road. I'm late. Mr. Wang's lowly appearance was like he was serving his grandfather, licking his face and smiling. What? This sudden scene cannot help but let a group of people are dumbfounded, especially Li Jian and Wu Fan and Zhang Yang, are incredibly round eyes. In their thoughts, Wang Lin is a most lowly existence. How can a leap up become their top boss? What are you guys still waiting for? Come and welcome them quickly. Mr. Wang is the chairman of the group. After noticing the indifference on Wang Lin's face, Mr. Wang's heart thumped, and as he swept his gaze towards Jianli and the others, he immediately shouted out, looking very anxious, with a pair of tiger's eyes glowing with the color of coldness. The morose gaze swept over everyone, waking everyone up. Wang Lin is the chairman of the group? The group of people were shocked to the extreme, especially Jianli's trio, as if they had seen a living ghost. Mr. Wang, are you mistaken? How can he be the chairman of the group? Wang Lin? He was just fired from the company yesterday, and is now a small property administrator in the property company of Tendu Mansion. It's just the same name. There's not a single bit of involvement, Li Jian said loudly to Mr. Wang, while pointing at Wang Lin and yelling. Moreover, he also misappropriated public funds and used the property's assets without authorization in the morning. Mr. Wang, you must have made a mistake. Yes, Wang Lin, he is a turd from the countryside. Man, how can he be the chairman of the group? Mr. Wang, you must be mistaken. It's just that the name is coincidental and the luck is better. Zhang Yang also stepped forward. Mr. Wang, you must have recognized the wrong person. Wang Lin can't be the chairman of the group. He's just a shoddy tumor who was fired from the company just yesterday. Let's continue our welcome. Maybe that leader with the same name and surname is on the way. Wu Fan shouted loudly. What nonsense are you talking about? You still don't believe my words. Have you turned against me? Wang Pengfei's face became very ugly. He could not wait to kick these three things right in front of him outright now, and his face turned blue with rage. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and opened the enterprise search software. You see, Chairman Wang Lin is not only the chairman of our group, but also the owner of Tiandu Mall. Wang Pengfei raised his cell phone high and aimed it at the three. Boom! The three of them unanimously looked at their cell phones, and upon seeing everything that was displayed on their phones, the three of them only felt as if it was a bolt from the blue. Froze in place. How is this possible? A trace of incredulity rose in their hearts at the same time. In their minds, Wang Lin could only look up to them in his entire life, but he hadn't thought that at this moment, he would become an unattainable existence for them. Wang Dong, it's me who is obsessed and denigrated you. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Please spare me. Zhang Yang's face instantly turned pale while kneeling down and screaming at Wang Lin. Sure Wang Dong, please spare me. Wu Fan also kneeled down and begged for forgiveness. He had managed to get in with great difficulty and did not want to leave from this company. Although Jian Li's face was ugly, he didn't kneel on the ground to beg for mercy. He was incomparably shocked at the moment. He simply hadn't thought that Wang Lin had such a background, as well as the inch-by-inch Tianta mansion was actually Wang Lin's asset. He regretted why he hadn't investigated Wang Lin's information properly in the first place. It's late, and our company won't leave behind a tumor like you. I now announce in the name of the group's chairman that the three of you will be fired from Cloud Design from today. Wang Lin said coldly. Wu Fan and Zhang Yang looked as if they were dead, powerless and paralyzed on the ground. Facing this trial, they did not have any ability to resist at all. You can't fire him. Suddenly a voice came from not far away. Da 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 da. Just after the voice fell, a sound of high heels hitting the ground was transmitted, resonating with the entire area. Everyone subconsciously looked away. A middle-aged noblewoman walked with elegant steps, wearing a long dress. She had an indescribable sense of splendor, with a hint of light perfume wafting from her body. She was already middle-aged, and although she was not as beautiful as the young people, she also had a unique and mature atmosphere. Wife, Li Jian, whose face was as heavy as water, suddenly revealed a relaxed expression after seeing the woman who came striding towards him. Honey, I'm here. The woman smiled faintly, with complete confidence. Who is she? Wang Lin frowned slightly and said to Wang Pengfei. Dong Wang, she's the director of the Hengtian Group. Wu Xiuli. After Wang Pengfei finished speaking, he added, Hengtian Group is an important partner of our group, so it's just a partner. Wang Lin's gaze was cold. Please don't mistake yourself, but I know most of the directors of your group. Believe it or not, with one word from me, I'll make you roll down from the position of chairman. Wu Xiuli said coldly. Blast this crazy woman and these three things out of here. Wang Lin said to Wang Pengfei. Yes. Wang Pengfei immediately got the security guard. What you do? If you dare to do that, your chairmanship will come to an end. Wu Xiuli shouted angrily. You really are crazy as hell, and I'm just going to wait here and see how you get me out of here. Wang Lin looked at Wu Xiuli with a cold smile. As the major shareholder of Tianyuan Group, he had the highest rights. Wanting to impeach him was something that did not exist. Wu Xiuli wanted to continue yelling, but she was dragged by the security guards and got out of the company. Little King, Wang Lin said to Wang Pengfei. Wang Dong. Wang Pengfei immediately responded. Immediately call Tao Yuntian and tell him to immediately stop all activities with the Hengtian Group. Wang Lin said coldly. Yes. Wang Pengfei immediately dialed Tao Yuntian's phone. Tao Dong. I am Wang Pengfei. Wang Dong let me. A few minutes later, Wang Pengfei hung up the phone. Wang Dong, Tao Dong is already going through the formalities. Wang Pengfei said. Good. Come with me on my tour of the company. Wang Lin nodded slightly, and then he walked towards the interior of the company. A group of workers looked at this scene dumbfounded. Looking at the handsome Wang Lin, they couldn't help but be a little happy with not offending Wang Lin. Wang Lin strides into the company and happens to see Lin Bing, who is humming a song. Wang Lin, how dare you come to the company? You've come to die. Lin Bing looked at Wang Lin and couldn't help but shout. Send me to my death? Who's going to grant me death? Is it Li Jian, who was thrown out? Or Zhang Yang Wu Fan, who fled in disgrace? Wang Lin sneered. What did you say? Li Jian was kicked out. How is this possible? You're teasing me. Lin Bing couldn't help but laugh. This Wang Lin couldn't fool her. Wang Dong? Wang Pengfei came jogging all the way here. and after hearing Lin Bing's words, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Send this thing to scrub toilets and kick it out of the company when the contract is up. Looking at the noble Lin Bing, Wang Lin said to Wang Pengfei, what did you say? You're really funny. I'm going to scrub toilets? You think you're the chairman of the company? Lin Bing couldn't help but sneer, but between the shifting of her gaze, she happened to see Wang Pengfei with a gloomy face. Her heart couldn't help but stutter. When he then saw Wang Pengfei offering Wang Lin as if he were a grandfather, he instantly understood what was going on. All of a sudden, the face became extraordinarily pale. The whole man collapsed helplessly to the ground. Honey, where are we going now? Li Jian stood with the irascible Wu Xiuli, his heart sinking like water. He originally thought that after Wu Xiuli came, he would be able to set Wang Lin straight, but he did not think that he would be thrown out. Go to horizontal sky. I want to see how he's so horizontal. I'll tell him to get lost immediately. I'm going to unleash all my energies and let him know that there are some people who are not to be messed with. Wu Xiuli said hatefully. Yes. Li Jian immediately turned on the X5 and drove Wu Xiuli towards the Hengtian group. Two people came to the horizontal sky group in a hurry, on the elevator, but found a trace of not quite normal. In the past days of the horizontal sky extraordinarily comfortable, a staff face are overflowing with happy smiles. Today, but a serious face, it is a little surprising. It's like something big is happening. Wu Xiuli didn't think too much about it, and led Jian Li directly up to the 20th floor, the president's room. The door was half open and half closed. What are they all doing for food? Really a bunch of losers. Losers? Chairman Huang Lin growled angrily, smashing his newly purchased cell phone into pieces, and ferried back and forth in his office in a fury. The reason why the Tianhong group was able to get to this point today had a lot to do with the Tianyuan group. At one point, he thought that they could make it big and strong with the Tianyuan group, but he didn't expect to be inexplicably terminated by the Tianyuan group. Recently, the group and Tianyuan group had made new progress on their latest product, which would bring huge profits once it was released, and he had mobilized all his resources without finding out why Tianyuan group had suddenly withdrawn their cooperation, which was the reason for his anger. Their strong PR is as good as nothing. No, it can't go on like this, or else once the other groups get the cooperation, Hengtian will suffer a disaster, or even go down in flames, going downhill. Huang Lin murmured softly after walking for a while. He had used all his resources to conduct his search, and it wasn't without clues. He had already known that all of this was related to Tianyuan Group's newly appeared major shareholder and chairman, Wang Lin. He, who had a close friendship with all the top management of the Tianyuan Group, was a bit busy with the sudden appearance of Wang Lin, and didn't know where to start or how to throw his weight around. However, the most important thing now is to find out the crux of the problem and solve this burning issue. The only way to get to the next step is to ease the relationship. At the very moment he was meditating with where to start, a knock came through the door. Come in, Huang Lin said in a deep voice. Standing outside the door, Wu Xiuli and Li Jian walked into the office. Huang Dong. Wu Xiuli a little surprised to look at me. Huang Lin. In her impression of Huang Lin office has always been someone to talk about things. Today's cold is really a little bit of a surprise. Hidari, you're here just in time. I'm trying to get your help with something. Huang Lin couldn't help but light up when he saw the two of them. Of course he knew that Li Jian was in the cloud design company under the Tianyuan Group, and since it belonged to the same group, he must be able to detect some wind. Dong Huang, what a coincidence. We also have something we want to ask for your help. Wu Xiuli's eyes are also bright. She and the Tianyuan Group many people relationship, but really said, the most can make those directors out of the only Huang Lin. Really? You tell me. I'll do my best if I can, Huang Lin said. Hearing Huang Lin's words, not only Li Jian, even with Wu Xiuli's eyes are bright, the heart is more cold smile. Wang Lin, your chairman to the end. I'll let you roll down today. Even if you come to kowtow and apologize, it won't help a bit. There's a person in the Tianyuan Group who has messed with me and my husband, and I'd like to ask you to use your energy to kick him out of the Tianyuan Group. There's no longer any trace of involvement with the Tianyuan Group, Wu Xiuli said loudly. That's a good one. All you have to do is tell me who the other guy is and I'll tell him to fuck off with one phone call, Huang Lin said. Thank you Dong Huang, that man is called Wang Lin, the new chairman, Li Jian said with a bit of impatience. What? Huang Lin's face changed as he quickly asked. What's his name? Wang Lin the new chairman of Tianyuan Group, an airborne newcomer. I suspect it's just a puppet. You can get rid of him with a word. Wu Xiuli didn't even notice Huang Lin's expression and instinctively thought that Huang Lin was not the least bit impressed with Wang Lin. You're the one getting the fuck out of here. All of your family. Huang Lin roared angrily, like a roaring lion, as he gazed coldly at the two. At this moment, he also finally knew why Tianyuan Group wanted to terminate the contract with Hengtian. It was these two rat droppings in front of him that spoiled the pot of porridge. He was so furious in this instant that he even wanted to finish off the two things outright. Huang Lin, give me some virtue in your mouth. What are you doing scolding me all of a sudden? Wu Xioli, who was already having a furious surge of anger in her heart, exploded and shouted in spite of everything. Cursing you for what? Do you realize what you've done? Huang Lin looked at Wu Xioli angrily and snapped. What did I do? Where did I do anything? Even if you don't help, what are you yelling at me for? Wu Xioli shouted angrily, like a shrew cursing the street, but facing the powerful Huang Lin. Wu Xioli still stood behind Li Jian. Get the hell out of here. You're completely fired. I'll hold a board meeting today to remove you from Yak Heaven. You are simply a tumor to Yak Heaven. Huang Lin growled angrily. Dong Huang, it's not so bad. Xioli just has a temper. Let's talk calmly. Upon hearing that Wu Xioli was going to be removed from the Hengtian group, Li Jian instantly panicked and scrambled to round up the situation. Peace of mind? How can I be calm and peaceful? I'm afraid you guys don't even know who you're messing with until now. Do you guys really think that Huang Lin is just a puppet? He's the majority shareholder in the Tianyuan group with 80% of the equity, with the absolute right of dismissal. It's because of you guys that the Tianyuan group has already issued an order to cut off the cooperative relationship with us. The Hengtian group. We have now been cut out by the Tianyuan group, and without the Tianyuan group, Hengtian will cease to exist. You are the biggest sinner. Huang Lin roared and growled. What? Hearing this, Wu Xioli finally knew the cause and effect. Her face turned white. At this moment, she also finally knew why Huang Lin was like this. In her place she would have stormed out. Huang Dong, you should be wrong here. Wang Lin is clearly a bumpkin from the countryside. How can he own 80% of the shares of Tianyuan Group? He must be just a puppet that was pushed out. There is someone else behind him, Li Jian said aloud, beating him to death. He didn't believe that Wang Lin really possessed so many assets. Huang Lin didn't roar again, but reached out his right hand and pressed on a red button. Chairman. Soon, a group of security guards scrambled in and called out respectfully, "Get these two out of here." Huang Lin said loudly. "Dong Huang, what are you doing? My wife is a director of your company." Li Jian shouted loudly and tried to break free, but he had no power to fight back against the strong and powerful security guards. When the two of them were thrown out onto the street, they then reacted to the fact that Wang Lin was someone they couldn't afford to offend. They were remorseful, but it was too late. After leaving the cloud, Wang Lin chose to walk. He wanted to take a good look at the city. Dodo. Having just stepped out but a few dozen meters, a white Maserati President stopped beside him, and the distinctive sound of a car honking rang out. Zip. The car window slowly descended, revealing a stunningly beautiful figure. Wang Lin looked at the woman, and after staying for a while, remembered the woman's identity. The owner of the Chanel store, Qian Lu. Qian Lu is exceptionally beautiful today. A long black dress with a black bell-shaped hat and black sunglasses, like a noblewoman on a trip. Mr. Wang, it's really a coincidence. Qian Lu took off her sunglasses and smiled at Wang Lin. A coincidence indeed. Wang responded and smiled back. Mr. Wang, do you think it's a coincidence that I just wanted to go look for you? But I didn't think that I would run into you here. It seems like it was destiny for us to meet today, Qian Lu said. Mr. Wang, look, if it's convenient, just get in the car and talk. You can't stay here for 3 minutes. Good. With nothing to do left or right, Wang Lin nonchalantly got into the car. Once in the car, Chandu drove smoothly. The interior of the car was extraordinarily upscale and very comfortable to sit in, with a distinctive perfume scent that permeated the not-so-large space, making him very comfortable. Some flashy trinkets placed in the car make the interior very chic. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Qian Lu's stunningly beautiful side face and said, "You just said you were ready to find me. What is it?" Mr. Wang, it's like this. I have a friend who has been wanting to come to Tiandu Mall to open a store. Don't you happen to have a store vacant on your side? Do you think that this friend of mine fits the bill? Qian Lu looked at Wang Lin's eyes and said, "Just in time. It's meal time. I'll call my friend here and we'll talk while we eat. How about it? Renting a store? Sure. Call your friend out and we'll talk over a meal." Wang Lin was also originally pondering how to rent out that store, and now it's just the right time to push it out as a favor. At the same time, he is more excited about the next incentive, and signing a new contract that offsets 10 households is a good one. I know a nice Western restaurant that has a beautiful setting for talking things over. Qian Lu was overjoyed. Stores in the Tiandu Mall were really hard to come by. She didn't expect to get them so easily. She started the car and quickly headed for the Western restaurant. That's quite a unique choice. A few minutes later, Wang Lin followed Qian Lu to the previously mentioned Western restaurant. He accidentally found that this Western restaurant actually covers an area of thousands of square meters, enough to have 3 small floors. This scale, he still met for the first time. Business was extraordinarily brisk, with a large number of customers constantly moving through it, making it very lively. I'm going to the bathroom. After arriving at the box, Wang Lin spoke to Qian Lu and headed for the restroom. After walking into the toilet, Wang Lin lit a cigarette. As he swallowed the smoke, the whole person was much more comfortable. Throwing the cigarette butt into the garbage can, Wang Lin went out of the toilet and began to wash his hands. Woofling? As he was about to leave, a slightly familiar voice came from the back. Laron? As soon as Wang Lin turned around and saw the visitor, he couldn't help but smile as he realized that it was actually a high school classmate. At that time, he especially liked to play basketball. Joined the school team. Li Long is also one of them, and he is considered a good relationship. At that time, there are a few others. They have a special relationship, just with the work of the busy, seldom get together. He particularly observed that Li Long, suited and booted, with gold-rimmed glasses and a big back-combed haircut that diffused a faint glow in the light, looked like a successful man. Brother Long, now mixed well this a body of equipment is not bad right? Looks like at least 100,000 This small life is really good, Wang Lin said with a big smile. Started a foreign trade company, barely getting by. Li Long landed a fist on Wang Lin's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's you kid, where are you hanging out now? I've heard that you've entered the cloud design company, which is the leading company in the design industry, so don't forget about me when you're on your way to the top in the future. Brother Long, I'll give you full marks for the way you're pretending. It's really been a long time. When you're free, call up Watermelon and the rest of them, let's get together." Wang Lin said with a smile. Ha ha ha, old Wang, you're still as straightforward as ever. Business is not easy nowadays. I'm just doing a good job on the surface. If the surface isn't there these days, the customers won't buy your account. Look at my memory. A week later, Red Maple Middle School is going to hold a 50-year anniversary celebration. A lot of people will come then. I'm the contact person for our class. I've already contacted Watermelon and the rest of them. Old Wang, are you coming or not? Liren said with a snap of his head. The school's 50th anniversary? Of course we have to go. Wang Lin said with a smile. This kind of rare opportunity is certainly not to be missed, and it is also a good opportunity to meet with many classmates. That's good. I'll put you down for a specific time to be set in the next 2 days, and send it to your cell phone then. Well, go ahead. I have a client to serve on my end. Li Long patted Wang Lin's shoulder, waved his hand, and left. You're busy. Wang Lin smiled and waved before striding toward the box. Mr. Wang, this is my good friend, Li Hui Hui. Wang Lin opened the door of the box, and suddenly found that there was an extra beauty in the box. The beauty was about 1.7 meters, wearing a beige dress, delicate features, slightly powdered, beautiful, especially the pair of treasure blue eyes, as if they could speak. The shallow smile, hanging on her face, was very sweet. A living, breathing beauty, no less than Qian Lu, with that unique temperament that makes people can't help but see a great lady. Qian Lu smiled and introduced this beautiful woman to Wang Lin. Hello, Mr. Wang, Li Hui Hui said with a smile, appearing to be generous and a lady of the house. Hello, Ms. Li, Wang Lin said with a smile, extending his right hand for a handshake. After Wang Lin was seated, the waiter came up with sweet Western food. There are steak, there are matsutake mushrooms, there are pasta and other delicacies, exuding a unique aroma, color and flavor. Looking at it makes Wang Lin's appetite. The three people ate and chatted. In the chat, Wang Lin gradually understand the situation. Li Huihui's family is mainly engaged in the jewelry business. The business is very wide. In the whole Yunhai city is considered the top. Because of saturation, she wants to find another way out. So she wants to open a luxury goods store, to seize the market. Li Huihui is more shy, and not as generous as Qian Lu. In the meal, basically Qian Lu is in the lead. Everything is very smooth. After the meal, signed the rental contract. Mr. Wang, where do you live? I'll give you a ride. After waving goodbye to Li Huihui, Qian Lu walked up and said, I'm not going back. I'm going to make a trip to Tendu. Wang Lin looked at the sea of cars and said to Qian Lu, trouble you. After getting into the car, Qian Lu numbly started the car, which watched Wang Lin another burst of emotion. Really need to buy a car, now that there is money. He does not want to queue up for a taxi again. What's the trouble? This is what I should do. Plus last time, I owe you 2 favors. How are you going to make me pay back? In return for my body, okay? Qian Lu said jokingly, a pair of Danfang eyes and the wings like silk. Magnetic voice makes her alive into a goddess. Then the underground parking lot, dimly lit, looked dainty. Bold words add a touch of glamour that is impossible to resist. That's not good enough for the 2 favors that were promised. It's only good for one at the most. Wang Lin could not help but be amused. Also jokingly said, secretly this woman is really dare to play. Not afraid of him and excitement. Transformed into a hungry wolf? You're still really greedy. Qianlu glanced angrily at Wang Lin, and then, smilingly, said, but it's a deal. I'll wait for you to claim 2 favors. That's for sure. A favor from a great beauty. Of course I won't let it go. Wang Lin responded with a smile. Qianlu started the car and headed for the Tiandu Mall. Along the road, Qianlu put on a soft music, and with this song, the atmosphere in the car changed. Wang Lin's gaze swept over Qianlu's body from time to time. A goddess like Qianlu had a certain attraction to him, but he didn't show too much. Although Qianlu was gorgeous, he hadn't been together for very long, and wasn't sure if Qianlu had any other male ambiguous objects. Qianlu was very flattered by this. It was all supposed to be her plan, and her heart was blossoming at this moment, but the surface was falling. The car soon pulled up to the Tendu Mall. Bye. Qianlu still has some things to do at home and does not enter the mall with Wang Lin. Saying goodbye to Wang Lin with her magnetic voice, leaving a good impression on Wang Lin. Start collecting rent. Wang Lin strides into the Tiandu Mall in high spirits. It was only 10 stores away from the mission, which was already not far away, and the thought of the new rewards made him as enthusiastic as if he had been pumped with chicken blood. Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang. Along the way, many bosses saw Wang Lin all respectfully called out. Wang Lin slightly nodded and walked straight up to the 4th floor. In the reminder, there are 10 stores on the 4th floor have already expired. Every time it is so coincidental. The 4th floor is a special food court. At this point in time, it was already full of people and everywhere was buzzing with activity. When he went up to the 4th floor, he particularly observed the 3rd floor. The store on the 3rd floor had been emptied, and he was very satisfied with the attitude of the property. Good noon, Mr. Wang. Wang Lin had just walked to the elevator on the 4th floor of the 3rd building when a man with a big belly walked over quickly. Hello, Boss Zhao, Waring said to the man with a smirk. The man is the owner of the outsourced property, Zhao Neng, who exchanged words during yesterday's negotiation. Mr. Wang, you're here in person to collect the rent. Actually, you can get someone to do this. Our property company has this kind of business, Zhao Neng said with a smile. The formerly arrogant man had only humility in this moment. His gaze fell on Wang Lin, filled with respect. This year's business is not good. Several business has been yellow. The only reason why he can still mix the wind is because of the business of the Tiandu shopping mall, so that he made a lot of money. For Wang Lin, the god of wealth, he had to be offered up as a grandfather and must not be neglected in any way. For the past few days, he'd been racking his brain trying to figure out how to pitch in and solidify the relationship even more. Yes, rent collection. I'm a person, do not want to be idle. This every day to come over to walk, is also the same as going to work. Wang Lin said with a smile. Hands on, Mr. Wang, you really a good role model. Zhao Neng smiled and said, not forgetting to slap a horse's ass. No, I'm going to the 4th floor first. Wang Lin responded with a smile, looking very flattered by this horse's ass, and walked towards the elevator on the 4th floor. You take your time, Mr. Wang. Zhao Neng gazed at Wang Lin's departure before he quickly walked towards his office. The only reason he was here was because he had seen Wang Lin's arrival on the surveillance camera and had made a special effort to flatter him. I told you, I didn't do it. It really wasn't me. I wouldn't have gone this way. Far from it. Don't you slander me. Wang Lin walked up to the 4th floor and was just about to buy a cup of milk tea to quench his thirst when an angry shout came from not far away, drawing his attention. In front of the Haagen-Dazs store, a crowd gathered, many of them customers. In the center position, a short-haired saleswoman in a white shirt and black dress pants screamed loudly, her delicate face filled with aggression, and at her side, an iconic pointing sign fell to the ground and smashed into several petals. Next to the saleswoman, a man in a suit looked at the saleswoman with an indifferent face, and the man's clothes had the word property on them. Why isn't it you? You've been caught by me and you still refuse to admit it. I, Zhao Tian, am upright. How could I have wronged you? Zhao Tian coldly looked at the saleswoman. His eyes swept over the saleswoman's chest plate. Look at you, a little girl looks white and clean. Beautiful. How do you not have to bear the heart? Li Yan, I remember you. I will talk to your store manager. I said it wasn't me. You're just framing me. I think maybe you did it. Li Yan heard to talk to the store manager. Immediately anxious eyes. She just came here to work less than a month. If the store manager knows the words, maybe her salary this month will be deducted in half. What did you say? Zhao Tian glared viciously at Li Yan and reached out to grab her arm. Go, take me to see your store manager. Snap. Just as his right hand was about to land on Li Yan's arm, a palm slapped on his right hand, slapping his right hand straight away, and a fairly strong and handsome figure stood beside Li Yan. Didn't your mama tell you that men and women are not related? The one who came was none other than Wang Lin, who smiled and said to Zhao Tian, Wang Lin. Looking at the man who blocked in front of her, Li Yan gratefully exclaimed. For Wang Lin, of course she was no stranger. It was her high school desk. Li Yan was first delighted, but then her heart was saddened. She couldn't help but think back to high school, when she and Wang Lin talked about the future as how spirited, and now she was reduced to a small sales clerk, but also by this dog property difficult, not the slightest power to fight back. Reality is so cruel. Kid, get out of my way. This is not your business. Zhao Tian drank at Wang Lin. His eyes swept Wang Lin around, and after realizing that Wang Lin was wearing a cheap outfit, he instantly let go of his heart. Obviously a poor boy who wanted to heroically save a girl, a hero who saves the day, that's just for the movies. It's true that I don't care about things in general, but this is something that I have to take care of. Waring said, Wang Lin, forget it. I can handle this on my own. Li Yan pulled Wang Lin's arm and said, she had made up her mind. She took it all on herself. She looked at Wang Lin's appearance, and did not mix much. I'm in charge of this. If you still consider me a friend, stand behind me, Wang Lin said to Li Yan. Wang Lin. Li Yan looked at Wang Lin's slightly taller figure, cannot help but a little hot tears. In high school moments, Wang Lin is also the same to her. She is like back in the year. Her heart warmed and pulled a flutter at the same time. Now is a society of law and order. Everything is about evidence. You take out the evidence. If it's really her doing it, she'll pay for it. If not, you'll apologize and return her innocence. Wang Lin turned to Zhao Tian and said, evidence? You're talking to me about evidence? I saw it with my own eyes. Is it still fake? I'm the proof. Pay up. Zhao Tian couldn't help but laugh, looking at Wang Lin like a fool. The king's wife sells herself. I can't trust you. You're no good at first sight. Wang Lin said bluntly, call the surveillance. There is no falsehood inside the surveillance. What did you say? Zhao Tian's eyes show fierce color. Since when the property, or the first time to be scolded by someone so pointing his nose, he is not a good person. Scolded him and still be able to return in one piece. There is no birth. Besides, the man in front of him was a poor loser. He wasn't afraid, trying to get him to pull the surveillance. No way. It was his doing in the first place, just looking for a scapegoat. A faintly ferocious aura flickered in his eyes as he glared viciously at Wang Lin. What? Feeling weak? Angry and want to use violence against me? Wang Lin sneered and looked at Zhao Tian. These days it's really the evil that bullies the good. But this person is also enough. But it's just a property, and he's as cross as a grandpa. Yes, I originally thought it was an act of justice, but I didn't realize it was still disgraceful behavior. How can a place as upscale as the Tiandu Mall have a property with such low morals? What a time to be violent. Lad, well done. I'm with you. Good job. Handsome. I'm going to make a video of you, and as soon as he dares to touch you, I'll post it on Tremors and set him on fire. The people on the sidelines, talking a lot, when their eyes fell on Zhao Tian were disgusted. Some people even rolled up their sleeves. There was a picture that once dry up, immediately came up to help. There was also a girl who directly opened her cell phone and took a video. A group of people pointing their fingers couldn't help but put Zhao Tian at the tip of the storm. And Zhao Tian wasn't a fool to know that continuing to stay here would only put him at a disadvantage. Especially the video taken by that girl. Not only will he, but also the entire property company will be at the peak of public opinion. This responsibility he cannot afford. He swept a glance at Wang Lin. What am I vain for? This signboard was originally broken by her. Adjust the surveillance, then adjust the surveillance. You come with me. You want evidence. I'll give you evidence, so that you'll know that I'm upright. You guys just wait to apologize. With that, Zhao Tian walked towards the property duty room. Seeing Zhao Tian walking towards the property duty room, a group of onlookers immediately dispersed. Onlookers are onlookers. The number of people is large. Zhao Tian wants to do something, and cannot do it, but if they are heading to the property office, the personnel is sparse. They will not trip in this muddy water. If they are missed by Zhao Tian, they will not have any good fruit to eat. Wang Lin, this matter, just let it go. I can hear. He is not something to be messed with. We this went with him to the property duty room will definitely not have any good results. Maybe we'll also encounter humiliation. Li Yan gently pulled the corner of Wang Lin's coat and whispered, don't be afraid. There's nothing wrong with everything with me. Wang Lin patted Li Yan's shoulder and said calmly, at the same time, striding towards the property duty room. This is his territory. He would like to see. This property wants to make what kind of moth? You want to go back on your word? Besides, this was a matter of Li Yan's reputation, so it couldn't be over. Pull the surveillance. Wang Lin followed Zhao Tian to the property duty room. Is quite broad property duty room in addition to a number of computers. Hair a little loud. exceptionally quiet. Wang Lin looked at the surveillance, his finger pointing at the central computer, where it was having the orientation of what just happened, and there were still a lot of pedestrians coming and going on the surveillance. Kid, that's enough. Don't give your face away. Get the hell out of here. After Zhao Tian walked into the surveillance room, his attitude suddenly changed, coldly looking at Wang Lin and said in a deep voice, "What kind of attitude do you have? So that sign was hit by you? You're deliberately slandering Li Yan, aren't you?" Wang Lin looked at Zhao Tian with an unkind gaze. "So what if it's yes? So what if it's no? Kid, your control is wide enough. If you continue to mess with me, I want you to look good. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. I can forget about it. Otherwise, it won't be that simple later on." Zhao Tian snapped. "What? You still want to hit me with your hands?" Wang Lin disliked back without any fear. "Brothers, come out and arrest this kid for me. I'm going to teach him a lesson." Zhao Tian reached out and slapped his hand on the wooden door on the side. Two strong security guards immediately came out from the wooden door. After exchanging a look, the two of them walked towards Wang Lin, but the two of them were a bit hesitant to move. Zhao Tian had always been brutal. They didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. What happened? At the moment when the two security guards were striding toward Wang Lin, the door of another office on the side opened, and the big-bellied Zhao Nang asked impatiently, "Brother-in-law, there are two troublemakers here. Not only have they destroyed property, but they are also making a scene here. I'll have someone blow them out." Zhao Tian quickly walked to the man's side and said loudly, "Really? Then hurry up and blow them out." Zhao Nang said to Zhao Tian, "Wolflin is making the rounds of the mall now, and he wants to make the best impression he can on Wolflin. That's how you can work long hours at the Tiandu Mall." The Tiandu Mall was his most stable point of business, and he couldn't afford to be half-assed. "There are troublemakers, so of course we need to get rid of them quickly. What are you still standing there for? Quickly blow them out." Zhao Tian turned to the two security guards and shouted. With the boss's word, the two security guards immediately walked towards Wang Lin. "Is this the attitude of your property? It's really impressive." Looking at the security guard who came in stride, Wang Lin did not have any little panic, said faintly, his voice is not too big, but it resonates with the whole monitoring room. "Yes, that's our attitude. People like you who disrupt discipline need to be punished like this, and maybe you'll thank me later for teaching you. It's an extremely important lesson in life." Zhao Tian smiled coldly as he stood still, wanting to see if Wang Lin could still laugh later. He's in charge at the Tiandu Mall. Zhao Nang was just about to return to the office and watch a little video for a while to solve his problems, but he happened to hear Wang Lin's voice. How could he not hear Wang Lin's voice when he had been focusing his attention on him? Wait! His heart thumped, and he quickly looked over to Wang Lin, and after seeing that it was really Wang Lin, his face changed greatly, and he immediately roared loudly. The property contract was about to expire, and he had wanted to please Wang Lin and just sign a contract for a few years to stabilize the wave. Now it's still a question of whether or not you can stay here, not to mention signing a contract for a couple of years. He was in an extraordinarily foul mood. "Brother-in-law, you want to do it yourself and move your muscles? Just wait, I'll hold him down and let you give him a good beating." When Zhao Tian heard this, he laughed and immediately rushed towards Wang Lin, about to reach out and grab him so that his brother-in-law could play with him. "I'll beat your mama." Zhao Nang, who was furious and unpardonable, immediately felt like his entire body was going to explode. This Zhao Tian was muddy on his own even if he had to drag him into the water. He was really an asshole to the extreme. He rushed to Zhao Tian's side with large strides, and a slap landed on Zhao Tian's cheek, and with a violent force, he rawly jerked Zhao Tian to the ground, and 5 more fingerprints appeared on his cheeks, which were swollen to a great height. Zhao Tian couldn't help but be jerked to the ground. He didn't have the slightest idea what Zhao Nan was doing. "Shouldn't you be beating up Wang Lin? What's with the move on him?" He was trying his best to help Zhao Nang solve his problems. The two security guards on the side, their movements were also stagnant, not knowing in the slightest what situation had arisen. "Boss Zhao, this nepotism of yours can really work. A small property can also be in the mall as an authority. Long-term development. I'm afraid that the popularity of this Tiandu Mall will be lost. It is simply lawless," Wang Lin said coldly. With that, Wang Lin took the bewildered Li Yan with him and walked outside in large strides. "Injustice Mr. Wang, he is not my brother-in-law at all. He is haphazardly called. He is also newly recruited. I do not know anything about. I do not know that he is such a bastard. You can rest assured that from today onwards, he will not appear in your eyes." Looking at Wang Lin, who rushed out in big strides, Zhao Nan was scared to the point of cold sweat, and quickly rushed to Wang Lin's side, almost pleadingly yelling, "I hope so." Wang Lin swept Zhao Nang a glance and directly walked out of the property duty room. Phew! Zhao Nang knew in this instant that the business here was saved. But he didn't dare to take his eyes off of Wang Lin for fear that Wang Lin would make a comeback. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Wang Lin had completely left the property office. Why did you send him away, brother-in-law? And why did you hit me? Didn't you want to beat him up yourself? Zhao Tian walked over dully, not knowing what was going on at all. Why should I hit you? Also, who the hell is your brother-in-law? From today onwards, you're not an employee here, so get the hell out. Get out as far away as possible. Looking at Zhao Tian, a hint of hostility rose in Zhao Nang's heart. This was the thing that almost cost him here. Brother-in-law, are you out of your mind? I'm your brother-in-law. Zhao Tian was furious. It was fine to tell him to get lost, but they were relatives. This relationship could not be messed up. Your sister's brother-in-law. Get him for me. Zhao Nang's face instantly changed. Fearing that Wang Lin would hear him, he shouted at the two security guards. Taking the lead, he rushed forward and was beaten up. The two security guards had been looking at Zhao Tian for a long time, so how could they let this opportunity go by, punching and kicking each other? Wang Lin brought Li Yan, who was still in a state of confusion, to a milk tea store and bought 2 cups of red bean milk tea before sitting down to rest in the store. The scene that had just appeared was still fresh in Li Yan's mind. She was ready to take a beating with Wang Lin, but she didn't expect it. But she didn't expect Boss Zhao to lick his face and beg. The 180-degree turnaround had left her a bit overwhelmed and with no idea what was going on. Taking a sip of milk tea and thinking quietly, she was able to confirm that it had something to do with Wang Lin. But now she couldn't figure out how Wang Lin, who was just an employee of a design company, could make the property owner so terrified. When she was standing in the store, she had seen this Zhao Nang, so high and mighty that even her boss, Lu Yuan, was respectful when she saw Zhao Nang. Wang Lin, how did you do that? Only after drinking the milk tea to the bottom did Li Yan ask Wang Lin. Wang Lin put the straw down and looked at Li Yan and laughed. You are still as straight as before. Drink milk tea this speed no one can beat, it's very simple. This shopping mall is mine. On my own turf. A small property can still turn up what flower? The mall is yours? Li Yan looked around. The mall was at least tens of thousands of square meters. The degree of luxury is called the first in Yunhai. When she first came here to work, she was still a little shocked, and in her heart, she was thinking that if one day she could own a store how good it would be. And now Wang Lin is saying that he owns this mall, which is a huge joke to her. Speak properly. This joke is not funny. Li Yan glared at Wang Lin. Hey, little white wolf, I just did you justice, and now this is how you treat me? Wang Lin said half jokingly. One size does not fit all. I will naturally pay you back what I owe you. You lie, and I have to follow your mistakes? Humph. Li Yan huffed and puffed. You're still as straight and cute as ever. Ha ha ha. Wang Lin didn't get angry. Instead he laughed out loud. In this moment, it was as if he had returned to the joyful days of high school. If you keep this up, I'm going to ignore you. Li Yan gave Wang Lin a direct backhand. Wang Lin suddenly became more joyful. A trace of memories swept through his heart. Back then they were like this. Wang Lin was even more happy to tease Li Yan. Only under the excesses of these years, Wang Lin had already noticed that the originally innocent, lively and lovely Li Yan had changed a bit. Nonetheless, her body became a little bit hotter, but also had a touch more mature temperament, and also had 95 points towards the top from the whole, especially the short hair, which added to the temperament. What are you looking at? Li Yan's pretty face reddened for a moment when Wang Lin looked at her. Look at the beauty. Wang Lin said unabashedly. He wouldn't say that about ordinary people, mainly because of familiarity. Bah! When did you get so oily? Li Yan angrily glanced at Wang Lin, but the heart is more than a trace of joy. Other people say she is beautiful. She will still be angry. Wang Lin said the heart is sweet and happy. Depends on the person. I don't do that with normal people. Wang Lin said with a smirk. I'm not talking to you. I have to go to work or my boss will be on my ass later. Li Yan blushed and didn't dare to look at Wang Lin. At that time in high school, Wang Lin was the school grass. Countless girls on campus envied her position. She was also enjoying it at that time, even to the extent that she once thought that she and Wang Lin was a buddy. It wasn't until after high school that it dawned on her that she wasn't buddy at all, but rather likable. But in the way of friendship, she cannot do the other party as you are a brother. But you crave his body thing, has always kept this heart in the bottom of the heart. You don't have to go to work. Wang Lin smiled mysteriously. What? Li Yan looked at Wang Lin in disbelief. She couldn't help but have a thought in her mind. Could it be that Wang Lin was trying to take her to skip work? It was not a good thing to do, but she would take it gladly. I mean, you can sit here for a while and rest a little longer without worrying about your boss looking for you. Wang Lin said with a smile. Why? Li Yan asked in confusion. The owner of her store, LV Yuan, was known to be harsh. Li Yan. Her words had just fallen. when a familiar voice immediately came from behind her. A familiar female voice that was rather hoarse, but with a unique magnetism that made it seem as if one's ears were about to blossom. At the same time, a distinctive perfume filled the tip of his nose. Li Yan's body could not help but stiffen, turned back and looked, just to see a 30-something, wearing a long skeleton dress, dressed in a flowery woman smiling and looking at her. Boss! Li Yan panicked in her heart and immediately stood up, as stiff as a stick. She was now panicking a batch in her heart. She was enough to imagine the next instant the boss would split her head and scold her. The thought of losing face again in front of Wang Lin's eyes, her heart became extraordinarily difficult. Xiao Yener, you were here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Are you okay just now? Nu-ah, this is your favorite red bean milk tea. LV Yuan put her arm around Li Yan's shoulder affectionately and sat down in her seat with the look of a good girlfriend. Li Yan dully took the milk tea handed to her by Lu Yuan. Her head was spinning. What's going on here? Why is the boss so warm? And you're still best friends with me? Xiao Yener, are you alright just now? I can hear that the property planted evidence to frame you. Tell me who it is. I'll find him to settle the score. Lu Yuan said with an exasperated look on her face, rolling up her sleeves as if she was going to do something big. It's okay, it's all been taken care of. Wang Lin looked at Lu Yuan, who was like a playwright in front of him, and didn't show a different color. Of course he knows that Lu Yuan is doing all this to show him, and he's happy to see it. The more Lu Yuan does it, the more favorable it will be for Li Yan. He responded with a smile. You're Mr. Wang, aren't you? Thank you for helping our family Xiao Yener fight. Lu Yuan thanked him with a sincere look on her face. I should. I'm afraid boss Lu doesn't know yet. Li Yan is my high school classmate. The kind with better relationship. This is what I should do. Rather I want to thank boss Lu for helping me take care of my classmate. Waring said. Really? It's no wonder Li Yan is so good. So she's your classmate. Mr. Wang, do you think you'd like to go sit in my store? Lu Yuan looked surprised while pointing to the coffee shop not far away. No, I'm not having a cup of tea right now. Just call me with the rent bill. Waring said. Good. Lu Yuan said with a smile. The big stone in her heart was finally put down. According to the previous contract, their family was going to leave Tiandu Mall this year. She had thought she would have to go through a lot of trouble to stay here, but she hadn't expected it to be so easy and relaxing now. With some of her operations, the money was quickly transferred to Wang Lin's account, and that's when Wang Lin finished his milk tea. It's work time, so go about your business. I'm going to work too, Wang Lin said to the two of them while walking towards another store. He had to hurry up and finish the 20 stores. Slow down. Lu Yuan and Li Yan waved goodbye at the same time. Little Yener, really thank you so much. Without you, this store of ours would probably have to eat loose ends. After Wang Lin left, Lu Yuan affectionately embraced Li Yan and said gratefully, from today onwards, you are the team leader the new store manager of our store. Tonight, sis treats you to a big dinner. I have a few bottles of good red wine in my collection. Let's get drunk tonight. Lu Yuan looked very excited. Her usual cold image directly disappeared. A different person. Sister boss, you just called out Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, what exactly is his status? Li Yan froze and asked. She hadn't passed the internship period until now, but she had become a store manager in an instant. The happiness came too suddenly. She was a bit unable to react, but she was able to guess that all this must be related to Wang Lin. Don't you know? This mall is owned by Mr. Wang. Lu Yuan looked at Li Yan with a bit of surprise. Why is this girl so confused? What? This mall is really owned by Wang Lin? Li Yan was incomparably shocked as she looked at Wang Lin who was leaving in the distance. She had always thought that Wang Lin was joking with her, but she hadn't expected it to be true. It was also at this moment that she finally realized why Zhao Nang and Lu Yuan had lowered their voices so much. In her place, she could only look up when faced with such a legendary figure. This group of customers are really pigs and dogs. Can wine be drunk like this? So damn inappropriate for me to be a human being. Li Long cursed and settled the bill and walked out of the Western restaurant. Looking at the sky's clear and bright sky, he exhaled heavily. People outside look at him bright and shiny. In fact, not so. Every day in front of a group of customers just like a tortoise grandson. He walked over to the business car, and the driver immediately bumbled open the door. His whole body collapsed heavily into the back seat. Bracing himself against the heavy feeling of dizziness, he took out his cell phone and sent out the list of people who would be attending the school's anniversary celebration this time around. It's better to be a classmate. Li Long smiled. His mind echoed back to the scene of that year. The phone in his hand fell, and the whole person fell into a daze, huffing and puffing. Also at that moment, the class group was buzzing. Wang Xiaoya, you guys, look, Wang Lin even participated. Lemonade, I haven't seen him in a long time. I wonder if he's still handsome. Love House, look at your nymphomania. Lao Wang will not look at you. I have heard. Lao Wang is now into the cloud design company, but the white collar it, maybe soon will enter the company's senior management, to become a white bone spirit. Wang Xiaoya, really, old Wang is now so powerful that he is not now being pursued by many rich white beauty my chances are slim Lemon essence, come on, you don't look at what kind of person you are. Where would old Wang look at you? My family is not bad. Old Wang might choose me. I'm the most handsome under the sky, at AIAU, the elite of cloud design? How long has it been since you've seen Wang Lin? I'm afraid you don't know that Wang Lin has been fired. Now he's a homeless wretch. Lu Jun. What are you talking about? I won't allow you to talk about my old Wang. Who doesn't know? You pursued the class flower Li Yan back then, and was rejected directly by Li Yan, and has held a grudge against old Wang ever since. I am the most handsome under the sky. The matter of that year has long passed. This witch pot is not open to mention witch pot. You are afraid that you do not know. After graduating from the university, I have been a neighbor with Wang Lin for 3 years, living under the same roof. Just a short time ago, the landlord kicked him out, and I have heard from the landlord that Wang Lin has been kicked out of the company, and I'm afraid that it is now a homeless vagabond. Lu Jun. Don't spew shit here. Wang Lin, even if he came out from cloud design, with his ability, he can go to just any design company to mix up to the top level. Where would he turn into a vagabond? Nowadays in this era, people with strong ability are the most sought after. Universal, I'm the most handsome. Going to a random design company can get you to the top? Wu Jiajia, you're really simple. Do you think that Wang Lin's departure from cloud design is as simple as a dismissal? He's kicked the bucket this time. His bad deeds have already been mentioned to the head office and publicized throughout the industry. No company in the entire industry dares to take him now. He's now a complete loser. Completely finished. Wang Xiaoya, that's really tragic. I didn't expect that. He's mixed up like this now. Universal, I'm the most bullish. That's not true. Li Long doesn't know which string is out of order. The people invited to the celebration are all successful people. It's a bit of a loss of face for him, a failure, to come with us. In the classmates group chatting hot moment, Wang Lin does not know, afraid of annoying him, has long set the classmates group undisturbed. He abruptly did not know that he has become the classmates group of the most lively topic character. After a day of intense struggle, Wang Lin finally completed the task of collecting rent for the last store, and with a busy day, he once again obtained $40 million in rent. He had long since relaxed his mindset now that money was just a number. After collecting the rent, he went to the milk tea store on the 4th floor, and after ordering a cup of milk tea for brothers, he sat down on the seat and quietly waited for the rewards that descended from the system. He was very much looking forward to the prize with this one, and what riches it would bring him. Is it a car? Is it a room? Or is it a special item? Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Awarded, 80% of the shares of Huatian Gourmet Group Limited, the largest shareholder. Rewarded, top car skills. A new quest is opened, collect 50 rooms for rent, and new rewards will be given. Huatian Gourmet Group. Listening to the system's prompts, Wang Lin's eyes rippled with a different kind of luster. For the Huatian Gourmet Group, he is no stranger. Huatian Gourmet Group in the whole of China is famous, especially in Yunhai City. There is a Huatian building, where from the 1st floor to the 8th floors are all gourmet restaurants. Atmospheric and grandiose, both the service and the ingredients are of first-class standard in Yunhai City. And in large and small shopping malls, there are Huatian food, such as his Tiandu building. There is Huatian food he has tasted, especially respected. Huatian Gourmet is also spreading across the country, opening its own exclusive stores. Top-notch car skills? It's really something else. Immediately, his eyes fell on another piece of information. His heart could not help but rise a trace of strange meaning. His driver's license has been stuck in the wallet for many years. This car skills have long been deserted, which did not think of buying a car. With this move, the system is clearly trying to get him to buy a car. The thought of a cool drag race scene made his hands itch a little. Dad, your son is on the phone. As he was about to use his cell phone to check properly about the strength of Huatian Gourmet Group, his cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Lin immediately opened his cell phone. Hello, is this Mr. Wang? A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone, a soft voice that gave a feeling of gentle water. Very nice. Yes, you are? Wang Lin subconsciously replied. Hello Mr. Wang. I'm Michelle, the executive director of Huatian Gourmet. Do you have any instructions on company policy? Michelle said softly. No instructions, everything is working fine. Send me a Supreme card. Wang Lin said thoughtfully. Among the Huatian delicacies, the Supreme card was extremely rare, and the Supreme card was not only a symbol of status, but also a unique card that could reduce all expenses, meaning that meals were free. He spends a lot of time in the mall, eating his own food, so how does it make sense to pay for it? Okay, just delivering for you. Feel free to contact me if you need anything else, Michelle said softly. Okay, Waring said and hung up. 10 minutes later, Wang Lin will drink up the red bean milk tea, beautifully relied on the seat, looking at the shopping mall bright and eye-catching big chandelier. The heart is full of pleasure. This kind of life is really cozy. Da 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 da. Just then, a sudden burst of high-heeled shoes. The sound of treading on the ground came from not far away. Wowza, what a beautiful beauty. I'm afraid this body can't even be compared to a supermodel. One look and I can't even control myself. I can't move at all. This is not afraid of what star it. Not only the body first class. This looks tsk. Simply is demonic, no adjective to describe. That fox charming Danfang eyes. Simply is the best tool to hook people's heart. What are you two looking at? In front of your subjects like this? Is it nice? Mama, why is this girl so stunning? I like it too. Before Wang Lin could look in the direction the heels came from, he heard two men and two women at the neighboring table let out a shocked yell. His heart couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity. What kind of woman could make a man gawk and a woman marvel? It can't really be a star. He couldn't help but raise his head and look in the direction the heels were coming from. Upon this look, he suddenly realized that the gazes of everyone around him were focused on the arrival figure. The absolute beauty with at least 1.7 meters or so tall walked in stride, and her fiery figure was enough to make any otaku's blood run cold. The beauty is wearing a white shirt. Slightly tight shirt will be her hot body completely outlined. A package-ton skirt is more colorful. Weak-colored long legs under a black high-heeled will be her unique OL temperament completely show. Pairing it with a pair of black-framed glasses adds that unique touch that makes it stand out. The exquisite face was like the most perfect carving work from heaven. The beauty was stunning. It's fucking beautiful. Jedi has 99 cents. Wang Lin also sighed from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he also had an extra twinge of emotion. Only this kind of top big shopping mall can see this kind of beauty, right? The gazes of the surrounding group of men and women could no longer be detached from the woman, and at the same time, they couldn't help but guess for it in their hearts, what this big beautiful woman was coming to do. Buying clothes? Eating gourmet food? Milk tea? Wang Lin was not exempt from the mundane, and with it his thoughts, which he instinctively fixed on the last possibility as he watched the beautiful woman draw nearer and nearer to him. Not to be outdone, the milk tea in this house is indeed spot on, and in the plaza more substantial, more stylish tropical seating is generally women's favorite type. In this kind of afternoon, drink a cup of coffee, and then a selfie. The most wonderful. Along with the gaze, a group of men and women were envious of Wang Lin, and the beautiful woman walked in the direction of Wang Lin's position. Mr. Wang. The beautiful woman walked quickly to Wang Lin's side, and did not purchase milk tea, but stood respectfully by Wang Lin's side and softly called out, Michelle? This gentle voice is very unique, just like the gentle water. Wang Lin directly recognized. Wang Lin extraordinarily surprised. He also simply did not think that this absolute beauty is actually his subordinate, and still just phone call. I'm Michelle, Mr. Wang, and here's your Supreme card. Miyuki smiled sweetly, revealing two tiny dimples that looked exceptionally charming, while handing over a black Supreme card. Trouble you, delivering it in person. Wang Lin put the Supreme card away while looking at Miyuki in surprise. He originally thought that Miyuki would have one of his men send it to him, but he didn't think that Miyuki would send it over herself. Mr. Wang, is there anything else you need? Miyuki smiled slightly, her body bowing slightly in the manner of a full-time housekeeper. Sit, Waring said to Honey Snow. Yes, Honey Snow immediately sat down, and at the same time, her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but fixate on Wang Lin's body. As early as the beginning of her arrival, she had already investigated Wang Lin all over the place. As she investigated, all of Wang Lin's assets were also presented in front of her eyes. At first, she was very interested in the identity of this suddenly obtaining 80% of the shares of Huatian Gourmet, but as she understood, both this Tiantai shopping mall and the Tianyuan group had shocked her greatly for once. As a girl who grew up in an aristocratic family, she instantly took a full interest in Wang Lin. In her eyes Wang Lin was a mysterious figure, which was the reason for her arrival. At this moment when she heard Wang Lin ask her to sit down, a hint of anticipation rose in her. Anticipation. What is Wang Lin going to do to her? Arranging assignments? A heartfelt confession with her? Or ask her for information about waltzing gourmet? Waves of light flowed in her beautiful eyes, and her heart was filled with anticipation. She was interested in Wang Lin, a handsome-looking, successful man who owned so many industries at such a young age, and that was the best choice for her to choose a spouse. She also made it a point to wear beautiful makeup. What kind of milk tea do you like? Waring held up a side menu to Mizuki and asked, Don't worry about ordering, it's on me. Milk tea? Miyuki's smile couldn't help but freeze as she looked at Wang Lin with round eyes. What's wrong? Is it not normal to come to a milk tea store for milk tea? Or you don't like milk tea? Wang Lin asked suspiciously. No, I'm a big fan of milk tea. Red bean I think, Miyuki said softly as she smiled again. Instead, her mind was freaking out. Shouldn't you do something with such a beautiful woman like a flower in your company? Or say something? Instead, you're drinking milk tea? She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself for it. She was still excellent at keeping her breath. Or is this Wang Lin's test for her? After a moment of staring at each other, she eventually lost the battle. At the same time, she added one more to her label of Wang Lin, straight man of steel. She could clearly see what Wang Lin had in mind and really just wanted to buy her a milk tea. Heroes see the same thing. I tell you this red bean milk tea tastes very good. Not the traditional kind of sugar beans, but a unique red bean puree, with special milk tea. Very sweet. As soon as Wang Lin heard that Honey Snow also liked red bean milk tea, he immediately came into the spirit and began to talk, abruptly not noticing Honey Snow's constantly fluttering eyelids. Waiter, 2 cups of red bean milk tea. Wang Lin waved at the male waiter not far away. The waiter immediately revealed a smile while giving Wang Lin an envious look, sighing over the fact that Wang Lin had such a perfect girlfriend. Not only him, but quite a few people around him showed such expressions. Mr. Wang, you like milk tea very much? Then do you have any comments on the development of milk tea? Our group has recently been developing products regarding milk tea. Do you have any comments? Miyuki doesn't give up in terms of guidance, while at the same time giving her full attention to Wang Lin, hoping to detect something in him. Dad, your son is on the phone. Honey Snow smiled and looked at Wang Lin. At this time Wang Lin's phone suddenly rang. At the same time the unique ringtone also passed. Listening to this unique ringtone, Honey Snow's smile could not help but stiffen again. She seemed to remember that she had also called Wang Lin before this. She couldn't help but give Wang Lin a strange look. Did Wang Lin like that? The word dad. Answer the phone. Sorry. Waring apologized and spoke to Michelle, then picked up the phone. Come on, pick me up. A female voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice was more familiar and extraordinarily low, but Wang Lin could hear the disorienting flavor in it, and through the timbre, he could hear even more that the voice was from Li Yan. You? Where? Wang Lin couldn't help but feel a big headache. With his knowledge of Li Yan, this was definitely drunk. Come on, pick me up. The other end, however, came a repetitive voice. The phone is more directly hung up. Wang Lin's face cannot help but a black. He was ready to continue to dial back to go back, but saw Li Yan transmitted a location. At the same time attached, pick up me. 2 words. That little ninny. Looking at the incoming localization, Wang Lin then revealed a smile. Mr. Wang, do you need a ride? Michelle said with a smile. Good. Wang Lin thought about it. It's true that it's not easy to get a taxi at this hour. He received 2 cups of milk tea, and after handing 1 cup of milk tea to Michelle, he immediately walked towards the garage in large strides, with Michelle quickly following behind, like a secretary, with a respectful look on her face. What? That beauty is actually a secretary. My God, what a man! The instant Honey Snow moved, almost all the men's gazes moved, and one was shocked when he saw Wang Lin walking ahead of him, with Honey Snow at the back like a secretary. In what they had originally thought, Wang Lin was nothing more than a second generation, balking at a beautiful woman. A huge reversal that left them a little overwhelmed. They're all thinking, what is this man's identity? Walking down to the garage, a fiery red Ferrari lay across it, looking very shiny. Drip. Michelle's fiery red Ferrari lit up after she pulled out the car keys. Mr. Wang, have a seat. Honey Snow walked quickly toward the sports car, bending slightly to welcome Wang Lin into it. Michelle, looking at the fiery red Ferrari, Wang Lin suddenly said, what is it, Mr. Wang? Honey Snow looked at Wang Lin in surprise. Following Wang Lin's gaze, Honey Snow couldn't help but remember Wang Lin's previous phone ringing. Her face couldn't help but blush, and her heart was shocked. Secretly Wang Lin wouldn't want to be in this. I'll drive. Waring said. Ha, good. Miyuki was slightly stunned, and then, in a whirlwind, responded. While sitting on the co-pilot, her face turned red, and she knew at once that she was the one who had gotten the wrong idea, and as she looked back and looked around, she was relieved to find that Wang Lin hadn't noticed anything strange about her. Michelle, what are you thinking? Shy or not? Her mind remained mortified. She subconsciously looked over at Wang Lin, who was still fumbling. So handsome. In the dim light, Wang Lin's handsome side face was imprinted into the middle of Miyuki's eyes, and his confident smile as he maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand mesmerized Miyuki. The heart of the girl trembled. As a beautiful woman who had been pursued by all kinds of handsome men all year round, this was the first time. The attraction of money? Of course not. It should be a mysterious attraction. Boom! Just as her gaze coalesced on Wang Lin, the Ferrari roared violently. A strong sense of pushing back suddenly second line. The Ferrari roared out as if it was a raging beast, roaring towards the entrance of the passageway. No good. Honey Snow's heart trembled. She clearly remembered that this underground parking garage columns are extremely many. A little careless will hit it. She also scraped a piece of paint because of this. Wang Lin this foot throttle down. The consequences are unimaginable. She tried to reach for the handbrake to stop the sports car. Just then, the Ferrari crashed right into a stone pillar. Her heart instantly raced to her throat, and her face became extraordinarily pale. If she crashed into it, I'm afraid that the car would be destroyed. She regretted giving the car to Wang Lin. Thumbs down. Just then, the body of the Ferrari shuddered slightly, skimming right over the stone pillar and rushing towards one of the other stone pillars at an unabated speed, dodging easily every time it was about to hit the pillar. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a roar, the Ferrari sports car in the roar rushed to the garage outside, turned into a fire-red phantom, weaving in the street. From time to show only in the movie will appear in a succession of overtaking, causing a lot of vehicles to beeping, and even more came from the road angry roar. Hoo-hoo! Miyuki, who was already a fan of excitement, yelled out in excitement. She was still in a state of euphoria until the car settled down to a steady speed. Wang Lin gave her a huge surprise. She had long wanted to race like this but didn't have the skills to do so, and Wang Lin took her over the edge. Miyuki, it didn't occur to me that you would have such a crazy side. Wang Lin smiled and looked at the side of the Honey Snow. He is now also extraordinarily excited. As Honey Snow, this top car skills is really fantastic. He was also feeling it for the first time. Otherwise he wouldn't have had the unskilled situation before. Mr. Wang, you are just fantastic. Are you a racer? Miyuki blushed and exclaimed. Beautifully. Like it? Wang Lin subconsciously asked. Love it very much, Michelle said obediently. So, still want it? Wang Lin asked without even thinking. Want? Honey Snow said loudly, but just after saying it, she regretted it. She instantly reacted and couldn't help but give Wang Lin an angry look, blaming Wang Lin for bringing her into the pit. This is not a school bus to kindergarten. Boom boom boom. As she was about to faint her anger, several deafening booms came from not far away. The spacious outer ring road, a golden Lamborghini and a Porsche riveted and roared. Drag racing? Miyuki's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but sweep her gaze over to the passenger side of the two cars, both of which had hot girls sitting on the passenger side, their hot outfits extraordinarily eye-catching. Oomph! Miyuki swept her gaze over the two men, realizing that they were not on the same level as her in terms of looks or stature or in terms of aura, and she raised her head arrogantly, snorting at the two cars. The Ferrari was noticed by the two owners on arrival, and the grunt was the trigger. Boom boom boom! A roar came from the two sports cars as they roared out, scrambling into the distance. Wang Lin, however, continued to drive slowly and did not follow. Mr. Wang? Miyuki was ready to feel the speed and passion and felt puzzled by Wang Lin's lack of movement. They're operating at a more average level, so let them run for a while and we'll go later. Wang Lin said indifferently. The corner of his mouth held a hint of laughter. Has the top car skills. In the two just parked the car. He has already seen the two car skills, and he is not half a star difference. Simply not enough to fear. Aha! Miyuki nodded slightly, but her heart was not so calm. Looking ahead very nervously, estimating the distance, and the feeling of panic in her heart grew stronger. So it's a rookie, just eat dust behind us. The two racing men laughed madly as they coincidentally felt sorry for Miyuki. Following such a loser, they increased their horsepower to pull away further. After pulling away for thousands of meters, they then heard a roar from behind them. Coming! The two didn't bother with Wang Lin anymore. Their eyes fell on the chain of bends not far away. They had a dazzling light in front of their eyes. The reason why they came here was for this place known as the place of death bends, to divide the high and the low. Both of them were members of the Yunhai Sports Car Association and were not low on the rankings. They were still little known in Yunhai City racing. Because of their surnames, they are known as Lin Xiao and Zhang Xiao. Hoo-hoo! The women in the two sports cars yelled like crazy, accompanied by deafening music, making Zhang Xiao and Lin Xiao's blood boil. They had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Boom boom boom! Accompanied by the sound of roaring, the two people in unison to the throttle to the extreme, a strong sense of pushback to the roar. The two sports cars as fierce beasts like whistling out. Very distinguished on this night. Unique roaring sound resonates with the whole area, making a lot of cars avoid one after another, for fear of friction with these sports cars, become fragments, and completely die out. The Lamborghini and the Porsche sports car went into the middle of the curve at the same time, but soon there was a difference. The Lamborghini maneuvered by Zhang Xiao was clearly superior. Breaking through the corners between constant drifting. That's it. Pushing the limits. That's what I'm after. All success or failure is tonight. Zhang Xiao's eyes were filled with a thick color of madness as he continuously increased his speed, trying to break through with his limits. After them, Lin Xiao yelled angrily, taking control of the Porsche following behind the Lamborghini and trying to overtake it. But every time he went through a corner, he would slow down a little bit, especially for the one time he was almost about to hit the corner, which made him break out in a cold sweat, and he no longer dared to charge wildly. Is it possible that this time, we're going to let him win again? Lin Xiao's heart swept through a trace of unwillingness. At the same time, his heart swept through a trace of meat pain. This time the bet presented was a set of villas he had in the Royal Heart Garden. That set of villas was a generous gift given to him by his family when he turned 18 years old. Rumble. At the moment when the unwillingness in his heart climbed to the extreme, a horrible roaring sound steeply rang from his ears, and at the same time, a fiery red shadow passed by his body, and chased towards Zhang Xiao's Lamborghini crazily. Crap! How is this possible? Lin Xiao couldn't help but round his eyes with a look of a living ghost, staring dead on at the Ferrari that had rushed in front of him. For this Ferrari, how could he forget that it was the very existence that he had just mocked, and how it had now surpassed him? He's taking a corner at breakneck speed. He immediately followed the Ferrari with great horsepower, trying to overtake the Ferrari, but as he followed, he was shocked to find that the Ferrari didn't reduce its speed at all and drove through the curves at breakneck speed. That would have been a dangerous and incomparable curve, under the impact of the Ferrari, but as if walking on the ground, there is no any point of obstruction, with extreme speed toward the Lamborghini, not far from the Lamborghini. What the hell is he? Lin Xiao's heart was incomparably shocked. As far as he knew, there were only 3 people in the whole of Yunhai City who were able to corner at breakneck speeds, but each of these people wouldn't be driving ordinary Ferraris. Instead they were all top-of-the-line modified sports cars. He followed closely just to see who the driver was. Lin Xiao's car skills have improved this time. Catching up so quickly? Listening to the roar coming from the window, Zhang Xiao's mouth slightly hooked up. In the car skills he steadily pressed Lin Xiao head to head. A little bit of growth will not be his rival. That the Royal Heart Garden Villa he is determined to take. No, it doesn't sound like a Porsche. It sounds like a Ferrari. As he rounded a corner, Zhang Xiao suddenly noticed a hint of something not quite normal. A hasty glance of his afterimage on a straight stretch of road swept across the rearview mirror. Ai chow, it's the Ferrari. As he swept his gaze, a fiery red phantom scuttled across the side of his body and passed him with ease, and he cried out. He's taking a corner at breakneck speed. Zhang Xiao gazed along the Ferrari. Let him shocked things happened. The Ferrari unexpectedly did not reduce speed in the slightest in the curved road quickly, but in a few breaths, has exceeded several curves. This car skills god. Let him look dumbfounded. Playing hard to get, he blasted the gas to the max and chased after them, just to take that first place, but the gap is getting farther and farther. Wow. Honey Snow's mouth grew wide, but a gorgeous light swirled in her beautiful eyes. From waiting before, to surpassing now, she went from the initial anxiety, to the current smoothness, and her whole body seemed to be flying, climbing to the peak of her exuberance. Words can no longer describe this kind of smoothness. She wanted to scream as a way to vent her heart's pleasure, but at this extreme speed, she could only open her mouth wide instead of making a sound. But the whole thing was in a state of extreme exhilaration. Boom boom boom. At a frantic pace, the Ferrari driven by Wang Lin looked to be on the verge of taking the corner and charging down the straightaway for the win. Wang Lin jerked the steering wheel, and the fiery red Ferrari spun around and drove into another lane and disappeared, forfeiting its bid to win the championship. What's going on? Zhang Xiao looked at this scene in shock. Wang Lin could have obviously waited for them at the next intersection and won this unique race. Why did he suddenly leave? Why isn't he traveling to the finish line? Lin Xiao was also shocked. For them, the drag racing party, arriving at the finish line was the most wanted thing to do. The only way to win was to reach the finish line. Victory is mine. Victory is mine. Almost in the next instant, both of them simultaneously roared the throttle to the max and headed frantically toward the finish line. But not far before they scrambled to reach it, they slammed on the brakes in unison, the tires rubbing frantically against the ground to the point of flooding with faint sparks. Woo! Ahead of them, several police cars were parked, shining bright and eye-catching. This made their faces instantly become very ugly, and also at this moment, they knew why Wang Lin suddenly left, and they had to stop the car. In a sense, this one was their failure. Get out of the car and take a breathalyzer test. The two had just stopped the car when a traffic cop came up and looked at them coldly with a breathalyzer. Captain, one more person seems to have escaped. I'm going after him, a tall, English-faced policewoman said to a slightly older middle-aged man, and then, despite the middle-aged man's objections, drove the police car out, accompanied by the roar of the gas pedal. and instantly disappeared from view, sprinting in the direction of Wang Lin. This Yang Mei. The middle-aged man helplessly swept a glance at the departing police car. He only hoped that Yang Mimi would not get into trouble. This wild horse, he could not tame. Woohoo dash! As the Ferrari smoothed out, Michelle was finally able to call out. With her face flushed red, she was excited to the extreme at this moment. Especially when I remembered the scene of the extremely fast cornering just now. The whole person was excited to the point of bursting. This is a dream come true. You're still cute. Wang Lin smiled and looked at the side of the Honey Snow. At this moment, Honey Snow no longer high cold, but like a small child cheering. His mood at this moment is also extraordinarily surging. Just now the operation is really too cool. Wang Lin, you really are so handsome. After a moment of squealing, Miyuki moved closer and planted a kiss on Wolflin's cheek in a single touch. Wang Lin was slightly stunned. While sweeping over to Honey Snow, Miyuki's face brushed red to the extreme, and this red color spread to her neck and neck. Her whole body, paired with her stunningly beautiful face, the beauty was unbelievable. Wang Lin, who was driving the car, couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. The atmosphere in the car changed instantly, and Michelle stopped yelling and held her feet up a bit. That just happened, purely because she was so excited, and looking back on it now, she was mortified and had no idea how to end it. Woo! Just when Wang Lin thought he should do something, an elongated car honk came from behind. Not good. Wang Lin subconsciously looked into the rearview mirror. This look is to see a police car whistling. Sit tight, Waring said to Miyuki, who was on the sidelines. Boom boom boom. A low rumbling sound was presented on the Ferrari. A superb pushback feeling appeared steeply. Wang Lin maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand, and sharply headed for a curve. You can't run away. I, Main Young, am a high-class racer. Watch me catch you in the act. Yang Nini frantically stepped on the gas pedal, and the vehicle whistled out with an extremely ferocious speed, chasing in the direction of Wang Lin. Under her control, this ordinary sedan, surprisingly, rushed through the corners without the slightest obstruction, and also unfolded the extreme speed over the corners without any slightest obstruction. But the performance of her car was ultimately a step behind, and she could only watch as the fire-red phantom disappeared from view. With a low buzzing sound, it disappeared right out of her sight. Chow! Yang Nini yelled angrily as she parked her car at the last bend in the road, venting the anger in her heart. Wait, did he just take a corner at breakneck speed? Yang Nini couldn't help but think back after a half pause. You're done. I'll get you for sure. Yang Nini drove the vehicle quickly towards the unit. She wanted to drop out of the surveillance and find Wang Lin, and in her perception, there were only 3 people in the entire Yunhai city who could take a corner at extreme speed. Tick-tock. Driving in the normal streets, Wang Lin is still constantly overtaking, presenting the overtaking scene only in the movie. Although the side of the Honey Snow still looks very excited, but she did not cheer as before, for fear that she cannot control make more out of character things, then it would be too late to regret. Here we are. Are you waiting for me in the car, or are you with me? Wang Lin pulled up to a restaurant and said to Miyuki. Mr. Wang, I'm with, Michelle said with a smile. Good. The arrival of the fiery red sports car attracted a lot of attention, and as Honey Snow stepped out of the sports car, it drew a lot of gasps from men and women, especially after the scene where Wang Lin is in the lead and Honey Snow is in the back. More people began to wonder about Wang Lin's identity. Cars and beautiful women are always the center of attention. Drink. Let's keep drinking. Bottoms up on this one and 3 more. It really smells sweet. Just after walking into the store, Wang Lin heard Li Yan's familiar drunken voice. Looking at Li Yan, whose clothes were in disarray and whose entire body was lying on the ground like an octopus, Wang Lin was doubly speechless. In the midst of speechlessness and a bit of amusement, he looked around the entire box. Besides Li Yan, the boss Lu Yuan and a few other salespersons had also fallen aside and passed out from sleep. Looking at this appearance of Li Yan, cannot help but evoke a trace of his memories. In high school at that time, their class also have parties from time to time. Has always been Li Yan do not drink, until the night of high school graduation. Li Yan was shocked, alone, put down several boys, and then also like an octopus on the ground, made a lot of foreign faces, then once became the laughingstock of him. But, Wang Lin was frowning slightly as his gaze fell on Li Yan. He suddenly realized that Li Yan, who hadn't seen him for a few years, had become extraordinarily hot, and lying on the ground with her clothes in disarray. He was left with no way to get his hands on her. Mr. Wang, I'll take care of it. Seeing Li Yan's proud figure and Wang Lin's actions, a trace of displeasure swept through the heart of the Honey Snow on the side and quickly walked to Li Yan's side, then set Li Yan up. Trouble. Wang Lin was at a loss for words, and with the help of Honey Snow, he quickly brought Li Yan to the car, and follow the memory. Will Li Yan back home? Li Yan home is still extraordinarily neat. As in high school, parents are still working abroad. The home is empty. After changing Li Yan into a nightgown with the help of Miyuki, the two of them left Li Yan's house. Wang Lin drove the Ferrari, returned to the 5-star hotel, and parked the car in a side parking lot. Downstairs, Wang Lin looked at the peach-faced Michelle and made the offer. Want to come up and sit down? Sit down? Miyuki, who had regained her normal color, after hearing these words, her face reddened once again, and this redness even spread out, climbing to her neck and her whole body. That's not very nice. Honey Snow lightly opened her red lips, a tremor mixed in with her gentle water-like voice. Okay, I'm off then. See you next time. Wang Lin smiled and opened the car door before striding towards the hotel. Miyuki stared dumbfounded at the departing Wang Lin. She had just been pretending to be reserved, maintaining her image, trying to show Wang Lin that she wasn't that fragmented. How he's gone. Miyuki was scratching her head in her mind. The entire person sat dumbfounded in the sports car, staring dead at Wang Lin's back. The damn straight man of steel. After a half-dozen moments, Miyuki gritted her teeth and roared the Ferrari to life, quickly disappearing from the spot. Chewy dash. Wang Lin had just entered the presidential suite when he sneezed profusely. Who's cursing me? Wang Lin shook his head and looked in all directions, realizing that there were no figures. Then he shook his head, then began to wash up and sleep. The next day, early morning. Sleep well. When did I go home? Li Yan stretched out a big stretch, then rolled off the bed. Ugh, I'm really coming home here. Feeling the unique sensation of crashing wooden floors, Li Yan was sure that this was not a dream. My clothes? Someone changed them for me. Instinctively, she wanted to take off her coveralls and start washing up, but this touch revealed that her coveralls had long since disappeared, and she had an extra black lace nightgown. What I did last night. She quickly walked to the bathroom, looking at her enchanting self in the mirror, gradually recalling everything that happened yesterday, and vaguely, seemed to call Wang Lin. I don't suppose Wang Lin changed my clothes. Her face instantly flushed, and a hint of a different color swept through her eyes. Another great day to start collecting rent. Wang Lin woke up with a start, opened the window and looked at the sky. It was gray and cloudy today, and there was no sunshine, but that didn't stop. He was in a good mood to collect the rent. The thought of collecting rent and completing the task and getting a new reward filled him with fighting spirit. Rent collection has to be done, but the fitness schedule has to catch up. Looking in the mirror, muscle lazy self, Wang Lin cannot help but softly. Once upon a time, he also insisted on a period of time, but in laziness gradually forgotten. Now he in addition to the collection of rent and there is no other things, but also can be jerked iron added to the schedule. After recruiting room service, Wang Lin went downstairs and started the day's rent collection, which went very smoothly today, but it was over in one morning. You're picked at noon today. After walking around the 4th floor for a while, Wang Lin finally chose Huatian cuisine, for no other reason. The aroma of Huatian's food is too tempting, especially the roasted goose hanging in the display cabinet. The fragrant oil is rampant. Just looking at it makes Wang Lin's fingers move. It was already 1 o'clock at the moment, but the entrance of Huatian Gourmet store was still full of people, all of whom were standing in line. 888. 889. Please eat. The caller made a loud sound that echoed through the large space. This extraordinarily hot queue scene increased Wang Lin's appetite. He had already thought of a few delicacies in his mind, and as he looked away, he even realized that there was still a seat in the VIP area. He strides into the middle of the store. Hey, bro. He had just stepped out but a few meters when he was stopped by a man. It was a man in a suit. The man was dressed in a Versace suit with a Longines watch, and between his greasy head, he looked very spirited, but his looks were very average. The man frowned impatiently. Brother, do you know first come first served? Hurry up and get in the back of the line. His gaze swept over Wang Lin's body, and a hint of disdain swept through his eyes as he looked at Wang Lin's clothing set that was less than a few $100s. It's really a shame that this kind also wants to line up with him. It's a bunch of elitists who stand with him. Why do I have to stand in line? Wang Lin, however, laughed. What's the line for him to go into his own store? It's really ridiculous. Boy, what do you mean by that? Looking at Wang Lin's smile, a trace of anger rose in the man's heart. I'm kindly reminding you. What kind of words are you saying? Darling, ignore this guy. He looks like a poor guy who came to order a plate of food and a bowl of soup. Just let him go to the wall and he'll soon be kicked out by the staff. Beside him, the woman dressed as a flowery woman coldly swept a glance at Wang Lin, and the color of contempt in her eyes became even more intense. Also, what am I going to do with him? Really lose face? Wait for another half an hour. We'll be able to go in. Unlike him who will be kicked out and won't even be able to get a drink of water. The man smiled coldly, while a playful look appeared in his eyes. He wanted to see how Wang Lin was driven out. Huatian Gourmet, however, has a rule that you have to eat with a minimum of 2 people or spend $1,000, and this poor man doesn't even fit the bill. Both of them looked coldly at Wang Lin, who was walking towards the store. They would like to see how Wang Lin would be kicked out. What? How did he get in there? However, when they showed a playful look, they were shocked to find that Wang Lin had entered the store without any obstruction, and the waiters on both sides even revealed a bright smile. Respectful to the extreme, practically no different from an ancestor. The man and woman walked quickly toward the store, wanting to go in as well. Gentlemen, it's not your turn yet, so please be patient. The beautiful manager in professional attire walked over and said to the two with a smile, "That one just went in. Why don't you let us in?" The man said with great irritation. "Sir, please pay attention to your words. Those who have the Huatian Gourmet Supreme card are the most precious guests. Your words will affect the order of your queue. If you don't apologize out loud, you will have to queue up at the end of the line." The beautiful manager put away her smile and looked at the two coldly. "What did you say? Supreme card?" When the two heard this, their faces instantly changed greatly. Both of them came from among the small families in Yunhai City. Of course they knew what the Supreme card represented. It was their family head who couldn't have such a card. The Supreme card was a complete symbol of identity. "Sorry." The two men's faces changed greatly. At the same time they sincerely apologized to the beautiful manager and fled as if they had left the place. They took one step and turned back 3 times, afraid that Wang Lin would come back to find them in trouble. A big shot like Wang Lin was something they couldn't mess with. When they thought of their previous words, the two of them felt their cheeks burning even more. Not only did it slap them in the face, but the two of them had just behaved in a way that was clearly the most comical jumping clowns ever. It's really odd every year, but today it's especially so. Wang Lin sat on the comfortable sofa, looking at the two people outside the hasty escape, could not help but laugh lightly. He was not prepared to count with the two people. It is really a little bit of tone. "Honey, what took you so long?" When he finished his order, the waiter had just served a plate of pig's trotters when a fragrant breeze hit him, while a figure crashed into his arms. Soft jade was sent to his arms. Wang Lin subconsciously hugged it tightly. In the next instant, he frowned. What was in his arms was not Qianlu nor Lian, nor Honey Snow, but a strange woman. The woman wore a long fiery red dress with long flowing hair, diffusing a light perfume that was refreshing. The delicate features were filled with a rich color of panic, but her body was very stiff, desperately trying to avoid the contact of the key parts. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the beautiful woman and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This beauty has at least 96 points. Who are you? For the unexpected flying red face, Wang Lin of course gladly accept, especially this kind of stunning color, is rare. Still, he was more curious as to why this woman had rushed into the arms of him, a stranger, for no reason, and it was not the ordinary woman who could, enough to do something, though he knew he was handsome. "Hold me and don't talk," the woman whispered, while burying her head in Wang Lin's chest. "Channing, why are you practicing yourself so much? Rather falling into the arms of a stranger than accepting me. It's just self-indulgence." Wang Lin was about to push the woman away to find out what was going on when a cold voice came from not far away. A young man wearing a black shirt, suit pants, and clanking leather shoes stood not far away, his hands holding a bouquet of roses. The flowers were delicate, and his handsome face was filled with a thick chill. Even if you want to find a blocker, you should find a high-flying guy. You throwing yourself into the arms of a loser is obviously just too fake, the man said coldly, his gaze falling on Wang Lin's body, filled with a thick color of anger. Anyone who dared to hug his woman would not have a good ending. "Fong Chen, I'm warning you, don't be rude to my boyfriend." Chenning raised her head and angrily yelled at the man. "Boyfriend? You want to keep up the act? I'll go along with it." Fong Chen coldly looked at Wang Lin and took out a golden card from his pocket. Gold card. Surprisingly, it's a gold card from Huatian Gourmet. This kid is finished, but I have heard that this gold card is very hard to come by. Only people with honorable status can have it, and it has absolute rights. One of the rights is that it can expel a diner. Then this kid is indeed finished. It would be a pity for that table of delicacies. Looking at the way he is dressed, he must not be a rich man. Maybe he has specially prepared for a month for this day. It is really pathetic. It's a shame that this handsome man has to be thrown out instead of being thrown out and humiliated in front of his own woman. A group of people were talking after seeing the gold card that Fong Chen took out. Many people's eyes fell on Wang Lin, sighing. At the same time, there were also many people who showed envy. The gold card wasn't something that ordinary people could acquire. "Someone get him out of here." Fong Chen shook the gold card in his hand and said to a tall waiter, "Fong Chen, you've had enough." Chenning frowned and looked coldly at Fong Chen. Fong Chen simply ignored it. Still shaking the gold card in his hand, He wanted to make an example out of him and show Chening how powerful he was. At the same time, his eyes were cold, and if he dared to touch his woman, even if she was a shield, she would end up extremely miserable. Tell him to get lost, plus revoke his gold card status. This kind of person is not fit to have a gold card. Wang Lin indifferently swept a glance at Fong Chen and said to the waiter, "Ha ha ha, what did you say? Tell me to get lost? Revoking my gold card qualification. You think you're the chairman of Huatian Gourmet Group? It's really laughing me to death. You want to make my gold card qualification disappear with just one sentence? Truly the funniest joke I've heard today. Say it like it's true. Kid, let me teach you once. If you want to pretend, you have to have certain qualifications." Fong Chen laughed out loud and looked at Wang Lin with a gaze as if he was looking at a fool, while shaking the gold card in his hand. "Sir, please." The tall waiter walked over under Fong Chen's arrogant gaze and said to Fong Chen, pointing in the direction of the main door, "You've got it wrong. I'm telling him to get out. I'm a gold card holder." Fong Chen's face stiffened slightly, and he said to the waiter in a slightly angry manner, "I'm not mistaken. Please leave quickly or I'll call security, and also your gold card has been revoked." The waiter said coldly, and at the same time, his right hand pointed to the position made by Wang Lin, where there was an exquisite small sign on the wall, which was gazing at the 5 black characters of Supreme VIP seat. My god, this is actually the legendary Supreme VIP seat. Supreme VIP seat. It's the legendary seat that you can only sit on if you have the Supreme card. My god, what kind of status does this handsome guy have to have such a flashy card? I told you how he was so calm just now. So he's a real king. As the waiter's hand pointed to the small sign, some bright-eyed people immediately marveled, and many men and women had also heard about it, and they all revealed astonished gazes, before landing on Wang Lin, feeling very shocked at Wang Lin's identity. What? Supreme card holder. Fong Chen's gaze also landed on the delicate little sign. His face instantly became very ugly. As a family scion, he certainly knew what this represented. In the entire Huatian Gourmet, there were only 3 Supreme cards, each of which was held in the hands of extraordinary people, and it was no longer an ordinary membership card, but a symbol of identity. As far as he knew, not even the patriarchs of the top families in Yunhai City possessed one. What the hell is this kid? Could he really be Chen Ying's date? Fong Chen's gaze became very gloomy. If this was really the case, he could only endure the pain, and in the face of this terrifying existence, he simply did not have the slightest power to fight back, and if he was involved too much, perhaps his family would be affected. It was more than he could cope with. Please, the waiter once again said to Fong Chen. This time Fong Chen didn't have another conversation with the waiter, but fled out of the restaurant in ashes. Thank you for helping me. After Fong Chen left, Chening revealed a bright smile and said gratefully to Wang Lin. At the same time, her gaze fell on Wang Lin. She was very interested in Wang Lin. To have the Supreme card at such a young age was a bit too much for excellence. She revealed a smile. She was enough to predict that the reason why Wang Lin would make a move was because of her beauty. She would have to play her favorites to make Wang Lin addicted to her. You're welcome. You go too. Wang Lin said to Chening. What? Chen Ying's smile couldn't help but stiffen as she looked at Wang Lin incredulously. Don't interrupt my eating. Wang Lin's gaze skimmed over Chening while he picked up a pig's trotter and ate it with a savory taste. You. Chening was furious. She categorically did not think that she was less alluring than a pig's hoof in Wang Lin's eyes. Men really are all big hogs. Chening stomped her foot hatefully, glared at Wang Lin, and quickly left the restaurant. It really is a white wolf. I helped you and you still scolded me. Wang Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes while, at the same time, taking another bite of the pig's feet. These pig's feet smell so good. The incident just now was nothing more than a small episode for Wang Lin, coming to a chance encounter and chasing away a fly. The food at Huatian Gourmet is quite tasty. After using his black card for free, Wang Lin left the restaurant. Started the daily pressurization. As the saying goes, walk after meals and never get a stomachache. He went to the 3rd floor first and began to make his rounds. He accidentally discovered that Li Hui's store had begun to be renovated. Li Hui was wearing a silver and white cheongsam today. The cheongsam is printed with several small birds, which play with each other in a very animated way. In this cheongsam outlined under the Li Hui that hot body is particularly special, soft and elegant, although she is only slightly powdered, but the beauty of the thrilling. It caused many pedestrians to glance sideways, to the point that one man almost fell to the ground. Mr. Wang. After noticing Wang Lin's arrival, Li Hui smiled and greeted Wang Lin. What brand are you? After slightly marveling at Li Hui's beauty, Wang Lin set his eyes on the door header on the store, where there was a half-placed door sign. In the last negotiation, Vivian Li did not choose a good brand. Mr. Wang, I conducted a market survey and finally decided that it would be better to open a Gucci store. Li Huihui said with a smile. You do have a good eye. These days studied the luxury goods. Wang Lin of course know a lot of luxury brands. In the Tiandu Mall there is really no Gucci. This brand absolutely can be a big fire. Thanks for the compliment. Li Huihui Wenya smiled. At the same time, her gaze fell on Wang Lin. During the last negotiation, she had already seen Qianlu's focus on Wang Lin. This made her very strange. In the past, it was the first time Qianlu was so interested in a man. What's wrong? Wang Lin was at first observing the store's decoration. Then he noticed Li Huihui's bright eyes and couldn't help but ask. It's okay, Mr. Wang. Would you like something to drink? Li Huihui's heart was shocked and her pretty face was slightly red, but she quickly looked towards the fourth floor and said to Wang Lin. No, I just ate and I'm full. Wang Lin didn't notice Li Huihui's abnormality and said with a smile. You go ahead and get busy. I still have things to do. Okay, bye Mr. Wang. Li Huihui waved goodbye to Wang Lin. It's really ugly. I almost got caught. But what is it about this Mr. Wang that attracts Qianlu? He's obviously a simpleton. Gazing at Wang Lin's back, the curiosity in Li Huihui's heart became even more intense. She knew that Qianlu loved money, but was not vulgar, and was not something that ordinary men could subdue. Start exercising. You can't be so disheveled. Wang Lin made his way up to the fifth floor to the national chain Opus Gym. Movements are second to none. As he had just walked into the gym, there was a deafening blast of music that reverberated through the room, making him feel a rush of heat, and then his enthusiasm rose at the sight of the men and women who were so well built that they exploded. It's still the hottest place to be. Wang Lin's eyes swept across the field, especially for the equipment piece to stay. Watching the men and women sweating, he revealed a smile. In the past he had worked out for a while now, but gradually abandoned it because of his work. He instantly walked into the gym as a prospective guest. After some walking around, he chose the butterfly machine, which is a specialized machine for pectoral muscles and is so effective that it is bursting at the seams. From the initial normal exercise to the upgraded two-stage exercise, which strongly stimulates the pectoral muscles. This one instrument was his favorite in the past. After adjusting the weights, he sat down in his seat with anticipation to begin his workout. Kid, get out of the way. This is my spot. Just as he was about to move, a thinly built man came striding over and said viciously, I haven't finished training yet. When I do, I'll give it to you. I have 2 sets left. Just wait 10 minutes. Wang Lin said to the man, continuing to use the butterfly machine. Under one use, there was a strong pumping sensation that filled the chest, and Wang Lin couldn't help but cry out in secret that it was cool. The skinny man didn't leave, but stared at Wang Lin with an ugly face. He didn't expect Wang Lin to be so insensitive. Sir, please get out of here. At the moment when Wang Lin was ready to continue using the butterfly machine, a strong-built trainer came over and said loudly to Wang Lin, with the implication of repulsion, why should I leave here? Is this how you treat new guests? Wang Lin could not help but frown. The rules in the gym has always been first come, first served. A carrot, to carry out a cue, cannot appear in this situation. This one coach's attitude irritated him greatly. Mr. Gao Han is a VIP member of our store, with services that ordinary members can't enjoy. You can only obey unconditionally when dealing with VIP members, Coach exclaimed. When Gao Han heard this, he immediately raised his head, looking very arrogant. I see, then I'll come and get a VIP membership as well. Wang Lin responded with a smile, while his gaze fell on Gao Han's body and his hands moved again. You! Gao Han's face instantly became ugly as he coldly gazed at Wang Lin. Sir, even if you have a VIP membership, you're still not as dignified as Mr. Gao Han, Coach said loudly. Why is this? There are highs and lows among VIP members? Wang Lin asked curiously. Of course, please. The coach looked at Wang Lin with great impatience, while Gao Han on the side once again revealed a smile. What's wrong? What happened? The clamor here made a lot of people pay attention for it, but after seeing Gao Han's figure, a lot of people backed off. Of course they knew Gao Han's identity. He was the son of the Gao family in Yunhai, equivalent to nobility. At the same time, the heart murmured that this kid was miserable. Boss. Just as they turned around, they happened to see an extraordinarily fit man walking into the store. The man was wearing a tight suit, and under the outline of the tight suit, a perfect body shape was presented in the gym, causing many men and women to show envious and hot gazes. He was none other than the owner of Opus Gym, Iwabayashi. What happened? Iwabayashi asked the coach as he walked quickly to the side of the trio. Boss, Mr. Gao wanted to use the butterfly machine for his workout, but the butterfly machine is occupied, and I'm mediating to give both of them a suitable answer. The coach reported instantly. Boss Rock, long time no see, how have you been? Gao Han threw away his face of unhappiness and replaced it with a smile, saying to Rock Forest, with whom he had eaten a month ago, he could be considered a bit of a friend. Mr. Gao, it's been a long time. I've been doing quite well lately. Thanks for the concern. Iwabayashi nodded slightly at Gaohan. Then, turning to the coach, he said, you handle it well. Said, about to leave. Strong and bossy. Is that an appropriate response and attitude for your store? It's really an eye-opener. I'm afraid the closure of such a store is not far away. Just at this time, Wang Lin, who was on the side, coldly asked, what? Rockwood frowned slightly and looked over at Wang Lin. However, the moment his eyes swept towards Wang Lin, the coach had already walked quickly towards Wang Lin, blocking the line of sight. Sir, please watch your language. I have already said that I will give you the best answer I can. The coach said kindly to Wang Lin, but his face became hideous, especially the pair of eyes were filled with a thick tyrannical color, threatening Wang Lin. It was as if he would get his hands on Wang Lin and beat him up violently if he didn't cooperate. Boss Rock, I also want to get a premium VIP card. I don't know what to do. Wang Lin didn't let the trainer's threat compromise him in any way. Instead he let go of the butterfly machine and stood up, addressing Iwabayashi. Premium VIP card? Iwabayashi knew what had happened in this instant. It was obviously a special name that this coach had said because he wanted to flatter Gaohan. His gym didn't have any premium VIP cards. Mr. Wang, as he thought about how to solve this problem, his gaze also fell on Wang Lin's body in passing. And when he saw Wang Lin's appearance, his gaze jerked. The color of his face also changed. He hadn't greeted Wang Lin, but he had seen him from afar and had spent the last few days thinking about how to renew his lease with him. He only has 1 week left on his lease, but he didn't expect such a scene to happen, and he broke out in a cold sweat, especially when he recalled what Wang Lin had just said. He was even cooler in his heart. Wang Lin only needed to say one word, and he would indeed have to get the hell out of here. Sir, I've already said there is no VIP card here. Please don't talk nonsense. I think you're just here to find trouble. We're not a gym to be messed with. Get out of here quickly. As soon as the coach heard Wang Lin's words, his eyebrows couldn't help but jump. He said unkindly to Wang Lin. At this moment, he only wanted to drive this thing Wang Lin out. He couldn't let Wang Lin talk more. What are you doing standing still? Don't you understand human language? I'm telling you to get lost. How long do you want to stay here? Gaohan said coldly. His heart is set off a different kind of arrogance. This is the reality. He has the supreme power. Wang Lin, this kind of garbage can only be stepped on by his feet. Shut up, Rockwood suddenly yelled. You hear me? The boss told you to shut up and get the hell out of here. The coach was instantly delighted to hear this, and immediately shouted at Wang Lin. I fucking told you to shut the fuck up. Iwabayashi instantly became furious and slapped the coach hard on the cheek, the huge force jerking the coach over and crashing into the equipment on the side, falling in a heap. Boss, what are you doing? Did you hit the wrong person? The coach quickly climbed up from the side and looked at Rock Forest with a head of anger. Li Kuan, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. Iwabayashi coldly shouted at Li Kuan, and made a gesture to go up to whip Li Kuan. Li Kuan still wanted to speak, but when he met the unspeakable gaze of Iwabayashi he instantly knew that he was afraid that he had mentioned the iron plate, and then associated with the power behind the Iwabayashi, when the first head also rushed out of the gym without turning back. Boss Rockwood, are you mistaken here? It's clearly him who is robbing my instruments. Gaohan looked dumbfounded, and only reacted when he saw Li Kuan being kicked out of Opus, and pointed at Wang Lin and exclaimed, if you're going to kick out, kick this thing out too. Gaohan, who are you to tell me what to do in my gym? Get lost, otherwise I'll let your old man come over to lead you. Rock Forest looked at Gaohan coldly. At this moment he couldn't wait to finish Gaohan off. You! Gaohan's face stagnated. A trace of anger rose in his heart, and he was about to have a fit. But when he heard the second half of Yan Lin's sentence, he was like an absent eggplant, and he quickly walked out of the gym. The thought of what his dad looked like sent shivers down his spine. Around many men and women shocked at this scene, often come to work out. They of course know Gaohan and Li Kuan coach. One is the son of the Hai family in Yunhai, one is the gold medal coach here. Just like this was kicked out of the gym. It's really a little bit unbelievable. They couldn't help but all begin to speculate with Wang Lin's identity. What kind of background did he possess to make Rock Lin so terrified? At the same time, they also memorized Wang Lin's appearance, fearing that they too had invariably incurred this terrifying existence. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry. It's my inability to rule that makes you laugh. Iwabayashi smiled and came to Wang Lin's side, extending his hand with a smile. Mr. Wang, my name is Iwabayashi. I'm the owner of this store. Hello, Boss Rock. Wang Lin also revealed a smile. He was very satisfied with Rocklin's handling of the situation and shook Rocklin's hand. Boss Rock, just in time. I'd like to get a card. I wonder what packages you have here. Wang Lin smiled and said to Rock Forest. He was very satisfied with this gym. Not only has first-class equipment, but also has a wide heated swimming pool, very much to his liking. Mr. Wang, it's an honor to have you in my gym, and to add to the glory of Opus, here's a gold card I've had ready for you for a long time that can be used indefinitely. Iwabayashi smiled broadly as he picked up a golden card from his arms, which had the unique logo of Opus on it, making it look very chic. Thanks. Wang Lin was obliged to collect all the membership cards and, at the same time, started the training of the butterfly machine. Boss Rock, come and take a look. Is this pose I'm doing standard? Wolflin asked, turning to Rockwood. Mr. Wang, there is no problem with your movement, but you need to make some slight adjustments in the details, so that you can more perfect with the muscle tension, to achieve a better movement effect, but also to avoid strains. Iwabayashi stepped forward and began to instruct while smiling broadly. Under the guidance of Iwabayashi, Wang Lin accidentally discovered that many of his exercise methods were wrong, and that small deviations could cause his body to suffer indelible damage. The afternoon was spent in the gym, with Iwabayashi becoming his best fitness instructor, which once again shocked the group for once, especially the instructors, who were seeing Iwabayashi so hands-on for the first time. Mr. Wang, my rent is about to expire. Shall we sign the renewal contract today? At the end of the day, Iwabayashi asked with a big smile on his face to Wang Lin. There's no rush. Aren't there still a few days left? Wang Lin looked at the reminder, and after realizing that it did not appear that he could rent a room, he immediately said that his rent collection task had to reach the agreed-upon deadline in order to gain utility. Good. Rocklin laughed and escorted Wang Lin out of the gym. For the remaining days, Wang Lin lived a life of collecting rent in the morning and exercising in the afternoon. Under Iwabayashi's careful guidance, Wang Lin got rid of a lot of meat, and the contours of the muscles on his body gradually took shape. And on the 6th day, the rent also happened to expire, and after signing the contract, the group of coaches in the gym also finally knew Wang Lin's identity, and one by one, between being amazed, became a loyal licking dog. Iwabayashi also breathed a sigh of relief and began to busy himself with the branch. Under the careful teaching of the past few days, Wang Lin no longer needed Iwabayashi's teaching and could train independently. On this day, Wang Lin was working out in the gym as usual after collecting rent and eating. After a good workout, he changed into his bathing suit and began his fat loss routine. Just got out of the pool and was doing prep exercises. Ah! A cry of alarm suddenly passed from one side. Sharp yells resonated throughout the pool. Almost everyone looked at the sound in obedience, and Wang Lin's gaze was also attracted by the loud shout. As he looked up to watch, he saw a figure crashing in his direction. Chow! He only had time to scream in his mind before his entire body was slammed into the water by the sudden woman. Fuck off! Wang Lin was slapped into the water. He tried hard to push the person who pressed on him away, but the other party grabbed his body like an octopus. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free with the other party. The opponent's strength was so great that it gave him the feeling of suffocation, giving him a hint of a crisis, and if he continued like this, he would probably die. His right hand lashed out, and with better luck he grabbed a hold of a handrail and, in a violent effort, finally broke out of the water. Hoo! Wang Lin took a big breath and reddened his face before the hideous color on it quietly dissipated. What a guy! Slowed down Wang Lin then looked down. This look, but there is a head toward his head. He subconsciously to the right to let go. Dodged the past. The powerful force almost lifted him over again. With a jolt, he grabbed the woman in his arms and slapped her heavily into the water. He let go of the woman with both hands. Phew! Away from the woman. Wang Lin then breathed a sigh of relief. The power the woman had just exerted made him feel palpitations. He was really afraid of being confined by the woman again in the water. At the same time, he looked in the direction of the woman. He wanted to see what kind of lanky woman possessed that much power. There was a ripple in the water less than a meter away from him, and a figure rushed out of the water. As with him before, he turned red and took a big breath of air. Ha! When Wang Lin got a good look at the woman, he was frozen. Women weren't the big five he thought they were, and they weren't exactly King Kong Barbie. Rather, she is a woman of very explosive proportions. In other words, a woman who has grown an obedient amount of flesh, all in the right places. The face with the swim cap was even more delicate and clear, with a hint of a different kind of Englishness between the eyebrows. For the image of the woman, Wang Lin was very surprised. Just in the water that a force let him remember. According to the memory, he subconsciously looked at the woman's legs. He wanted to see what kind of legs this is, actually have such a strong power. As his gaze fell on the woman, however, he was surprised to find that her bathing suit was not quite secure, and after a quick glance, it fell once again on her legs. What are you looking at? Yang Mimi shouted angrily, glaring fiercely at Wang Lin as she was head over heels in annoyance. She just wanted to swim. but did not expect to lose her footing and fell into the pool. Into the pool even if, but also by a man in his arms, thrown directly into the water. Not only the nose choked water, and drank a lot of water. The thought of the scene just now, the anger in her heart climbed to the extreme. It was the first time since she was born that she had suffered such a loss. Coupled with the extraordinarily explosive sense of nesting in his heart after the cluelessness of the previous search for a drag race case, he exploded right into it. I'm watching Mad Dog. Wang Lin, who was already in a rage, immediately also exploded, and did not hesitate to dislike the past. He has not yet been angry. This person is even the first to complain of evil. A beautiful woman must also be disliked. What did you say? Yang Nini's entire body exploded with anger. Consistently she was the goddess in the eyes of the crowd, being esteemed by countless people. How had she ever been insulted so much? She immediately waved her fists, wanting to put Wang Lin down. I'd advise you to keep your hands to yourself. Wang Lin looked at the woman coldly and said, Are you afraid? A cold aura burst out from Yang Nini's beautiful eyes. She clenched her fists. She was not only a professional racer, but also a fighting runner-up. She had 100 ways to see Wang Lin put down, wearing looks full of holes. Once you do it, you'll hold your breath. Wang Lin swept a glance at the woman and said lightly, Yeah, let's just see if you've got what it takes. A trace of anger rose in Yang Nini's heart and went straight to her head. Her body jerked forward, about to swing a fist at Wang Lin's head. Kakaka. Just at the moment when her fist was about to be swung out, there was a series of breaks that only reached her ears, while a sense of relief appeared above her body. Ah! Yang Nini exclaimed, subconsciously retracting her fists and quickly placing her hands on her waist to prevent the shredded bathing suit from slipping. Stupid woman. Looking at the flustered Yang Nini, Wang Lin smiled coldly, then quickly left the pool, leaving behind the blushing Yang Nini with a fierce gaze. Ah! Don't let me meet you again. Let me meet you again and you're done for. The panicked Yang Nini, looking at Wang Lin's back angrily yelled. She swore in her heart that she would make Wang Lin look good. She had never suffered such a big loss, and it was in full view of all the people here. It's true that there are strange people every year, but today there are especially many. So buy a cup of milk tea to calm your nerves. Let's have a cup of red bean milk tea, the usual, plus a little ice. Wang Lin wearing clip-on drag, out of the gym, all the way to the 4th floor milk tea store. A thought of the woman just now. He cannot help but shake his head. The woman is very beautiful, but this character is really cranky. He is not blessed to enjoy it. It is best not to see it forever. After buying a cup of red bean milk tea, he went back to the hotel, ordered a massage service and fell asleep with top-notch relief from the masseuse. Ding dong, ding dong. The next day, early in the morning, he woke up to a text message alert. Who's so annoying? Wang Lin was dreaming of meeting a beauty and living an uninterrupted life when this sudden SMS alert sound made him very upset. Lan texted last night? He picked up his cell phone and realized, to his surprise, that the text message alert was coming from Liren, and he tapped right on it. Li Long, Lao Wang, don't stay up late tonight. You must remember the anniversary celebration tomorrow. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I will wait for you at the school gate. By the way, if you have a date, bring it along with you so that you can look like a successful person. If you don't have one, find a female friend to play the role of a female friend. What time is it? Wang Lin climbed up with a jolt. Looking at the text message, he remembered that today was the time of his alma mater's anniversary, and his eyes quickly swept to the clock. It's 7:30. Looking at the ticks on the clock, his heart lifted, and with a grunt he rose, and after a hurried wash, rushed downstairs. This time, he didn't go for the hotel's special car, which needed to be booked in advance, and he couldn't wait. It's broken. It's the morning rush hour and I can't get a cab. What can we do? After getting off the hotel, Wang Lin rushed to the side of the road and began to stop the car. But the car came and went. There is no vehicle to stop, even if there is a cab passing by. But also the personnel is full. This left him a bit dumbfounded, and all he could do was walk along the road, looking for cabs along the way, looking for a glimmer of opportunity. Tick-tock. Just as he was struggling to find a car without help, a car honk suddenly came from a short distance away, and a black sedan stopped beside him. Who is it? He looked at the black sedan in surprise, while his mind wondered who the owner was. The car window opened, revealing a face he would never have expected. Why you? Wang Lin's eyes widened as he looked at the beautiful woman in the limousine and exclaimed. It was no other than Yang Nini, with whom he had almost fought at the pool yesterday. Who drove the car? And it's a public embarrassment. Today's Yang Nini looks a lot higher value, not only painted a beautiful makeup, but also combed his hair into a pill head, with a white t-shirt, and denim shorts, looks very youthful and energetic, especially the pair of panda eyes, looks extraordinarily cute, is simply the characters only in the anime. Why can't it be me? Yang Mimi stared at Wang Lin with glaring eyes, fiercely staring at Wang Lin, a mouthful of shell teeth biting and rattling. Her hatred for Wang Lin reached the extreme, so much so that her eyes are still black as a panda now. Yesterday's outburst was her lifelong shame. Just yesterday, she inquired about a small portion of Waring's information. What do you want? Wang Lin frowned, with Yang Nini blocking the way. Even if a cab came along, he couldn't take it. This woman was really fierce. Of course I came over specially to drive you to Red Maple High School for the 50-year anniversary celebration. Yang Nini said seriously. How did you know I was going to the Red Maple High School 50-year anniversary celebration? Wang Lin was shocked and looked at Yang Nini vigilantly. He instinctively felt that this woman was most likely here to take revenge on him. Because we're alumni. Yang Mimi reached out and pointed to the mark on her shoulder, which was the unique emblem of Red Maple Middle School. And Li Long is my cousin. He specially asked me to pick you up, but I promised him that I would deliver you on time and on schedule. What? Dragon Li is your cousin? Wang Lin was stunned. Looking at Yang Mimi, he couldn't help but feel that the world was too small. A trace of bitterness swept through his heart. He also remembered that Li Long had once said to him today that he had a cousin who was like a flower. Although Yang Mimi's character is a little bit shrewd, but this looks and body can indeed be interpreted as a flower. He now cannot help but have a little regret. If he knew yesterday that Yang Mimi was Li Long's cousin, he did not act as a straight man of steel, but rather as a warm-hearted big brother. Get in the car. You can't stop here for more than 3 minutes, and there's only 10 minutes left before the festivities begin. Yang Nini said quickly. Good. The words have been said to this point. Wang Lin cannot refuse. Stride to the co-pilot. Fasten the seatbelt. Sit down. Yang Mimi saw Wang Lin sat down. A pair of beautiful eyes swept through a trace of triumph. Yang Mimi is a person who is vindictive. How can she let Wang Lin have a good time? The man who could harm her and get away with it in one piece had yet to be born. Boom boom boom. The modified sedan burst into life with a roar like that of a sports car. In her vigorously step on the gas pedal, the sedan as if transformed into a beast, madly rushing toward the distance. A strong sense of pushback rushed to attack. This car was specially modified to take revenge. Sedan in the hands of Yang Mimi began to crazy overtaking, as if filming a blockbuster action, constantly overtaking a car, from time to time shaking the body, although in the car, but as in the casino. Damn man, just wait until you turn white and get dizzy and vomit. Yang Mimi roared furiously in her heart. A trace of pleasure rose in her heart. Although she did not turn around to observe Wang Lin's appearance, she was enough to anticipate that Wang Lin must be tense to the point of exploding right now, his hands playfully grasping the handles on the side, and at the thought of it, the feeling of pleasure in her heart climbed to the extreme. Really a lovely woman. Wang Lin looked at Yang Mimi, who was operating at one point, and revealed a smile. He is not stupid. Of course he can see Yang Mimi's thoughts, but this point of operation for him does not have any effect. His car skills as originally belonged to the top. This level of shaking, for him, but just sitting in an ordinary car straight ahead. His eyes fell on Yang Mimi's body. Under observation, he unexpectedly found that the serious Yang Mimi had a unique charm. With the constant control of the car in the middle of her fiery body was also perfectly displayed in front of his eyes, forming a beautiful scenery line. He shook his head without regret. If Yang Mimi's character could be a little gentler, how nice it would be. It should attract a lot of people. Right now this character would only make people who approached her leave far away. Watch me take a corner at breakneck speed. Yang Mimi roared in her mind as she came to a multi-looped road, by virtue of which she was going to make Wang Lin KO directly and vomit like crazy. Boom boom boom. With the roar of the gas pedal, the vehicle rushed madly into the curves and opened up to extreme cornering speeds. The entire vehicle kept flinging itself around, and even Yang Mimi had the feeling of gagging. Done. After the vehicle passed through the curve perfectly, Yang Mimi couldn't help but shout in her heart. At the same time, she slowed down her speed and triumphantly dropped her gaze on Wang Lin. Her mouth overflowed with a trace of a different kind of smile. She wanted to see Wang Lin's difficult appearance. However, when her gaze landed on Wang Lin, her smile couldn't help but stiffen, and the original color of delight in her beautiful eyes dissipated, while her eyes rounded. Wang Lin did not have the slightest bit of difficulty, not red in the face, not jumping, the demeanor of the body, face smile, seemed very relaxed and cozy. This was really a bit inconsistent with what she had thought, and the just risen feeling of smoothness instantly dissipated, instead turning into a more raging anger swirling around in her heart. Nice ride. Worthy of a compliment. Wang Lin said with a smile, as if he were a teacher praising a student. You. Yang Mimi was furious for a moment. A mouthful of silver teeth clacked, itching to finish Wang Lin off on the spot. In her opinion, Wang Lin's praise was the greatest irony, especially with Wang Lin's teacher-like tone. It almost made her explode. Don't drive over it. Look at Laron waving at us. Wang Lin ignored Yang Mimi's devouring gaze and reached out to point to the school gate not far away. At the entrance of the school, Li Long was waving his hand hard, while reaching out and pointing to the tight parking space, signaling Yang Mimi to park her car into it. Behind Li Long stood a group of men in suits with a purse in their hands, all looking like successful people. Humph! Yang Mimi gave a heavy cold snort. Facing at Li Long's summoning, she knew that this time her revenge had failed, but she didn't let it go. She would make Wang Lin look good sooner or later. The person who offended her and still managed to get away in one piece hadn't appeared yet. Schoolgirl Yang is here. Finally. We've been waiting for a long time. 1,000 calls have come out. Worthy of being the most beautiful schoolgirl of Red Maple Middle School. Her style is still the same. But who's the man next to her? At the sight of Yang Mimi's arrival, a group of men talked about it, and their gazes fell on Yang Mimi's body, which became extraordinarily hot, especially the fiery figure, which made their gazes no longer able to move. At the same time, their gazes fell on Wang Lin, their eyes showing hostility. Schoolgirl? Wang Lin was a little surprised to look at Yang Mimi. Through a group of people to mention he also recalled, Yang Mimi should be 2 terms lower than him, in his 3rd year of high school. Indeed have heard of it, when the school flower was in the 1st year of high school, but did not think that it would be so coincidental. You kid, finally came to see. I was really afraid you'd be late. Liren walked up and punched Wang Lin in the chest, laughing and cursing. I was almost late, but it's a good thing you had the big beautiful girl pick me up. Wang Lin grinned and his gaze fell on Yang Mimi. Didn't you guys come together on a date? Li Long couldn't help but stagnate his face and gave Yang Mimi a strange look. He didn't ask Yang Mimi to pick up Wang Lin, and he didn't dare to call this witty and eccentric cousin. Brother, look, the festivities are about to begin. Why don't you hurry up and meet up with your classmates? Yang Mimi heard this, heart cannot help but a burst of anxiety. Li Long is straight. If he knows that she made things, there will certainly be a nagging. Since childhood, she is most afraid of Li Long's nagging, more annoying than her mother. She immediately pushed Li Long aside and then said, I'm going to look for my little friend as well. After saying that, he left as if he had fled. This girl, Li Long, who knew Yang Mimi well, could tell with his ass that Yang Mimi must have done something bad, but he still led Wang Lin towards the class square. The celebration was indeed about to begin, and there could be no delay. Dare I say this is just a revenge scheme? Wang Lin couldn't help but darken his face, just to say how this sister is the same as she has changed her sex. At the same time, he couldn't help but be glad with his own resistance, or else he would have to suffer now. He shook off his head and threw the thoughts out of his mind, and walked to the place of the class together with Li Long. Hey, if it isn't our class grass Wang Lin, how come he's a single dog today? It's still this good. When he had just walked to the class square, a conspiratorial voice suddenly came. Wang Lin looked along with the sound, and was seeing a greasy man looking at him with a smile on his face. The man was dressed in a suit, wearing shiny leather shoes, and with a Longines watch. He looked very high and mighty. Beside him stood a beautiful woman with a hot body and wearing a black dress, who was currently looking at Wang Lin with contempt. The woman had a disgusted look on her face. As she swept her gaze over Wang Lin, she had already seen the clothes on him, adding up to less than a few $100s. She kind of couldn't figure out how such a hot chick came to such an occasion today. Beside her, some of the women dressed up in fancy dress were thinking the same thing. This was not a modeling contest today. It was a rich man's special event. It's a disgrace to come here without money. On the contrary, those old classmates all revealed a still gentle gaze, but after remembering Wang Lin's experience, they all shook their heads in unison. Lu Jun, looking at the man, Wang Lin's gaze sunk slightly. He was certainly no stranger to this man, having been his enemy all through high school. High school at that time, the class surface although harmonious, but the inner is constantly fighting. At that time, on behalf of the Cole family children Wang Lin and to the rich family representative of Lu Jun for the party, the two did not fight, but all to Wang Lin won. Since graduation there was no interactions. He had thought that when they met again, they would be able to be more amicable, but he didn't think that this Lu Jun was still a dog who couldn't change his ways and was just as disgusting. His eyes fell on a group of classmates, and he couldn't help but feel a big headache. One by one, all of them brought their male and female friends, or their wives and husbands. Even Li Long brought a good-looking woman. Upon noticing Wang Lin looking, the woman gave a friendly smile and Wang Lin nodded in response. Isn't that so? The most pathetic thing these days is not having no money, no house, no car, but not having a date. Single dogs are really pathetic. Wrong. You all don't understand Wang Lin. He is too high-eyed to look at the average mediocre girl. Just as Lu Jun's words fell, two equally oily men behind him rose up. These two people Wang Lin is also not a stranger. One is called Li Rang, one is called Zhao Hai. In high school at that time as Lu Jun's follower. no less disgusting him. Zhao Hai finished and then looked at Li Rang. Also, maybe our Wang Lin big handsome boy has already brought his girlfriend, only to go to the restroom or go somewhere else and hasn't arrived yet. Yeah, where's your date, Wang Lin? Lu Jun heard this and laughed. His eyes quickly swept to the four directions, really looking up. The rest of the class was driven. Lu Jun, that's enough from you guys. You're all classmates. Talk properly. Li Long couldn't look away and said to Lu Jun, Brother Long, you say that as if we are mocking him? How could we do that? We're all classmates who love each other, and I've always treated him as family. Lu Jun smiled with a kind face. Maybe, Wang Lin really brought his girlfriend. That's right, Brother Long. We haven't seen each other for so long. How do you know about old Wang? Zhao Hai said. Isn't that so? Just a few days ago I saw old Wang with a beautiful woman at the Tiandu mansion. TSK, I'm afraid you guys don't know. That beautiful woman is simply a heavenly fairy. Ordinary stars and models can't even compare to her. Li Rang said. Hearing this, Lu Jun revealed a smile. His gaze fell on Wang Lin. He wanted to see Wang Lin make a fool of himself. When he was in high school, he couldn't beat Wang Lin in terms of academic looks. And now he's going to tell everyone that academic looks are secondary, and money is the key. The woman beside him was the one he smashed a lot of money to chase after, completely ravishing the existence of the whole scene, so that he has a special face. He is the star of this event. Wang Lin can only look up with him. How can a guy who doesn't even have a girlfriend compare to him? Sorry, I'm late. Just then, a silhouette walked over quickly and took Wang Lin's right arm. A group of people looked over as a stunningly beautiful woman in a long black dress smiled gently. The skin is snowy, the body is fiery, and the absolutely beautiful face is filled with a trace of unique foxy color, slightly powdered, and the beauty is unbelievable. The one who came was none other than Qian Lu, who he hadn't seen for a long time. What a beautiful woman. Many men looked over while subconsciously marveling, even Lu Jun. Qian Lu's arrival, as if adding a beautiful scenery, colorful, whether it is temperament or looks and body are top. However, in the next instant, Lu Jun's face became ugly. He had always been proud of his girlfriend's face and body, and had steadily pressed Wang Lin, but Qian Lu's appearance, but his complacency directly crushed completely, whether it is from the face value or body, or from the temperament. Qian Lu steadily pressure his girlfriend. Next to Cherub, his girlfriend is an ugly duckling. The slap in the face made him extraordinarily uncomfortable. What brings you here? Wang Lin unexpectedly looked at Qian Lu. For Qian Lu's arrival, he felt extraordinarily surprised and pleasantly surprised. Qian Lu had helped him a lot and dissolved his embarrassment. Why can't I come? Qian Lu looked at Wang Lin with a smile. Her heart was full of complacency. She had long known that Wang Lin was an alumnus. She came to the school early but didn't show up, just to give Wang Lin a surprise, and now it was also considered timely. Old Wang, when did you get together with Sister Qian? You didn't even tell me. Li Long looked at the two with wide eyes, his eyes flashing with undisguised envy. Sister? Wang Lin unexpectedly looked at Qian Lu and Li Long. How did he not know that Qian Lu also graduated from Red Maple High School? And looking at the appearance of Qian Lu and Li Long, they were not rusty. He didn't have the slightest recollection of it at all. Old Wang, look at my memory. You were a school bully back then. 2 ears do not hear things outside the window. A heart only read the holy books. For other things do not matter much. Our first year of high school at that time. Qian Lu's senior sister in the 3rd year of high school. At that time, but our school is famous for the school flower. Liren said loudly. So it is. Listening to the words of Li Long, Wang Lin gradually a little impression. When he was invested in learning, indeed did not care about the other, but for the school flower also heard. When the others heard this, they also suddenly realized that many of them had a crush on Qian Lu at that time in high school, but at that time they had only seen it from afar, and the impression was not very deep, and now that it was mentioned, that figure echoed in their minds. They all looked at Wang Lin with envy. Wang Lin had this good fortune to come together with the goddess and hold the beauty. For a moment, Wang Lin and Qian Lu became the center of attention in the room. This made all three of Lu Jun's faces look bad. They were directly left out in the cold by everyone, which was not what they wanted. What's wrong with you? You'll suffer later. If you can still laugh later, then that's the real bullseye. Lu Jun coldly swept a glance at Wang Lin. Where's Watermelon? Why didn't he come? Wang Lin said to Li Long. Watermelon, he's busy at work. He can't get away for a while. When the celebration is over and the class arranges a get-together, he'll be here then, Liren said. So, Wang Lin nodded slightly. Some companies are like this. As soon as the weekend is busy, this is the helplessness after work. But the good thing is that the dinner party later will still see. He is still more looking forward to. High school a goodbye. There have been many years. When he came from the countryside to study in the Yunhai, live in the school of friends just a few, has always been very hung up on. Hello, students. Wang Lin still wanted to continue talking. At this time, the host's loud voice came from the podium, which represented the beginning of the opening ceremony. With the host's speech, all eyes then detached from Wang Lin and Qian Lu, fell on the hosting stage. As time went by began the main agenda. First the principal speech, followed by the leaders of all parties to give a speech. Listening to these leaders, a group of people, but did not have any point of impatience, but instead, they all revealed a smile, which made them as if they were back to their student days, once again incarnated into a high school student. The memories of that period of youth are like a vivid memory that makes them linger. After the speeches by all the leaders of the first class, it was time to make donations to add to our alma mater. Old Wang, I heard that you work for Cloud Design and make millions of dollars a year. You must be donating a lot of money today. Lu Jun looked at the opportunity to come, deliberately said loudly to Wang Lin. The sound spread with the whole class. Right, Wang Lin, you are now working in a first-class design company. I have heard that the Cloud Design Company is backed by Tianyuan Group, a real leading big brother. Old Wang, as long as you work hard, you can go to the peak of life, Zhao Hai said loudly. A smile piled up on his face. His gaze fell on Wang Lin, full of playfulness. Long ago, they knew from Lu Jun that Wang Lin had been expelled, and was now a homeless poor egg. Chen Lu's infinite scenery did make Wang Lin also become the center of attention. But if everyone knew Wang Lin's real situation, it would make Wang Lin a target to be ridiculed by everyone. The higher the rise, the worse the fall would be. Old Wang, if you are rich and famous, don't forget each other. You must add fuel to your alma mater and make it glorious again, Li Rang said immediately after. His gaze filled with a thick color of playfulness. He wanted to see how Wang Lin could get off the stage. Don't worry, old Lu, how much you throw in, I'll be more than you. Wang Lin looked at Lu Jun and said indifferently, for Lu Jun's assets, he understands very well. The money he now has, completely crushed Lu Jun. He is not afraid in the slightest, and he has long wanted to give back to his alma mater. He just hasn't had the opportunity. Yeah, then I'm going to have to take my alma mater to thank you. Lu Jun smiled when he heard this. He was just waiting for this sentence from Wang Lin. He laughed coldly in his heart. Let you, Wang Lin, how resourceful, but still not under the set. I'd like to see you get off the stage later. Zhao Hai and Li Rong also laughed. They were both at this moment enough to imagine Wang Lin's embarrassed appearance later on. It would be extraordinarily wonderful. Old Wang, they three, obviously pick you. Why do you jump into the pit? Li Long listened to Wang Lin's words, immediately frowned. He also heard that Wang Lin in the Cloud Design Company to work, even if the annual salary of $1 million, minus the usual life of the expenses. Wang Lin on the body of the most but $500,000 up and down. Where can be in Lu Jun such second generation compared to this? Which if you fall into the pit, Lu Jun will certainly give Wang Lin the whole bit of stink. Brother Long, don't worry about me. I've recently made a small fortune. It's enough to cope with, and it's my honor to donate to my alma mater. I've long wanted to give a contribution to my alma mater. I just didn't have the chance. Wang Lin smiled without leaving any traces, and upon realizing that Li Long still had a look of disbelief, he added, if you don't believe me, you can ask Qian Lu. Sister, is it? Liren looked over at Qian Lu. Yes, Qian Lu nodded. Although she didn't know why Wang Lin didn't publicize her identity, but she always had to help Wang Lin along with the act. Her gaze swept towards the three Lu Jun. A hint of contempt swept through her eyes. The assets that Wang Lin now possessed, even the edges were enough to crush the three. Thank you, Mr. Qian Wang, for donating $2W to his alma mater. Thank you, Mr. Qian Feng, for donating $3W to add to his alma mater. Thank you, Mr. Lin Dalu, for donating $5W to add to his alma mater. Under the host's speech, one student walked up to the high platform and donated their love, which made the school side show their relief. The money is not much, but it can be used to paint the old school building of Red Maple Middle School simply. However, their eyes still fell on the young entrepreneurs and wealthy gentlemen. These people were the real main force. Only with their donations could Red Maple Middle School be truly renovated and a comprehensive teaching building be built, which was desperately needed by Red Maple Middle School. Dragon, it's up to you. Wang Lin felt the school's gaze and patted Li Long's shoulder. Old Wang, take advantage of the fact that it's still possible to make a change. Go with me to make a donation. The amount of donations is usually not too high right now, and there's no need for you to fight with Lu Jun. Li Long advised Wang Lin. Lung, you go ahead. Wang Lin was not at all impressed. Okay, you watch it. I'm going up. Li Long's bitter persuasion did not move, and when he heard that the amount of donations above had reached 200,000, he immediately stood up. Although he opened a company, but only a small business, a small amount of money can afford to pay. Too much. can be difficult, must also need liquidity working capital. Thank you, Mr. Li Long, for donating $30W to his alma mater. With the host's passionate speech, the room was abuzz with excitement. $30W is not much to say, but it's quite a lot, and it directly made a lot of people a little bit fidgety, and they went up and started to make donations, pushing the atmosphere of the whole room to the peak. Brother Long, you are worthy of being in business. This timing control is really something. Li Long returned to his seat, and Wang Lin immediately said with a smile, that's for sure. These years I can get up also purely because of the needle in the eye. Otherwise I can't get up in this business of foreign trade, Li Long said with a smile. He patted Wang Lin's shoulder, came closer and whispered, Old Wang, I'm telling the truth. You take advantage of the fact that it's not yet 500,000. Quickly go up. I see Lu Jun's gang of grandchildren, at least towards 1,000,000. He must have set up a hangmen banquet this time, just to avenge the revenge of you stealing his limelight back then. Brother Long, in fact, sometimes this hangmen banquet may not be a hangmen banquet, but a face-punching scene may be possible. Wang Lin smiled mysteriously. You hey! Li Long helplessly looked at Wang Lin. He knows Wang Lin has always been hard. Once the decision is made, belongs to the kind of 8 cows cannot pull back. He wanted to dissuade. I am afraid that there is no use. He could only place his eyes on Qian Lu, hoping that Qian Lu could persuade Wang Lin. Qian Lu smiled faintly at him and didn't say much, which made Li Long feel doubly helpless, so he could only watch from the side, pulling Wang Lin a hand when necessary. As time went on, more and more alumni walked up and started donating. However, in half an hour's time, the single amount had already reached 900,000. Zhao Hai and Li Rang couldn't stand it anymore. Although their family was also doing business, their assets were only in the tens of millions, and this 900,000 was already about to reach their upper limit. If they have to fight any longer, they're all going to make a fool of themselves. Jun, we'll go first, Li Zhong and Zhao Hai said to Lu Jun and walked to the podium to start making donations. Well, everything went according to plan. Lu Jun nodded slightly. Thank you, Mr. Zhao Hai, for donating $100W to his alma mater. Thank you, Mr. Li Chung, for donating $100W to his alma mater. As the host's voice rang out, the atmosphere was pushed to a new level once again. Everyone in the room looked at the two men. After all, $1 million was not a small amount anymore. The two men stood on the stage, full of red face, looking extraordinarily high and proud. Jun took care of it. The two of them smiled and looked at everyone while, at the same time, striding back to Lu Jun's side. They said to Lu Jun, well done. Lu Jun revealed a smile. Long before he came here, he had already counted Wang Lin's savings. 1 million had already reached the limit. He just wanted to make Wang Lin make a fool of himself on the podium, so that he could ride the tiger. His family is superior. Not only the assets of more than 100 million, but also has a company of its own. A few million liquidity can be called at any time. Thank you, Yellow River students, for donating $101W to your alma mater. Thank you, Standing River students, for donating $101W to your alma mater. With the passage of time, Lu Jun still didn't move, and by this time the amount had reached a huge $1.5 million. The others on this side of the class had finished their donations, and they all set their eyes on Lu Jun and Wang Lin. They all held their breaths. This amount was already quite a lot. Even in the suburbs of Yunhai City one could buy a commercial house. However, when many people's gazes fell on Wang Lin, they were filled with a teasing look. Knowing that Wang Lin had been fired, they were ready to see the joke. Old Wang, are you still not going up? Seriously, there's no need to compare with me. After all, the two of us aren't supposed to be on the same level. If you keep this up, you won't be able to pay for it. Oh, that's when it's a real disgrace. Lu Jun had already added a different smile on his cheeks at this moment. In this instant, he was already victorious. He no longer needed to disguise himself. He was also going to continue to use agitation. Just then, on the podium, came the voice of the host. Are there any more students who want to donate? In this instant, almost everyone swept their eyes towards Lu Jun. Hey! Facing the gazes thrown at him by a group of people, Lu Jun enjoyed himself immensely as he revealed a warm smile. Today is his stage. Lu Jun secretly counted in his mind. When he counted to 1 minute, he would go straight up to the stage. At that time he would be standing at the top, and that time would also be the time when Wang Lin would die without a burial place. Many people's gazes fell on Lu Jun, and they all radiated with anticipation. Lu Jun's family history is well known throughout the school. The family business is doing great. Assets of more than 100 million. Is a real tycoon. He shot. Certainly a lot. I'll do it. As Lu Jun counted to 58 in his mind, a voice came out from not far away from Lu Jun. The one who spoke was Qian Lu. Qian Lu, revealing a smile. walked towards the podium with extra elegance in full view of everyone. This woman? Lu Jun slightly frowned. He always thought that Qianlu was with Wang Lin, but did not think that in the donation was scattered. At the same time his heart swept a trace of displeasure. Qianlu's walkout is tantamount to stealing the limelight from him. What is her status? His gaze fell on Qianlu's back, and he suddenly had a sense of resemblance, as if this back seemed to have been seen somewhere, which gave him a bad feeling. Thank you, Mr. Qianlu, for donating $500 to our alma mater. Money Lu went on stage and soon the payment was made to the Red Maple Middle School's communal account. The host immediately held the amount out. Boom! The moment the amount was reported, the whole room was in an uproar. It was like a bomb that exploded. 500W was already able to purchase a commercial house in Yunhai City a little closer to the city center. Even if it was in the city center, it was still possible to purchase a single apartment. And now Cherub is just donating, which is kind of amazing. Who on earth is she and why does she have so much money? To be able to have 500W, that's richer than the average company's president. I know who she is. She's the eldest miss of the Yunhai Qian family, an existence that was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. It's no wonder she has so much money. Heavens, so she's from the Yunhai Qian family. No wonder she has so much money, but she's really beautiful. She's practically an unquestionable goddess. That's not true. I remember back then, she was Red Maple's school flower. I even had a crush on her for a while now. She was youthful and beautiful back then. So nostalgic. A group of people were talking under the stage. They all showed envious gazes. If they also possessed so much money, how good it would be. There were also many people who thought back to the scene when they were on campus. They all sighed. So it's the Qian family's eldest miss. Lu Jun, who resided on the seat, revealed a sudden realization. He had attended the banquet of the Qian family a few months ago and had taken a look at it now. And at that time he was astonished and left a little impression. The next instant, his face, however, became extraordinarily ugly. Qianlu, this amount was about to reach his upper limit and had stolen his thunder. He had originally thought that a donation of $3 million would have reached the top, but he had not expected it to reach such a point. At the same time, he was not unfamiliar with the Qian family, a family known for producing liquor, a lot tougher than the Lu family in terms of assets, an object he could not mess with. Senior sister Qianlu actually has such an identity. No wonder old Wang isn't in a hurry at all. Li Long's eyes showed a strange color. It was not difficult for him to imagine that Wang Lin must have found a chance to get rich with Qianlu's relationship. His brain was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to find business opportunities on Qianlu's relationship. Mr. Money Lu, is there anything you'd like to say to the group? The host was also extraordinarily excited and smiled as he asked for Money Lu. I would like to say to all of you that unity is strength, and as long as we work together, Red Maple High School will go farther and change for the better. It will also produce more talented people to add to Red Maple, Chandru said with a smile. Snap! After Qianlu finished speaking, everyone applauded excitedly. The reason why they would return to Red Maple Middle School today was to make their alma mater even more prosperous. What Qianlu said was indeed very right. Unity is strength. Don't forget the original intention, and you'll always get it. Chandra quickly returned to her seat. When they saw Qianlu holding Wang Lin's arm, many men cast murderous glances, itching to duel with Wang Lin on the spot. In just now they all rose up to pursue, but they didn't think that the goddess had been preempted. Look at you. You're really charismatic. I don't even dare to stand with you anymore, for fear that they'll kill me with their eyes. Faced with the gazes of these people, Wang Lin was a bit speechless, while jokingly talking to Qianlu. And have you ever submitted to my garnet? Qianlu smiled daintily and looked straight at Wang Lin. You guess. Wang Lin smiled, but did not look directly at Qianlu. Today's Qianlu was really a bit glamorous. He was really afraid that he could not control it. Cluck cluck cluck. Chandra smiled and looked very happy. It was a winning smile. Anyone else want to make a donation? The host asked loudly, sweeping his eyes across the room in this moment, just to be able to have one of these dirtbags. Under the sweep of his gaze, many people subconsciously misplaced their eyes. Finally the host's eyes fell on Lu Jun. Me. Lu Jun stood up with a big smile on his face. He strides toward the high platform. In this instant, everyone's eyes fell on top of Lu Jun's body, and Lu Jun was like the stars wearing the moon, appearing extraordinarily dazzling and eye-catching. The people present, their hearts all rose with a touch of different expectation. They were all guessing the amount of money donated with Lu Jun. Whether or not, Lu Jun's donation this time will climb the amount to the extreme. Lu Jun walked slowly and finally walked to the podium. In full view of everyone, he took out his cell phone and started transferring money. He gritted his teeth and directly clicked the confirmation button. Thank you, Mr. Lu Jun, for donating 800W to his alma mater. Boom! If only Cherub had just bombed. Lu Jun's current amount is a blasted thunderbolt. It made the room explode and everyone was shocked. The amount was a sum they couldn't reach even if they struggled for most of their lives. My god. It's 800W. It's really trenchant. To go out and be so expansive. It's simply my idol. This is definitely today's king. It's amazing. Worthy of being a famous and successful person. This casual donation has reached a level that we can't match. Jun is mighty. Please accept my knee. It's really so handsome. It's simply the most powerful man in the school. Jun is mighty. Simply a model of successful people. I feel proud of my alma mater for you. A group of people shouted with excitement. This one amount has reached a point they cannot imagine. 800W can already buy a small area of commercial housing in the city center. Even the school leaders were moved by the good news that, with the donations of all the people before, they were now able to build an ordinary school building. They all nodded their heads. A student like Lu Jun, who could think about the school, was truly a pillar of strength. Mr. Lu Jun, do you have something to say to your classmates? The host looked at Lu Jun with excitement and said loudly. Okay. Lu Jun nodded slightly and took the microphone. Hello everyone. I'm Lu Jun from Hongtian Real Estate. Lu Jun smiled and said to everyone. For a crowd of reaction he very much like. This kind of starry-eyed feeling. Let him feel that today he is the protagonist. He very much enjoy this feeling. His gaze swept over everyone. You may think that the amount of my donation is huge, but it's not. It's a token of my devotion to my alma mater. To make an effort in order to make my alma mater prosperous and better. It's something that I, a Redfern man, should do, just as everyone else is doing, except that everyone doesn't dedicate in quite the same way, and that's the way that I'm dedicating it, though, I am not the strongest when it comes to my love for my alma mater, and there is another student who will contribute an amount that I can hardly match to make Red Maple a better place. Lu Jun said loudly. What? There are still donations to be made. The amount will be difficult for even Lu Jun to match. Who is this? There is such a strong person in our school? Who is he? My god. What kind of amount will that be? Lu Jun, but he donated 800W. He's going to be more than Lu Jun. That's how much. Upon hearing Lu Jun's words, the entire room boiled over. They were incomparably shocked while their eyes swept across the room, trying to spot such a trenchant person. Even the school leaders were startled. Their gazes swept across the room, also trying to spot the person Lu Jun was talking about. But when their gazes swept across everyone, they frowned. Amongst the information they knew, there was no one who could possess such strength. It puzzled them. Who the hell is this guy? Old Wang. He's punking you. Don't take any chances. When Li Long heard this, his face sank. He originally thought that Li Long would be concerned about his classmates and wouldn't go too far. Apparently he thought too much. Lu Jun is clearly trying to push Wang Lin into a corner. He muttered in a low voice and admonished Wang Lin. After everyone's eyes swept across the room and there was no result, they looked at Lu Jun in unison. At this moment, they all wanted to know who Lu Jun was talking about. He's my good friend and classmate, Mr. Wang Lin. Lu Jun pointed with his right hand to where Wang Lin was. Following the direction of Lu Jun's finger, everyone's gazes turned toward Wang Lin's direction, and their gazes landed on Wang Lin's body. It's him. Who? You know him? That's not true. I'm afraid you guys don't know his identity. He's the most famous school bully in Red Maple Middle School, the one who got admitted to Tsinghua University as a senior student. He was the pride of our school back then, directly on Yunhai TV. So it's him. He was a famous top student in Yunhai City that year, and our Red Maple Middle School was kind of on fire that year. He's really cool. It's only been a few years and he's actually made so much money. It's true that knowledge is power. My teacher didn't lie to me. Told you how he was so familiar. No wonder he was able to hold a beautiful woman. It's really the pinnacle of life. I must make sure my son also study hard and improve every day towards a better direction. He's the goal. When a group of people's gazes landed on Wang Lin, everyone shook. They couldn't help but remember Wang Lin's past. And under a group of people's words, all of the teachers got excited. Now that's a true paragon. Wang Lin, I'll see how you fall into the abyss. Lu Jun gazed coldly at Wang Lin body. For a crowd of evaluation feel very joyful. No Wang Lin economic level of him. Wang Lin is now but a swollen face. There is no such economy. He is going to watch Wang Lin fall into hell from heaven. After waiting for so long, we've finally come to the moment of truth. Let's see how you face it. Our top student, Zhao Hai and Li Rong's eyes showed a cold look, and the joy in their hearts climbed to the extreme. From their high school days until now, they all wanted to step on Wang Lin, and now was the perfect time to do it. So it's just a poor scholar, also really no forced number. No money, also want to pretend to be a grandpa. Later have a good time. Lu Jun's female companion's gaze was cold and disdainful. Wang Lin, he's finished. Everyone in senior class 6 had such a thought swept through their minds. They all know the fact that Wang Lin has been sacked. Although this move by Lu Jun was over the top, they couldn't block it. They could only sigh slightly in their hearts. You can only blame Wang Lin for having to go against Lu Jun. If he had bowed down earlier, there would not have been such a scene. Woof! Although Li Long had long guessed that Lu Jun would dig a pit for Wang Lin, he did not expect that it would be dug so deep and so vicious. He clenched his fists hard and said to Wang Lin, "It's okay, I'll be right there." Wang Lin said softly with Li Long. At the same time a smile appeared on his face, looking extraordinarily gentle, as if everything was under control. He walked towards the high platform in full view of everyone, and at this moment, Lu Jun also happened to brush shoulders with him. "Woof, be sure to let me wait and see." Lu Jun lowered his voice and said, "Sure." Wang Lin responded with a grin. "Let's see how long you can laugh." Lu Jun coldly smiled, dead to the end but also hardened. "I will see you harden to when." He swept a glance at Wang Lin and walked towards the seat. Jun. Mighty. Jun. Bullseye. Jun. Invincible. Lu Jun just sat on the seat. Was praised by a group of people. Praise? Some students cannot wait to kneel and lick with him. Living free licking dog look. Lu Jun was extraordinarily flattered by this, but his eyes were still focused on the podium. He wanted to see how Wang Lin fell into the abyss. The moment Wang Lin stepped onto the podium, everyone held their breath and listened quietly, unwilling to let go of any piece of information. In a flash, the entire campus. The crows are silent and you can hear a pin drop. The host looked at Wang Lin with a big smile. He was looking forward to the amount of Wang Lin. For Wang Lin he is also more familiar with. In the history of the Red Maple Middle School, only Wang Lin became the top student, which has always been the pride of the Red Maple Middle School. Many of the school leaders present were full of anticipation of what surprises this top student from Red Maple would bring to them. Wang Lin, I didn't expect you to have such prestige, but the more prestige you have, the more you will also fall, the harder you will fall. Lu Jun eyes with a smile, looking at Wang Lin. He looked forward to this moment has been a long time. He would like to see how Wang Lin's swollen face, this donation, is to be carried out on site. There is no room for a little false. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Lin. I actually didn't bring any cash with me today. At the same time I didn't think about transferring money. Wang Lin did not directly transfer money or stuff cash as the general public, but took the microphone and said to everyone. His words had not yet finished, but the whole room was in an uproar. What? You don't have any money? What are you doing on stage? How can it be? I have heard that he has joined the cloud design company and will soon be promoted to deputy manager. With an annual salary of millions, how can he not have any money? It's really ironic. He took glory from Red Maple to the world, and now he doesn't get a penny for it. What kind of person? If you don't want to pay, don't go on the stage. Don't embarrass yourself up there. Or the top student who walked out of Red Maple. This kind of person is morally corrupt. He doesn't deserve to be called a Red Maple person at all. And Red Maple doesn't need this kind of scum. It's our shame. Quite a few people heard this and shouted, especially Li Ling and Zhao Hai, who shouted the loudest. The two of them had been waiting for this moment for a long time. They wanted to see how Wang Lin would step down. Many people were brought up to speed by the two. They all shouted angrily. Many of them, even if they are not doing well, they have taken out 10W to aid their alma mater. And Wang Lin is obviously rich, but not out of the pennies, which is a bit unreasonable. Li Long opened his mouth to help Wang Lin, but Wang Lin's words prevented him from opening his mouth at all. Quiet everyone. I'm not done talking. It's not that I'm not donating money to my alma mater, but I'm giving back to Red Maple in a different way. Waring raised the microphone and said loudly. His loud and clear voice resounded with the entire area. Under this voice, the sound of coaxing gradually dissipated. It was in this instant that many of the school leaders' faces looked better. More people looked at Wang Lin curiously. They all wanted to see what Wang Lin was up to. Whether it was or not, Wang Lin still had a lot of prestige as the first scholar of Red Maple. And when it came to Red Maple over the years, they thought of Wang Lin first. That's a lot of trust in Wang Lin. Let's see you make it up. Lu Jun looked at it coldly, but his heart set off a wave of joy. This was exactly according to his plan. The show is about to begin. As a Redfern, I feel deeply proud of Redfern. Not only is it a place where we make memories, but it's also my spiritual support. I think of Redfern every time I can't support myself. She gives me so much inspiration and motivation. In other words, she is my mother and I love her too much to pour out here. Everyone should know that I'm the top student who came out of Red Maple, and I'm the pride of Red Maple, and now that I've become successful, I want to give back to Red Maple, so I've decided to donate a comprehensive teaching building. Waring's voice rang out across the room. The school leaders froze, the students in the room froze, and the presenter froze. Everyone's eyes rounded. They hadn't even expected Wang Lin to give Red Maple feedback in this way. That's really the best way to go about it. 2. Snap. The hosts became excited once again and applauded at the same time. Snap! With him leading the way, everyone in the entire Red Maple applauded enthusiastically. They all got excited. What Lu Jun brought them was only a material shock, while what Wang Lin brought them was deep thoughts. Deep thoughts with how to give back to your alma mater. The material pleasures that come with it are only fleeting and in other ways permanent. The school leaders were also excited, even to the point that several people directly stood up. Red Maple is now the most lack of a comprehensive teaching building. Now Wang Lin's behavior is tantamount to timely rain, so that they are overjoyed. This is the Red Maple's most wanted items, worthy of being the top student who walked out of Red Maple. This idea is really not something we could have predicted. It's really dominating and I feel proud to have an alumnus like you. Wooflin is awesome. I'm proud of you. Worthy of being a school bully out of Red Maple, and only a school bully knows best what Red Maple lacks. We must be proud of Wang Lin in the future, and add bricks and mortar to Red Maple. A group of people shouted in excitement. This prestige directly made Wang Lin's aura climb to the extreme, completely surpassing Lu Jun. Although all the gazes fell in the same direction, no one looked at Lu Jun, completely ignoring Lu Jun. This caused all three of Lu Jun's faces to turn ugly. This action of theirs, instead of making Wang Lin fall into the abyss, it also caused Wang Lin to rush up to the altar. Who knows if he has the money? Maybe it's just a punch in the face. Who wouldn't? Zhao Hai only felt that his heart was suffocating to the point of exploding as he spoke coldly, his voice reaching the ears of many people. Right. Who knows if it's real or not? Many people were stunned. It wasn't as if this kind of scam hadn't been in the news before. And this a comprehensive teaching building is not to low funds. Just as the ordinary school building cover-up all need 20 million toward the top. Not to mention this comprehensive teaching building, not ordinary people can spend. I guarantee you, Wang Lin, he can definitely do it. Li Long was the first to stand up. He is now very excited. In high school at that time he had said with Wang Lin, when later rich must give Red Maple to build a comprehensive teaching building. He did not do, but Wang Lin did. Li Long's voice was exceptionally loud, and everyone looked at Li Long. Li Long, you only own a foreign trade company with a value of millions. How are you going to vouch for him? Zhao Hai said coldly. You. Li Long glared at Zhao Hai as he swept his gaze across the room, trying to seek out someone willing to vouch for him. But as his gaze swept, no one met his eyes. After all, guarantees were no joke, and they might get hitched themselves, and they didn't want to take that chance. Zhao Hai and the three of them all sneered as they watched this scene. They wanted to see how Wang Lin would step down. I'm willing to vouch for that too. Qian Lu smiled and stood up. She waved her hand gently with some otherworldly charm. When they saw that Qian Lu was also willing to vouch for him, many people believed Wang Lin, and the prestige of the Qian family was not low. I believe in Wangling. I believe in Wang Lin too. After Qian Lu spoke, a number of people on the side of the school leaders came forward, and with the authoritative certification, everyone believed it. This scene, really a little out of Lu Jun three people's expectations, which makes their faces become particularly ugly. They want to continue to denigrate, but also know that it cannot work, can only close their mouths on the way to sulk. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Lin walked off the podium and returned to his seat. Old Wang, you're still hiding really deep. You've actually accomplished the dream I had back then. Li Long excitedly patted Wang Lin on the shoulder. Surprise, surprise, surprise? Wang Lin smiled and Li Long said, this is indeed a long time to plan. Talk about money is really vulgar. He now has enough money. Of course, need to enhance the surprise, surprise. Liren shouted with great joy. Wang Lin swept over the Lu Jun trio between his words, intentionally or unintentionally, and Lu Jun's trio's faces became very ugly, but they were forced to show a smiling face. It was a great relief to see Li Long. This slap in the face was just too good. After Wang Lin, no more donations. Wang Lin and the school left contact information, a simple agreement, in tomorrow afternoon to discuss the specific agenda. After that, the hosts enthusiastically began their stage, and after some high school students and teachers delivered their performances, it was time for the closing ceremony. After the closing ceremony, all alumni left Red Maple High School. Everyone, dinner is booked with Huatian Gourmet. Splendid hall. We'll see you later. We can say goodbye today. No family members. We'll get drunk. Liren spoke to everyone and then walked to the parking lot. Not bringing family members was supposed to be discussed, and no one had a problem with it, but it caught Wang Lin off guard. Woof, Lin, I still have something to do. I'll go first. Qian Lu, who is already a human being, found an excuse and left, leaving Wang Lin with a favor so that Wang Lin could pay it back later. After waving goodbye, Wang Lin got into Li Long's business car. Together they arrived at Huatian Gourmet under the leadership of Li Long. Just walked to the box. But the two found that there were already quite a few people in the box, mostly those who didn't go to the celebration, but also a small number of those who participated in the celebration at a faster pace, which included Lu Jun's trio. I say, Brother Lung, isn't this wine a bit low grade? As Li Long enthusiastically greeted a group of people, Lu Jun suddenly said to Li Long, pointing to the wine on the table. Low grade? Li Long frowned at Lu Jun. In order to take care of the girls and his own stomach, he didn't purchase white wine this time, but instead served red wine from Lafayette Rothschild estate. Each bottle was around 1,000 RMB, which was more than enough for an ordinary class reunion. And with this specification, it's fine to entertain foreign guests. This was also to highlight his current trenchant spirit and let a group of classmates praise it, but he did not expect to be spoken of in such a way by Lu Jun. Of course, this is just ordinary Lafayette. We have been drinking Chateau Lafayette Dry Red. These two wines, both from the same estate, but from the taste and color, there is a world of difference. Lu Jun took the bottle of wine and held it to the light, shining it, and said, "You can bring your own booze if you think it's cheap." Liren said, "Chateau Lafayette Rothschild Dry Red he certainly knows. Both taste and color is indeed better than this ordinary Lafayette, but the price is more than 10,000 a bottle. He cannot afford to spend. This can be had." Lu Jun responded with a smile. He was waiting for this sentence from Li Long. On the previous donation, he was losing. On this meal, he had to get his face back, to have all his classmates pay him compliments. He didn't know where Wang Lin had gotten that much money, but in the present, when Wang Lin didn't have much money left, he would have to step up to the plate. And, with this one party costing no more than 100,000 or so dollars in wine left and right, he could afford it. His gaze especially landed on Wang Lin's body, full of provocation. For Wang Lin to donate a teaching building, he felt very surprised, but he also had a guess in his heart. I'm afraid that all of this is greatly associated with the Yunhai Qian family, and now that Qian Lu is not there, how can Wang Lin be cross with him? Waiter! Lu Jun opened the door to the box and called out to the outside, "Coming, sir." Immediately two beautiful waitresses in Cheongsams came up. Two people look extremely similar. Is a pair of sisters? According to the score at least 90 towards the top, especially the snow-white long legs, but also increased the beauty. Looking at the two beautiful waiters, a lot of people present looked over, the men's eyes with color. The women were envious. Their hearts were marveling. This grand hotel is really different. The waiters' face value are enough to crush all their girls. Give me 10 bottles of Chateau Lafayette Rothschild Dry Red. Lu Jun waved his hand atmospherically. Yes, just a moment. I'll go get it ready for you. The slightly older beautiful waitress said with a big smile while walking quickly towards the counter. Sir, would you like white tea or Iron Goddess of Mercy? Another beautiful waitress walked into the box and asked Lu Jun. Iron Goddess of Mercy. 1 cup for each. Lu Jun said with a big smile, said his eyes swept to all the people, his eyes with the color of condescension, as if to say, see, follow me to have meat to eat. Jun is mighty. Follow the military brother. Really can broaden the horizons. Not only this drink is not the same, and enjoy the service are never before. Brother Jun, bully, is your company still short of people? Take me to mix one. I'll do it even if I'm a security guard. It's really honorable to follow Brother Jun. A group of classmates, at once, let out compliments. One by one, their gazes fell on Lu Jun, itching to become a faithful dog. This look Li Long face black. Today's banquet is organized by him, but also spent tens of thousands of dollars. A group of students instead of complimenting him, but go to compliment Lu Jun, which makes him extraordinarily upset. Lu Jun's clamor is really a bit shameful to him. But for this noble red wine, he does not want to spend, but also can only secretly sulk. After the beautiful waitress had brewed Iron Goddess of Mercy for each of them, the smug look on Lu Jun's face grew even more. Squeak! Just then, the door pushed open, accompanied by an aromatic wind sweeping across the face. A stunningly beautiful figure walked into the box, a light blue long skirt fluttering with the wind, slightly dancing. This wide long skirt did not cover her concave and convex figure, such as a waterfall of long hair scattered with the shoulders. Wearing a sky blue fisherman's hat, delicate features and the slightly powdered under, became extraordinarily stunning, and that light smile, let a person such as a fresh breeze. What is more rare and valuable is when it belongs to that unique temperament that makes people's eyes light up, not to mention the rest. This face value alone is at least 95 or above. The woman's appearance immediately compared the Cheongsam beauty. The Cheongsam beauty waitress also brightened up and subconsciously exclaimed, "So beautiful. Li Yan, you're here. TSK. Worthy of being the class flower. Li Yan, you really are too beautiful. Ji Mei, I love you yo. Wowza. Li Yan, how do you take care of yourself? Why are you so beautiful? Compared to you, I've become a yellow face. Quickly teach me. I want to be as beautiful as you. Looking at Li Yan came. A group of girls can no longer sit still. Are the same age. They all become an big mother. Only Li Yan is still beautiful young lady. Together will Li Yan surrounded. It made Li Yan as radiant as a princess with all the stars. Li Yan. Lu Jun looked at the arrival of the class flower. His eyes could not help but brighten up. In high school days he had now chased Li Yan. In his impression, at that time Li Yan extraordinarily pure, has always existed in his memory. He, however, did not expect that when they met again, Li Yan was beautiful to such an extent. A pair that was simply worlds apart compared to his previous girlfriend that he had chased after heavily. Even with Qian Lu, it's a split decision. He now wants to kick the crap out of that money-loving girlfriend. His gaze couldn't help but become fiery. Li Yan, how did she become so beautiful? Li Long couldn't help but praise this as he watched. Why? Is Brother Long interested? I'll help you make a match. Wang Lin couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. Old Wang. What nonsense. Ah shucks. Li Yan counts as my cousin. You. Li Long glared at Wang Lin. You have this relationship. How did I not know? Wang Lin looked at Li Long in surprise and then at Li Yan, who noticed Wang Lin's gaze and revealed a sweet smile. I also only found out after graduation. At the graduation banquet. You say this world coincidence. Old Wang. I tell you, although Li Yan is beautiful, but you don't mess around, or else Qian Lu senior sister's side can't forgive you. Li Long said, reminding Wang Lin in a low voice. What were you thinking? Ah shucks. Wang Lin said in the tone of Liren's voice, causing Liren to laugh as well. He still had a good feeling about Li Yan, but at Li Long's reminder, he looked at Li Yan in particular. He realized that since Li Yan became the store manager, her whole temperament had changed, and with a lot of effort under her makeup, she did look gorgeous. By the way, Watermelon, why haven't you come yet? Wang Lin asked to Liren. Li Long picked up his cell phone and shook it helplessly. He sent me a text message. He's receiving clients and can't come. Okay. Wang Lin responded helplessly. Tell you what, in a couple of days, when we have time to get together on our own, call him. A word about it. Li Long nodded. If that kid still doesn't know better, I'll tie him up. But that Watermelon kid isn't easy. He's about to get married and is running around for the dowry money as well as the down payment money. The Watermelon is also tired. And when the time comes, I'll treat you to drinks and meat, followed by horse-killing chicken. Wang Lin said with a smile. Hey, it's still your boy who's on the ball. Liren said with a smile. Waiter, why isn't the wine up yet? Lu Jun smiled and greeted Li Yan before urging the waiter. The time has come to show his strength. Sir, we only have 3 bottles of Chateau Lafite Rothschild Dry Red here at the moment, and they are being transferred. The beautiful waitress arrived with an apologetic look on her face. Let's start with 3 bottles. Then, Lu Jun said to the waiter, and then looked at all the students. Let's begin. A group of people have long been impatient. Want to taste the 10,000 yuan a bottle of red wine? What flavor? Immediately in place. They have searched on the internet. This red wine is very unusual. Miss, this village will not have this store. After the waiter poured red wine for everyone, Lu Jun raised his glass high. Let's drink a toast together for today's encounter, and for old Wang's evening with a rich woman. Lu Jun. What do you mean? Li Long immediately pulled down his smile and looked at Lu Jun coldly. This joke was not funny. The others looked at Lu Jun with a bit of discomfort. This sentence really shouldn't have been said. Look at my excitement. I said the wrong thing. I'll punish myself with a drink. Lu Jun picked up his glass and just took a sip. Seeing this, Li Long is not good to say again. After all, they are all classmates. The others also nodded slightly. Is considered to recognize Lu Jun. Cheers everyone. Lu Jun raised his cup again, his gaze falling on Li Yan in particular. What he did just now was for Li Yan. He who had pursued Li Yan of course knew that Li Yan had once liked Wang Lin, and if he wanted to pursue Li Yan again, he had to get rid of this problem of Wang Lin. As expected, after Lu Jun spoke his words, Li Yan's once again looked at Wang Lin with a slightly darkened gaze. It made his heart snicker. Old Wang, come and tell us how you hit on Sister Qian Lu? Zhao Hai raised his glass and said to Wang Lin, with Lu Jun playing the head of the line. The others did not care about this. They all set their eyes on Wang Lin's body. For Wang Lin to be able to get on Qian Lu's line, they looked extraordinarily envious. Wouldn't it be nice if they could find this pretty and rich little rich girl too? All ears were now perked up to hear Waring's experience. Even Li Long also perked up his ears. He also felt very curious about Wang Lin being able to be with Qian Lu. What he wanted to know more was how Wang Lin got so much money through Qian Lu. What kind of business did he do? Only Li Yan froze looking at Wang Lin. She knows Wang Lin's strength. In her original thought, Wang Lin, this is to find a girlfriend. Now it seems to be not so. Do you believe me when I say that she came of her own accord? Wang Lin indifferently swept a glance at Zhao Hai and said, "Unbelievable. Old Wang. Can you be nice? Just your little shit. Who doesn't know? Talk nicely and we'll still be friends." Zhao Hai and the others laughed coldly, their eyes filled with a strong look of contempt. "What are you guys babbling about? Lao Wang is obviously by virtue of his own ability. Don't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. Unlike some people, who are still chewing on the old man when they are so old," Li Long said irritably. Old Wang must have chased after Sister Qian Lu because of his own ability, and Sister Qian Lu must have had dealings with Old Wang's cloud design company. Cloud design company? Brother Long, I'm afraid you still don't know that Wang Lin has been fired from cloud design, right? Li Rang said. What nonsense. How could Old Wang be fired from cloud design? Old Wang, you talked to them. You weren't fired, Li Long said incredulously. At the same time his gaze fell on a group of people. After realizing that a group of people were nodding their heads, his voice gradually became quite small, and finally his gaze fell on Wang Lin's body. Yes, I did get fired. Facing Li Long's puzzled gaze, Wang Lin nodded in response. Brother Long, you hear that? This isn't us talking nonsense. This is Old Wang himself admitting it. Li rang out. How? Li Long's face changed slightly. In his opinion, Wang Lin is the top man. Not at all because of the woman to have today. This appeared as seen as really a little bit let him caught off guard. Difficult to accept. Even if Qian Lu was beautiful and excellent, Wang Lin's identity is not good to hear. Lung, don't be surprised. And don't think too much about it. I'm certainly not the kind of person you think I am. But a little something happened to create the person I am now. Wang Lin said to Li Long. Yes? When Li Long heard this, his face only slightly slowed down. He trusted Wang Lin. Really? Old Wang? What have you been through that you have the money to build a comprehensive teaching building and still have Sister Qian Lu dying for you? That's something to teach us. It must be a thrilling story. Lu Jun asked with feigned curiosity. He would like to see how Wang Lin pretends to go on. He has already seen through Wang Lin. It is obvious that he has hitched a ride on Qian Lu and gained the strong support of the Qian family, which has led to the current scene. To put it bluntly, it is a soft meal. He wants Li Yin to know how incompetent Wang Lin is now. He's the right match for Li Yin. It also lets everyone know that this so-called Wang Lin is nothing but a soft-eating gigolo. A piece of shit that can't compete with him. Yes, Old Wolf, tell us what you've been through to make you have so much wealth. Tell me, Old Wang. You do not see us now glamorous. In fact, living is not comfortable. There is a way to get rich, together to earn awe. Old Wang, did you win the first-class lottery? Or have you found some money-making method to share with us? As soon as they heard that Wang Lin was going to share his experience, the group of people became curious, all of them wanting very much to know what exactly Wang Lin had gone through to get him to where he was now. Do you guys really want to hear it? Wang Lin said as he looked at the group. Sure, don't sell yourself short. Old Wolf, tell us about it. One responded instantly. In fact, there is nothing. You all should know. I graduated from high school, then entered the Tsinghua University, and all the way smooth graduation. Entered the cloud design company that everyone envied, and then every day get up earlier than the chicken, sleep later than the dog, attentively learning everything, to build on my strengths and make up for my shortcomings, so that I can be able to be competent to be a manager early and to make preparations. Just when I thought my life will be spent in splendor, but did not expect, gave me a bolt from the blue. That day I worked overtime in the company. I wanted to open the water room to get a glass of water, but the result is that I saw the manager and the secretary is doing to fight for youth. The next day, I was honored to be fired. Woe betide my landlord, who even blew me out of my rental and left me on the street. Wang Lin spoke of the past with a look of anger. A group of people heard this and nodded. Wang Lin's matter they had known for a long time. Lu Jun had also talked to them, although it was not so comprehensive, but it was not far from it. However, after hearing the reason for Wang Lin's dismissal, there is still a bit of indignation. This manager is really hateful. And that landlord, simply all scum. Which doggone manager did such a thing? Lao Wang, talk to me? I'll find someone to slap him. Li Long rolled up his sleeves and said to Wang Lin, Brother Lung, take it easy, hear me out first. Wang Lin said to Li Long. Good. Although Li Long was nodding, the anger between his eyebrows did not diminish, but he still patiently listened. From that moment on, I was disheartened, feeling that the whole world is disgusted with me. Helplessly, gave birth to the idea of leaving the sea of clouds, back to the old home of the preparation, obediently as a fruit farmer, on this life. When I called my dad, ready to talk about my situation. You know, what happened? Wang Lin said, looking over at everyone and seeing the confusion in the eyes of the group. My dad and I had a showdown. He is actually not a fruit farmer, but a real estate tycoon. There are industries all over the country, especially in Yunhai City. There is a Tiandu shopping mall, a Tianyuan group, and a Huatian gourmet group. He gave these businesses to me to manage. From that day onwards, I began to live a life of collecting rents. I'll talk to you guys. I'm a little bit envious of you guys now. You guys can at least fight hard every day. I can now only collect rent every day as a salted fish, living a boring life without any semblance of passion. What? The moment Wang Lin's words fell, the box instantly fell into silence. Almost everyone looked at Wang Lin incredulously. The sympathetic and sneering colors on their faces completely disappeared, and each of them stared with rounded eyes. In this moment, they're all thinking about Wang Lin's current wealth, not to mention the Tiandu Mall, or the Tianyuan group or this Huatian gourmet group. Either one has a market value of tens of billions. Wang Lin, on the other hand, possessed 3 of them, which was like Wang Ba flying up to the Dragon Gate and turning into a Xuanwu. It really shook them up. It's amazing that one of their classmates owns a 10 billionaire. However, in the next instant, everyone thought that Wang Lin was pretending. They didn't believe that Wang Lin had such assets. If he was really that rich, why was he still wearing a shabby look? If it were them, I'm afraid they would have already worn gold and silver, and they would have to take several bodyguards with them wherever they went. This is clearly bragging. Only a novel would dare to write that. Old Wang, can't you speak properly? Can you not be so pompous? If you say your family has a 10 million level office building, we can still believe it. This Tiandu Mall is not too pompous? I'm afraid you still don't know what Tiandu Mall is. It's the most luxurious place for luxury goods in Yunhai City. Every inch of land is gold. Zhao Hai said with a cold smile. Right, old Wang, this joke is not funny. You'd better tell us properly how you actually became so rich. Or you can directly admit that you attracted school sister Qian Lu by virtue of your looks, and then did a little bit of business and made a little bit of money through the Qian family's relationship. So that would be more reasonable, Li Rang said to Wang Lin. After Li Rang finished speaking, everyone nodded. These days there is no shame in finding a rich woman, and Wang Lin has a face value and an education, so it doesn't make them feel strange that he can be looked at by a rich woman. They would be willing to do the same if they possessed such qualifications. On the contrary, it's not good if it's just bragging. Yeah, woof, just be honest with us, we don't really blame you, old Wang. In fact, there is nothing wrong with getting to the top by virtue of a woman. A woman is just a platform for you. The real strength to play is still up to you. Tell us about it, we'd like to know. A group of people had said to Wang Lin, although their mouths said envy, the depths of their eyes were filled with a strong color of contempt. They were almost certain that Wang Lin went up by virtue of women. Hey, Lu Jun looked at this scene and couldn't help but reveal a smile. All events were going on with the outcome he wanted. I'm telling the truth. It's up to you to believe it or not, Waring said, and since acquiring these, that manager has been fired by me, and Chandru has approached me. Wang Lin, it's true what he said. The Tiandu Mall is indeed his. Looking at Wang Lin's dead pig's appearance, a group of people's hearts are a little angry. Just at this time, the side of Li Yan suddenly said, Li Yan, you can't help Wang Lin with this. It's just too fake. Yenner, you're not helping. You're harming him, and it'll make him fall deeper and deeper. Bragging is straight up, bragging all the time, but it gets lost in the fantasy. Li Yan's words immediately became a target. All the women persuaded. Many men shook their heads. I really don't know what's so good about Wang Lin. Now that he has bragged like this, Li Yan still keeps helping Wang Lin to speak. I'm telling the truth. Didn't you guys just ask me where I work now? Li Yan landed on a group of classmates and pulled out her work permit from her arms. I am, right now, working as a store manager at the Starbucks coffee in the Tiandu Mall. This is my work permit. And Wang Lin is the landlord. What? Li Yan, you're working as a store manager at the Starbucks store in Tiandu Mall. Li Yan, you're too good. I've heard that the owner of the Starbucks store in Tiandu Mall is the general agent of Starbucks in Yunhai City and is very rich. And the manager of the Starbucks store in Tiandu Mall has always been the owner to be the store manager herself. And you've even taken over her position. No wonder you have such a good temperament now. I've heard about it. That boss is always looking for excellent store managers, claiming to the public that he pays $1 million a year. How many people squeeze their heads to get in? Yenner, you're really too good. A group of people looked at the work card in Li Yan's hands, are showing the color of envy. Many of them have a good job, but the annual salary is only 2 to 300,000, and all day long in the service of some of the small leaders, cannot contact what the big level of people. Li Yan was different. The people who traveled to the Tiandu Mall were either rich or noble, and the people they usually came into contact with were upper-class people. These were connections that they could not compare to. Wait, if what Li Yan said is true, the Sky Metropolis Mall really belongs to Wang Lin? At the moment when the group was envious, one of the students suddenly said, I'll go. Hearing this, a group of people immediately shook. At first, They thought that Wang Lin was talking nonsense and bragging, but now they didn't think that this was actually true. If that's true, isn't Wang Lin a real tycoon? Almost at that instant, everyone revealed a bashful gaze. Billionaires. It was a term they had never thought of. Lu Jun is bullish enough, but he's only a billionaire, and Wang Lin is 100 times his size. That's unimaginable numbers and energy. If he could befriend Wang Lin, a 10 billionaire, many things would be much better in the future. Lu Jun heard this, coldly smiled. Other people do not know Wang Lin's roots, but he knows exactly. These 2 days he specially finds someone to investigate Wang Lin. Guys, you really believe that? Lu Jun looked at the group of people and said, I did hear that Wang Lin went to work as a property owner at Tindu Mall after leaving from Cloud Design, so it's not too much of a stretch for Wang Lin to be able to collect rents. Li Yan is being swindled by him and mistaking Wang Lin for a landlord. Hearing Lu Jun's words, the group of people were stunned and all looked at Li Yan, but Li Yan firmly shook her head. Li Yan's reaction of course could not escape Lu Jun's observation. It was all under his control. He was very satisfied with Li Yan's reaction. Next, he would make Li Yan completely die to Wang Lin. After all, facts speak louder than words. Wearing is just scum. Just a dumbass who bragged about it. One word from him could send Wang Lin plummeting from heaven to hell. He said loudly, if what Wang Lin said is true, and he is the chairman of Huatian Gourmet Group, then, why up to now this Huatian Gourmet Group has not had a single manager come into the wine? Lu Jun's words had just fallen, but there was a series of high heels hitting the ground from not far away. Following the sound everyone subconsciously looked toward the door of the room. The door to the room was opened. There was a single beautiful waitress in a cheongsam walking into the box, standing in 2 columns with a bright smile on her face. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in manager's clothes walked to Wang Lin's side in large strides and said with a respectful face, Welcome Wang Dong to inspect the hotel. What? This sudden woman Lu Jun of course is no stranger. It is the manager of this hotel. In the past, he had a one-sided relationship with the manager. That time or because of his father's sake, his father to the manager is also respectful, and urged him, this is not to provoke the object, in the future to see must be greeted with a smile, and if necessary, even more to call aunts. And now the woman of honorable status was treating Wang Lin with respect, which really kind of made him feel shocked. Could it be that this Huatian Gourmet is really Wang Lin's? His heart was shaken. At the same time his heart was filled with a sense of trepidation. If this was really the case, if Wang Lin wanted to mess with him, as long as he stretched out a finger, I'm afraid that not only him, but even his family would completely collapse. This made him break out in a cold sweat of fear, and there was no longer a single thought of revenge in his mind. Zhao Hai and Li Rong were even worse, directly trembling with fear. Huatian Food Manager is an existence that they have only heard of, and now to Wang Lin's appearance, it's like giving them a blow to the head, where they still dare to show off with their mouths. Wang Lin is a true 10 billionaire. This Huatian Gourmet is also his asset. In the moment the beautiful manager came in, almost all people's minds were circulating with this sentence. They were incomparably shocked, and even instantly speechless. Dong Wang, this is the red wine the hotel prepared for you. Please enjoy. The beautiful manager gently waved her hand, and the waiter on the side immediately sent up 3 bottles of wine and placed them beside Wang Lin. Meanwhile another waiter placed 3 bottles of Chateau Lafite Rothschild red wine on the other side of the table. If something comes up, you call me. I'll be at the door. The beautiful manager said to Wang Lin, went out the door and stood in front of it, waiting quietly. Squeak bang. There was a slight slamming of the door, but the entire box was silent. The crows are silent and you can hear a pin drop. The next instant, Lao Wang, you are really good. Please accept my knee. My God, Old Wang, this hotel is really you. Old Wang, from now on, you're my idol. Almost all of his classmates shouted loudly, with a fawning look on their faces, frantically flattering and patting their horses. Old Woof, you're really bunkered up with this one. After Li Long stared at Wang Lin for a while, he said loudly to Wang Lin. He now had no words to express the feelings in his heart. He once thought that he had started from nothing and had millions of assets in a few years, which was already bullish, but now compared to Wang Lin, it was simply the difference between heaven and earth, and the shock to him was just too drastic. In the next instant, however, a hint of pride rose in his heart. This was his brother. Guys, come and try some of my red wine. It might be more of a surprise. Wang Lin finished off the Chateau Lafite Rothschild red wine in one gulp, then shook a side bottle of red wine at everyone. What kind of red wine is this? It looks so upscale. Holy shit, this is even a Romanée Conti. What is Romanée Conti? More famous than Lafite? That's for sure. I'm afraid you don't know how much this bottle costs. It's worth $1 million. What? $1 million? These 3 bottles are $3 million. Not so. This Romane Conti is not just a bottle of 1 million so simple, it is a global limited edition. There is a price without a market. Today is really good luck. Mr. Wang. Atmosphere. A group of people argued and started to argue after seeing the bottle of wine, and after knowing the price of the wine, each of their faces immediately became excited. $1 million worth of wine is just unthinkable. In this instant, almost everyone was completely overwhelmed by Wang Lin, to the point that a few people couldn't wait to become Wang Lin's good dog. Snap. At this instant, Lu Jun's face was also hard to see. This million of wine was like a huge slap in the face for him, but after the slap in the face, he was not able to counterattack at all, which made his heart harbor so much fire that it almost became internal injuries. Guys, I've got a few more things to do, so I'm going to go ahead. Lu Jun squeezed out a smile and said to all of them. Under his impetus, Li Zhong and Zhao Hai also stood up. They were also leaving this place of wrongdoing. Wait, but just as they moved, Wang Lin called out to them. Lu Jun's 3 hearts immediately thumped. A thick color of panic swept through their eyes. If Wang Lin wanted to do something to them, they would really be finished. Woof, what's wrong? Lu Jun slightly panicked and looked at Wang Lin. Now he no longer has any bit of hatred for Wang Lin. Now he is just afraid that Wang Lin will brush against his family. On the side, Li Zhong and Zhao Hai were even more unhelpful. Their legs trembled and they almost collapsed on the ground. Xiao Junzi, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. As a classmate, I won't do anything to you, and today's matter is written off. Wang Lin said as he looked at the 3. Woof, thanks, brother Wang. Atmosphere. Wang Xiao, mighty. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the 3 people's hanging hearts instantly fell, and at the same time, they exclaimed in excitement. But as a classmate, you should know the rules of our class. If you want to leave you can. Toast everyone and drink up. Wang Lin gave a wink to the waiter on the sidelines. The beautiful waitress immediately stepped aside and opened the 3 bottles of Chateau Lafite Rothschild Dry Red before placing them in front of the trio. Me. Lu Jun's face could not help but be stagnant. This rule, when it was still set by him, at this time he could not help but feel a great toothache. The rules were true, but in the past that had only been beer, and the Chateau Lafite Rothschild Dry Red in front of him, while first rate, didn't blow against the bottle, which he didn't have the capacity to do. The words are in the wine, and I toast to all of you. It's a real thing today, and I toast to all of you. Li Zhong and Zhao Hai picked up the red wine, raised it high, and gulped it into their mouths. Those 2 pigmates. Looking at the 2 men on the side, Lu Jun's face sank and he also picked up the bottle of wine and gulped it down. For a moment, only this one voice remained in the entire box. After keeping it up for several full minutes, it stopped. Woof, guys, we'll go first. Placing the bottle of red wine carefully on the tabletop, the 3 of them walked out of the box askew and fled. Ha 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 ha. Woof, that's great. In the split second when the 3 people rushed out of the box, Li Long laughed madly. Old Wang, or you're still high. The expression on these 3 people's faces just now is really absolutely amazing. Ha ha ha. Wang Lin also laughed, and he too raised his eyebrows. Come on, guys, let's try this beautiful wine together. Wang Lin signaled a waiter to open the 3 bottles of Conti, and then began to drink freely. It was a long meal, and almost everyone left askew, but by arrangement with the manager, they were all sent home by a chauffeur with no safety concerns. By Lung, Wang Lin also returned to the hotel after sending Li Long away. The next day, early morning, Wang Lin was still asleep, on a secret date with the goddess of his dreams, when a series of text message alerts exploded in his ears. He opened his cell phone in a daze and his brows drew together deeply as he looked at the text message that rushed in. Where is everyone? I've been waiting at the store all day, why don't you come over? Do I have to call and rush you? Get your ass over here and collect your rent. As good as a good dog. Snappy, don't come over here yet. Do you want me to get someone to drag you over here? Looking at his cell phone, densely packed with text messages, Wang Lin's eyebrows twisted into a twine. What the hell? No one would be happy to see this early in the morning. A trace of displeasure swept through Wang Lin's heart, turned his cell phone to silent, threw it aside, rolled over and continued to sleep. The return sleep was more sweet than anything else. Soon, rhythmic grunts resounded throughout the room. It's really nice to sleep until you wake up. Wang Lin stretched and woke up. Sleeping in his bed, he didn't get up right away, enjoying the peace and quiet. What time is it? Subconsciously, Wang Lin stretched out his right hand and grabbed for his cell phone, wanting to check the time. Are you fucking sick? Want to play with me, huh? You have 1 hour to come here and collect your damn rent. You really think I'm good-tempered? I'm telling you, you're screwed. I won't see you human for 10 minutes and I'll turn you into scum. What the hell is this? Looking at the dense text message, Wang Lin frowned. Originally he still thought it was a fraudulent text message, so he did not bother. Now it seems not so. He opened his cell phone and read the text messages one by one. Half an hour later, he put down his cell phone. He rubbed his temples hard. After putting the phone down, he finally realized what had happened. One of the tenants of the Tiandu Mall wants Wang Lin to come to their door to collect rent because their lease is approaching, but with a very bad attitude and a psychopath. Wang Lin directly pulled the phone back, walked into the bathroom and began to wash. He is not guilty of calculating with a psychopath. His pattern is not so low. If you want to open a store properly, talk properly. If you don't want to open a store, get out. After a good breakfast, he strides into the Tiandu Mall. Good morning, Mr. Wang. Good morning, Mr. Wang. Good morning, Mr. Wang. A number of men and women, all merchants, came up to the front of the room, and they greeted each other warmly. Along the road, there were also property workers who greeted them warmly. Good morning, Mr. Wang. As he walked to the elevator entrance, Boss Zhao also walked over and enthusiastically called out to Wang Lin. Morning. Wang Lin revealed a smile. Since the last incident, Boss Zhao has cleaned up his act and grasped the management on the property of Tiandu Mall, for which, Wang Lin is still more satisfied. Boss Zhao. Wang Lin waved at Zhao Neng. Mr. Wang, you can just call me Zhao Neng or Xiao Neng, Zhao Neng said respectfully with a terrified look on his face. Well, Joe can. Come and tell me what this 509 is all about, Waring said. 509? Zhao Neng was slightly stunned, then quickly said, 509's merchant head is called Yao Yang. I'm not quite sure about the specific information. I just heard that his family members are engaged in important positions in large groups and have many friends in some units. That's it? Waring said. That's it. Zhao Neng returned. Mr. Wang, did he provoke you? No, just asking. Wang Lin said. Go ahead and get busy. Okay, Mr. Wang, call me when you're free. I'm on call. Zhao Neng responded and left the place. So it's just this little bit of status and you dare to be so cross? Wang Lin shook his head and put this behind him. This bit of status was not enough for him to be concerned about. Start collecting rent. Wang Lin's gaze swept to the 6th floor, and the thought of the high rent energized him to stride towards the 6th floor. The 6th floor specializes in selling electrical equipment and is bustling with activity at this hour. Many of the tenants were red hot, and Wang Lin, after picking out a few stores that were doing average business, walked in and started collecting rent. The morning passed in a hurry, and by the time the 10 households had been collected, it was noon. Mr. Wang, you haven't eaten yet, have you? We'll join you. Wang Lin just walked out of the merchant reception room. Merchantly boss said to him, smiling. He appeared to have full affinity. Good. He was still chatting with this boss Li and didn't push back. Mr. Wang, I just love spicy food. How about you eat spicy? Boss Li communicates with Wang Lin. No problem, Boss Li, let me tell you. I come from Huayan province. Our place not only eats spicy but also likes to eat salt. The taste is very heavy. Outsiders who go to our place will say that our dishes are spicy to the point of bursting and salty to the point of bitterness. Wang Lin responded with a smile. Well then, there's a restaurant on the 4th floor that you'll love. His side is spicy and salty, Boss Li said with a big smile. Welcome. After the two of them entered the restaurant, they were immediately greeted warmly by several waiters. Boss Li entered the restaurant lightly and ordered the restaurant's specialty and handed the waiter the menu. Mr. Wang, I admire young people like you the most. On my side of the family and your average age young people, all play at home every day, either playing mahjong or games, or playing friends. If they own a building like the Tiandu Mall, they will only entrust the property company to collect rent. Boss Li poured tea for Wang Lin and said enthusiastically, everyone's choices are different. I just wanted a work experience where I didn't want to be salty every day. It's more fulfilling and I get to meet a lot of people and experience myself. Wang Lin said with a smile, but this is also going to be difficult enough. This Tiandu Mall has 100 floors. The merchants are even more thousands. You collect rent 10 households a day also need half a year. Boss Li said with a smile. Isn't that just right? Working Monday through Friday and taking the weekend off. Wang Lin said with a smile. Yes, that's the way people are. The more idle they are, the more they struggle. But I really envy you. Being able to adjust your double days for yourself. We'll be even busier once we get to the weekend. Two people talking. The waiter quickly served the dishes. Delicacies of all colors and flavors, so that Wang Lin looked at the finger cannot help but eat. Li Boss said really right. Mr. Wang, start. Boss Li looked at Wang Lin with a smile. He understood Wang Lin's reaction. After a busy morning, he was bound to be hungry, and with such delicious food, he definitely couldn't stand it. Well, then, I'll take it. Wang Lin said with a smile, then began to taste. Boss Li also moved his chopsticks and tasted it together. In the middle of the meal, Wang Lin repeatedly praised, The food here is indeed very suitable for his appetite, so that he, as if he had discovered a new continent, and so on in the future, he can often come here to eat. After they'd been eating for a while, business at the restaurant picked up. Wang Lin was surprised to find that even at noon on Monday can reach a higher level. This is enough to say that the fire of tomorrow's metropolitan mall, which is why many people want to squeeze through the mine to come in. The traffic represents the income. As time went on, a number of people sat down around him, both familiar and new faces. So you were here, and had the heart to eat here. When Wang Lin was halfway through his meal, a man came over angrily and pointed at Wang Lin's nose and yelled, "You are?" Wang Lin looked at the man in front of him, his eyes full of confusion. He didn't recognize the man. The man is just 18 or so. The man is very thin and weak. A head of yellow hair mixed with a few points of green. Looks unorthodox. Beach pants, flip-flops, flowery shirts. If it is not because of the material of these clothes is very high grade, it is like a very street scoundrel punk. He didn't like this kind of little yakuza too much, and at a glance, he wasn't a normal person. Did you recognize the wrong person? Wang Lin gave the man a serious look to make sure he didn't recognize the man. Recognize the wrong person? I'm not mistaken. I'd recognize you even if you turned into ashes. The boy yelled angrily as he clenched his fists and stared deathly at Wang Lin. As he yelled, quite a few people from the restaurant looked over, all wondering what was going on. Speak nicely and I can forget about it. Wang Lin looked at the boys coldly and said. Boss Li on the side was also angry. As the inviting party, he was also very upset when he encountered this kind of thing. And this man spoke. It was just too impolite. Forgiven? How else are you going to pursue me and kick me out of the Tiandu Mall? Do you have the guts to do that? The boy looked at Wang Lin coldly. Yao Yang, what do you want to do? When both sides were at sword point and about to fight, a dainty voice came from the distance. An 80-10, white shirt, 30-something woman stepped quickly on her heels, her eyes blazing with anger as she called out to the boys. Chen Hong, can't you see that I'm arguing with someone? Stand aside, this is out of your hands, and stay out of it, or I'll get you too. Yao Yang's face was furious, staring at the woman with a deadly stare, not having any bit of good looks at all. Chen Hong although the heart of the fire, but looking at Yao Yang she did not dare to attack. She knew that Yao Yang once angry, is the water cannot be retrieved. It was peak dining time and she had to be patient with the solution. Moreover, the energy she possessed was not as good as Yao Yang, so once she tore her face off, it would only be endlessly bad for her. He's that Yao Yang. Wang Lin revealed a dawning realization. He finally knew why the boy was so angry. So it's a brat. Wang Lin coldly glanced at Yao Yang. He couldn't help but think of the text message he was bombarded with this morning. A person with a mature mind couldn't possibly do such a thing, and only a brat with such an odd personality could do such a thing. Mr. Wang? Chen Hong's gaze swept past Yao Yang and landed on Wang Lin. When she saw Wang Lin's appearance, her heart couldn't help but be shocked. In the next instant, her heart was flooded with bitterness. She instantly knew that this was what had happened. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything after all. Aha! Wang Lin nodded slightly and nodded to Chen Hong. Apologize. Kowtow to me and apologize. And I can spare you. There is no blame for the past. Yao Yang coldly looked at Wang Lin. Apologize? You're not here to be funny, are you? What are you? Also worthy of making me kowtow to people to apologize? Wang Lin laughed back in anger. He is the landlord. A tenant is still so wild and bossy. Besides, this tenant is expired. He can let Yao Yang get out with a single order now. Are you going to play with me? I'm telling you, you're miserable. I'll make you eat your words. You wait. Yao Yang shouted loudly while rushing out of the restaurant. Mr. Wang. Chen Hong looked at Wang Lin with an apologetic face. Although she wanted to befriend Wang Lin, she was really a bit powerless in this one matter. Boss Li, thank you for your hospitality. I still have a few things to do. Wang Lin said to Boss Li. Mr. Wang, I'm the one who's been slacking. I also have some friends in this Yunhai city. If you have any use for me, Boss Li said solemnly. Thank you for your kind words. I will call on you if I need you, Wang Lin said, walking out of the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Chen Hong and Boss Li both looked embarrassed. The two are still relatively familiar. Boss Li ate 2 mouthfuls and lost his taste, so he and Chen Hong settled the bill and left. Wang Lin out of the restaurant, did not walk out 2 steps, happened to run into the patrol Zhao Neng. Zhou Neng, I was looking for you just in time. Wang Lin beckoned Zhao Neng over and then said, Mr. Wang, you said. Zhao Neng immediately responded. He was instantly excited. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He wanted to make up for his last mistake. There's a tenant whose lease is up and I don't want to rent it. Clear out. A chill flashed through Wang Lin's eyes. It's that Yao Yang from 509. Yes. Zhao Neng immediately returned. In his heart, he was saying. Sure enough, as early as when Wang Lin was asking him about Yao Yang, he sensed a hint of something not so unusual, and combined with Yao Yang's character, it was enough for him to guess. He couldn't afford to mess with Yao Yang, but Wang Lin was definitely able to overpower. This kind of mall is not for the average person, and he has long been looking at Yao Yang with displeasure. Just can't fight Yao Yang. Now there's just this opportunity to kick this Yao Yang thing out. Brothers, all come gather and clear the area. Zhao Nang picked up the walkie-talkie and summoned up the people on the property. In just 2 minutes, 3 security guards and 3 strong property managers came up in stride, and upon seeing Wang Lin, they all respectfully called out, "Mr. Wang." Wang Lin nodded gently, and with a turn of his body, he walked towards the 5th floor. At this point in time, in addition to the 4th floor is still very hot, the other floors are extraordinarily cold. The 5th floor is the sale of jewelry, and only at night business is relatively hot. The merchants along the road, many of whom were playing with their cell phones inside their stores or chatting about their families, saw that Zhao Nang had brought the property and security guards to the 5th floor, and all of them walked out of their stores at once. What's going on here? Why is Mr. Zhao still on patrol at this hour? He's usually napping at this hour, and it's impossible for someone with a normal napping habit to miss the time. It does seem strange, and they're raging, so obviously something's going on, but there doesn't seem to be a dispute on the 5th floor, either, does there? Who is that young handsome guy? Why does he look so familiar, like he's seen him somewhere? Hey, you're in your 30s and you still want handsome men, why can't your family's mouth subdue you? I'll go. That's Mr. Wang. Watch what you say, don't talk out of turn, or I'll tell you to get lost. Mr. Wang, why are you here too? What the hell is going on here? I know, just now one of my little sisters sent me a message saying that Mr. Wang was scolded by a man while he was dining, saying that he would also make Mr. Wang kneel down and beg for forgiveness. What? Who's so bold? He's Mr. Wang. He owns the whole mall. According to what she said, it seems to be 509's Yao Yang. This Yao Yang has really eaten his bear's heart and leopard's guts. He even dares to mess with Mr. Wang. A group of businessmen were discussing with each other, talking and walking towards the 509. They were all going to spectate. Mr. Wang, that floating cloud jade shop, that's Yao Yang's store. Zhao Nang introduces Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked in the direction of Zhao Nang's finger, and was seeing a more chic jade store appear in his sight, except that the door of that jade store was locked, but there was a mellifluous song coming from inside the store, which was a clear and deliberate attempt to close the door and resist. Mr. Wang. Zhao Nang looked at Wang Lin respectfully before handing him a remote control. This remote control key was what Wang Lin had asked Zhao Nang to get before, specifically to be able to control the doors of all the merchants in the mall, and before that it was for the convenience of the merchants with those who had forgotten to bring their keys, and it really came in handy. Wang Lin's gaze landed on the closed store door and smiled. Then he directly pressed the open button. Buzz. With a jarring sound, the closed doors quickly opened to either side. Movements are second to none. The moment the doors opened, deafening music passed through. Inside the store, the lights flashed as if it were a disco. Yao Yang, one person let himself go bouncing. The whole person is in a unique state, with indescribable frivolity and pomposity. For the opening of the door, looks very confused. How did you break in? Yao Yang felt very surprised at Wang Lin and the others rushing in, even to the point of unbelievability. He had spent a lot of money to construct this gate. How could it be opened so easily? This wasn't quite what he'd imagined before. I'm talking to you guys. Your behavior like this is equal to bandits and robbers. Get the hell out of here. Yao Yang finally panicked a bit as he watched Wang Lin come with a few tall and strong men. He couldn't do it alone. Bandits? Bandits? You're afraid you're not here to be funny. Wang Lin heard this and could not help but smile. Yao Yang's contract had already ended at 8 in the morning. Here is no longer half a hair with Yao Yang. What he is doing now is the most reasonable. Are you going to get out on your own? Or am I going to kick you out? Wang Lin coldly looked at Yao Yang, who was jumping up and down like a clown. Surname Wang. If you dare to do that, you're done for. I'm not something you can mess with. Yao Yang shouted angrily. He never thought that Wang Lin would be so bold. He had already warned Wang Lin, but Wang Lin even dared to make a move on him. Finished? How am I finished? You really are ridiculous. A living clown. Wang Lin waved his hand at Zhao Nang, signaling to clear the room. Yes. Zhao Nang winked at a few property officers and security guards before striding towards the store. They've done a lot of this clearing thing, and they've been doing it for a long time. They also know the ways of the world, and they will only take the valuables lightly, but those that are not valuable will just be thrown out. Come on, put it down. What are you doing? Seeing his store demolished, Yao Yang finally became terrified. He tried to reach out to stop them, but this one security guard, with arms thicker than his thighs, didn't have the slightest ability to do anything. Ah! I'll fight you all. Yao Yang roared angrily. Everything here was his brainchild, all of which he had spent a great deal of time designing, and now he hadn't expected it to be dismantled. Bang! But as he was just striking out, a security guard flicked his right hand and lifted Yao Yang to the ground, where he fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Yao Yang fell heavily to the ground, smashing a not-so-small bag out of his head. That hair became even more messy, and when he stood up again, he turned into a madman. You're dead. I want you all out of here. And you, Wang, I'm going to bankrupt you and put your mall out of business. Yao Yang was enraged to the extreme, his face grimacing as he shouted, itching to skin Wang Lin. At this moment, his store had been mostly regulated, with only a few stubborn decorations still to be dismantled, and was so bare and unsightly that his eyes were on fire. Mr. Wang, these items need special tools to be removed now, otherwise, they will cause indelible damage to these decorations, Zhao Neng said, pointing to the wall. Then get some specialized tools right away. Wang Lin looked at the dismantled wall. A hint of surprise swept through his eyes. He hadn't expected Zhao Neng to be so professional. Under his demolition, it was simply perfectly placed. This would also eliminate Yao Yang's need to look for leaks. You are committing a crime by acting like this. You are dead. Dead. Yao Yang roared angrily. You're really here to be funny. Wang Lin coldly swept a glance at Yao Yang and revealed a cold smile. He really couldn't figure out, how did this Yao Yang's head grow? Such a big man. Still like a child. Simply a problem child. What are you doing? Stop it now. Just at this time, a loud and resounding sound of high heels hitting the ground came from not far away. A 40 or so, wearing a white shirt, bun-ton skirt, hot body of the workplace woman walked quickly. The woman, a long black hair high coiled up, painted exquisite attire, looks as if more than 30, general, mature temperament, let a person's eyes brightened up. The woman and Yao Yang looked more similar. Beside the woman was a man with a big belly and a Mediterranean haircut. The man was quite tall, with a black leather bag clutched to his arm and a suit that made him look like a successful man. The man was currently looking in Wang Lin's direction with an angry face, and he raised the purse in his hand high, as if he was going to use it to smash Zhao Neng to the ground. What kind of person is this? Why is he so horizontal? Just like the Heavenly King. Isn't that so? But the aura is really strong, and it does look like the kind of existence that has been in a high position for a long time. I've seen them twice. It's that Yao Yang's parents. They seem to be engaged in a major position in a big group, but I really can't figure it out. It said that a tiger's father doesn't have a dog's son, and his parents' temperament looks so good, so how could they have such an asshole son? Che, it turns out that it's just the top management of a group company. They are facing Mr. Wang. The abilities that Mr. Wang possesses may not be worse than them, right? It's hard to say. The Tiandu Mall has only been established for a few years since then. The other party's group of companies seems to have been established for decades, and these decades of heritage are not something that ordinary people can fight against. While a group of merchants watched from the sidelines, some of them were secretly sizing up the situation in their hearts, pondering whether they could find someone to help Wang Lin, and if they could, this would be the best way to flatter Wang Lin. Go on. Wang Lin indifferently swept a glance at the two, directly ignored. Under his command, Zhao Neng, a few people quickly moved their hands, but in a while, under the role of special tools, the entire store was dismantled. Don't you stop. Are you all trying to get out? When the woman saw this scene, a hint of harshness appeared in her Danfang eyes, and she loudly shouted, "Stop this quickly or you're done for." Big time. The man yelled angrily as well, and he pulled out his cell phone as if he was dialing some caller. When Zhao Neng saw this, his movements couldn't help but stall. Who are you people? Wang Lin frowned slightly and looked at the two. The two of us come from the Tianyuan group. Be sensible and stop quickly. The woman raised her swan neck in a condescending manner and said, Tianyuan group? Wang Lin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Tianyuan group. So they're from the Tianyuan group. No wonder they're so brutal. Is the Tianyuan group so powerful? How come it's made to look like a bully? Tianyuan group, of course bullish. This is the country can enter the top 500 enterprises. Industries throughout the country, spread with various industries, and in many industries can be counted on the leading enterprises. You are afraid that you do not know. Tianyuan Group just a few days ago developed a new product. This product allows them to directly among the first line of the middle of the water rows. Isn't that so? I can hear about it. Just a while ago, the Horizontal Sky Group was directly removed from the ranks of partners because of a director in Tianyuan Group's manyak. Just in a few days' time, from a first-tier big company, it all collapsed, and fell to the second tier. It's still collapsing to this day, and it won't be long before it disappears into the sea of clouds. What? Tianyuan Group is so ferocious. Tianheng Group is the boss's group company. I've heard about it. Just short of entering the top 500. Surprisingly, It's so bad. This Tianyuan group is really powerful. When a group of merchants heard this, they all talked about it. Many of them were from among the various families, and they all knew some news about this. After learning this news, originally some merchants still wanted to use their family's energy to help Wang Lin, but now they directly stopped. Their family and the Tianyuan group compared to, it is simply a small witch. There is no comparable ability. The man and woman's brows filled with a thick arrogant color after hearing the words of the merchants on the side. Although they weren't from any big families, they could be so horizontal with Tianyuan group at their backs. Even if Wang Lin was the owner of this Tiandu shopping mall, they had to submit, especially after seeing Wang Lin's frozen expression. The proud colors on the faces of the men and women became even more intense. What can the owner of the Tiandu mall do? He's still just a big chartered banker. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get them to stop and to install it back in one piece. Then apologize properly and we might just forgive you. The woman said loudly. Dad, Mom, never let him go. You're afraid you don't know what he's done. What these people have done to me. Each and every object here was completed with my painstaking efforts. All of them are simply priceless. And these bandits of theirs have actually destroyed all of them. Even if they were to install them again, they are still missing their souls. Everything here can only be perfectly restored by advanced artisans. And this thing? He has brought indelible damage to my spirit and soul from morning until now. Until now I am in the midst of a lot of torment. This thing can't be settled so easily. Yao Yang shouted angrily as he reached out and pointed at Wang Lin. The look of him wanting to skin Wang Lin. And these properties? They are simply a cancer in the industry. How could they lay their hands on my most beloved items? They are simply a bunch of robbers. They should never be allowed to continue in this business. Yao Yang reached out and pointed at Zhao Neng, shouting in a stern voice. What? Tianyuan Group. Zhao Nengban was still hardened, but after hearing the 4 words Tianyuan Group, he instantly wimped out and his face became very ugly. Of course he knew about the Tianyuan Group and had once cooperated with the Tianyuan Group. Of course he knew how powerful the Tianyuan Group was, how powerful the Tiandu shopping mall was. Compared to the Tianyuan Group, it was still a far cry from the Tianyuan Group. His face became very ugly, knowing that this time he had really kicked the iron plate, and now all he could think of was to save himself. So, son, what are you going to do about it? The woman said as she looked at Yao Yang favorably, especially when her gaze landed on Yao Yang's head and she realized that Yao Yang had an extra bag on his head. The anger in her heart climbed to the extreme. The gaze that swept toward Wang Lin also became filled with a murderous aura. The damn things had let her baby boy touch a bag. Make it impossible for them to get a foothold in the industry. Make this thing kowtow to me in disaster after disaster. Yao Yang reached out and pointed at Zhao Neng and Wang Lin. Okay, that's it. The woman responded immediately. The man beside him nodded slightly as well, then quickly rummaged through his cell phone for a call. Ha 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 ha. Just at this tense moment, Wang Lin suddenly laughed and laughed with tears in his eyes. What are you laughing at? Yao Yang coldly glared at Wang Lin. He could feel that Wang Lin was mocking him, and his parents. It's just hilarious. You guys are afraid of living inside the hood, directing yourselves. It's really too bad you guys don't go into acting. It's a waste of talent. Wang Lin laughed while a change said, looking at the 3 people's gaze filled with thick ridicule and contempt color. Just like watching jokes. What did you say? You're really finished. Even if the God of heaven comes, he can't save you. The woman yelled angrily as she too pulled out her cell phone and flipped through her contacts. Not only are you guys hilarious, but you're arrogant to the limit. And, believe it or not, one phone call from me will make you guys get the hell out of the Tianyuan Group? Wang Lin said with a big smile, although he was still smiling, but his eyes were full of coldness. Tianyuan Group actually had this kind of tumor. It was really a bit undeserved. Oh, are you trying to mobilize your energy? That's fine. Let's see who's stronger. My name is Hu Lin. I'm the head of human resources at Tianyuan Group. My husband's name is Yao Ning. He's the head of sales at Tianyuan Group. You can use your energy. The woman sneered. No wonder they're so horizontal. So they're in positions of power in the Tianyuan Group. No way. No way. These 2 positions are very critical in a group. Mr. Wang is afraid to load up this time. Nonsense. Mr. Wang is able to own the Tiandu shopping mall at a young age. How could he possibly be bad? This is not easy to say. The general businessman can contact more after all. Less. Can be differentiated from this group of companies. Decades of heritage. Is not a strong fragment. The merchants on the side were shocked when they heard the positions of the 2 men. If they were in other positions, they might not have so much power. But it was different if they were in the human resources and sales department. These 2 positions are equivalent to netting all the interpersonal networks of Tianyuan Group. And the energy that can be utilized can be quite a lot. They all couldn't help but micro Wang Lin began to worry. Kneel and kowtow now. Get someone to redecorate the store for me. and there's room for negotiation. Yao Yang coldly looked at Wang Lin and said, "Idiot." Wang Lin coldly swept a glance at Yao Yang, took out his cell phone and dialed Tao Yuntian's cell phone. "Xiao Tao, is there a Yao Ning and a Hu Lin in our company? They said they want me to kowtow and kneel down to apologize. What do you think should be done? Our company? Are you being funny? You make a phone call. There has to be a limit to your posturing. Making like you're the chairman of Tianyuan Group. You don't look at your virtues. You look just like the same. How can you be a chairman?" Hu Lin coldly looked at Wang Lin. "And little Tao? Are you calling Tao Yuntian vice chairman in a foreign dress? You've really eaten your bear's heart and leopard's guts. How dare you make this kind of international joke?" Yao Ning sneered. "You're at least a holder of the Tendu shopping mall. How can you be so shitty and ungrateful as to use such lowly tactics? It's really garbage. I wouldn't do that if I were you." Yao Yang coldly looked at Wang Lin and said, "Yes?" Wang Lin looked at the trio as if he was looking at a stupid fool. He really couldn't figure out how Tao Yuntian could recruit this kind of brainwashed people. Isn't it necessary to learn psychology to do business and human resource development? Oh, trash is trash. Is that all you can do? Then obediently kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Looking at Wang Lin frozen on the ground, Yao Yang immediately thought that Wang Lin was stunned, and immediately shouted loudly, wanting to make Wang Lin directly kneel down. Jingle bells. Right at this moment, Yao Ning's phone suddenly rang, an ancient ringtone but very loud. It was obviously a special alert sound. The moment the phone rings, Yao Yang and Hu Lin, as well as Yao Yang, were silenced. They all knew that this was a call from Yao Ning's top boss, and Yao Ning intentionally turned on the public play, purposely trying to show off his identity. "Mr. Wang, what are the instructions?" Yao Ning asked with a smile, his gaze sweeping over to Wang Lin. He wanted to show Wang Lin how friendly his relationship with the company's leaders was. "As of today, you and Hu Lin are expelled. Pack your bunks and get out." Mr. Wang growled angrily. "Ah, what's wrong with Mr. Wang? Are you joking again?" Yao Ning was instantly dumbfounded and asked aloud. "You've messed with the wrong people," Mr. Wang said and hung up the phone directly. Toot toot. The distinctive sound of a busy voice traveled through the silent space. Yao Ning and Hu Lin all of a sudden, their faces became extraordinarily pale, their mouths muttering, "Impossible, impossible. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? This is not clear. It's this garbage looking for actors. Mr. Wang is napping at this hour. How could he possibly call? He's really clumsy. This kind of tactic is also used." Yao Yang said loudly. "Shut up, you rebellious son." Yao Ning, who was furious, landed a slap on Yao Yang's face, jerking Yao Yang to the ground, and 5 more blood-red fingerprints appeared on his cheeks. "Dad, why are you hitting me?" Yao Yang was dumbfounded by the beating, but quickly stood up and shouted at Yao Ning. "Dad, are you stupid? This is clearly a scam. Why are you still beating me? Adverse son, why don't you kneel down?" Hu Lin's face has also become iron blue, although she does not know who Wang Lin is, but she knows that this time has really kicked the iron plate. Now the only chance is to beg for Wang Lin. Wang Lin hoped that Wang Lin to take back the order. "Mom, you are also bewildered. He is obviously looking for an actor. Why do you also believe it?" Yao Yang exclaimed incredulously. "This is what's happening. What's with the sudden move to whip his son? What's happening here?" The surrounding merchants saw this scene, all brain on the spot, incredibly shouted. In their view this time is clearly Wang Lin planted. How can there be such a reversal? They simply couldn't figure out what was going on. "Little brother, you are generous. Please spare us. We won't dare anymore." Hu Lin loudly begged for forgiveness with a look of remorse, and in the midst of speaking, she slightly tilted her body, presenting her perfect figure, wanting to use this way to gain Wang Lin's understanding. "Late," Wang Lin said coldly, as if pronouncing a judgment. His gaze directly skimmed over Hu Lin. This kind of goods did not interest him. "Kid, you don't want to go too far. There should be a line among the doers, and we are not a soft persimmon for you to pinch." Seeing that his wife's pleading didn't help, Yao Ning became furious and coldly looked at Wang Lin. "What? You still want to get me? Come on. If I, Wang Lin, am afraid of you, I am a grandson." Wang Lin coldly swept towards Yao Ning and disliked him back without any hesitation. "Good, I'll remember you. Wang Lin, just wait and see. I have a lot of friends in the Tianyuan group. They won't let it go like that. When I rise again, that's when you'll be overthrown." Hu Lin said coldly. "Then I'll wait and see, and be sure to say my name when I'm explaining it to them." Wang Lin said with a smile. "Of course I'm going to say your name. Wangling," Yao Ning said through gritted teeth. It was the first time he was bullied on his head like this, and the moment he called Wang Lin's name out, he froze. "What? Wangling?" In the next instant, his face changed drastically, and his voice directly broke in the middle of his roar. At the same time his ass fell downward and landed heavily on the ground, his face becoming white at first glance. What? Woof. Woofling? Hulin also shivered in fear when she heard this name, and her entire body stood frozen in place. As employees of Tianyuan Group, how could they not know who Wang Lin was? And at this moment they also finally knew why Mr. Wang was furious. In this instant, their faces were ashen, knowing that there was no way back. Mr. Wang turned out to be fully named Wang Lin. That's a nice name. It's a good name, but why are they too scared to move? It's really strange. Does Mr. Wang have any other remarkable identity? Wang Lin. Wang Lin. This name is so familiar. It's like I've heard it somewhere. I remember. The chairman of Tianyuan Group is also called Wang Lin. It wouldn't be. My god. Mr. Wang even has such an identity. The two of them really mentioned the iron plate. A group of merchants couldn't help but be amazed at seeing this scene. It was a bit unbelievable to be able to make this brutal two men scared like this. After discussing it, one by one, they fell into a state of shock. They categorically did not expect Mr. Wang to have such an illustrious status. At the same time, they also revealed a look of dawning realization, after which they were even more amazed at Wang Lin's specialness. What? Yao Yang was still ready to continue explaining to his mom and dad that Wang Lin was just framing them, but after hearing this name, his body trembled violently, his face became hard to see, and he collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Until this moment he didn't realize what kind of existence he had incurred, and was simply powerless to return to heaven. Mr. Wang is actually still the chairman of Tianyuan Group. At the moment when the three were ashen, Zhao Nun was pleasantly surprised to the extreme, and he couldn't help but be glad that he hadn't taken the risk of shaking things up just now and standing in the right place. Security. Blow them out and blacklist them forever. Waring waved at the security guard. Yes. Several security guards immediately rushed up, racking the three and sending them outside the mall. Trouble you here. I've got a few things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Looking at the three who were taken out, Wang Lin said to Zhao Neng, take your time. I'll take it from here. Zhao Neng said with a smile. With a slight nod, Wang Lin headed out of the mall. He was also in the habit of taking a nap every day at noon. Thumbs down. Just as he had stepped out of the mall, an ear-splitting sound of tires rubbing against the ground came from the road not far away, causing Wang Lin to pay attention to it. The sound was extraordinarily loud, causing a black line to appear on the ground due to the violent friction. Ouch! As the vehicle came to a stop, a yell of pain came from a short distance away. Crash? Wang Lin subconsciously looked over. A grandmother with snowy white hair lay on the ground, holding her legs and wailing uncontrollably. Bumper sticker? Wang Lin, after observing in detail, his eyes quickly swept to the surrounding area. He suddenly realized that there was no probe in the middle of this area, and that the old man's clothes were not torn. His body was not dirty. He was simply holding his legs. Almost instantly, he realized what was happening. Ah, that hurts. My leg. It's done. How do you drive? The old man wailed loudly. His face was white at first sight, and he was drenched in cold sweat, with a pained look on his face. A veteran at first sight. What happened? Crash? Hurry up and check it out. It's an old man. This must be a female driver. Technology is really not skillful. This is finished. Hit an old man does not pay tens of thousands of dollars. Cannot run away. What kind of person gets out of the car after hitting someone? What kind of world is this? In no time, surrounded by a lot of people. In these people there are a lot of middle-aged people, all with an indignant face shouting, was brought to the rhythm of the crowd, are at the owner of the car angrily. It's not that the driver didn't get out of the car. He just got out a little slower. The white sedan opened its door and stepped down a 95-cent beauty. Beauty wearing a white t-shirt, a pair of denim shorts, a beige canvas shoes, with a sunglasses, looks to take the youthful vitality, while full of fashion sense. Such a simple attire but cannot hide her beauty. The body is incomparable hot, is no different from the general supermodel, especially the long legs like jade, but also to cause people to pay attention to it. What a beautiful woman. This body looks are comparable to a big star. It's a pity, running into an old man at such a young age. The rest of your life is probably over. One can only hope that this woman, with a rich boyfriend, will be able to set things right, or else it's definitely game over. These days, old people can't be touched. The onlookers, looking at the beautiful woman, couldn't help but sigh as they marveled at her beauty. The woman looked extraordinarily flustered as she got out of the car, and subconsciously rushed to the old man's side, wanting to see how he was hurt. Ouch! My legs hurt. My head is so dizzy. I want to throw up so bad. It's so painful. The old man screamed loudly and looked miserable as he saw the woman coming. Slow down. Just as the woman walked up to the old man and tried to assist him, a popping sound came from not far away. This could not help but cause the woman's movements to lurch. and the old man's wailing sound to stagnate, and the old man looked toward where the sound came from with a bit of resentment. Not only the two, but even everyone looked to where the voice came from, called none other than Wang Lin. Wang Lin originally intended to ignore this matter, but after the beautiful woman got out of the car, he was able to recognize the identity of the beautiful woman. This beauty is not another person. It is his college beauty class president Long Xiaoyu. The relationship between the two is quite cordial. He cannot see death to save Wang Lin. Looking at Wang Lin who walked over, Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but tear up a little. She, who was not very strong inside, was just about to break down, and when she saw Wang Lin walking towards her, it was like grabbing a life preserver. Boyfriend's here? Looks like that's going to settle things. Doesn't really help though, all dressed up in student clothes. Must not have any money. This is going to be hard. I think I must admit it this time, but this young man is really lucky. He's moderately good looking, yet he's found such a flowery girlfriend. Many people around them were talking, and when their eyes fell on Wang Lin, they all shook their heads. Wang Lin couldn't help at all with this condition. Don't touch her, Wang Lin said to Long Xiaoyu. Why? She's all hurt. Long Xiaoyu looked at Wang Lin in disbelief. This silly girl. Wang Lin cannot help but have a little speechless. As long as a little common sense people are afraid to be able to see that this is bumper stickers. This big class president, how the head is so simple. Where's the car recorder? Pull it up and show it to me, Wang Lin said to Long Xiaoyu. Hearing the 5 words of the car recorder, the old man could not help but stiffen his body, knowing that this is to meet a connoisseur, surrounded by a number of people who do not look good. This young man is not very well off, but this composure is really okay. Yes, this kind of proximity is probably in the insurance business. What's the lad up to? Does he think this is bumper sticker? All around the people heard Wang Lin words once again discussed. Clear-eyed people have seen the reason, but did not point broken, for fear of incurring a mess. Yeah. Long Xiaoyu immediately nodded, then rushed to the car with big strides. The old man's body became more rigid, and his eyes and his cloaked hair swept quickly to the white sedan. Grandma, I think it's just like this. I'll give you $100, even if it's your good fortune fee, or else it won't look good when the traffic police come later. Wang Lin came closer and whispered to the old man. The old man's body remained unmoving, and he coldly crossed Wang Lin's eyes. Too little? There won't be a dime left later. Wang Lin's gaze grew cold. How can old people be so pitiful nowadays? In between he couldn't help but think of the saying that it wasn't the old people who got bad, it was the bad people who got old. Boo! The nervous Long Xiaoyu moved very furiously. The car's body couldn't help but jolt as the door was heaved shut by her. In this instant, all eyes fell on Long Xiaoyu. The truth is how? Everything is the machine to say. Even if the traffic police came, it is also by virtue of the machine. See? Wang Lin looked at the flustered Long Xiaoyu and couldn't help but feel a hint of badness in his heart. With his understanding of Long Xiaoyu, something must have happened if she came in such a panic. The faces of many people around and the old man lying on the ground became extraordinarily ugly, and they were thinking about whether or not to continue with the act. The car recorder is broken. Long Xiaoyu pulled a long face and said to Wang Lin, her voice laced with a crying tone. She was close to breaking down. She hadn't even expected to be so backed up today. Really a silly girl. Wang Lin couldn't help but have 2 big heads. He really wanted to arrest Long Xiaoyu and ask him nicely if he had gotten his work to the dogs in the past few years. How come he didn't have so much common sense? It's broken. You can't say it's broken. Well, at least blow up the old man. Hearing Long Xiaoyu's words, the old man's body was no longer stiff, while he shouted loudly, "Goo, my leg hurts. You guys are really cruel. I'm like this and you still don't come over to take care of me. Do you guys still have a conscience? Hurry up and take me to the doctor." The old man was in tears, looking very miserable, causing many people to frown, all of them wanting to believe that this was really a collision, and Long Xiaoyu was even more flustered to the extreme. Having run into such an old man, the rest of her life, she was really screwed. "Give me the car keys." Wang Lin raised his eyebrows and said to Long Xiaoyu. "Ha?" Long Xiaoyu couldn't react at all and had no idea what Wang Lin was trying to do. "It's in the car," Long Xiaoyu said after the next second. "What are you going to do?" Long Xiaoyu asked again. This sentence is not only her question, but also the doubt in the hearts of all the people present. People are like this. Why don't they quickly send to the hospital? Wang Lin strides over to the car, opens the door, and sits directly in it. Boom boom boom. Wang Lin violently opened the car, and then hit the gas pedal. Did not let go of the P gear, is to the gas pedal, stepped on the foot. The roar of the engine instantly spread with the whole area. What is he doing? Want to deepen the wound? What is he going to do? Wang Lin made this scene. Cannot help but let a group of people dumbfounded up, especially a few people are even more panicked and shouted. Not only them, Even the old man's body on the ground is also violently trembling. She was just trying to get a bit of money and a better life by bumping into people. She didn't want to die. Click. With the handbrake and P gear switching, the vehicle's headlights turned on directly above the old man's cheeks, and the old man's body lurched. Boom! White sedan. With a very fast speed toward the old man madly rushed. Strong acceleration. Let a person cannot help but scalp numb. All people do not have the slightest doubt. If this car hit the old man will absolutely fly out. The white sedan was about to hit the old man's body, but the old man quickly jumped up, and with a speed no less than that of the average young man, dashed to the side very quickly. Thumbs down. At the moment the old man stood firmly on his side. The vehicle stopped, and the harsh sound of the brakes reverberated throughout the area. Long Xiaoyu had wanted to scream, but when she saw the lively old man rushing to her side, she knew what was going on even if she was stupid. As soon as the old man and Long Xiaoyu locked eyes, they screamed in their hearts, but they also knew that there was no way back. Boo! Just then, the white sedan, but the crazy rush out, crashed into the side of the guardrail, the white sedan out of the rolling smoke. Seeing this rolling smoke, a group of people scared heart-trembling, all think this car is going to explode. A moment to run without trace. Even with the old man and the few TO have disappeared cleanly. Crap! Wang Lin opened the door and rushed out of the car. 3 steps and 2 steps rushed to Long Xiaoyu's side, then cursed and yelled. The reason why he just did that was because of his super high car skills. No worries at all. Originally everything was very perfect. In the moment when the vehicle stopped, the car suddenly lost control of the car and crashed into the guardrail on the side. My car! Long Xiaoyu looked at her smoldering car and screamed in pain while trying to run towards her car. Stop! Danger! Wang Lin couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this, and immediately, his right hand quickly reached out and grabbed the clothes behind Long Xiaoyu's back, but he accidentally grabbed something, causing Long Xiaoyu to let out another cry of surprise. Come here! This car could explode at any moment. Wang Lin nonchalantly pulled Long Xiaoyu aside and educated him. Do you still want to live? The commotion here quickly brought the attention of the mall's security guards, who came trotting over quickly. Mr. Wang. After seeing that it was Wang Lin, he immediately called out respectfully. There's something wrong with this car, so come and help with it. Go through the insurance, and also, you guys go get the authorities to install a probe here. Waring said to the 2 men. Yes, the 2 security guards answered at the same time. As the security guards of the Tiandu Mall, they all had a certain amount of energy. This kind of thing could still be easily done, and doing this for the boss was considered honorable. After directing 2 security guards to take care of things, Wang Lin brought Long Xiaoyu to the milk tea store on the 4th floor of the mall. At this time of day, there are very few people left. Long Xiaoyu walked all the way but was in shock and didn't say much. A cup of red bean milk tea and a cup of blood glutinous rice milk tea. Wang Lin said to the waiter. Mr. Wang, there happen to be 2 cups that the guests haven't come to get yet. The waiter immediately handed 2 cups to Wang Lin. Thanks. Waring smiled. It should. The waitress smiled sweetly, then turned around and began to get busy. Here, have a milk tea to weigh you down. Wang Lin handed the blood glutinous rice milk tea to Long Xiaoyu. As far as he remembered, this beautiful class president had always liked this kind of milk tea. Long Xiaoyu had always liked to nourish her health, and firmly believed that blood glutinous rice had tremendous benefits for girls. Sucking. Long Xiaoyu was obviously frightened, and after receiving the milk tea, she pecked at it violently. Just 1 bite, and the whopping 800 milliliters of milk tea was flabbergasted that she drank half of it. Why am I so unlucky? After finishing her milk tea, she set it down on the table and let out an annoyed yell. How is it unlucky? Don't talk nonsense. There is a saying that the negative is the positive. After the appearance of bad luck, good things will surely appear. Wang Lin took a sip of milk tea and ate the sweet red beans and said to Long Xiaoyu, I'm really unlucky today. When I went out in the morning, I forgot to bring my house keys. My bag was locked at home. When I ate breakfast, I bought soybean milk fritters, and splashed them directly on my body. The fritters rolled into the sewer. I was hungry all morning. I was scolded by the leader at work, and it was hard for me to get off work and want to relax. But I planted my head, and when I came back, I ran into this. Long Xiaoyu yelled out, trying to vent his frustration. This yell, however, caused many people to pay attention, all wanting to see what was going on. My missy, keep your voice down. Wang Lin looked at a group of people pointing at him and couldn't help but look a little dark. Those who didn't know probably thought that he had bullied someone else's girl, but he also felt that Long Xiaoyu did have a little bit of a back today. Aha! Long Xiaoyu also found out at this time. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush and lowered her head. Then one drank up the milk tea. Not a moment later, Wang Lin's cell phone rang. It was Jiaoneng calling. Yeah. Wang Lin and Zhao Neng talked for a while and then closed the phone. My car. How's it going? Long Xiaoyu raised her head and asked worriedly. It's basically scrapped and unusable. Waring said. What? What am I supposed to do with this? It's the only car I have. How am I supposed to get to work without it? Long Xiaoyu's face turned white as she said in panic. With that, she lowered her head again and sipped her milk tea, but was distracted. She works far away from where she lives and has to drive to work, which didn't take long to buy, but cost her all her savings. Now that she doesn't have a car, her commute to work is a problem. Tell you what, I'll buy a car and give it to you. Wang Lin suddenly said to Long Xiaoyu. No kidding, Long Xiaoyu said, but I really thank you for today. Without you, that bumper sticker alone would have gotten someone deeper into a lawsuit. Long Xiaoyu said gratefully to Wang Lin. At that time in college, she and Wang Lin were on better terms. She was the class president and Wang Lin was the vice class president. It's just that at that time, she was focused on her studies, or else according to the level of understanding between the two of them, they could have become a couple. She also knows that Wang Lin's family is not in good condition, and like her from the countryside, how can she let Wang Lin buy her a car? And the two are just classmates. Well, what if I do buy you a car? Waring continued. I'll marry you if you give me a car. Long Xiaoyu laughed and said. Alright, don't joke around. This is no joke. You can't get away with this. The deal is, you'll marry me if I give you a car. Wang Lin glanced at Long Xiaoyu in surprise. He hadn't thought that Long Xiaoyu would even talk like this. When he was in college, he wasn't this bold, although he knew that Long Xiaoyu had always had a bit of a crush on him. Society really is a calendar field that will make you grow even if you don't want to, he sighed in his mind. Hey, you were given a step and you climbed up. Long Xiaoyu glared angrily at Wang Lin. After Wang Lin's enlightenment, she was in a much better mood. She instinctively thought that Wang Lin was deliberately trying to amuse her. Go! Wang Lin placed the empty milk teacup on the tabletop and stood up. Where to? Long Xiaoyu froze slightly. Buy a car, Wang Lin said with a big wave of his hand. I said no kidding, Long Xiaoyu said with dissatisfaction. Her eyes swept over Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin from head to toe is definitely not more than 1,000. At a glance it is an economic shortage. Not that kind of tycoon at all. Then it's always okay to look at the car, Waring said. This will do. Long Xiaoyu nodded. She around the car out of the problem. The insurance company should pay a little, plus their own salary. Should be able to pay a down payment, not to buy a low-end car. First make do with it. It should be harder to hit this spot. Walking out of the mall, Long Xiaoyu's gaze was placed around and said, It's okay, I'll get someone to give us a ride. Wang Lin immediately picked up his cell phone and ordered Zhao Neng. Zhao Neng immediately paired a driver with the two. Old woof, what do you do now that gives you so much power? After Long Xiaoyu reacted, she couldn't help but think of the scene where Wang Lin had just commanded the security guards, and with the current call for a car, she felt a hint of something not quite the same. Nothing, I own this mall, Wang Lin said with a smile. Talk nicely, don't joke. Long Xiaoyu glared at Wang Lin. Such a big shopping mall. Breaking her head, she wouldn't believe it, but she knew Wang Lin's roots, just like her, from the countryside. Wang Lin was doubly speechless and could only say, I opened a store here and am more familiar with them. Really? You're really good, Long Xiaoyu said aloud, eyes glowing. As early as in college, she felt that Wang Lin is very promising. I did not expect a few years do not see. Wang Lin has such a big growth. The Tiandu shopping mall. Open a store a year will have to hundreds of thousands of it. The man. Wang Lin cannot help but be a little speechless. He obviously said the truth, but he took him as bragging. Said a lie, and then took him as the truth. This woman really complicated. The business car was extraordinarily spacious, and the driver drove respectfully, not daring to turn around at all, which gave the two a good opportunity to chat. Old Wang, you were at least a famous school bully back in the day. Why don't you go to work with a high salary? Why did you come here to open up a store? Business is not good now, right? I have heard that the current big market is not good. Long Xiaoyu looked at Wang Lin a bit strangely. He remembered that Wang Lin's previous dream was to go to work in a design company, and then go all the way up to become CEO, marry a big beautiful woman, and go to the peak of his life. How come he opened a store now? There you go. I took a couple years of classes at Cloud Design, Waring said. Cloud Design? That's a leading company in the design industry. Long Xiaoyu bright eyes. She rolled in the design industry a few years, jumped several companies in a row, only to be able to get an annual salary of more than 300,000. She is still complacent, but did not think that Wang Lin was a step up. Cloud Design, her dream place in a few years. So how did you get out afterward? Long Xiaoyu continued. She quite a bit hated not being competitive. It was a dream company. People, as it were, go to higher ground, and after looking long at the top of a mountain, they want to build a peak of their own. Wang Lin said with a smile. Come on, don't be ridiculous, get serious. Long Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. My dad showed me the ropes. He's actually a rich man, so I didn't want to work hard anymore and came home to inherit the family fortune. Wang Lin said in a serious voice. Old Wang, really can't see. This is only working for a few years. Why do you have so many more flowery ideas? Is it because you think I'm good at cheating? Long Xiaoyu glared at Wang Lin and said with a bit of hatred. Wang Lin's body shuddered violently and he smiled awkwardly. Long Xiaoyu seems to be soft, but not strange. Pinching people's kung fu is unique. Wang Lin was not less persecuted back then. Each stroke was as long and painful as a skin test, and he didn't want to try it again. Say, did you want to buy your own car before you dragged me here? Long Xiaoyu added to Wang Lin. What car to buy? I'm marrying my wife. Wang Lin heatedly smiled and looked wistfully at Long Xiaoyu's body. Get the hell out of here. I was joking. Long Xiaoyu cracked her mouth and glared hatefully at Wang Lin. She looked at Wang Lin a bit strangely. The current Wang Lin was really different from before. Now Wang Lin is more open-minded and very humorous. And although he is still seriously straight, he makes her quite fond of him. It didn't occur to her that if Wang Lin had been the same way back then, the two of them might actually be married now. Bah! Long Xiaoyu, what are you thinking about? Here we are. Get off! Wang Lin said to Long Xiaoyu. He didn't notice anything different about Long Xiaoyu. Oh, yes. Long Xiaoyu immediately reacted and responded to Wang Lin. It is located in the southern part of Yunhai City, neighboring the automobile city in the south. The place is extraordinarily famous, with many people from all over the country coming here to buy vehicles, and has been transformed into a car-buying bazaar over the years. Although it was noon, people were still coming and going, just like a downtown. In the open air, there are still many car models in the car show, that beautiful body and stunning looks, so that a man from time to time in awe. There are some obscene men, took out the phone, for a variety of tricky angle, do what they like to do. A bunch of mediocre people. Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but scoff as she looked at these hotly dressed car models, still walking with her head held high. Long Xiaoyu's super high face value, paired with her fiery body and unique temperament, directly attracted the attention of many men. Well, they're certainly not as good as you. Wang Lin's gaze shook and landed on Long Xiaoyu as he began to evaluate. From beginning to end, you seek death. Long Xiaoyu's face flushed red as she angrily shouted. I surrender. Looking at Long Xiaoyu's outstretched right hand, Wang Lin's face changed and he directly begged for mercy. Cluck cluck cluck. Looking at Wang Lin's long-lost pleading look, Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. In this moment, it was as if she had returned to college. That carefree era. Come on, let's go check out this dealership. There's a couple cars in there that look pretty good. Wang Lin's eyes quickly swept around and landed on a store on the side and said, this is too expensive. Looking at the Maserati brand, Long Xiaoyu's feet couldn't help but stiffen and said hesitantly, before she could react. Though, she was yanked into the store by Wang Lin. The moment she walked into the store, she struggled away. Ah, what are you doing? Trying to molest me? While Long Xiaoyu was trying to take a good look around, a scream came from where Wang Lin was. A woman with a hot body, wearing a white shirt with her shirt buttoned only halfway up, looked at Wang Lin with a horrified face, wearing high heels, her hands placed in front of her, staring at Wang Lin in death. The whole group looked very helpless, as if they had met a pervert. Molest you? What capital do you have for me to molest? Wang Lin coldly laughed, while at the same time, with a single stroke of his right hand, he pulled Long Xiaoyu over. Long Xiaoyu with more than 95 points in looks, whether it is body or looks, and even temperament are completely crushed women. Heavy makeup and colorful women in general women can still be considered a crane, but compared with Long Xiaoyu, it is simply the gap between the crow and the phoenix. The woman opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but was dumbfounded. In the face of Long Xiaoyu she could only shame herself. Wang Lin. Long Xiaoyu was pulled over by Wang Lin, huffed and glared at Wang Lin. Her face reddened. Of course she knew what Wang Lin was doing. After glaring at Wang Lin, she obediently cooperated. But in her heart, she secretly made a note that after this, she would want Wang Lin to look good. Sonia, what's wrong? At this time a woman dressed in a flamboyant dress, wearing a bag tunic skirt, white shirt, with black-rimmed glasses walked over in large strides, black high heels and the ground constantly bumping. Very crisp. The woman had a pair of long legs, especially conspicuous, all the way, causing many people to pay attention. The woman had a smile on her lips, looking very pleased with herself, and a unique aura that made many men light up. But when she came to Long Xiaoyu's body, the whole person suddenly turned from the original radiance into obscurity. Whether it was her looks or temperament, she had fallen a lot. Even her long legs, which she had always been proud of, had become extraordinarily short. A trace of displeasure swept through her heart while her gaze fell on Wang Lin and Long Xiaoyu. Her eyes raced past. Her years of sales experience had allowed her to develop fiery eyes, and with just a glance, she could see the fact that Wang Lin was covered in no more than 1,000, and Long Xiaoyu was covered in no more than 2,000. Both of these men are poor. Manager, these two just bumped into me on purpose and tried to get into the store for a test drive. Sonia said loudly. Please sir, we are a luxury car store and will not offer test drives to those who have no intention of buying a car and have no financial resources. So if you want to test drive a car, go out the door and turn to the right. There are plenty of $100,000 plus models there that are perfect for those of you who don't have the money to do so. The manager smiled gracefully while extending her right hand and pointing outside. How do you know I can't afford it? Wang Lin looked at the manager, his gaze slightly cold. Hurry up and get out. Don't take our manager's kind words to you as capital. This is not a place you can come to. Do you know how much the cars we have here cost? The cheapest ones cost millions. Just buy you guys. It's better to be in your next life. Sonia coldly looked at Wang Lin and said. Her eyes were filled with a strong look of contempt. She was enough to imagine that with trash like Wang Lin, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to afford a car tire. Wolflin, let's go. Long Xiaoyu felt slightly weak and immediately said to Wang Lin, this kind of luxury car, she could not even think about it. According to her current salary, it would take 10 years without eating or drinking. Okay, let's go. Wang Lin looked at Long Xiaoyu and said, that's right, to try to pretend to be a grandpa when you don't have any money is really ridiculous. When Sonia saw this, she couldn't help but sneer, and the contempt in her eyes grew a lot more. Ha! The female manager also laughed, her eyes especially swept on Long Xiaoyu. So what if she looks pretty? No money, no power, how to compare with her? No matter how beautiful and dignified she is, she's just the queen of the pheasants. She's the best of the swans. Let's go to Ferrari. As the two of Sonia were preparing to leave, Wang Lin suddenly spoke to Long Xiaoyu. It's not good. Long Xiaoyu said back to Wang Lin. She's really a little weak. She only has the money for a down payment on a car of about $300,000. Going to see the limo really kind of emboldened her, and she didn't think Wang Lin possessed the capital to do so. Let's go. But just as her words were uttered, she was grabbed by Wang Lin's hand and headed towards the Ferrari store like a puppy on a lead. Let go of me. Long Xiaoyu's face turned red, as thin as a mosquito hum, and said to Wang Lin, shy at heart. She lowered her head and looked differently beautiful. And want to test drive? Sonia and the female manager immediately changed their faces. If the Ferrari store let the two enter it and test drive the car, this would directly affect the reputation of Maserati. They can't do that. Go and inform the opposite side. The manager has said to Sonia, make it impossible for the two of them to enter the store. Good. With the manager's authorization, Sonia immediately walked quickly towards the Ferrari store. Hello and welcome. Wang Lin pulled Long Xiaoyu and walked to the Ferrari store. The moment he walked into the store, a sweet-looking woman with a slightly fiery body and a good temperament in professional clothes walked over. She revealed a sweet smile that made people feel like a breeze. The voice is also more melodious and the attitude is very humble. Hello. Wang Lin, who was in a bad mood, revealed a smile after looking at the saleswoman, and his gaze fell on the saleswoman's badge, which had the word Sun Lu right on it. Excuse me, do you two want to purchase a vehicle, or do you want to do a general understanding, compare the goods and then come back to buy? Sun Lu said with a big smile. As a qualified salesperson, she always treats every customer with the same attitude. We were going to come and buy a car, Wang Lin said. His eyes swept over the Ferrari store. His eyes especially swept over a sports car, a streamlined body, under the illumination of the light, especially dazzling. Long Xiaoyu's eyes also skimmed over one sports car after another. She couldn't help but hold her breath. These sports cars in the past, she had only seen them on TV. Watching them so close up made her a little breathless. So do you have a model in mind? We can offer test drives here, Sun Lu said with a smile, her right hand pointing to a fire-red sports car not far away. This month, we have done an event for F8 here. As long as the purchase of F8 will receive a complimentary watch worth $200,000. Yes? Wang Lin's eyes couldn't help but fall on the cool-looking F8. Whether it's the super high face value or the unique streamline, Wang Lin's eyes could no longer pull away. Long Xiaoyu was the same. This level of sports car let her deep into it. Even, she had a slight idea in her mind. If Wang Lin gave her such a car, she would marry Wang Lin. But she also knew that it was just thinking, a kind of extravagant hope. Wang Lin, even if he was more successful, could not have made so much money in the last few years. Then we'll take a test drive, Wang Lin said to Sun Lu with a smile. And you guys want to test drive a Ferrari? Just as Wang Lin wanted to test drive the Ferrari, A cold voice came from not far away. Da 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 da. The black high-heeled shoes created a strong impact sound with the ground, resounding throughout the hall in a rhythmic manner. It caused a lot of people to look at it. Sonya walked in large strides, extraordinarily arrogant, as if she were a swan, towering above the rest. For all the gazes cast, she is collected with the eyes, the corners of the mouth with a smile. Look extraordinarily pleased. She very much enjoys the gazes of the men. These gazes are like the light of glory, pouring her body. Sun Lu, these two just went to our store with bad intentions and were blown out by us. I didn't expect that they would come to your store. Hurry up and kick them out. Otherwise, they are likely to do something bad to your store as well, Sonya said to Sun Lu. Long Xiaoyu glared at Sonya. She felt that this Sonya was really obnoxious. No, they're all my guests. We're open for business. How can we turn our guests away from the store? Sun Lu frowned and directly rejected Sonya's offer. She was no stranger to Sonya, and knew of Sonya's power, which made her very unhappy, in her opinion. Even an old man collecting rags could potentially shell out millions of funds. You can't judge a book by its cover. Besides, Wang Lin and Long Xiaoyu are so classy. You really are stupid to the core. I kind of understand why you haven't billed this month so far. Wasting your time on people like this, how will you ever bill? Sonya said coldly. Sir, please come this way for a test drive. Sun Lu no longer bothered with Sonya, but said to Wang Lin with a big smile. This bitch, how dare she ignore me? Watching Sun Lu still bring Wang Lin two people to test drive the car. Sonya's face became very ugly. Her eyes stared resentfully at Sun Lu. Wang Lin two people entered the store. Her character is equivalent to failure. The thought of the manager's vicious words later turned her mood extremely sour. How dare you ignore me? I'll make you eat your words. Her eyes flickered a bit and finally landed on a handsome male salesman. A smile piled up on her face as she took a big step forward. The man's name was He Shu, with whom she had once had a not-so-shallow relationship, and was also a senior salesman within the Ferrari store. Sonya, what brings you here? He Shu was the first to spot Sonya. His eyes swept over Sonya, especially lingering on Sonya's concave and convex figure. The eyes were hot and fiery, and the last time they parted, they missed each other very much. A bad wind blew me over, Sonya said irritably. Who made you angry? I'll take it out on you, He Shu said with concern, while raising his fist and gently waving it, signaling that he could beat everything. It's not those two, and that's Sun Lu, the test driver, just went to our store and molested me, and came to your store for a test drive. It really pissed me off, and Sun Lu even ignored me. It's really out of sight. Sonya pretended to be displeased and said to He Shu, this Sun Lu is really something too. I told her a long time ago that reception needs to look at people's character as well. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to be in here at all, He Shu said loudly. I'll kick them out. Really? Thanks so much. Are you free tonight? I'll take you to dinner, Sonya said joyfully. Of course I'm free. He Shu's gaze landed on Sonya's hot body and he couldn't help but gulp, realizing what Sonya meant. After saying that, He Shu took a big step towards the F8 place. Sun Lu and you this, how are you going to fight me? Sonya, who was walking behind He Shu, looked coldly at the three of them. Wang Lin, with a thick sneer filling her eyes. At this moment, it was as if she had already seen Wang Lin and Long Xiaoyu being kicked out, as well as Sun Lu being reprimanded. She couldn't help but smile a very pleased smile at the thought. Her beauty is the best weapon. Sun Lu, how do you do your job? He Shu angrily walked to Sun Lu's side and said loudly to Sun Lu. What? Sun Lu looked at He Shu in confusion, and when her gaze landed on Sonya behind He Shu, she instantly knew what had happened, and her face became ugly. I have long said, don't bring everything to the store? Look at you. Now it's the end of the month. Have you opened a single? I'm telling you, if I hadn't been putting in a good word for you, you would have been fired by the manager. Look at you. He Shu reprimanded Sun Lu in a serious manner, not caring about Sun Lu's face at all, causing Sun Lu's face to become very ugly. It's a nice car. I'll take it. Just as He Shu was about to change the topic from Sun Lu to Wang Lin and the two of them, Wang Lin opened the car door and said to Sun Lu, you bought it? What did you buy it with? Your mouth? It's really funny. As soon as Sonya heard this, she was happy and mocked at once. You don't look at what condition you are in. Do you know how much this car costs? 2.98 million. The on-road price must be at least more than $3 million. Just based on your appearance. You just can't afford to pay for it even if you work all your life. No, you can't even afford to buy a wheel. You know what's disgusting? Wang Lin looked at Sonya and suddenly said, what? Sonya was slightly stunned. Flies, the ugliest of things, buzzing in the ears all the time, disgusting, and with no self-awareness, always thinking they are superior. Wang Lin said coldly. Sonya was stunned at first, then she woke up. Wang Lin was scolding her. Her eyes were on fire. What did you say? You called me a fly. You don't want to get better. Please don't be right. I'm not talking about you. Wang Lin couldn't help but snicker at how idiotic this person was. Swipe your card. Wang Lin turned to Sun Lu. Sir, please get out of here. You're not welcome here. When He Shu saw his sister being bullied, he immediately walked out and coldly said to Wang Lin and blocked Sun Lu's face. Leave? Is this how you treat your guests? Waring said loudly. Yes, that's how we treat guests like you. He Shu coldly swept a glance at Wang Lin, especially on the guest to aggravate the tone. Wang Lin, let's go. There's no need to fight with them. Long Xiaoyu took Wang Lin's hand and said, to be able to test drive once, she has been very satisfied, and besides, Wang Lin cannot have the funds. Swollen face, cannot be good. I'll take this car. Wang Lin pulled out a golden bank card directly from his pocket. Buy it with a mouthpiece? Hurry up and go. Save me from calling security. He Shu said coldly. Sun Lu wanted to say something, but He Shu blocked her with his tall height, giving her no chance to speak. Songya sneered. That is, still want to overturn the sky? What's all the noise about? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over. He frowned, arguing at the gate was a real hindrance to business. Manager, these two are causing trouble here. I'll blow them out. He Shu looked at the middle-aged man and said respectfully, at the same time reaching out his hand. He was about to push Wang Lin out. Stop. The manager originally wanted to leave, but when his eyes fell on the bank card in Wang Lin's hand, his gaze couldn't help but tremble, while he shouted loudly, looking very anxious. He actually has a gold card from the Chamber Alliance. The manager stared at the gold card in Wang Lin's hand, and his heart trembled violently. As an elite who had been in the Yunhai business circle for many years, he certainly knew about the Chamber of Commerce Alliance. Only, the titled ones can have the membership. The owner of his house is just barely up to par. In the Chamber Alliance, there are a variety of cards that represent status. Blue, green, silver and gold cards. Each color represents a different status, and his boss only has the blue card only. Instead, Wang Lin held a gold card in his hand. The gap is just huge. He was incredibly shocked at how much energy it took to have a gold card. You know his family's boss is worth $1 billion. It takes $1 billion to own a blue card. A span of 3 levels is simply unimaginable. That would be a behemoth. It also terrified him that he had allowed his subordinates to drive such an honorable being out. He was in a cold sweat. It wasn't hard for him to imagine. If Wang Lin is going to make things difficult, I'm afraid that he will have to come to the end of this manager. Or even just get out. All he wants to do now is make a little amends to make up with Wang Lin. Get the hell out of here. This is no place for you. He Shu did not stop. His hand still pushed toward Wang Lin, wanting to push Wang Lin out of the store. This kind of in the store, really degrading the store's reputation. I told you to stop. Can't you hear me? Seeing that He Shu didn't listen to himself, a bearish rage gathered in the manager's heart, and he violently rushed out and smacked He Shu's cheek with a slap, roaring up like a raging lion. Snap. Under a slap, He Shu was slapped to the ground in a raw manner. He Shu's still handsome face swelled up and 5 red handprints appeared. Loud slaps rang out in the large space. The scene that appeared caused the atmosphere in the room to stagnate, and they all stared round in disbelief. Especially Songya. As far as she knew, the manager and He Shu had an excellent relationship. There would never be a scene like this. The slap just came as too much of a surprise. Long Xiaoyu was also dumbfounded. She was ready to be driven out, but she did not expect such a thing to happen. For a moment, her heart was full of doubts. What was wrong with this manager? Manager, what are you doing hitting me? He Shu covered his face and got up from the ground. He was struck dumb. What was going on here? He asked the manager for permission. Manager, you're hitting the wrong person. Shouldn't you? You should drive these 2 people out. This kind of people staying in our store is simply defiling our eyes off. And they're just scheming, saying they want to buy a car. Maybe their hands are not clean and they've already stolen something. They must be searched and dealt with. He Shu said to the manager. You're the fucking man. The manager was already furious. He pointed at He Shu and said, He Shu, you've been fired. From today onwards you're not an employee of my company. You'll never be hired. What? He Shu's face went white and he exclaimed. His body stiffened violently as he stared blankly at the manager, having no idea what was going on. He's just repelling one. How come? Manager, aren't you mistaken? You should drive these 2 away. Why are you firing He Shu? He's a senior salesman in your store. Sonia walked up and said loudly, and you, get the hell out of here too. This is no place for you to be. And if you don't get the hell out of here, I'll have you thrown out. The manager looked at Sonia coldly. Sonia still wanted to speak, but when her eyes met the manager's, she was startled and, subconsciously, took 2 steps backward. I'm sorry, I've been lax in my rule. Please forgive me. The manager strides over to Wang Lin's side and says loudly. The attitude was as sincere as a grandson meeting his grandfather. The scene that appeared couldn't help but make He Shuan-song's hearts tremble with an ominous premonition. Swipe your card, Wang Lin said indifferently. Yes. The manager was instantly relieved, and in his heart, he did not go away glad that Wang Lin did not pursue the matter further. He carefully took the gold card, then quickly stepped aside and swiped it with the POS machine. It didn't take long to operate successfully. Seeing this, He Shuan-song's faces turned white, knowing that this time they had really kicked the bucket. Wang Lin was not only not a person, but also an existence they could not provoke. Even the manager can't be messed with. The two men's hearts trembled tremendously. They could hardly imagine how a terrifying existence someone who could make even the manager bow and scrape was. Immediately, he left the store in a grayish manner, fearing that Wang Lin would continue to pursue responsibility. Your gold card. The manager bumbled and handed the gold card to Wang Lin, then handed Wang Lin the slip and pen. Waring wrote down his name. Sun Lu. Hurry up and go through the procedures for Mr. Wang, the manager said to Sun Lu. Ha? Yes. Sun Lu, who was frozen in place, instantly woke up with a start, while quickly walking towards the office. A flicker of elation ran through her, knowing that she was billed and had gotten an honored guest. What made her even more delighted was that He Shu, the person who had given her a headache, had left. This way please, I'll make you some tea. The manager smiled and welcomed Wang Lin and the two of them into the reception area, then quickly walked towards the office. I'm not dreaming here. Wang Lin, you really bought a sports car? Sitting in the VIP exclusive reception area, Long Xiaoyu still felt incredible. It was like being in a dream. She hadn't even thought about Wang Lin being able to have so much money. For a moment she thought that Waring was sulking and doing a bit of fighting, but it didn't occur to Wang Lin to actually buy it, and it's still paid in full. And look at the manager's appearance. Wang Lin also very may not look like. This is really a bit refreshing her perception. You didn't dream it. It's all true. Wang Lin grabbed the Ferrari key and gently tapped the on button, accompanied by 2 drops. The Ferrari vibrated. By the way, now that I've bought a sports car, are you going to want to marry me? Wang Lin looked at Long Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes and said seriously. Thinking of what she said before, Long Xiaoyu's face reddened once again. Facing Wang Lin's gaze, she couldn't help but be flustered in her heart. She was just talking for fun at that time. She didn't take it seriously. In this moment, however, she was left with a blank head not knowing how to answer. Look how nervous you are. You can't be serious. Looking at Long Xiaoyu's mute appearance, Wang Lin couldn't help but laugh. Of course not. I'm not one of those gold-digging women. Long Xiaoyu glared angrily at Wang Lin, although her mouth said so, but her gaze still involuntarily swept to the Ferrari not far away. The Ferrari is too handsome. She had just taken a test drive and she hadn't had enough. If you like it, it's yours. Wang Lin suddenly said to Long Xiaoyu, very seriously. What did you say? Long Xiaoyu exclaimed incredulously. This joke is not funny. Long Xiaoyu looked at Wang Lin with a bit of displeasure. I mean it. Wang Lin said seriously, his gaze falling on top of Long Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes, full of sincerity. Long Xiaoyu's gaze dodged for a while. Her heart was like a deer in the headlights. Wang Lin's words at this time were tantamount to a large-scale confession scene, making her shy, astringent to the extreme. Then when she thought about what she had just thought about, the idea of marrying Wang Lin if he gave her a sports car, her heart beat as if she were beating a drum. Of course, I do have requirements. I'm opening a jade store in the Tiandu Mall and I need a store manager. I feel that you're up to the task, and this car will act as a substitute for you, Wang Lin said with a smile. Store manager? A substitute for a walker? Old woof. You're really trenchant, but I've got a job. Long Xiaoyu faintly froze a little, and then, in a whirlwind, said, you're thinking I'm underpaid. Wang Lin immediately laughed and understood what Long Xiaoyu meant. According to the average store, the store manager's income is only a few thousand, and the better ones are only 10 or 20,000, and a year counts as an annual salary of 100,000. That's just a little low for the better designers. If anyone else came to me as a store manager, they'd make $500,000 a year. If you wanna come, you'll make $1 million a year. Wang Lin looked at Long Xiaoyu and said, how much? Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded as she asked a bit inaccurately. $1 million a year, payable in advance. Wang Lin said with a smile, old Wang, are you out of your mind? A store manager with $1 million a year? Long Xiaoyu said with a disbelieving face, yes, it can be prepaid in advance. Waring continued, deal. Long Xiaoyu immediately said, there is money to be made, not to make money for nothing. Her current annual salary is only 200,000 to 300,000. A year here is equal to 4 or 5 years of her work, and also do not have to look at the face of the higher-ups. It is the most suitable job. In this instant, she had believed what Wang Lin had initially said. Wang Lin's dad must be a tycoon. Otherwise Wang Lin wouldn't have such funds. So what do we sell in our stores? Long Xiaoyu looked at Wang Lin and said, I've already started contacting manufacturers. I'm going to open a Cartier luxury store. Wang Lin thought about it and said, there is no Cartier in the Tiandu Mall, which is exactly suitable. Cartier? My God. Old Wang, you really are rich. Long Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. As a girl who loved beauty, how could she not know about luxury goods? It's just that in the past, she's just looked at it from a distance, not daring to buy it. Cartier, as a famous luxury brand, sells many kinds of items. The most famous still belongs to the wristwatch. Wristwatches from the cheapest tens of thousands of dollars to the most expensive millions of dollars. A wide variety. Cartier is the Ferrari of watches. In this instant, she also finally realized why there were millions of dollars a year, and that as long as business was good, it wasn't bad at all. Mr. Wang, here's the paperwork for the process. Please sign. Sun Lu quickly walked over, then handed the material to Wang Lin. You sign. Wang Lin said to Long Xiaoyu. Ha! Long Xiaoyu thought for a moment that Wang Lin was still joking, but she didn't expect it to be true, and a hint of panic swept through her eyes. If you're told to sign, you sign. Wang Lin said forcefully. Good. Long Xiaoyu immediately picked up a pen and signed it. Mr. Wang, your girlfriend is really blessed, Sun Lu said with a smile, with a strong envy in her eyes. If she had such a boyfriend, she would absolutely faint from happiness. I'm not. Long Xiaoyu grunted in a voice so low that she could only hear herself, but her heart was happy. After spending a few minutes, Long Xiaoyu signed the purchase agreement for the car. Because there are still some formalities to be completed, the car cannot be mentioned in stock for the time being. After resting for a while, Wang Lin accepted the Ferrari watch handed to him by Sun Lu. The watch he then didn't give to Long Xiaoyu and put it in his pocket. After that, he brought Long Xiaoyu back to the mall, and after signing a one-point contract, Long Xiaoyu officially became an employee under Wang Lin. Cartier's agency was negotiated very successfully, and the other party handled the formalities in minutes after learning that Wang Lin owned so many industries. After the agency was negotiated, Long Xiaoyu also began to be busy, from the search for a decoration company, to personnel management, and then to the relevant licenses, began to prepare for the preliminary work. Wang Lin also accompanied Long Xiaoyu and worked together. On the way to the license, Long Xiaoyu and Wang Lin sat in a special car. Old Wang, I really have to thank you. Without you I wouldn't be so relaxed right now. You're afraid you don't know how hard it is for me to work in that company every day. Not only do I have to deal with a huge amount of work, but also I have to deal with a hateful old hag. Long Xiaoyu looked extraordinarily energized and said to Wang Lin, Old hag? Wang Lin could not help but be interested. In the middle of every unit, there are so many strict, or some oddball leaders, usually crowned with a unique title. Yes, it's simply a changed woman. Although she is called an old hag, she is just a woman in her 20s. She looks good, but it's all plastic surgery. Her diploma is just a specialist. If not for the fact that she has fallen in love with a big money man, she might be doing hard labor in some company right now. Ever since she has come to our company, she has been acting as a bully, because of her jealousy that I'm prettier than she is. Every day, she hands over to me all the mopping of floors, the work of buying milk tea, and lets me act as her personal housekeeper, and acts as her driver from time to time. It's really abominable. Long Xiaoyu said angrily. She thought about resisting, but when she thought about her year-end bonus, she could only give up. That does seem a bit odious. Wang Lin said with approval. He also knows that women as long as they are together will certainly hook up. This is a constant thing. Long Xiaoyu is so outstanding. Will certainly make some women jealous. Malicious and difficult is also very normal. Long Xiaoyu after a moment of anger, but then said, to say, her name is also funny. Do you know what it is? It's called Pei Yan Jia. It really kills me with laughter. It's really a good name. You say it's funny or not? Every time I see the advertisement on the TV it's extraordinarily relieving. You're afraid you don't know. Once I deliberately watched the video of that advertisement on the cell phone and watched it for a whole night. It's still really special. Wang Lin couldn't help but respond, revealing a small smile, but his heart was shaken, secretly thinking, women are really all terrifying. Ding, 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 ding. Just as Long Xiaoyu was about to continue, her phone suddenly rang, and when she took out her cell phone on it, it was displaying the words old witch. Long Xiaoyu immediately straightened her posture, then pressed her cell phone. Long Xiaoyu, where are you? What are you doing? It's the point of work. Why don't you come to work? Where's my milk tea? Where's my shrimp sticks and melon seeds? How do you do things? Will you? If you won't, you cannot come tomorrow. reflect well at home. Across the phone came the sound of a growl. The anger of the other party could be heard through the phone, and the constant barrage was nothing short of a machine gun. Wang Lin couldn't help but feel a hint of sympathy when he heard this. He hadn't even thought that Long Xiaoyu's previous working environment was actually like this. It was indeed a bit unbearable. The old gynecological witch. Long Xiaoyu took a deep breath, after which, in a smooth voice, she said seriously, "Ha?" There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. "What? Long Xiaoyu, what did you say? You actually dared to call me that? Do you not want to do it anymore? Your usual loyalty to me turned out to be fake. Have you not once wanted to work for me? It's always been a case of being a malefactor. Well it's really against the grain." Fu Yanjia shouted loudly, and through the phone, it was enough to hear that she was right on the verge of freaking out. "Yes, it was all a lie, and I never wanted to do anything for you in earnest, old gynecological witch," Long Xiaoyu said word by word. "In addition, I precisely applied for resignation. By the way, there is more. My contract expired 3 days ago. You just want to do something to me. You can't do it. You are just a hot chicken who got to the top by virtue of his baldness. If you are dissatisfied, you can go and ask your baldness big baby, bye-bye." Saying that, Long Xiaoyu directly hung up the phone. What a blast! Hanging up the phone, Long Xiaoyu said with a big smile, "How cool is it?" Wang Lin couldn't help but laugh. "You die and roll." Looking at Wang Lin's bad smile, Long Xiaoyu shouted angrily, but the gaze she looked at Wang Lin had a hint of gratitude in it. If it wasn't for Wang Lin, she would definitely still be suffering at Fu Yanjia's place right now. The special car was fast, and soon reached the authorities, where the two began to go through the formalities. After the process, it went to other departments. Time passes, and before you know it, a week has passed. In the middle of this week, Wang Lin was collecting rents as usual, and with his tireless efforts, he had reached 98 households, and only needed to collect 2 more to get a new reward. Throughout the week, when he had finished his rent collection duties, he would come to the store to help out. A week's time, the store's decoration, the recruitment of sales clerks, and the transportation of goods, are synchronized to complete. In the spare time, we'll also go to see Li Yan. Li Yan, although with a smile, but Wang Lin always feel a trace of distance. No longer the year's classmates teenagers, which makes him very puzzled. But it is not good to communicate. After all, he is now with Li Yan is not too familiar. On this day, the store was officially opened. Wang Lin's atmospheric choice of 20% off promotional activities not only attracted a lot of merchants to enjoy the face, but also attracted a lot of Cartier's loyal fans. Business was extraordinarily brisk. In the constant selling, Long Xiaoyu also unfolded her strong working ability, and took care of the store in a well-organized way, and Wang Lin was able to be a real handful. On opening day, the 2 men and a cadre of salesmen worked late into the night, which ended the business. Wang Lin was very atmospheric and invited Long Xiaoyu and a few salesmen to go forward for a high-grade SPA massage, which not only boasted sweet food, but also had an exclusive lounge that provided accommodation. In the midst of the massage, they both stepped in to sleep. When it was time to wake up again, it was the next morning. When Wang Lin walked out of the SPA bedroom, he happened to see the spirited Long Xiaoyu. After yesterday's battle, Long Xiaoyu had already adapted to the life of a store manager and was enjoying it very much. "Go!" Long Xiaoyu, who was wearing a long skirt and was incredibly beautiful, said to Wang Lin with a smile. "Where to?" Wang Lin was slightly stunned, not knowing which play Long Xiaoyu was singing. "Buy you breakfast. I know a good noodle shop," Long Xiaoyu said. "Yes?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. For him, there was nothing more comforting than eating noodles for breakfast. And as far as he knew, Long Xiaoyu was an unapologetic big eater. Since she said it was delicious, she must be right. Led by Long Xiaoyu, he arrived at a slightly shabby noodle shop. However, the business of the noodle shop is exceptionally hot. Hundreds of square meters in the area, placed several tables and chairs. In addition to a table and chairs half empty, the other tables and chairs staff full. Xiaoyu came yo, this time brought a boyfriend. Well, very good, very suitable for you. The owner was a 50-year-old man who smiled at Long Xiaoyu, his eyes narrowing into slits. "He's not." Long Xiaoyu's face instantly reddened and said as thin as a mosquito hum. "Not bad lad. What do you want to eat?" the boss said with a smile while asking Wang Lin. "Noodles with snowy vegetables and fat intestines, medium spicy, a little vinegar, and cilantro sesame oil," Wang Lin said as he looked at the menu. The snow vegetable and fatty intestine noodle is exactly the signature of this place. That's how heavy his appetite is. "Xiaoyu, you're still big on chops?" The boss nodded slightly while asking Long Xiaoyu. "Aha." Long Xiaoyu nodded. Snap. After confirming this, the owner made ramen at once. "Boy, This craftsmanship is unbelievable. Just the way the noodles are pulled. It must be delicious. Wang Lin's eyes were completely attracted by the ramen boss technique, which was very skillful with just the right amount of force for each hit, and it looked like it was the craftsmanship of 1,000 hammers. Couldn't help but set off a wave of anticipation in my mind. For the noodles, he was very fond of them, and also knew that the importance of the noodles themselves, made by his own hands, will always be better than those made by the machine. And with the delicious rib soup, and a large number of small dishes, it is simply a delicacy on earth. After the noodles came up, Wang Lin started to start. It was so delicious that Wang Lin couldn't wait to eat the bowl. He completely fell in love with this noodle shop. Looking at Wang Lin's appearance, Long Xiaoyu laughed from the bottom of her heart. This noodle is indeed very good. After breakfast, it was still early, an hour before the mall opened, and instead of ordering a special car, the two pressed on through the city. A ray of sunlight descended from the sky above in the early morning, and as it did, more sunlight poured over the city, gilding it with a golden afterglow. Crowds of people in the city were striding, either in groups towards the subway stations, bus stops, or slowly and leisurely towards the location of the fight. Like Wang Lin and the two of them, there were only those old people with smiles on their faces, either with children or holding puppies, enjoying a comfortable old age. In this instant, Wang Lin and Long Xiaoyu extraordinarily enjoyed the tranquility. The two of them were on foot, but their speed was not slow, and after spending most of an hour, they took a shortcut to the front gate of the Tiandu Mall. At the moment, the doors of the Tiandu Mall were closed, but there were quite a few customers in front of the door. There were men and women, old and young, but most of them were outsiders, with big bags and small bags, looking very excited. Long Xiaoyu's arrival instantly attracted the attention of many people. It had to be said that Long Xiaoyu in a long black dress was extraordinarily good. A long black dress, her fiery figure outlined to the fullest, such as jade long legs, with black high-heeled shoes, giving people a strong visual impact, not to mention that is like an angelic face, with outstanding temperament, the beauty of the stunning. If it wasn't for the strong-bodied Wang Lin standing aside, some men would even want to come up and strike up a conversation for a unique encounter. Mr. Wang, Miss Long, good morning, Mr. Wang, Miss Long. There were also a number of merchants who saw the two and greeted them respectfully. Long Xiaoyu responded as kindly as Wang Lin. Although she didn't know why the people at the mall were so respectful to Wang Lin, it didn't stop her from responding, and she enjoyed it very much. Until now she still doesn't believe that Wang Lin is the owner of this mall. She prefers to believe that Wang Lin has acquired tens of millions of assets from her father. Finally, at the full hour, the doors of the mall opened, and a group of people, swarming in, walked into the mall. The two Wang Lin also followed the crowd and walked into the mall. They chose to walk. The elevators were now overcrowded and really crowded. Long Xiaoyu? Just as the two of them were walking on the road, a sharp voice suddenly came from not far away, filled with a strong sense of anger. Who? Long Xiaoyu looked over in surprise. She had been here at the Tiandu Mall for a while, and this was the first time she had encountered a familiar person. She looked very puzzled. She asked herself why anyone would be angry with her when she hadn't offended anyone either. Wang Lin also looked over curiously. A woman wearing a cheongsam is now not far away. Hot to the extreme body is particularly attractive. In the outline of the cheongsam, so that people look and feel dry mouth. Fiery red high heels, with long legs is a plus. Features are also extraordinarily beautiful. Among the heavy makeup, no less than the average star, her appearance became the focus of the crowd. However, she is still a little worse compared to Long Xiaoyu, especially that face. The smile is stiff. Obviously is plastic surgery out of the hole. Full of stiffness, like a doll. The woman carried a Hermes handbag in her hands with an aura. Pei Yanjie. Long Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the woman's body and she suddenly muttered in a small voice point. Is this the old hag? It does have a bit of capital. No wonder it was carried. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the woman and nodded slightly. For such a woman, she could indeed attract some people. What are you doing here? You don't work here, do you? Fu Yanjie looked at Long Xiaoyu's eyes as if they were going to spit fire. In the encounter a few days ago, she lost in a mess, which made the anger in her heart extraordinarily surging. This had been held back for a few days, and with the comfort of her man, this was why she came to the Tiandu Mall to come and shop and soothe her mood. But he didn't expect that when he came to the gate, he would run into Long Xiaoyu. It was really a narrow road. Of course not. Wang Lin looked at the woman and said, I brought my girlfriend over to look at her watch. Hers is old. Yes? Fu Yanjie looked at Long Xiaoyu and said, of course. Long Xiaoyu immediately knew what Wang Lin meant and said with a smile, yes, I've got my eye on one of Cartier's wristwatches, and my date is going to buy it for me. A Cartier watch? Fu Yanjie looked at Long Xiaoyu in surprise. For Cartier, of course, she is no stranger. Her family also has hundreds of thousands of watches. She has been extraordinarily cherished. She didn't expect Long Xiaoyu to find such a rich man. A hint of jealousy grew in her heart. While she could only find middle-aged people, Long Xiaoyu was able to find a young man with a decent face. Oh, so it's a swollen face. Fu Yanjie's gaze immediately landed on Wang Lin's body and instantly saw the price of Wang Lin's outfit. It only adds up to $1,000. Simply a heinous person. Still buying Cartier? Lying to hell. In that instant, the jealousy in her heart instantly disappeared. She would like to see how long Long Xiaoyu could keep up this act. Long Xiaoyu, I don't know where your date is in her senior position, Fu Yanjie said. I wouldn't call it high, just a company and a store. Wang Lin said with a smile. Load, you just keep pretending. Fu Yanjie sneered in her heart. Her mind turned slightly. She had an idea. Long Xiaoyu left the company. She couldn't make it work. She had to start from Wang Lin's side. Find a breakthrough. Expose the two men and embarrass Long Xiaoyu. Thinking of this, she said with a smile, it's really a coincidence. I happen to want to go to Cartier to look at watches too. Let's go together. Oh, such a coincidence. Let's get together then. Long Xiaoyu waited for just this sentence from Fu Yanjie. Sure is a simpleton. Wang Lin gave Fu Yanjie a definition in his mind. Then holding Long Xiaoyu's hand, he walked towards the store intimately. Humph. I'd like to see how long you can pretend. Fu Yanjie looked at the two coldly. She followed the two all the way behind them, watching their intimate appearance. And the displeasure in her heart climbed to the extreme. This wave of dog food is just not good. Old King. While walking, she saw a familiar figure. Wasn't it her man? Wang Qian. She cried out in sudden delight. Baby. Wang Qian has been more than 50 years old. Long and decent, only that big Mediterranean Sea is a bit conspicuous. But between the suits and dresses still look very broad. He walked forward and hugged Fu Yanjie. Old Wang. What brings you here? Fu Yanjie looked at Wang Qian unexpectedly. In her impression, Wang Qian should be busy in the company. It's not a busy day at the office, so I figured I might as well come and shop with you. Wang Qian said with a smile. Love you. Fu Yanjie just stamped on Wang Qian's cheek, as if she was retaliating against what the two Wang Lin had just done. Long Xiaoyu took this into her eyes as her gaze fell on Wang Lin's cheeks, but after dwelling on it for a while in her mind, she didn't make up her mind to move her mouth after all. It's really heavy, Wang Lin muttered in a small voice. He originally thought it was a handsome middle-aged man, but he did not expect it to be such an image. It's not that I've been eyeing a watch, but I just met my previous colleagues and happened to be looking at watches with them, Fu Yanjie said. At the same time, she used her gaze to point at Long Xiaoyu's body. Wang Qian instantly reacted. His gaze slightly condensed, and he instantly knew what was happening here. That's really quite a coincidence. So what are we waiting for? Let's go and have a look together. It's just as well. I want a new watch too, Wang Qian said, shaking the watch in his hand. The watch is also Cartier, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Go, Wang Lin said to Long Xiaoyu before striding towards the elevator. The elevator went all the way up to the 5th floor. The 5th floor didn't have too many guests at the moment. Only some young guests were walking around the 5th floor. Cartier stores, extraordinarily cold. Many young people were persuaded to leave after seeing that high price. Wang Qian and Fu Yanjie took the lead and walked at the front, especially Fu Yanjie, who was like a noble swan with her eyes high above the ground. Welcome. Inside the store, several salesmen were wiping down the counters, and upon seeing Wang Qian and Fu Yanjie arrive at the store, they all revealed smiles and welcomed them into the store. After seeing Wang Lin and the two of them, they all subconsciously wanted to call out, but just as the words left their mouths, they were glared back by a look from Long Xiaoyu, shutting up after several eye contacts. Long Xiaoyu, you guys aren't looking at this watch, are you? Fu Yanjie reached out and pointed to a watch. The watch looked very foreign. This watch is not only young and trendy, but also cheap, only need more than 10,000 yuan. It is most suitable for young people like you. Yeah, this one still seems to be new out. It's more hip. You guys should like it. Young people like to play with this kind of hip stuff. Wang Qian immediately replied back in the back. This is indeed a good one. Old Wang, you say, should I buy this one watch for me? Long Xiaoyu looked over and said with a smile. The salesman on the side immediately took the watch out and put it on for Long Xiaoyu. Sure enough, it's just a poor loser with a swollen face. $10,000 is a good offer. A strong color of contempt swept through Fu Yanjie's eyes. It's a nice watch indeed, but it's a little short of class, and I think that one's not bad either. Wang Lin reached out and pointed to a watch not far away. The watch was as hip as this one, but it was studded with diamonds and looked extraordinarily flashy. It's beautiful. Fu Yanjie marveled as she looked at it, and she was instantly attracted to the watch. unable to take her eyes off of it any longer. What? You've got your eye on it too, but you guys aren't going to buy it. Wang Lin looked at Fu Yanjie and said with a smile, why wouldn't we buy it? I'll take it. Fu Yanjie said loudly, hello, show us this watch. Wang Qian immediately said to the salesman, are you sure? The salesman hesitantly glanced at Wang Qian. Sure. Wang Qian frowned, a little displeased. He is the boss of a company. Hundreds of thousands of dollars is just a hair. Then you can take it. This watch is more expensive, priced at $350,000. The salesman said to Wang Qian, this watch is the treasure of our store. How many did you say? Wang Qian's face stuttered as he said again, 4.35 million. Wang Lin smiled and looked at Fu Yanjie, reaching out and pointing to a modest watch. That's why I said you guys wouldn't go for it. It's too expensive for you guys and doesn't really fit. You guys are more suited for that one. The one that's $200,000. It can't help but be old-fashioned and steady. It's not ostentatious. 4.35 million. Wang Qian body for a beat. This price he can take out. But spend this money just to buy a watch is a little bit uneconomical. Wrap this watch for me. I'll take it. Wang Lin smiled and looked at Wang Qian and Fu Yanjie and said to the salesman, while pulling out his bank card. His gaze was filled with a thick color of mockery, which caused Fu Yanjie's anger to surge wildly. Old Wang, buy it and I promise you that request. Fu Yanjie lowered her voice and said to Wang Qian, good. Wang Qian, who was still wavering from side to side, heard Fu Yanjie's sentence and immediately brightened up, immediately said to the salesman, wait, this watch is the one I saw first. I'll buy it. Yes, sir. Wang Qian is still planning to grind some words. The salesman's reaction is surprisingly fast. Immediately packed up for Wang Qian. Wang Qian, slightly stunned, immediately associated this to their own wristwatches. Perhaps the salesman is because he owns hundreds of thousands of Cartier wristwatches. The heart cannot help but more than a trace of condescension. Oof. Fu Yanjie couldn't help but take a breath of bad air, raised her neck as if she were a noble swan and swept towards Wang Lin and Long Xiaoyu. There are some things that can't be bought with money. Your card. Sir, please keep it. Soon. Wang Qian swiped his card successfully. After signing the amount, his heart was burning with pain. His balance bottomed out all of a sudden, and it would take some time to recover. But when he thought of the request Fu Yanjie had promised, his heart blossomed with joy, and he had been looking forward to it for a long time. Aha! Wang Qian nodded slightly, then took the bank card, then handed the watch to Fu Yanjie. Old king, love you. After receiving the watch, Fu Yanjie was so happy that she hugged Wang Qian's greasy face and took a bite. Welcome to the next visit. As they coldly glanced at the two Wang Lin and Long Xiaoyu simultaneously smiled at the two. What's going on? Wang Qian and Fu Yanjie were slightly stunned and looked at Wang Lin and Long Xiaoyu in a slightly dumbfounded manner. Looking at the two men's smiles, the two of them suddenly had an ominous feeling. Boss Wang, my son wants to come buy a blue balloon watch. Do you have any recommendations? Just then, a man with a big belly walked into the store and smiled at Wang Lin. Xiao Lin, you recommend a watch for Mr. Wang. Wang Lin smiled and said to the salesman on the side, Mr. Wang, the blue balloon watches are a series. All here. Xiao Lin said to Mr. Wang with a big smile. What? Seeing this scene, how could Wang Qian and the two of them not know what was going on? Especially Fu Yanjie, who couldn't help but remember Wang Lin's words about owning a company and a store. Apparently this Cartier boutique is owned by Wang Lin. For a while, she was depressed to the extreme, and all the bad anger that she had just got out returned to her heart, almost suffocating her internal injuries, especially when she thought about what she promised Wang Qian. She almost spat out blood in anger. She swept a hateful glance at Long Xiaoyu, stepped hard on her high heels, and walked quickly toward the distance. Wang Qian angrily swept a glance at Wang Lin. He categorically did not think that he, an old geezer, would be planted on Wang Lin, a tenderfoot. He wanted to make a big fuss with Wang Lin, but looking at the angrily departing Fu Yanjie, he was forced to follow up with a quick step. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Fu Yanjie who left in big strides, Long Xiaoyu could no longer suppress the joy in his heart and laughed, laughing heartlessly. Looking at Fu Yanjie's suffocating appearance, the evil in Long Xiaoyu's heart completely disappeared. Ha ha. Wang Lin also smiled. This operation of his not only out of a bad breath, but also brought a lot of profit for the store. A multi-touch. Old Wolf, you've done an excellent job with this operation, and taught me another lesson. Long Xiaoyu looked at Wang Lin with joy and said in a serious manner, Master, please accept my disciple's obeisance. Forget it, Master. I don't want to be the little dragon lady, and you're not my chieftain. Wang Lin smiled playfully. Ha-tu-wei. Long Xiaoyu breathlessly rolled her eyes, then quickly walked towards the store and helped Mr. Wang pick up his watch. Start collecting rent. Looking at the busy Long Xiaoyu, The corners of Wang Lin's mouth rose slightly as he left the store, striding towards the 7th floor to begin his rent collection routine. Time passed, and with the merchant drinking 2 cups of kung fu tea, the morning passed. Mr. Wang, when you have time, you must go to our old home to have some fun. I'm telling you, our old home has beautiful mountains and clear water, and there are also beautiful girls. You will definitely like it. Although Yunhai City is very good, but it's only a metropolis. The real charm is still the place where the mountains and clear water are clear and beautiful, where there are nonetheless beautiful girls, and there are also tasty delicacies, which are not found here. The big-bellied boss Li smiled and said to Wang Lin. At the same time numbly asked his wife to call the rent to Wang Lin. Your account with tail number 9999 has completed an online banking transfer transaction in the amount of $303,000 with a balance of $368,900.33. The funds arrived with a cell phone beep. Looking at the amount, Wang Lin revealed a smile. Definitely will go, and I will definitely look for you then. With that, Wang Lin walked out of the store and then he headed towards Huatian Gourmet to start today's lunch. Walking on the road, Wang Lin but full of anticipation with the reward for the completion of the task. Boss Li's household is exactly the 100th household. According to reason, the reward is about to come. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Detected that the host has successfully completed the mission, rewarding 80% of the shares of Lydian Herding Group Co., first major shareholder. After Wang Lin had just arrived at the table and ordered the delicacies, there was a system prompt in his ears. Power Sky Herding? Wang Lin was slightly stunned. For this name he was relatively unfamiliar. He could not help but take out his cell phone and began to search. He wanted to see what it was that he had obtained this time. The pastoral industry sounded strange. You're not going to give him a big farm, are you? Holy crap, that's pretty big. Wang Lin looked at the information on the internet and couldn't help but marvel at it, and a different kind of joyful glow ran out of his eyes. Lydian Herding Group is a set of dairy, meat, vegetables and fruits breeding and deep processing of large-scale group of companies. The industry throughout the country belongs to the country's top 500 leaders. Unlike other groups that focus on boutique products, Lydian Herding only provides ingredients for some high-end hotels and catering organizations in China. Just like Huatian Gourmet, for example, most of the ingredients come from Lydian Herding. In other words, high-end food and beverage establishments such as Huatian Gourmet are where they are today because of the Lydian Herd Group. It's really a different group. The group's headquarters is even set up in the prairie. It's just right. I've long wanted to go to the prairie to have fun. After a while, when it's cooler in the fall, we'll go to the caravan. The corners of Wang Lin's mouth held a smile, very satisfied with this appearance of the Lydian Herding Group. Dad, your son is on the phone. At this time, his cell phone rang again. The sound resounded, instantly attracting the attention of many people in the store. Hearing this ringtone, many people revealed a crying smile. On the contrary, some people were thinking. Their eyes lit up, and they began to look for a similar ringtone. Hello, is this Mr. Wang Lin? A mellow male voice came from the other end of the phone, full of respect and speaking at a steady pace. Wangling, I am. Who is it? Mr. Wang Lin. I'm Yu Jun, a director of the Lydian Group. May I ask if you have any instructions for the company? Everything runs as it always has, except for major decisions. There is no need to report to me. Wang Lin thought for a moment and added, send me a little fruit. Yes, it's on its way for you, Yu Jun said respectfully. Good. With that, Wang Lin hung up the phone. Soon the delicacies were served, and looking at his favorite delicacies, he feasted and began to eat the food. As a dish of food fell into his stomach, the satisfaction in Wang Lin's heart climbed to the extreme. Dad, your son is on the phone. After eating the food and finishing the watermelon juice in one bite, Wang Lin comfortably leaned back on the fluffy sofa. He took out his cell phone and looked at the latest important news, pondering in his mind whether he should take a break in the afternoon or continue to go to the gym to jerk iron. Suddenly, his cell phone rang and the call was from Long Xiaoyu. He picked up the phone. Long Xiaoyu, old Wang, are you free this afternoon? Wu Lin smiled heatedly. What? You want to go on a date with me? Long Xiaoyu, dating you big head of shit. Look at you, this dumping boss idol. My side is busy. Ferrari side notified me to pick up the car. I don't have that time. You help me to pick up the car. Wangling, yes, sir. Long Xiaoyu, Hatue, Tu Dolu. The other side hung up straight away. Something to do. Looking at the hung up phone, Wang Lin could not help but smile. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to his college days, and Long Xiaoyu had once again regained her usual confidence, and for that he was very fond. Wang Dong, you take your time. As Wang Lin left his seat, A beautiful waitress immediately walked up and said with enthusiasm, "Since the last incident, everyone in the store knew who Wang Lin was. Well, work hard. I'll watch you." Wang Lin tartly patted the shoulder of the beautiful waitress and said with a smile. Swish! The beautiful waiter's face reddened mischievously. Watching Wang Lin leave, the other waiters around him looked envious. To be able to receive the chairman's commendation, it was a great honor now. Is really need to buy a car? This is really a bit of a loss of face. Wang Lin stood on the street, waiting for the special car to arrive, and couldn't help but feel a toothache, as it didn't arrive after a few minutes because of the rush hour. This did not help to strengthen his confidence in buying a car. Good thing the car arrived after a short wait. The driver is a 50-year-old middle-aged man, very talkative. After learning that Wang Lin this is to pick up the car, immediately opened the words, "All the way extra hot." The vehicle was parked on the side of the road, and Wang Lin took a pleasant step to the Ferrari's 4S store. Ouch! You don't have eyes. He had just walked a short distance to the Ferrari 4S store when a figure rushed into him and let out a scream. With the fragrant breeze, Wang Lin subconsciously wanted to apologize, but the gaze froze as it landed on the woman's face. The woman was no other than the manageress of the Porsche store who had scolded him that time. Mr. Wang. Looking at Wang Lin, the angry color on the female manager's face froze. Since the last time Wang Lin purchased a Ferrari, she also regretted for a while. Missed Wang Lin, enough to reduce her commission of 100,000 or so, and also severely reprimanded by the leadership. The end of the year bonus are halved. She squeezed out a smile and said to Wang Lin, "Aha, Wang Lin pattern was not that low. There was no need to bother with such a small person." Slightly nodded, and headed towards the Ferrari store. Mr. Wang. Suddenly, the manageress called out to Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked back at the manageress, wondering what the woman meant. "Mr. Wang, we have a new batch of cars in the store. Would you like to come and take a look?" The manageress said with a smile. "No, you guys are way out of gear." Wang Lin glanced at the Porsche store and said, then walked straight to the Ferrari 4S store. The female manager's entire body was as if she had been hit by a storm, frozen in place, looking at Wang Lin's back, her heart bitter. Her heart was bitter. If it wasn't for Sonia, Wang Lin should have come to her store with a smile on his face, even to the point of having some kind of good conversation with her. But now it's all a sham. She swiftly didn't realize that Wang Lin was telling the truth, and that he wouldn't have entered the Porsche store at all if he hadn't purchased a car for Long Xiaoyu before. Mr. Wang. The moment Wang Lin walked into the 4S store, Sun Lu, wearing a tight shirt, spotted Wang Lin. She stepped on her hateful heights and came to Wang Lin's side with great strides, calling out enthusiastically. Looking at Wang Lin, she looked very excited. Wang Lin's last arrival had not only allowed her to gain a substantial commission, but she had also been promoted to assistant manager by her boss. She knew it was all brought on by Wang Lin. Sun Lu, hello. Wang Lin glanced at Sun Lu in surprise. After not seeing her for a few days, Sun Lu had already undergone some changes. The original Sun Lu was cute and youthful at best. The current Sun Lu, however, had an extra touch of maturity and flirtation. Paired with the tight-looking white shirt, it showed off her perfect figure. It brightened his eyes. Wang Lin couldn't help but think of the saying that there are no ugly women, only lazy women. He couldn't help but add, an ugly woman can become a beautiful woman with makeup, and a beautiful woman with makeup can become a yo-yo. Obviously Sun Lu belongs to this type. Ben is on the childish side. With a hot body, plus the OL temperament, it is simply a perfect incarnation. Just in this aspect alone, it could be indistinguishable from even Long Xiaoyu. Mr. Wang, are you here to pick up your car today? No matter how she dressed up, Sun Lu was still just a freshly graduated girl after all, and being stared at by Wang Lin, she couldn't help but blush with her pretty face, and hurriedly changed the subject and asked, "No, I'm not here to pick up the car." Wang Lin looked at Sun Lu with a smile and said, "Ha?" Sun Lu looked at Wang Lin in surprise. She couldn't figure out what Wang Lin was trying to do by not coming to pick up the car. Did it come specifically for her? She couldn't help but think of the rich man's philandering ways. In between, she was torn. Wearing may be rich and rich, but she's not that kind of person. "I'm buying a mobility scooter. Any good recommendations?" Wang Lin said with a smile, his gaze falling on Sun Lu's body. "Ha? Just buying a car?" Sun Lu was slightly dumbfounded, and her face suddenly became redder. "Shucks, Sun Lu, what are you thinking? What else? What else is there to do?" Wang Lin looked at Sun Lu in bewilderment, very puzzled, and his gaze couldn't help but fall on the table on the side. He's not going to come to Ferrari and buy a watch. He might as well go to Cartier to buy a watch. "Mr. Wang, I'll show you the car." Sun Lu's head was buried into her chest in shame, and she fled to the side, not realizing in the slightest that Wang Lin hadn't noticed at all. "Mr. Wang, If you're just looking for a replacement car, I recommend the 812. Sun Lu led Wang Lin to a fire red sports car. She patiently introduced. 812 is absolutely the most perfect choice for your transportation. It is a new hardtop convertible. When you want to close the hardtop, at less than 45 horsepower, it only takes 14 seconds. At the same time, it has a very good defense device. The back of the headrests added the anti-roll device unique to convertible models. The anti-roll device is integrated with the top cowl, while being first-rate in terms of comfort and value. Yeah, very handsome indeed. Wang Lin's eyes fell on the 812. Extraordinarily fond of the 812's appearance. Come and try it. Okay, Mr. Wang, Sun Lu said with a smile and immediately led Wang Lin to test drive the car. Great car. Wang Lin let out a sigh of admiration after driving for a while, but he didn't immediately shell out the money. Although the driving felt good, he always felt that something was missing. But I feel like I can try again, Wang Lin said to Sun Lu. Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll look at the other vehicles for you, Sun Lu said with a smile, and then walked to the side, pointing to a golden yellow sports car. This SF90 is not bad. It is the first externally rechargeable hybrid model. It is full of power, cool model, deeply loved by young people, and it is top-notch in terms of acceleration. A lot of people who like drag racing or racing cars are especially esteemed. Oh, Wang Lin's eyes fell on the sports car. As he watched, he found that this one is indeed more handsome than the 812, and the body has a faint glow, appearing particularly mysterious, but he still feels that something is missing, and did not buy it directly. His gaze swept across the room, and finally his eyes landed on a fiery red sports car in the center position. This sports car not only has first-class lines, but also has a sense of nobility that other cars do not have. And when his eyes fell on this car, he could not move his eyes anymore. That one car was like an elegant gentleman, standing out among the group of sports cars and attracting attention. What kind of car is that? Wang Lin asked Sun Lu. Mr. Wang, do you fancy it? Sun Lu asked in surprise, while taking a deep breath and forcefully suppressing the fluttering in her heart. This one is our store's town treasure. The Ferrari Laffa. It was also purchased by our store manager through a special channel. It's not only the treasure of our store, it's famous in the whole country and even the whole world. It's Ferrari's top supercar, Sun Lu said. This is Rafa. Wang Lin could not help but be stunned. For Ferrari Laffa. Of course, he is not in the strange. Laffa as Ferrari's top sports car, has absolute authority. It is a totem sign, honored beyond compare. At the same time its performance is to reach the pinnacle of the sports car. There are only 4 in the country. None of them are controlled in the hands of honored people. It is also a symbol of identity. At the same time its speed and maneuverability are top-notch, making it a dream baby for many. Most of the Rafa rolls, though, just act as town halls. I'll take it, Wang Lin said to Sun Lu. Mr. Wang, do you want to consider that this Laffa is very expensive because of its great rarity? Sun Lu said. How much? Wang Lin said with full of concern. The last thing he lacks now is money. Not to mention the 3 group companies, but what he has gained from collecting rent these days is beyond imagination. 100 million. Sun Lu's heart could not help but flutter. When the boss but said, this Laffa who want to sell out, will give 10 points of commission, that will be 10 million. It's a number that was never thought of. In this moment, she even had some shy thoughts. However, she was also slightly skeptical that Wang Lin possessed the seniority to do so. Many rich people don't have a lot of liquidity. Buy it and transfer it immediately. Wang Lin waved a big hand without any physical pain. What? Sun Lu exclaimed incredulously. She hadn't expected it to be so simple. She had originally thought it would take some twists and turns. This yell of hers instantly drew many people's eyes over. What happened? Why is manager's son yelling? I don't suppose the guest made any special requests. I'm sure I would have if I had. I just wonder if she would have said yes. Quite a few salesmen looked over. Many of them were senior salesmen who had been aiming for the position of assistant manager. And Sun Lu's later rise to the top made them very unhappy. Yes, right away for you. Sun Lu immediately walked to the office and brought the POS machine. Wang Lin took out the gold card and handed it to Sun Lu, who skillfully and nervously operated it. Soon with the sound of a drop, the operation was successful. In this instant, Sun Lu only felt that this was simply a dream. What? Sun Lu just sold Rafa. How? It must have made some kind of demand to be so surprised. How could she sell Rafa? Oh my god. It's true. She really sold Rafa. She's making so much money. Even if it was me, I'd give anything. A group of people had wanted to satirize Sun Lu, but in this instant, their faces became extraordinarily brilliant. And for a moment, they thought that Sun Lu was a blind cat who had stumbled upon a dead mouse. But now this scene made them shut their mouths. This Rafa had been placed here for several years, yet it was sold by Sun Lu. This was strength. Take a test drive with me. Wang Lin sat on the Rafa, feeling the unique material of the Rafa, and couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Good. Sun Lu immediately nodded her head. At the same time her heart was prepared. The sale of this car made the joy in her heart climb to the peak. Even if she did something, it didn't matter. Mr. Wang, let's go to the relevant agency first then. Since the car is second-hand, there won't be too many procedures to go through. Just the transfer. Sun Lu sat on the sports car, said slightly excited. In the past, she has only seen Lafa from afar. This is the first time to sit on. Cannot help but a little excited. Okay, we're on our way. Wang Lin directly fastened his seatbelt, and then nimbly started the car. With a roar, all eyes focused on Rafa, especially a group of salesmen. Envy and jealousy. One salesman was envious to the core, and as they watched the Rafa roared out of view, Rafa whistled out, and the strong feeling of pushing back took Sun Lu's breath away. Rafa soon slowed down and came to the exit. At that moment, a group of staff happened to walk out of the Porsche 4S store. A greasy-headed man wearing a flowery shirt and black suit pants looked at Wang Lin coldly. Beside the man stood a woman with a fiery figure, wearing a fuchsia dress. The woman's face value in the 85 points up and down, among the heavy makeup, giving a stunning feeling, standing in the cool noodle store, such as a crane in the general, colorful pressure in all directions. She stood her ground and raised her swan neck in a haughty manner. She looked at Wang Lin coldly. Just in a moment, she could see the price of Wang Lin's outfit, but less than 1,000. Although Wang Lin was quite handsome, but this year handsome can't be a meal, but it's just one. Wang Lin swept a glance at the two men and then withdrew his gaze. His eyes fell on a side menu when he selected the spicy shredded chicken and cold noodle and cold skin set. Boss, a spicy shredded chicken and cold noodles and cold skin combo. He called out to his boss who was not far away. Kid, what are you doing? Can't you hear me? The man raised his eyebrows. A hint of anger swept through his eyes as he glared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin glanced at the man as if he were looking at a cat or a dog, and continued to study the menu. Holy shit! The man almost suffocated a serious injury and wanted to make a move. But after seeing Wang Lin's burly body, he still didn't make a move. 10,000 bucks. I'll give you 10,000 bucks if you get out of here. The man had no choice but to bring out the killer. Wang Lin didn't even look up. Still looking at the menu, he looked at it. There was a spicy rabbit head in it. It seemed quite tasty. He took out a pen and checked off the back. 20,000. Get the hell out of here right now. The man barely managed to hold back a serious injury as he said coldly. Crap. Such good luck. My god. This kid is so lucky. On the side of the other tables, after hearing this sentence, many people directly stormed foul language. I set off a strong color of envy. In this moment, they cannot help but regret. Earlier before, why they do not sit in that position. So easy to get 20,000 yuan. It is really a little bit let them red in the eyes. Snap. Wang Lin raised an eyebrow. I did not expect to come out for a cold noodle to run into this kind of stupid dog. He did not bother to take care of it, and put the Ferrari sports car keys on the table. Hey kid, don't give your face away. It's your honor that I let you leave. And that's a really shitty trick you're pulling. Your Ferrari key looks like a high-quality imitation. The man coldly looked at Wang Lin and said loudly, with a look of disgust. Many people in the surrounding area were seeing this scene and at the same time felt amazed in their hearts for Wang Lin's behavior. This ability to sit on the ground was not something an ordinary person could possess. Roll. Wang Lin finally couldn't stand it anymore. Eating a cold noodle met such a stupid dog, ruining his mood. What did you say? The man was still wondering if he should continue to raise the price. And after hearing Wang Lin's words, a burning fire sprang up in his heart, and he looked at Wang Lin angrily. Even the woman beside him was furious. Being told to get lost by one was a bit of a loss of face. Between their eyes, the two men were ready to call someone. I told you to get lost. Don't you understand? At this time, a cold voice came from not far away. Who the hell lectures me? The man completely exploded, being scolded by one even if. Now there is another one. The anger in his heart climbed to the extreme, directly roared up, to beat up this person who appeared out of nowhere. But when he turned around, his body stiffened violently. Not far away came a man. The man was wearing a shirt and suit pants and leather shoes. His hair was combed greasy. His handsome face was filled with a strong color of condescension. And at this moment, he was looking at him coldly. Lin Xiao. Looking at the visitor, the man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained. Lin Xiao. I'm not talking about you. This is all a misunderstanding. After seeing the man who appeared, the woman's face also instantly became white at first glance. As her male companion, her eyes were filled with fear. As a woman who has long been mixing in the upper circles of Yunhai City, of course, She knows that the man in front of her is dignified, not only from the Yunhai-Lin family, but also the direct descendants of the Yunhai-Lin family. It is not at all something that they can be messed with. Not only they are the families behind them, they also can't resist. It was not only them, but also the family behind them could not resist at all. One word and the two are finished. Get the hell out of here. Lin Xiao coldly glanced at the two men and said in disgust. Yes. The two men nodded as if they were pounding garlic and rushed out of the store in a blur of dust. Inside the store, it became silent all of a sudden. Almost everyone looked at the arriving man, and they were all very puzzled as to what kind of person this arriving man was, and how he was able to scare the pair that had just fled in a hurry. Wang Lin's eyes also fell on the man. For this man, he was very eye-catching and did not recognize him, but the man's outburst was extraordinarily puzzling to him, for no reason at all, and he was not a beautiful woman. So what was there to make the other man pull out his sword? Car God, I've finally found you. After that pair of men and women left the cold noodle store, Lin Xiao changed his previous condescending look and walked to Wang Lin's side with big strides, then said with an excited face, bowing and bending over, he came alive as a little follower. Karma. In this instant, everyone was shocked by it. In their original thoughts, Wang Lin was nothing more than an obstinate young man, and this sudden appearance completely refreshed their perceptions. This is definitely a bigot. Such a thought swept through everyone's mind. Many men coincidentally looked at the Ferrari sports car on Wang Lin's table, their eyes filled with a strong envy. The women, on the other hand, swept towards Wang Lin's face, and their gazes were filled with a strong fawning color, and in this instant, they couldn't wait to rush to Wang Lin's side and pounce on him. Sit, Wang Lin said to Lin Xiao. At the same time, he glanced at Lin Xiao with slight surprise, feeling very surprised that Lin Xiao had called him the god of cars. However, in between thoughts, he realized that he was afraid that it was because he had just been seen by this young lad when he was racing his car, and then he was astonished and wanted to come over to pay homage. Lin Xiao excitedly sat on the sidelines. Whether it was Wang Lin's car skills last time, or today's display of super strength, he was enough to conclude that Wang Lin's car skills were top-notch, and he was afraid that even the few great gods in Yunhai City were not Wang Lin's rivals. In the past few days, he had unleashed all his energies just to search diligently for Wang Lin. Finally, the kung fu was not enough. He finally caught Wang Lin today, which came all the way here and did not stop. He looked at Wang Lin with immense anticipation, hoping that Wang Lin would say something to him. He was very satisfied with his performance just now. In the next instant, Wang Lin opened his mouth. Boss, the cold skin and cold noodles should be explosively spicy. The spicier the better. And another spicy rabbit head. Waring called out to the owner. Great. The owner immediately responded loudly. Lin Xiao, however, was slightly dumbfounded and looked at Wang Lin with a bit of uncertainty. In his thoughts, Wang Lin should have thanked him a bit. What the hell is this? What do you want to eat? My treat. In the midst of his stupor, Wang Lin handed the menu in his hand and said to Lin Xiao, Ha, good. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned, and then, immediately took the menu. Wang Lin's way of thanking him was a bit strange, but he could accept it. His eyes swept over the menu, and after a long tussle, he chose the same set menu as Wang Lin. While he was handing the menu to the waiter, Wang Lin's cold skin and cold noodles had already been delivered. It's worthy of being a popular food. The flavor alone makes it unbearable. Wang Lin looked at the cold skin and cold noodles in front of him, and after gently sniffing the flavor, he immediately muttered softly. He picked up his chopsticks, took a chopstick of cold skin and put it in his mouth. In the instant the cold skin fell into his mouth. An extremely delicious feeling rushed over his taste buds, causing his eyes to light up, while subconsciously exclaiming, Yummy! After this, Lin Xiao was completely left out to dry, focusing on eating the cold skin and noodles. It's just a cooler of cold noodles. Is it that good? Looking at the scene of Wang Lin eating cold noodles and cold skin, Lin Xiao could not help but swept a trace of doubt in his heart. Cold noodles and cold skin is so simple, and where can it be delicious? He is also very strange. Wang Lin, such a car god, should not go after upscale restaurants. Upscale restaurants are really where the food is. Your cool skin and cold noodles. While he was thinking, the waiter came over and placed the cold skin and noodles on Lin Xiao's table. Well, the flavor does smell pretty good. Lin Xiao subconsciously took a sniff, and a strange fragrance immediately surged into his nose, and after stimulating his sense of smell for a moment, he subconsciously marveled. As his fingers were twitching, he quickly picked up his chopsticks, mimicked what Wang Lin had just done, picked up a piece of cold skin, and put it in his mouth. I'll go. Why is it so delicious? The moment it fell into his mouth, a never-before-seen sense of deliciousness rushed into his brain, causing him to subconsciously marvel. At the same time, with a speed faster than Wang Lin's, he began to wolf down his food. As he dried the cold skin and noodles to the bottom, He then looked over his shoulder and remembered the purpose of his arrival. He looked up just in time to see Waring smile at him. "Man, that's some good eating. We'll have to get together for the next meal. It's too much of an appetite addition." Wang Lin laughed sincerely. Lin Xiao couldn't help but blush in his old face. As soon as he remembered the scene just now, he felt incredibly embarrassed. In the past, he was the embodiment of elegance. When had he appeared in such a manner? The cold skin and noodles really smelled good though. "Well, say what you came for." Wang Lin picked up a toothpick and flossed his teeth without any regard for his image, and said to Lin Xiao. Through Lin Xiao's reaction just now, he could already tell that Lin Xiao was not the kind of little fanboy that he had imagined before, coming to learn from his master, but rather, he had some other purpose. "Car God, have you forgotten me?" Lin Xiao said to Wang Lin, and after seeing Wang Lin's confused look, he immediately picked up his cell phone and released a video of a drag race. Watching the video of the drag race, Wang Lin only reacted to what was going on at this time. "Which one are you?" Waring said, pointing to the drag race video. "It's that Porsche," Lin Xiao said with a bit of a blush. "He was the slowest in that drag race. You're a good driver," Wang Lin said with a smile. He could tell that Lin Xiao and the other owner's skills were considered top-notch. Both belonged to their own skills. Unlike him, everything came from the system. He was still more admired in comparison. When Lin Xiao heard this, his head lowered even more. "And what is the purpose of your visit today?" Wang Lin was a bit curious with the purpose of Lin Xiao's visit this time. "Was it to compete again?" "I came to give this to you." Lin Xiao immediately took out a real estate title from a side purse, then handed it to Wang Lin. "What is it?" Wang Lin looked at the real estate title in surprise. "That's right." Lin Xiao immediately explained the reason for this to Wang Lin. 10 minutes later. "So that's what it's all about." Wang Lin took the certificate of home ownership handed by Lin Xiao, and at the same time understood what was going on. It turned out that his last car race was a mistake in the middle of a betting match between the two, and Lin Xiao came this time to deliver the villa located in the Royal Heart Garden. At the same time, he also wanted Wang Lin to join among the Yunhai City Racing Association. For the villa he accepted unreservedly. For the racing association, he is also very interested. He also wants to see the city's racing masters now, compared with him, who is higher and who is lower. "Brother Wang, this is next month, the beginning of the month's drag racing competition. If you are interested, you can come over to participate. There will be a lot of bigwigs coming to participate at that time, counting as a great event in Yunhai City," Lin Xiao said with a slight leap of joy. After exchanging contact information with Wang Lin, he looked very excited to finally hook up with this car god. At the same time, he handed a poster to Wang Lin. "Okay." Waring looked down at the poster into the eyes of the very ticket of sports car beauty, as well as professional sex runway. He particularly concerned about the organizer of this time. It is the official organization, and immediately put down his heart. "I'll check it out when I can," Wang Lin said to Lin Xiao. "Brother Wang, I still have a few things to take care of on my end, so I'll leave first." After Lin Xiao received Wang Lin's reply, a trace of otherworldly joy swirled in his eyes while he said to Wang Lin, "Go about your business." Wang Lin smiled and said to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao immediately left the store. Just a few hundred meters away from the store, he raised his head to the sky and looked very tetchy, causing many passers-by to glance at him. He simply ignored everything and ran off on his own, like a big kid. Begin the battle for the spicy rabbit head. After Lin Xiao left, Wang Lin immediately picked up his chopsticks and doled out the spicy rabbit head on the table. The spicy rabbit head was extraordinarily fragrant, and the flavor alone made his fingers tingle. A few minutes later, after Wang Lin ate the spicy rabbit head, he then patted his somewhat rumbled stomach with satisfaction, then settled the bill and walked out of the store with great strides. A group of women had been in a celestial battle for a long time, but they hadn't developed the courage to ask for Wang Lin's number. Wang Lin walked out of the store, did not immediately drive away, but wandered in the food city. As time went by, the food city gradually more people. Looking at the coming and going of the long legs, Wang Lin's mood is extraordinarily comfortable. Once again tasted several popular snacks after, he walked towards the parking lot. He kind of wanted to see how the villas in the Royal Heart Garden were. When he arrived at the parking lot, he found it surrounded by a crowd of people. "Wow, do you guys know what kind of car this is? It's really cool. A Porsche 911. Really handsome. I have seen this car is worth more than $3 million. I don't know which handsome guy owns it. I don't know if he is here. I still want to be friends with him. Here, take a picture of me, and get that feeling that it's my car both ways." A beautiful woman stood in front of the white Porsche, posing in a variety of poses, and many others made a noble appearance, and it looked really prestigious, really is white and rich, handsome. "Are you coming to the photo shoot too?" Wang Lin had just squeezed into the crowd and wanted to drive away, But a beautiful woman stopped Wang Lin and said, "Can't you see that everyone is queuing up? Even if you are very handsome, you have to abide by the rules. Just line up behind me. My photo taking skills are not bad. I can take a picture of you for free. Get out of the way. Who told you guys to touch on my car and scratch a piece of paint? Can you afford to pay for it?" As Wang Lin was about to explain, a slightly shrill voice came from not far away. A woman wearing a fuchsia dress, stepping on a hateful high from not far away. Heavy makeup. She is particularly stunning. Especially the long legs are particularly conspicuous. With that a powerful aura, so that a lot of people have made way for her. Beside the woman was a greasy-headed man. A man with an ordinary face, but with a condescending look on his face and the keys of a Porsche in his hand. Seeing the two men walking, the beautiful women taking pictures unconsciously stepped aside, and when their eyes fell on the Porsche keys in the hands of the oily man, a pair of beautiful eyes swirled with a different kind of light, and all of them wanted to go up to the man and have something with him, but when their eyes fell on the woman, they all stopped short. Not only was the woman's aura strong, but her gaze was even colder, making them not dare to look directly at her. "Yo, isn't this our young Lin's good friend? What? You want to take a picture with my favorite car too?" While the man was striding towards the Porsche, his gaze was sweeping towards all the men and women along the road, and when his gaze fell on Wang Lin, the man suddenly said, "I told you, how could it be a tycoon? It's obvious that you just know Lin Xiao. Handsome, do you want to take a picture? I can give you such an opportunity. As long as you say that my mail ticket is more handsome than you, I can let you take a picture in whatever pose you want." The woman's gaze landed on Wang Lin, and there was also a flash of essence. The woeful situation just now. Until now both of them were haunted by it, but they did not expect that there would be such a good opportunity now. That is, she looked at Wang Lin coldly, her heart filled with contempt. My God, this handsome guy is really good luck. As long as when a sentence is more handsome than me you can qualify, and you can also use a variety of poses. This is like winning the lottery. Handsome, can we have this opportunity? I want that chance too. When the beautiful women on the side heard this, they couldn't help but envy it. Being able to take pictures in any position, definitely able to disguise themselves to perfection. Almost at this instant, everyone's eyes fell on Wang Lin, and they all wondered what form Wang Lin would take in replying to the two. The two were even more condescending, and it was time to take back the scandal they had just lost. Idiot! Wang Lin coldly swept a glance at the two. What did you say? You one also dare to scold me? The woman and the man shouted angrily at the same time. They made up their minds in their minds that they would never give Wang Lin a chance to continue taking pictures. Their eyes swept around. They were going to pick someone who looked similar to Wang Lin as a way of slapping Wang Lin in the face. Many people around saw this, all froze up. They did not think Wang Lin was so tough, but this move is not wise. Wang Lin is unlikely to have the opportunity to have a close contact with a luxury car again. Drop by drop. Just then, Wang Lin took out the key of the Ferrari and gently clicked it, and not far away came a crisp sound of the car. The headlights flashed slightly, looking extraordinarily bright. What's that sound? It feels very different, doesn't it? It's not a normal car. The sound is coming from the center of those two trees. That voice feels so high-end. This sudden appearance of sound made a group of people couldn't help but look sideways, and as they watched, they suddenly realized that not far away, between two large trees, there was a fiery red silhouette resting. The unique streamline, with that cool appearance, and Ferrari's unique logo, caused a group of beautiful women. Their eyes swirled with a different kind of light, and a succession of screams. My God, it's a Ferrari! I can't believe I saw a Ferrari sports car here. It's also so cool. It's simply awesome. This Ferrari sports car is so handsome. It's like a man among men. Love it, love it. I'm going to take a picture to keep it. So cool. This is just like a handsome man among gentlemen. It's really cool. A group of beautiful women immediately let go of the Porsche and surrounded the Ferrari. My God, it's a Ferrari Laffa. Whose car is this? The man also stepped away from the Porsche and yelled out, losing his voice for the sake of over-surprise. It's that Rafa which is called the most handsome Ferrari. I can hear that there are only 4 Rafas in the country, and each of them costs hundreds of millions of dollars. The woman beside the man was also shocked to the extreme. A pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a rich color of shock. Her eyes quickly swept in all directions, trying to look for the owner of the car, and then have a unique encounter with the owner by virtue of her beauty. What? This car is worth $100 million. My God, don't push me. Push me again and I'll cut you off. Move over everyone. You can't get up close and personal with this car. Let's all stand away a bit and use a slightly longer distance for posing. A group of beautiful women. After hearing the price of this car, all of their faces changed greatly. They were afraid that they accidentally touched it. This time, it is possible that they will spend their whole life in debt repayment. An experienced woman exclaimed at once. Everyone started to move and lined up in a well-organized manner, even the pair of men and women. Being able to line up in front of such a limited-level sports car was an opportunity that could not be missed. Handsome guy, what are you doing? Don't cut in line. Don't squeeze me, in case I accidentally bumped into it. The responsibility is on my back. A beautiful woman standing closest to the sports car was about to step forward to pose for a photoshoot for a thrilling photo op when Wang Lin's sudden intrusion made her yell out. What are you standing here for? Why don't you quickly go to the back and line up? People like you? You just don't have any self-knowledge. What are you doing standing here? Why don't you go to the end of the line? You're the last one, waiting to eat dust. When the man and woman saw Wang Lin squeezing over, they immediately sneered and ridiculed. With the two of them there, they would never let Wang Lin get the slightest bit close to Rafa. Idiot. Wang Lin coldly swept a glance at the man and the woman and said in a cold voice. The man and the woman were about to dislike them back when, in the midst of their gazes, Wang Lin took out the Ferrari key and pressed it. Rafa's lights instantly lit up, brilliant and eye-catching, like the most perfect jewels, mesmerizing. Then, the car door slowly opened, just as if it were a thin cicada-like wing of light, extraordinarily beautiful and eye-catching. A group of people's eyes exploded with a cloud of unbelievable colors when they saw this scene, breaking their heads. They didn't think that this car was actually Wang Lin's. This is a top-of-the-line supercar worth hundreds of millions of dollars. How is it possible to be owned by someone whose entire body of clothing doesn't add up to $1,000? Almost everyone felt their values crumble for it. What's wrong with the world? Shouldn't such top-of-the-line supercars be in the hands of super-rich young men wearing multi-million-dollar tailored clothes, multi-million-dollar handbags, and top-of-the-line leather shoes? In full view of everyone, Wang Lin walked into the Rafa. As Wang Lin stepped in, the car door closed at once. Boom boom boom. The unique roar of the engine of a top-class supercar resonates throughout the area, causing more people to cast their eyes back and forth. Those beautiful women who were still lined up consciously made a lane, as if they were humble servants, respectful, accompanied by a loud sound. Rafa left the place with an extremely furious speed, leaving behind only a fiery red silhouette that looked very unique. Oh my god, Rafa actually belongs to him? This is unbelievable. To be so young and own a sports car worth hundreds of millions of dollars. What exactly is his status? I'm so sorry, just a little bit short of being able to connect with the top rich young man who owns hundreds of millions of supercars. I want to slap myself so badly. I want to beat my face up. I don't demand to have any relationship with him, even if it's just to add a contact information. It's a blessing to show me his high daily routine every day. The moment Wang Lin left, the group of beauties let out a loud cry of remorse. However, relative to them, the pair of men and women's faces became extraordinarily ugly. Wang Lin's action was tantamount to a huge slap, which fiercely smacked above their cheeks, causing their cheeks to be on fire. At the same time, their hearts incomparably terrified. They can hardly imagine. Ona Rafa is from what kind of behemoth family? And then recall, they just words. They are cold, such as fell into the ice cellar in general. They did not fail to think that they were afraid that the other party would let them be doomed with just a single word, and along with them, their families would be directly wiped out as well. They flew up so fast and furiously that they didn't even want the Porsche sports car and rushed into the crowd. Boom boom boom. Wang Lin blasted the gas pedal, enjoying with this unique sense of pushback. The heart cannot help but rise a trace of arrogance. For the scene just now, he did not put on the heart. His pattern is not so small. It is not necessary to and two dogs general knowledge. Top car skills. Under his continuous practice, more and more skillful, he very much liked this feeling like a fish out of water. Under his control, Rafa constantly weaving in and out of a car, as if a flaming red phantom, barging through and in the middle of the city. After enjoying the feeling for a while, Wang Lin parked his car on the parking lot of the Huatian Gourmet Group building. It was a bit incompetent that he hadn't been here since he owned the group. It's time for an inspection. After parking his car, he didn't directly go up to the building. Instead, he wandered around Huatian Gourmet Group. He wanted to know every inch of this place that belonged to him clearly, not letting go of any little omission. Everywhere he went, he commented on the security guards and attendants to critique their work ethic. Huatian Gourmet Group, 18th floor. Wearing a professional OL suit, Michelle sat in her boss chair, her hands constantly pressing her temples, and in front of her desk lay a file that was causing her headache. Beside her, there stood a woman with a fiery figure and professional attire, with the word Lu Ling on her badge, and behind this name, with the title of assistant to the chairman of the board of directors, who also frowned and looked at the contract on the desktop with a gloomy gaze. The whole office was filled with a sense of oppression. Honey Dong, this is the latest model contract that came from Li Tian's side. Most of the clauses are the same as in the past, but the price of the goods in this one is double of what it was in the past. Lu Ling's face became very ugly. According to our statistics, if we calculate according to this price, Huatian Gourmet in the premise of not raising the price of food, we simply cannot earn any bit of money, and even to the point of losing the rent. We now have only two choices. One is to raise the price of food, and the other is to renegotiate the contract with Lydian. Honey Dong, I really don't understand. We Huatian have always given Li Tian the most conscientious price, but we didn't expect Li Tian to fall down the well at this time. But if we break the contract with Li Tian, the dishes of the other families are very different. It will surely make Huatian Gourmet's reputation fall down and not return to the current scale, and our current customers have already been limited to death. And if we rashly raise the prices, it will also cause a large number of customers to be lost. Is this the paperwork from Yujun himself? Honey Snow eyebrow slightly knit, face extraordinarily gloomy. Li Tian Pastoral Group. This move is tantamount to a direct hit Huatian Food Group's soft underbelly. Improperly handled, the whole Huatian Food Group will be implicated, and even will decline to the point that she cannot imagine. As an executive director, she has to maximize the benefits, increase the leverage for Huatian Gourmet, and continue to raise the value of what Huatian Gourmet is. Problems are now arising that must be addressed. It's not clear, but I've heard that this paperwork wasn't drafted by Yujun, but by a woman newly recruited by Lydian for approval through Yujun's deputy. And I've also heard whispers that the plan this time around is related to some of our Huatian's people, and that they're going to carry out an inside-out plan. Lu Ling lowered her voice and said to Miyuki, so it's because they couldn't hold back and wanted to make a move? Honey Snow eyes in the cold aura appeared. Huatian Gourmet Group is not from her hands to found the company, but from the inheritance of the father. As early as when she just took over, she detected some cattiness, just has been turning a blind eye. As long as it does not involve the group's key interests, she also did not bother. Instead, she hadn't expected that they would have to snap out of it at this point. It wasn't hard for her to imagine that they must have signed a hidden agreement with the people of Power Sky in which they made a profit. Call them to me, Honey Snow said to Lu Ling. Since they had all torn their faces apart, she didn't mind confronting them on the spot and driving these tumors out of the Huatian group. To resist foreign aggression, we must secure the interior. Boo! Just then the door of the office was suddenly and violently pushed open, and a noise came through it. No need to call us. We're already here. Three figures walked inside the office. A middle-aged man and two old men whose hair has turned gray. All three were dressed in suits with bow ties, suit hats, and watches in their hands, as flamboyant as gentlemen in the Middle Ages. The middle-aged man was called Zhang Yun, the purchasing manager of Huatian Group. The other two old men, one was called LV Hahai, one was called Zhou Bing, both were directors of Huatian Group. They had already retired for a while. They were the founding members of Huatian Group back then, the earliest batch of people, and they possessed no small amount of prestige in Huatian Group. Occasionally, they would come to the Huatian Group to come and inspect their work, and these two were the ones who had been causing trouble. Zhang Yun. The appearance of LV Hahai and Zhou Bing was not unexpected with Miyuki. Zhang Yun's appearance was really a bit shocking to her. Yang Yun was not a hereditary position, but was specially recruited by Miyuki a few years ago and has been developed as a heartthrob. But he didn't expect that Yang Yun would go rogue. Zhang Yun, LV Dong, Zhou Dong, what are you doing? Don't you know that you need to knock when you come here? Lu Ling coldly said to the three. In the past we did need to knock on doors, but not anymore. Zhang Yun sneered. Lu Ling, if you know what's good for you, come over here quickly and stand on the side of Dong LV and Dong Zhou, or else, you'll be expelled from Huatian Gourmet Group as well when the time comes. Zhang Yun, why are you so sinister? Are you still not a human being? Honey Dong has cultivated you painstakingly these past few years. Is this how you repay Honey Dong? Lu Ling said loudly. Yes, that's how it pays off. I'm afraid you guys don't know yet. I signed a contract with Dong LV and Dong Zhou before I came to Huatian, just to wait for today. Zhang Yun said with a cold smile. Zhang Yun, you are so ruthless. This hiding is for several years. Honey Snow looked at Zhang Yun in shock. She hadn't thought that Zhangyun City was so deep. Honey Dong, I have to say, you are a talented person. Huatian Group will flourish in your hands, but if you want to blame it, you should blame it on your hand reaching too far. There are some things that are not for you to interfere with. Lu Hahai said as he looked at Honey Snow. Yes, it's your folly to reach too far and offend us. Zhou Bing said loudly. Are you guys so sure that I must sign a contract with the Power Sky Group? I can totally find another ranching group to sign a contract with. Honey Snow looked coldly at the three. Of course, you can only contract with the Power Sky Group. Zhang Yun smiled, not the slightest bit nervous. Huatian Gourmet Group's main business is catering, and catering on the ingredients is particularly important. Litian Group is our veteran partner group. Their food is very high quality. The reason why our Huatian Gourmet will be such a hot business and it has a lot to do with it. And now the guests on the market have already been accustomed to the Lition group's food. If you, Honey Dong, rashly use other groups' ingredients, I'm afraid that it will make the guests lose a lot of them, and this will be more than worth it. And even Hwatian Gourmet Group will collapse because of it. Miyuki slapped the table hard and glared hard at Jung Yun. As his former beloved, Jung Yun understood her very well and knew Honey Snow's scruples. This contract Michelle has to sign. Honey Dong, you'll sign obediently later. The people from the Lition group are already on their way. It won't be long before they arrive. Zhou Bing said. Da. Zhou Bing's words had just fallen, but a series of high-heeled shoes came swinging from not far away. With the sound of this high-heeled shoe, all three of Jung Yun greeted with a bright smile. Honey Snow and Lu Ling's faces, however, became ugly. Minister Hu, welcome. Jung Yun quickly stepped forward and opened the door to greet him respectfully. The first to walk in is a 40 or so, wearing a white shirt, bag-ton skirt, hot-body workplace woman walked quickly. The woman, a long black hair, high-coiled, painted exquisite attire, looks as if more than 30, general, mature temperament, let a person's eyes brightened. The woman's cheeks, with a hint of a faint smile, look extraordinarily gracious. Behind the woman stood a man in his mid to late 20s. The man had black hair, a suit, and the woman had a slight resemblance, but his eyes were sunken. Large dark circles covered his eyes. His skin was white, and he looked extremely disheveled. If Wang Lin was here, he would have realized that these two were his old acquaintances. Yao Yang, who he had kicked out of the Tiandu Mall, and Hu Lin, who had kicked out of the Tianyuan group. Manager Zhang, thank you, Hulin said with a smile, a different kind of light flickering in her pair of beautiful eyes. She was very satisfied with this deal, and as long as she signed this contract, she could make a profit of 20% from it. 20% is not a lot of money, up to hundreds of millions of dollars every year. This was just the beginning. She would aim for some other group of companies. Sooner or later, she was going to make a comeback and crush Wan Lin under her feet for good. Minister Hu, goodbye. Zhou Bing walked up with a smile. His eyes lingered on Hu Lin's hot body and extended his right hand. It's been a long time. Hu Lin's gaze landed on Zhou Bing, and a flirtatious smile still lingered on her face. While shaking hands with Zhou Bing responded cheerfully. Minister Hu's elegance remains the same. What a beautiful woman. Yao Yang naturally didn't notice Hu Lin's difference. The moment he walked into the office, all his mind fell on Miyuki's body, whether it was her looks or body shape, or even her temperament that made Miyuki a top goddess alive. And he could no longer take his eyes off of Miyuki. He had seen and fallen in love with Miyuki at first sight long ago, and this time when he saw it, it was even more difficult to pull himself away. Is this Honey Dong? Sure is a big beauty. Hu Lin walked towards Honey Snow and said with a big smile. She also observed Yao Yang's gaze in particular. The waves of light in her beautiful eyes flowed slightly and she immediately understood. Hello. Miyuki was reluctant, but she had to be conciliatory in the face of Riten's representative. Let's get started on the contract. Zhang Yun said immediately, and Zhou Bing and Lu Jianghe also nodded slightly. The three people's gazes fell on Honey Snow. The light in their eyes flickered slightly. In fact, the amount was not without fluctuation, but could be backed down a little bit, giving Hwatian Gourmet Group 20% of the profit. Just they did not say it. It's an implicit agreement that if Mizuki doesn't negotiate, it goes to them three. The reason why Zhang Yun was fast and furious was for this. Hu Lin nodded slightly and sat down at the boss's table, taking out the prepared official seal. Minister Hu, isn't this amount a bit high? Instead of taking out the official seal, Honey Snow looked at Hulin and said, higher? Which piece does Honey Dong mean? Hulin said with a smile, I am referring to the price of the ingredients provided by your group. Is it possible to give a little bit of profit? Such a price. It is a bit too high. Miyuki flipped the contract over and opened the page, addressing Hulin, her eyes looking directly at her. Honey Dong, in fact, this price can indeed be negotiated. Our side can be adjusted downward to 80%, but you need to promise me a condition. Hulin looked at Honey Snow and smiled. On what terms? Miyuki looked over at Hurin unexpectedly. In her original opinion, Hu Lin and Zhang Yun, several people just want to drive to the end of the world, but did not think that it could still peak. As long as the requirements are not too excessive, she can meet. You be my son's girlfriend. Hu Lin smiled and said, my son likes you very much. As long as you are together, I will immediately revise the amount. This can't be right. Miyuki's face changed and she said firmly. Hu Lin did not get angry. Still smiling, said, Honey Dong, we are businessmen. You have to consider clearly. This is a book of business. Your group, if you have 20% of the capital, not only the rent can be earned back, but also have a certain amount of liquidity. Otherwise, once in accordance with the original 100%. The rent is a problem. Your group can't just sit back and eat the empty mountain. I can give you a few minutes to consider. Think well, then tell me, is that a threat? Honey Snow looked coldly at Hulin. I can't talk about threats. This is just a suggestion and two options I have for your group. But the first one is not quite right for you, and the second one is really a win-win situation for both. Hulin said with a smile. Honey Dong, this scenario is indeed the most suitable and will allow your favorite group to continue to sustain itself, even to the point of becoming bigger and stronger to reach the point that you have always wanted. Zhang Yun said with a smile. His gaze landed on Honey Snow, and he couldn't help but feel a pity in his heart. He was interested in Honey Snow as well, but since Hulin had spoken, there was no need for him to fight for it. Zhang Yun, is this something you can say? Lu Ling shouted angrily. How is this not what I can say? I'm doing this for the sake of Honey Dong. For the sake of Huatian cuisine. Honey Dong has not always wanted to revitalize Huatian cuisine. This is a good choice. This time the new contract mentions that Lydian Group will provide some of the ingredients of the insights. Will increase our market output. Zhang Yun's gaze landed on Lu Ling. A hint of color swept across his eyes. Although Lu Ling was not as good as Honey Snow Extreme, she was still a rare big beauty. He had a little thought in his mind. When he gets that share, he'll be flat out a man of the world. Yeah, Honey Dong, it's the best way to be able to keep Huatian afloat and keep your grandfather's ideas from back then flowing. Zhou Bing said with a smile. He was happy about this result. Once Xiao Yang and Miyuki became boyfriend and girlfriend, Miyuki would surely be controlled by Hulin and they would have nothing to worry about. Honey Dong, this is a rare opportunity. Fleeting, you have to grasp Yao Yang so handsome, and at a glance is a wife slave. And he is with him is your lucky LV Jianghe said with a smile. Aha! Yao Yang couldn't stop nodding his head. A different kind of joyful light swirled in his eyes. The thought of having such an extremely beautiful woman right away made him incomparably excited. If he was able to hold a beauty, even if he was allowed to become a faithful lickspittle, it was not impossible. Honey Dong, you mustn't agree to them. The big deal is not to sign a contract with them. Lu Ling said loudly. Lu Ling's words, however, caused several people to reveal a mocking smile. The few people present knew Honey Snow very well, and knew that Honey Snow would not give up on the company. Even if it could not allow Honey Snow to obtain a large amount of money, it was still going to move to a higher level. Several people's eyes fell on Miyuki, waiting for her answer. Time passed by, and it looked like we were about to reach the time Hulin had agreed upon. Miyuki opened her mouth slightly, about to speak. Of course she won't sign the contract. Just at the moment when Miyuki was ready to agree, a voice suddenly came from outside the house. Sprinkle sprinkle. Just as the voice fell, a figure was walking into the office. 1 meter 8 tall, wearing an ordinary t-shirt jeans and a pair of canvas shoes. Iron plate general body, with a unique temperament but let a person's eyes, not others, but all the way to Wang Lin. Wang Lin. Honey Snow's eyes swirled with a different kind of luster the moment she saw Wang Lin arrive. Who are you? How did you get in here? How does security work? Zhang Yun. 3 people looked at Wang Lin suddenly face sunken. In this instant, he wanted to call the security guard. Will Wang Lin this to get out? This a field. Do not allow anyone to enter. How did the security guards get it? Wang Lin, it's you. Yao Yang and Hu Lin looked at Wang Lin but gritted their teeth and shouted. Especially Hu Lin. A pair of beautiful eyes swirled out of the cold aura. If not Wang Lin, she now does not need to run around so much. Spent a huge price to be among the Lydian group. Her son did not need to become so disheveled. The main culprit of all this is Wang Lin. Yao Yang coldly looked at Wang Lin. His pair of eyes were flooded with burning anger. In these days, he had always hated Wang Lin. If it wasn't for Wang Lin, all those treasures of his wouldn't have been damaged, and his mom wouldn't have needed to pay so much. And now that Wang Lin had even appeared and wanted to steal a woman from him, he couldn't wait to get Wang Lin killed on the spot. I thought that you could be painfully honest and become a useful person to society, but I didn't expect that you would still be dogs who can't change their ways and go around wreaking havoc on the earth. It's really a case of a good person not being able to pay for his or her life, and a scourge that will last for 1,000 years. Wang Lin unexpectedly looked at the appearing Hu Lin and Yao Yang. He did not expect the two to appear here at all. He coldly sneered. You! Hu Lin's furious face turned a saucy red as she looked resentfully at Wang Lin. Who the hell are you? Get the hell out of here! Zhang Yun said loudly. He had already dialed the security guard's number. Lu Jianghe and Zhou Bing also had cold gazes. This was their family matter, not something an outsider could participate in. Lu Ling also looked puzzled. She didn't know Wang Lin, and looking at Wang Lin's attire, he was just an ordinary man who looked a little handsome. That's all. Do you know Michelle? My name is Wang Lin. Wang Lin said to the 3 with a smile. Woofling? The 3 of them couldn't help but be slightly stunned. and couldn't help but search for such a name in their minds. But no matter how much they thought about it, they didn't have the slightest recollection of it. They couldn't help but place their eyes on Hu Lin and Ya Yang, whose gazes, like they were trying to devour people, were enough to show that it was an old acquaintance with Wang Lin. Wang Lin, this isn't your Tianyuan group or Tiandu Mall. It's not a place you can dictate. Hu Lin coldly looked at Wang Lin, tried his best to adjust his mood, and said coldly, Tianyuan group and Tiandu Mall. Zhang Yun and the three of them couldn't help but be shaken after hearing this. They had never categorically thought that a seemingly ordinary person like Wang Lin actually possessed such a huge amount of energy. No matter which existence it was a powerful existence comparable to that of Hua Tian. But what did this have to do with them? Their big deal was that they would not use Tianyuan Group's products in the future and would not go shopping at the Tiandu Mall. Mr. Wang, please leave. This is not a place for you to get involved, Zhang Yun said to Wang Lin. Zhou Bing and the two of them also had a look of sending off. And you three? Really a bunch of raccoons? Not even a little bit of eyesight? Really shitty. This is even more laughable if it spreads out. You're no longer fit to stay in Huatian. You can get out. Immediately. Immediately. Wang Lin looked at the three breathlessly and beckoned, just as if he were drinking a cat or a dog. What did you say? Wang Lin, I respect that you are the owner of Tianyuan Group and Tiandu Mall, and I'm polite to you, but don't take this politeness as a base for your recklessness. After all, you're not our Huatian's person, and you don't have the power to speak at all, so you'd better leave quickly, or else when the security guards come up later on and you're whisked out, it won't be a good look. Zhang Yun said coldly. Wang Lin, hurry up and get out of here. You're not welcome here, Zhou Bing said to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, this is our internal matter. You'd better get lost. LV Jianghe coldly looked at Wang Lin and issued an expulsion order. Hear that? I told you to get lost. You outsider is still dead skin to stay here. I really feel ridiculous for you. If I were you I would have left here a long time ago. Your skin is really thick and you can still stay here all the time. Hu Lin coldly looked at Wang Lin. Clunk. Just then, a sound of leather shoes hitting the ground came from a short distance away. A team of security guards entered the office from outside. Good thing you guys are here. Hurry up and get this thing out of here. Zhou Bing looked at the security guards that appeared and immediately said loudly. Seeing this, Hu Lin and Ya Yang faced more than a trace of ridicule color. Let Wang Lin no longer hold the status of eminent, after all, still be thrown out. Their hearts incomparable expectation, looking forward to with Wang Lin was thrown out of the scene, which will certainly let them out of a mouthful of bad gas. A team of security guards, however, did not pay attention to the three Zhou Bing, but quickly walked to Wang Lin's side, and called out loudly, Wang Dong. In unison, the voices spoke in unison and seemed very powerful. Aha! Wang Lin nodded slightly. After strolling around the Huatian Food Plaza, he went to the security department, announced his identity and gave instructions on how to work. He was very satisfied with the work ethic of these security guards and promised a raise, which was loved. What are you doing? I told you to get him out of here. Don't you understand? You guys hurry up and get him out of here, or you'll all be fired. Zhang Yun's three people couldn't help but round their eyes when they saw this scene. They simply couldn't figure out why these security guards didn't listen to them. Zhou Bing and LV Jianghe even shouted angrily, feeling very angry at the behavior of the security guards. However, in the next instant, they couldn't help but remember what the security guards had called Wang Lin. Wang Dong? Wang Dong. He's that major shareholder. Between the fine taste. First of all, Zhang Yun's face changed greatly, and then the two older Zhou Bing's faces also changed for the change, and both became extremely ugly. As the senior management of Huatian, they of course knew the last name of the mysterious major shareholder that had appeared before, only that they had gradually forgotten about him because this one major shareholder had never appeared. Now that he savored it, he instantly understood why Wang Lin possessed such an attitude. In this instant, their faces became hard to see to the extreme. They simply did not think that there would be such a variable, and then once they remembered what they had just said, they couldn't wait to smack themselves in the mouth. And after knowing Wang Lin's background, their hearts also flooded with shocking waves. Only have Huatian shares of the honey snow can be easily forced by them, but now turned into the possession of Tiandu shopping malls and Tianyuan Group, two behemoths of Wang Lin, is not they can be shaken. In my capacity as chairman of Huatian, I announce that starting today, Zhang Yun is dismissed from the company and will never be hired. And you too. I'll be holding a board meeting later to remove you from the board members. Wang Lin looked at the three indifferently and announced quietly, You can't. Zhang Yun after hearing this, immediately shouted, The whole person is even more into the madness. He painstakingly in Huatian struggle for several years, but did not think that everything turned into a shadow. He is really unwilling. I was on the verge of obtaining the fruits of victory, but I didn't expect this to happen. Throw it out. However, the moment he did so, the security guards on the side grabbed Zheng Yun and brought him out of the office as if he was carrying a chicken. Zheng Yun wanted to struggle but did not have the slightest chance to break free. You can't fire us. We're a credit to the company. You'll put the company in a panic. Zhou Bing and LV Jianghe turned pale and looked at Wang Lin in fear. They are noble directors, but facing Wang Lin is a small witch, cannot be shaken. Wang Lin and order can indeed let them get out. They still have prestige within the circle of directors over the years, and if Wang Lin wants to force them out, they can fight to the death. Don't worry, they will let you two leave. Moreover, I'm not the kind of ironic and heartless person. Your age is old. Go back to bring up your children. Raise the birds, don't they smell good? I'll give you a sum of money, so that you can live out your old age peacefully, and under the care of the group. Live a good life. Wang Lin said with a smile. Me. Two people cannot help but be a stagnation. In the face of what Wang Lin said, they simply do not have any words can be refuted. Wang Lin did not too desperate, in a sense is more reasonable, and Wang Lin has a veto power. Those directors of the group may not buy their account. They are like ashes. Know that this time is really a defeat. There is no little chance to turn around. What? You're the major shareholder of Huatian Gourmet Group. Yao Yang's face changed abruptly. He had thought that this time today, it must be their victory, but did not think that there would be a reversal of fortune. Such a scene. Not only was Wang Lin not expelled, but he also expelled Zheng Yun's trio outright. The major shareholder of Huatian Gourmet Group. Hu Lin's face also became very ugly. Wang Lin's identity was so flashy. He's actually the chairman of the company. Lu Ling also had a strange look in her eyes. A trace of otherworldly joy swirled in her beautiful eyes. This was the best news for them. There is a possibility of a turnaround. Wang Lin. A trace of otherworldly light swirled in Honey Snow's pair of beautiful eyes, and in the face of Wang Lin, there was an extra flutter in her heart. In her eyes, Wang Lin's image became taller, no matter how strong she was, but in the end, she was just a soft girl. Wang Lin, so what if you're the major shareholder of Huatian Gourmet Group? You still have to sign this contract today. After a moment of heavenly war in her heart, Hu Lin was ruthless in her heart, slapped the contract on the table, and said coldly to Wang Lin, yes, we haven't lost yet. Even if Wang Lin is the major shareholder of the company, we still have this contract. As long as he signs it, we can still get a hefty brokerage fee even if we just leave Huatian. Zhou Bing and LV Jianghe exchanged a glance, nodded slightly, and once again looked at Wang Lin. Of course the contract is to be signed, but the content needs to be modified, and the person signing it needs to be changed. You're not qualified. Wang Lin indifferently swept a glance at Hu Lin and said quietly, modify the content? I'm not qualified? Wang Lin, are you sure you're not here to be funny? You're the chairman of Huatian Gourmet Group. That's indeed correct. I'm holding the official seal, and I'm also representing the Lydian herding group. We're on the same level now. Hu Lin coldly laughed. Today this contract, also do not need to Honey Dong to sign. The signing of the object will be replaced by you. You are really pathetic to the core. You just left from one group and now you are going to leave from another group. Just like a dog, begging around for a living. Yes, just like a teddy. You can only get some help from a man. I really feel ashamed for you. But you are going to go around begging for a man's help again very soon. It's really pathetic. Wang Lin, however, laughed. Wang Lin, what did you say? You fucking really you're a shit? See how I'm going to get you killed today. Hu Lin was poked and prodded. Her face instantly became livid. I'll immediately double the amount on the contract, so that your Huatian Gourmet Group will be completely defeated. Also, I will always stay well in the Litian Gourmet Group. Even if you die, I will still stay well in it. The moment Hu Lin's words came out, the other few people present all changed color. Honey Snow and Lu Ling's faces became very ugly, but Lu Jianghe and Zhou Bing became ecstatic. The higher the amount, the more they profit. Clunk. Just then, a sound of leather shoes hitting the ground came from outside the office, while a tall man in a suit walked in. Hu Lin, who gave you the authority to speak nonsense? You really have eaten your bear's heart and leopard's gall. How dare you tamper with the contract? The man who walked in growled angrily and landed a slap on Hu Lin's cheek. With a huge force, Hu Lin was jerked over to the ground and crashed into Yao Yang's body, and the two of them landed on the ground like rolling carrots. Ah! The tremendous force made Hu Lin's cheeks red and swollen, and the intense pain made her go crazy over it. She quickly stood up and was about to go crazy, to break this person who had made a move on her into pieces, but just as she climbed up and was about to yell, her body froze for a moment, and a hint of incredulity swirled in her beautiful eyes. Mr. Yu? Yao Yang, after being knocked to the ground, also jumped up angrily, wanting to make a move, but after realizing that the person who came was Yu Jun, the general manager of Lydian herding group, he froze in place. He stared at Yu Jun with rounded eyes. incredulously. In his understanding, Yujun had always been busy with group affairs and had no time to care about these things. How did he appear here today? And has always been Yujun is even more pleasant to treat the two, even if Hulin just said a little too much, but also not so violent to each other. An ominous premonition appeared in Hulin and Yao Yang's hearts. Chairman, it's my failure to rule that has caused you to suffer. After Yujun coldly glanced at the two men, he walked to Wang Lin's side in large strides and said respectfully, "What? He's the chairman of the Lydian herding group. How is this possible?" Yujun's sentence is like a bomb thrown in Hulin and Yao Yang's head. A loud bang, so that their face is difficult to see the extreme. They once thought that Wang Lin is just three groups of bosses, but did not think that it is still the chairman of the board of directors of the Lydian herding group, and then remembered their previous words, and then the face of a hot, 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 hot. Hulin's face turned white at first, her heart shook, and at this moment, she also finally knew what Wang Lin meant by what he had just said. What? Wang Lin is the chairman of the Lydian herding group. LV Jianhe and Zhou Bing's eyes stared blankly. A trace of thick unbelief swept through their eyes. While their faces turned white at first glance, the two of them collapsed helplessly to the ground, their faces like ashes, knowing that this time it was really over. At the same time, they were cold in their hearts. Wang Lin actually possessed so many identities. What exactly was he? Wang Lin. In my capacity as the chairman of Lydian herding group, I announce that Hulin, Yao Yang, as of today, you are fired and will never be hired. Wang Lin looked at the two coldly, his eyes filled with an icy color as he mercilessly pronounced his sentence. No! Hulin's face became hideous. She had paid a lot to obtain the position of Lydian, but she didn't expect to lose her job once again. She yelled madly, by the way, greet all the groups in Yunhai City with the identity of the Lydian herding group. Never hire one of them, and those who do will become enemies of the Lydian herding group. Wang Lin added to Yujun. Yes, chairman, Yujun said respectfully. I'll fight you. When Hulin heard this, she really went crazy, like a crazy woman rushed up to fight with Wang Lin. Wang Lin's move completely cut off her fortune, but just as she rushes in, she is racked by the security guards, and similarly grabbed is Yao Yang, who is paralyzed with fear. From now on, just be a normal person. Stalls are good jobs now. Well, throw them out, Wang Lin said indifferently, waving his hand at the security guard. The two were forcefully let out of the office. The office was instantly plunged into silence the moment the two were ushered out of the office. Chairman Wang, I'm willing to quit as a director in exchange for an equal amount of shares. Zhou Bing walked to Wang Lin's side and said, Chairman Wang, I would like to. LV Jianhe also stood out and said loudly. The two men no longer had a trace of luck in this moment. They only hoped to gain some assets and return in one piece. Sure thing, Michelle, their shares are yours, Wang Lin said to Honey Snow. He already owned 80% of the shares now and was not interested in the shares of the two. For me? Miyuki was already excited. After hearing this, she was suddenly excited. In the past decades, her grandfather had been trying to take the shares of the two men, but had not been able to work. But now she did not expect it to be so simple. Well, don't you want it? Wolin smiled and looked at Mizuki. Of course, Honey Snow said without hesitation. But just after she said it, she blushed for no reason. She was thinking of the trap that Wang Lin had set for her last time, and this time she had to jump into it as well, and she glared angrily at Wang Lin. Gentlemen, two signed the transfer agreement. Honey Snow immediately gave Lu Ling a wink, then said to the two. Zhou Bing too immediately took out a pen, signed the big name. In the signature, looking at the complacent Honey Snow, the heart is full of bad taste, but they can do nothing. In the face of the absolute right to Wang Lin, they can only choose to force to leave. After signing the agreement, they took it and left the office in disgrace. Chairman, I have things to take care of, so I'll leave first. Yujun also said goodbye to Wang Lin and left the place. Lu Ling also found a reason to leave the office and thoughtfully closed the office door. After Lu Ling left, only two people were left in the office. Wang Dong, how can I repay you? Miyuki stood up from her boss chair, blushing slightly as she looked at Wang Lin. What do you say? Wang Lin looked at Honey Snow and couldn't help but gulp. I have to say that Michelle is unbelievably beautiful. She was already gorgeous, and with her white shirt, bun-ton skirt, high heels, black-rimmed glasses, and shy expression, she made a strong visual impact on him, especially in this shared environment. One can't help but be a little tempted. Me, Miyuki became even more shy, close to burying her head in her chest. If you really want to repay me, go with to see the house. Wang Lin looked at Honey Snow's shy appearance and suddenly said, looking at houses? Honey Snow raised her head and looked at Wang Lin in surprise. It's this time of the day. Why are you still looking at the house? Yes, I just got a villa in the Royal Heart Garden. Why don't you come with me to take a look? Waring said. The villa in the garden of the Royal Heart. Miyuki couldn't help but stare her eyes out when she heard this. As the executive director of Huatian Gourmet Group, she still knows quite a lot of information, which includes with the mansions all over the world. In the whole Yunhai city, the most expensive commercial house is no more than Shangqing Yipin, and the most expensive villa area is the Royal Heart Garden. It's a real mansion there by inches. Even at her level she had only heard of it. She'd wanted to go in and take a peek for a long time. Okay, I'll go with you, Miyuki said instinctively, but the moment she said it, she couldn't help but regret it a little. There was a fundamental difference between being in the office and going to the villa. Wasn't this developing too fast? Miyuki's face flushed red for a moment. Go. Wang Lin, however, did not notice this. His heart at this moment was already fully focused on the villa. He could tell that Honey Snow was extraordinarily shocked by the villa, which was enough to explain the value of the villa. Wang Lin, what about this contract? Michelle walked out, but then picked up the contract on the table. Shatter it. I'll have June get another contract and contact you then, Wang Lin said with a smile. For this contract, Wang Lin did not put on the heart. Whether Huatian Gourmet or Lydian Herding Group are equal to his industry, no matter how the contract is signed, there is no little loss for him. At best, it is just a transfer of assets. Wang Lin, who the hell are you? After shattering the contract, Honey Snow followed Wang Lin. Looking at Wang Lin's back, Honey Snow couldn't help but murmur in her mind that it wasn't the first time that the industry Wang Lin owned had shocked her. Where are we going? My car is in the underground parking garage. The two went all the way, causing many staff members to look sideways. For Honey Dong, many people have mixed reviews about her, but the face value of Honey Snow is once in terms of the core. No one can compare. There were even good people who named her as one of the 3 most beautiful women in Yunhai City, the other 2 being popular in the entertainment and modeling industry. I bought the car and parked it on the lot, Waring said to Honey Snow. Oh, Honey Snow couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. She wanted to see what kind of car Wang Lin had bought this time. The parking lot was filled with people as the two made their way to the parking lot. Honey Dong is here. Honey Dong is here. There were men and women, each one in a suit and neatly arranged as if they were going to a major event. Miyuki was as if she hadn't seen this, just following behind Wang Lin. Miyuki, just a moment after the two of them passed by the place, but a voice came from the middle of the crowd. After this voice came, everyone stood apart, revealing the figures behind them as they walked towards the 4 directions, leaving the surrounding area empty. Behind them, a man in a big red suit, holding a handful of roses. Beside him, is a fire-red Ferrari 458, unique body on top of the body, filled with a variety of flowers. Flowers surrounded each other between the formation of a 520 pattern. Michelle, I love you. Be my girlfriend. The man was quite handsome, especially the pair of bright eyes, which looked extraordinarily bright, and a soft music automatically played from the Ferrari 458 sports car at the moment he came striding. He came slowly, with a smile on his face and a very romantic one-knee drop. Chen Liang, I told you before, we're not a good match, Honey Snow said with a cold sweep of the man's eyes. Miyuki, there is no such thing as suitable or not in this world, only willingness to be together. As long as the two of us are together, you can definitely see how good I am and be attracted to me, Chen Liang said loudly, not giving up in the slightest. I'm sorry, I don't know if you're good or not, but you're in my way. Just as Chen Liang was about to continue, a voice suddenly appeared and interrupted him. It was none other than Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at Chen Liang with slight irritation. As the saying goes, a good dog doesn't block the road. Blocking the road is an evil dog. It was uncomfortable in this blazing heat, and he was a little desperate to feel the cold air of Rafa. What? Chen Liang's face sank, coldly looking at Wang Lin. He was all in confession. How could there be such a person so unenlightened? And as his gaze fell on Wang Lin, his face once again became a little more somber. He could tell that Wang Lin had come out with Miyuki, and that Miyuki was a little closer to Wang Lin than to him. This was very upsetting to him, and it seemed to him that Miyuki was already his subject. It's impossible for the two of us because I'm already seeing someone. Honey Snow looked at Chen Liang with disgust. In the past Chen Liang confessed to her as many as dozens of times, this time and time again, so that her disgust for Chen Liang reached the extreme. Her face was slightly red. A hold on Wang Lin's arm, said loudly. What? Chen Liang's eyes widened. This was the first time he had ever seen Honey Snow actively approaching a man. In this instant, his heart was dripping with blood, a burning rage lingered in his heart. Ergo, after his gaze landed on Wang Lin for a second, he instantly understood what was going on. Miyuki, even if you want to find a shield, you should find a man with a little more money. There's no need to find a man like that at all. It's not being a shield. It's practicing on yourself. Besides, you have to imagine for your future. He can't give you a bright future without money, even if he can't even give you the minimum security. And I'm different. I backed by the Long Phone Group. As long as you and I together, we can be a strong combination, so that the Huatian Group as early as possible to enter the world's top 500 among. You love luxury cars. I can buy for you, such as this limited edition Ferrari 458. Chen Liang said loudly, while his gaze looked towards Miyuki. He wanted to see Miyuki's choice. Everyone looked at Miyuki, wanting to know her choice. You know what the biggest difference between you and me is? He didn't wait for Honey Snow's words, though, but it was Wu Flin who spoke. What? Chen Liang stared blankly at Wang Lin, not knowing what Wang Lin was trying to say. At the same time, the heart cannot help but more than a trace of anger. You a person blocking the arrow. This where you have the right to speak. She loves me, not you. Wang Lin smiled and wrapped his arms around Miyuki's waist, and Miyuki suddenly blushed, looking differently happy. No, she doesn't love you. She's just using you as a shield. You're just a complete and utter, with less than $1,000 altogether. How can you compare to me? I can crush you with one finger. Chen Liang reddened his face and shouted madly. See, this is my strength. This car of mine is worth $5 million. You can't afford to buy it in your whole life. How can you compare with me? You're just a complete loser. Not on the same level as me. What I can give to Miyuki, you can't give in this lifetime. By the way, there's one more thing that separates us. Wang Lin looked at Chen Liang and said, you're too poor. Tick-tock. Wang Lin said and took out the Ferrari sports car key and pressed it, and there was a distinctive car chirping sound coming from not far away. With the sound of a car honking, the employees surrounding the area stood away in unison, and not far away, a fiery red figure revealed itself. The unique headlights dazzled like the most beautiful jewels in the world. The two doors opened as if they were wings, as beautiful as a butterfly that had just broken out of its cocoon. Go, Waring said to Honey Snow, then walked over to the side of the sports car and made it. The two wings descended at once. Boom boom boom. The sports car roared madly, like an elegant thug in a suit, and disappeared from everyone's sight. What kind of car was that just now? Why is it so beautiful? It's just incredibly handsome. It was just so cool, and the sound of the engine. It made my blood boil just hearing it. Now it's gone, but I still feel like it's right there with me. I'm afraid you guys don't know what that car is. I'm telling you, it's the Ferrari legend. The Rafa. What? That is Rafa. Ferrari luxury car in the luxury car. I have heard. Rafa in the country but only 4, and the price is copied to hundreds of millions of dollars, but also has a price. Is a real status symbol. What exactly is the identity of that man just now? To be able to have Rafa, it's simply strong to the point of explosion. Originally I thought it was a bronze, but I didn't expect it to be a king. The moment Wang Lin drove away, a group of employees couldn't help but talk about it. The men were incredibly envious, while the women had a strange look in their eyes, and were thinking in their hearts that if they could sit in this car worth hundreds of millions of dollars, they would be willing to do whatever they were asked to do. What? Rafa? Chen Liang stared blankly at the departing sports car, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. After staying frozen for a long time, he then reacted. In the instant he reacted, he instantly felt his face burst into flames, especially when he remembered what he had just said, that everything he owned seemed to be inferior to a car of someone else. This slap in the face made his heart incomparably hard. At the same time, a trace of endless trepidation rose in his heart. As far as he knew, people who could afford Rafa were terrifying existences, such existences that could let him die without a burial place with just a word. Once he remembered what he had just said, the trepidation in his heart climbed to the extreme. He immediately rushed to the Ferrari, then rushed into it, frantically stepped on the gas, and fled as if he were leaving the place. Boom boom boom. The fiery red lava, running wildly on the highway, was like a batch of wild horses that had lost their stiffness and could no longer be controlled. Countless people marveled at this, and there were even many beauties who directly abandoned their male companions and stuck their heads out of the car windows, throwing winks at Wang Lin. Rafa, under the control of Wang Lin, began to overtake the car in a hurry, on the show of speed and passion. Sitting in the co-pilot's Honey Snow, at this moment only felt as if the whole person was in a dream. Just now, she had nonetheless experienced what it was like to be pampered, and in the midst of the Rafa of her dreams, her love of Ferraris began when she was 5 years old, and with countless Ferrari models placed in her home, She could be described as obsessed with Ferraris, especially this fire-red Lafa, which drove her into a frenzy. But Rafa's high price tag also put her off. Once upon a time, one could only watch from afar, but now one does not expect a dream to come true and sit in Rafa, listening to the unique sound of the Lafa's engine, gently stroking the cushions with the Lafa. Her whole body was in a unique bliss, and she could not get rid of with this bliss anymore. In between, Wang Lin's position in her heart climbed to an extreme height. Rafa, under Wang Lin's control, walked on the highway like a fish out of water, and the half-hour journey was reduced to 10 minutes alive. As the Lafa pulled up in front of the gates of the Goshen Garden, Miyuki was still a bit underwhelmed. Thumbs up. With Rafa's arrival, the gatekeepers of the Imperial Heart Garden opened the gate and let them through without even thinking about it. At this, Wang Lin felt extraordinarily surprised, but he still drove the car line into the neighborhood. It's beautiful. The moment he entered the neighborhood, Wang Lin couldn't help but subconsciously marvel. Instead of a neighborhood, it's a paradise. General neighborhood greening rate of 50% is not bad. The greening rate here is as high as 90%. While it's not an exaggeration to say that as far as you can see, it's all greenery. There are tall pines, ginkgos, and some unknown and exotic trees. The air is spreading a trace of unique fragrance. The fragrance is not strong, gently sniffing between. Let a person's eyes bright, completely sink into it. In the center of the district, there is a pool of water with a clear bottom, and various kinds of gorgeous koi carp, wandering in all directions. Surrounding the waterhole is a small park with bridges and water, red flowers and foliage, the beauty of which cannot be beat. A rich man's place is really beyond the pale. After seeing the view, Miyuki couldn't help but come out of Rafa's shock, her eyes widening as she couldn't help but sigh with this trenchant. She'd always thought she'd been a little rich, but it really was a world away from this. Rafa arrived at the place where the villa was under the control of Wang Lin. 88. This villa is not only a single family, and extraordinarily large, compared to the surrounding villas is a behemoth, full of other villas of two sizes. In front of the door has a courtyard of hundreds of square meters. Looks extraordinarily trenchant. As he prepared to park the Lafa in the underground garage, he was frowning. The gate to the courtyard before this villa was, however, not closed, but open, and a playful noise could be heard from inside from a distance. This created a trace of displeasure in Wang Lin's heart. This villa belonged to his private property, and it was a bit inappropriate for the property here to let someone else enter. He wanted to see who was so bold. Wolflin, what's wrong? Miyuki glanced at Waring. I'm going to take care of a few things while you help me drive the car into the underground garage. Wang Lin took out the multifunctional key that Lin Xiao had given him and selected the underground parking garage function. And the underground parking garage opened up at once. At the same time, he said to Honey Snow, "Can I drive?" "Yes." Honey Snow looked at Wang Lin in surprise, while a trace of a different kind of joyful feeling rushed out of her heart, and immediately nodded her head, got out of the car, and then, like a happy little girl, drove the Lafa and slowly entered the underground parking garage. After getting out of the car, Wang Lin walked towards the compound. The open yard door is constructed of a unique metal that is full of texture and security. His eyes went to the compound. The courtyard was very large, with tons of rare plants scattered throughout, and even a unique gazebo. At this moment in the gazebo sitting in several dressed-up flamboyant women. Women looked more stunning, especially their body, simply hot to the explosion, with a relatively hot dress. Live off a one-of-a-kind judo. Just one of them are plastic surgery face. A little bit of damage to the scenery. In front of them, placed a variety of photographic equipment, is being live broadcasting. They giggled from time to time. In the center of them, a man in a property suit had a happy smile on his face, looking at this for a while and that for a while, happy to be there. Bang! 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 Wang Lin coldly watched the scene as he stretched out his foot and kicked the door 3 times. The unique crashing sound immediately spread throughout the entire compound. The sudden appearance of this voice couldn't help but cause the atmosphere in the room to stagnate, and those women who were originally laughing and speaking stopped broadcasting at once and all looked over. Especially the property man's body stiffened, and he immediately stood up. "What are you doing?" The man walked over with large strides, and shouted in a stern voice, "This is a private courtyard. No one else is allowed to come in. And do you know how expensive this gate is? And you acting arbitrarily like this will lead you to the point of no return." The man walked to Wang Lin's side with a gloomy face, then squatted down and gently stroked the gate, and after realizing that the gate was not in any bit of serious trouble, he was relieved. "What are you still standing here for? Why don't you get the hell out of here? How does the security guard work? How did they let your kind in here?" The man looked at Wang Lin in disgust and said loudly, "Are you the property owner here?" Wang Lin looked at the man coldly. "Or else what? Is it like you to come in here and steal chickens and dogs?" Hurry up and get out of here. This is a private courtyard, not for the likes of you. The man said viciously. You still know you are a property? As a property you don't serve the owners, and you also use the owners' houses arbitrarily. This is really dereliction of duty on your part. Leave this place now. I can still take the blame. Otherwise, it won't be that simple. Wang Lin coldly looked at Sun Yang and said, Are you the owner of this place? Sun Yang sneered and looked at Wang Lin. What do you say? Wang Lin coldly looked at Sun Yang. He is not the owner, why should he care about this matter? Of course you're not. Then you're talking of all here. I'm afraid you still don't know what this place is. This is the Imperial Heart Garden where every inch of land is gold. It's not a place where people like you can do whatever they want. And the cake you just made, if I were to hold you responsible for it, you wouldn't be able to pay it back for the rest of your life. Or even spend most of your life inside. Sun Yang looked at Wang Lin coldly. Take advantage of the fact that I haven't changed my mind yet, and get out of here quickly. Or else there won't be such a good end later. I'm going to give you one more chance. Take this group of things and get out of here immediately and I can overlook it. Otherwise, you're just like them. Wang Lin said coldly. What do you mean by this stuff? What do you mean? Are you here to be funny? You're just one. And you want to play the homeowner? Do you know what kind of place this is? This is not a place where people like you can come. Get the hell out of here. The man hadn't spoken yet. All the women were furious. They were all anchors of groundhog entertainment, possessing not a small amount of popularity, but all the men would be pleasant to them, even to the point of directly becoming faithful tin dogs, just such as Sun Yang was. They were given such an opportunity after agreeing to sit with Sun Yang. The reason why they had taken the trouble to come here was that they wanted to use this noble scene to raise their powder for them, to see that they were going to succeed, but they did not expect such a scene. This man not only interrupted them, and they called them things, and one of them exploded in anger. They looked at Wang Lin with spiteful eyes, hating him to the extreme. Kid, what did you say? You really think you're something? Watch me blow you out of here. With that, the man took out his walkie-talkie to call the security guards he knew well to blast Wang Lin out of the room, daring to speak ill of his goddesses, making him furious to the core. Woo woo! Wang Lin took out a multifunctional remote control and pressed it against one of the largest red dots. The moment he pressed it, a loud alarm sounded throughout the compound, reverberating with the entire neighborhood. Many people in the neighborhood were startled and opened their doors, wanting to see what had happened. But the main ones who were startled were still a group of properties, and under the leadership of the property manager, a group of security guards quickly rushed into Villa 88. In this group of people, the property manager who long most terrified, more obese him, sweating profusely. 88 Villa is the king of the district, is a real inch of gold. If there is a slight difference, that can be finished. What happened? Hulong rushed into the compound and did not find any symptoms even after looking left and right. The sweat on his head became even more intense, and his gaze instantly fell on Zhang Yang's body. Manager, looking at the rushing Hulong, Sun Yang tensed his body and said to Hulong, It's like this, I'm patrolling here today, and I want to take a look to see if everything is normal in Villa 88, so I let my friends come together to help check it out. And this isn't it. Is it being checked out? And as a result, this awesome man rushed into the yard and vandalized the items here. I wanted him to leave, and he actually pressed the alarm and summoned all of you. Yeah, well, why don't you get it over with? Although Hulong could see the loopholes in Zhang Yang's words, Zhang Yang was ultimately an employee under him and instinctively harbored him. Is this the attitude of your property? I think it's time to change the property. At that moment, Wang Lin, who was on the side, suddenly said coldly, What are you babbling about? Hulong coldly glared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's words had touched his scales. When he had just arrived, he had already seen Wang Lin's identity, that of a complete and utter human being who could not possibly be the owner of this place. People who can live here are either rich or noble, although they are not wearing gold and silver, but they are also the same grade of goods, and Wang Lin is wearing shabby clothes. It is obvious that he is mixed in. He glared fiercely at the group of security guards behind him, settling this score on the group of security guards. Several security guards were very depressed. They looked at each other. They simply did not let Wang Lin into the interior. Wang Lin, this is how to get in. Your name is Hulong. Are you the property manager here? This is the attitude of your property manager towards the owners? It seems that your property is really not working. It's really the upper beam that is not straight and the lower beam that is crooked. Wang Lin coldly swept a glance at Hulong and said, You are the owner of this place? This joke isn't funny. Stop talking nonsense. This is not a place for you to be wild. Leave quickly or don't blame us for not being polite. Hulong winked at a security guard to the side and told the security guard to throw Wang Lin, the imposter, out. Just then, the distinctive frequency of a crisp high-heeled shoe came from a short distance away. which seemed very harsh. Almost everyone stopped moving under the sound of those high heels, especially the two of Hulong and Zhang Yang. They know the owner of these heels too well. The moment they stopped moving, a fiery red figure walked into the compound. The one who came was a woman around 30. The woman was 1 meter 6'7", a head of golden long wavy hair fluttering in the wind. Her delicate features were covered with a unique and mature atmosphere. A long fiery red dress outlined her concave and convex figure to the fullest. Her body smelled good, and when she walked over, she carried a unique scent, which was mesmerizing to the people. The woman's aura was so large that it was obvious that she was just walking in an ordinary way, but it made a lot of people a bit breathless. "Boss!" Both Hulong and Sun Yang turned around and respectfully called out, especially Hulong, who couldn't wait to lower his head to his waist. For this woman he is in awe. The woman named Huang Shueru, not a rich kid, but a divorced ordinary woman, with their own brains and means among the upper class. This property company is one of her properties. Snap! Huang Shueru walked up and was the one who landed a slap on Zhang Yang and Hulong's cheeks, a resounding slap that reverberated with the entire compound. In this instant, not only Zhang Yang and Hulong froze, but also the cadre of security netizens froze, having no idea what was happening. "Mr. Wang, this is a dereliction of duty on my part, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Huang Shueru lowered her head and said to Wang Lin, "What? He really is the owner of this place, the owner of this building king?" Hulong rounded his eyes and looked at this scene incredulously. Beating him to death. He didn't expect Wang Lin to actually be the owner, and also the owner of this Villa 88. How is this possible? He's obviously one. Sun Yang also froze stupidly in place. In his opinion, Wang Lin is just a mixer. How can he become the owner of the mansion? In the next instant, cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. What kind of background was it for someone to be able to own this mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars? And just now, they had already offended Wang Lin to death. They could only hope that Huang Shueru's punishment for them would be slightly lighter. "Sun Yang, Hulong, you're expelled. Get the hell out of here," Huang Shueru said loudly to the two. "What?" The two men's faces became extraordinarily gloomy. They had been working here for more than 2 years. Even if there is no merit, there is hard work, but did not expect to be dismissed by Huang Shueru so easily. Although they were upset, they couldn't have a fit and could only leave in disgrace. "Are you satisfied, Mr. Wang?" After doing this, Huang Shueru came back to Wang Lin's side and respectfully asked, "It's fine. I like your attitude towards your work, Ms. Huang, but your property company doesn't have a manager, so you still need to fill in the gaps quickly." Wang Lin said to Huang Shueru, "Mr. Wang, as of today, I'll be the property manager, so call me if you need anything," Huang Shueru said with a smile, while fumbling out a business card from her pocket and handing it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin was surprised to look at the business card, which was actually pink, just like peach blossoms, with a faint aroma, and seemed very unique. Wang Lin greatly appreciated Huang Shueru's decisiveness. "By the way, you have to pay more attention on top of the security. I drove a Ferrari in the door today, and immediately someone opened the door. The doorman has been tightly guarded to be sure," Wang Lin said to Huang Shueru. Huang Shueru smiled. "Mr. Wang, don't worry about that. You were released because of my operation." "So it is." Wang Lin unexpectedly glanced at Huang Shueru. His mind turned slightly. The reason why Huang Shueru knew his information was most likely related to Lin Xiao. "Mr. Wang, I wonder if you need home improvement services?" Huang Shueru said to Wang Lin. "Home improvement services?" Wang Lin asked in surprise. "I'm afraid Mr. Wang doesn't know that the villas here are not renovated. All the villas here, because of the different needs of the owners, so they all belong to the state of idleness. I have a renovation company that specializes in luxury homes like yours. As long as there is a need for it, you can give me a call," Huang Shueju said with a smile. Her eyes swept over the villa and said, "Mr. Wang, your villa is suitable for two styles. One is the flashy European decoration and the other is the Chinese decoration. Ms. Huang, thank you for your guidance. I will definitely come to you if I need anything," Wang Lin said with a smile. His eyes fell on the villa. He has not yet gone in to see. Not yet, no. At the same time, he himself was originally a designer with his own ideas. "Okay, Mr. Wang, I wonder what to do with them." Huang Shueru pursed her red lips slightly. Her beautiful eyes swept through a trace of loss of color. Between the waves of light flow, the heart and the faint thought, how to impress Wang Lin. According to the size of this villa, as long as the decoration of a time, you can earn commissions worth a lot. Immediately, her gaze fell on a group of netizens. Each one of these netizens was a human savant, and what had just happened had made them change their views on Wang Lin, and at the moment they were all smiling at Wang Lin, and made a show of letting the king, picking, as long as they could shoot here, they were willing to pay. "Get these things out of here," Wang Lin glanced at the women and said to Huang Shuiru, "What did you say? Don't give your face to it. Being rich is a big deal? What do you mean these things? We're all famous. Wait for me. You're miserable. You'll pay for your words. We'll make your reputation stink. Don't be rich and amazing. There are some things that money can't buy and you'll be an internet sensation in no time." A group of netizens were still looking at Wang Lin in a peaceful manner, even to the point where a few of them were thinking about it, when Wang Lin's sentence instantly caused them to explode, and they all shouted out loud. A few even outright said they would declare war on Wang Lin on Groundhog Live. "Please, folks, or it won't look good to be thrown out by security." Huang Shuiru looked at a group of netizens and said, one by one. The netizens left with ironic faces, and before they left, they all glared fiercely at Wang Lin and put down harsh words, finally clearing the air. "Groundhog Live? I'll remember that, and I'll come to meet you." As the netizens left, the compound became completely quiet, leaving only Wang Lin and Huang Shuiru. "Mr. Wang, then I'm also leaving. Call me if you need me. By the way, I'll mention a word of caution to you. It's the age of information technology. Although they are just a group of netizens, they all possess no small amount of energy. You still need to be more careful," Huang Shuiru said. "Thanks for the heads up." Wang Lin nodded slightly and watched Huang Shuiru's departure. "Groundhog Entertainment? I'd like to see what you can do to me?" Wang Lin smiled coldly and took out his cell phone and downloaded a Groundhog livestream. In the middle of the download, he strides towards the villa. He wants to see what kind of shape the villa is in. It's really a different type of household. When Wang Lin entered the villa, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. The villa was quite huge, divided into 3 floors, and it was the first time he had encountered this type of household, which was very special and could be Chinese or European. Where did Miyuki go? Why isn't anyone there? After walking the villa around, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel more than a hint of doubt in his heart. He had stayed in the compound for at least half an hour. Honey Snow, by all rights, should have come to the compound a long time ago. How come it hadn't arrived yet? He traveled along and eventually found Miyuki in the underground garage, bowing and slumping over the Ratha as if searching for something. Snap! Waring drops his right hand on Honey Snow's shoulder and taps it lightly. "Ha!" Miyuki was violently startled. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she screamed shrilly, and after realizing that it was Wang Lin, she glared angrily at Wang Lin. "What are you doing?" Miyuki's cheeks puffed out as she glared at Wang Lin. "What are you doing? You've been here for half an hour. Why do you stay here?" Wandrin looked at Mizuki curiously. "I'm observing it." Wang Lin, you're afraid you don't know how much I love it. Since I was a child, it's my favorite thing. Now that I can see it with my own eyes, of course I can't let it go. I want to study every part of it." Miyuki tenderly stroked Ratha's body as if it were a soft caress between lovers. "Well, just watch from here. I'll give you half a day." Looking at Honey Snow's more serious appearance, Wang Lin could not help but be a little speechless. In his heart, but there is a trace of envy. A lot of people from childhood to adulthood are very much remembered for a lot of things. He did not. Hooray! Hearing Wang Lin's words, Miyuki exclaimed in surprise and jumped to Wang Lin's side. A fragrant kiss imprinted on his face, followed by a quick dash to Ratha. After Wang Lin stared blankly at Miyuki for a moment, he ended up not making a point. He started wandering around again. After strolling around for a while, he had a certain understanding and opinion about the villa's decoration, and he dialed Huang Shuiru's number. "Mr. Wang, wait a moment, I'll be right there." Hearing that Wang Lin was looking for her to decorate the villa, Huang Shuiru looked extraordinarily chirpy. Wang Lin had just walked around in the middle of the compound when he heard the sound of high heels clattering, coming from not far away. Huang Shuizhu still came over in a windy manner. Looking at the oncoming Huang Shuiru, Wang Lin couldn't help but brighten up in front of his eyes. At this moment, Huang Shuiru had changed her clothes, no longer the original fiery red long dress, changed into a professional outfit, a white blouse, a black wraparound skirt with stockings, and black high heels. The attire outlined her fiery figure perfectly. In the midst of the long flowing hair, a unique and mature atmosphere came out, making people's hearts thump. Even Wang Lin had a bit of a feeling that his blood was spurting. An OL feeling comes over you, and you can't help but fantasize about having such a high-class secretary. "Mr. Wang." Huang Shuiru smiled at Wang Lin, and as she got closer, Wang Lin smelled a very nice perfume. It is said that smell to recognize women. For this point Wang Lin very agree. Huang Shuiru's use of perfume is very unique. In the light smell between, give him a very quiet feeling. "You don't have a designer with you?" Wang Lin's gaze lingered on Huang Shuiru for a few seconds before landing on top of her eyes. "Mr. Wang, I'm actually the company's designer," Huang Shuiru said with a smile. "Oh?" Wang Lin was surprised to look at Huang Shuiru. In his original thought, Huang Shuiru should be a rich girl, but did not expect to be so hardworking. Mr. Wang, I don't know if you want European-style decoration, or Chinese-style decoration. I suggest that you are using the new Chinese style. The courtyard here is very huge, with small bridges and flowing water, as well as pavilions. These are similar to the overall style of the district, which will not only increase the usage rate of your house, but also beneficial to the wind and water. Huang Shuaru said, that's what I was thinking, just go with Neo-Chinese, but there's still a lot of fine-tuning to be done on the details, and I feel like I can incorporate something similar to the Scandinavian and Meguri styles. Wang Lin walked into the villa, reached out and pointed to some places and said softly, Mr. Wang, are you trying to focus on the new Chinese style and then supplement it with 100? Huang Shuaru asked. Well, by and large, Wang Lin immediately discussed it with Huang Shuaru. After the discussion, the two signed the most basic contract. The price of the luxury decoration is not cheap, reaching a huge $30 million. For this amount Wang Lin did not have any heartache, and paid directly. For Wang Lin's atmosphere, Huang Shuaru's beautiful eyes swirled with a different kind of light. And finally, after some negotiation, she left the place and began to work with the effect diagrams, which she promised to produce within 3 days. Finally the renovations are done. Wang Lin looked at the villa and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he walked to the compound and sat on top of the gazebo. After looking at the surrounding environment for a while, he took out his cell phone and opened the Groundhog Live broadcast. He would like to see that group of net red anchors. What moths can be played? Just after opening Groundhog Live, Wang Lin suddenly realized that the entire live broadcast software was screened by a message. The owner of the mansion in Royal Heart Garden, with no one in sight. Is this a moral degradation? Or is it the charm of money? The owner of the mansion in the Royal Heart Garden, bad-mouthing the rich and powerful. Are they also shitty? Master of the mansion in Goshen Garden. Between his observations, he suddenly realized that all the interfaces were dominated by this one live room name. That one of the beautiful, hot-looking, beautiful female anchors. The background of the live broadcast is even his mansion. It's true that in this day and age, the internet can't be trusted. Wang Lin, after watching the live broadcast for a while, suddenly realized that those Netflix doors that had only been floating up and down 70 points, under the effect of the cell phone software, were born into big beauties with up and down 90 points. But I, Wang Lin, am not a wimp, and since a war has been waged against me, I will take the initiative to meet it. Wang Lin did not hesitate to register an account named Royal Heart Garden Mansion Master. After registering his account, he quickly associated his bank card. As he flicked through, he was drawn to a live feed. The name of the live stream is called One Peony at Red Maple Middle School. In the spirit of love for his alma mater, Wang Lin clicked in. There weren't many people in the live room, only a few hundred. Looking at the live anchor, Wang Lin's eyes but brightened. That is playing the Guzheng ancient women. Women's skin teach white, a light veil draped with the body, has an indescribable ethereal, long black hair fell with the shoulder, but also increased the sense of this ethereal. The woman's body extraordinarily fiery, hidden in this long shirt, giving a different kind of charm feeling. Delicate features, with ancient makeup, but also added to this mood. Guzheng gurgling, just like the tranquility of the Jiangnan water town. After entering the live broadcasting room, Wang Lin completely put down his impatience. The whole person as if immersed in this unique Guzheng, lingering. Not a single person in the broadcast room had noticed about his arrival, and almost everyone was too immersed in the unique sensation to be able to help themselves. While Wang Lin was immersed in this unique mood, the other live rooms were in full swing, especially that live room at the top. The owner of the mansion in Royal Heart Garden, with no one in sight. Is this a moral degradation? Or is it the charm of money? It's a simple, straightforward name that attracts a lot of point-and-click entries. Shui Shuangshuang sat in the live broadcasting room, enthusiastically interacting with one guest. She especially spent her beautiful makeup today, wearing her most popular OL makeup, under the effect of the cell phone software, completely displaying the temperament of the OL, so that everyone's eyes were hot for it. A bright smile appeared on her face, but her heart was turning over. She could hardly forget the insults she suffered in the Royal Heart Garden today, especially when she remembered Wang Lin calling her a thing. Her mood exploded to the extreme. Shuang Shuang mighty, you really look so beautiful today. 1,000 times over, Shuang Shuang has finally changed into this outfit again. Awesome double. This set is really perfect. Double, I love you. I'm sending you a super rocket. The live broadcast room is extraordinarily hot. One customer constantly brushing a variety of gifts. Looking at that super rocket, Shui Shuang's heart is like a fire, constantly sending fragrant kisses through the air. Seeing that the popularity had reached the number of 1 million, Shui Shuang began to complain. To all of them, he added to the story of what had happened today. What? There's even such a thing. It's not that the rich have gotten bad, but that the bad have gotten rich. This is a moral degeneration. This Royal Heart Garden mansion owner is nothing but a piece of work. Schwang schwang. Don't worry. We'll immediately put him on the hot search and pay for his behavior. Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, the anger in Shui Shuang's heart gradually calmed down. And then, the whole person became condescending. Owning a mansion in the Royal Heart Garden is a big deal, isn't it? If you offend me, aren't you still just as helpless? Shui Shuang smiled coldly, but her gaze still fell on those gifts. Vengeance in the open, receiving money in the dark. In this short period of time, she has already earned as much as $100,000. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on the live broadcast list on the side. She had always been in the second sister position of Groundhog Live. Today it was time to make an impact on the first sister. When she thought of the name of Groundhog Live's first sister, her heart was flooded with a different kind of joyful feeling. Just then, a super rocket flew over her live stream once again, and the scene that appeared as the super rocket rushed to the main screen, attracting even more people to her. Waves of light flowed through her beautiful eyes as she continued to start eating up everything about the day, eliciting more sympathy and empathy. Dang it! The Guzheng song fell. The live broadcast room remained silent, and everyone was immersed in this unique serenity. Applause JPG. Applause JPG. Applause JPG. Almost at that instant, everyone made an expression, and Wang Lin was touched by it. Thank you all for your support. I'm a teacher at Red Maple Middle School, and all of the gifts you all rewarded will be contributed to Red Lantern Middle School to be used for construction. Anchor voice extraordinarily pleasant and melodious, just like an oriole in the empty valley. Between smiles, some indescribable beauty. Let a person's eyes light up. The anchor's words had just fallen. Quite a few people had rewarded them. Rat money, rat food, balloons. One by one, they floated by, and a tycoon rewarded them with a rocket, thickening the atmosphere of the scene. It's really a coincidence that I was able to meet Red Maple's teacher here. Looking at this figure, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Whether it was the Guzheng or the Red Maple Middle School he was extraordinarily fond of. Rewarded. Without even thinking about it, Wang Lin directly clicked on top of the super rocket. Sorry, your balance is insufficient. He had just tapped on it when a piece of data swept by. When Wang Lin saw this, he was slightly stunned and revealed an awkward smile. He had forgotten about this. Tapped on the recharge page. It was precisely when he realized that recharging different amounts would have different titles. Titles such as recharging $100 is a commoner. Recharging 1,000 becomes a rich farmer. Recharging 1,000,000 is an emperor. And recharging 10 million is a supreme emperor. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to recharge $10 million. Congratulations to the owner of the Imperial Heart Garden Mansion for becoming the emperor on the Red Maple High School broadcast. Long live the emperor. Congratulations to the owner of the Imperial Heart Garden Mansion for becoming the emperor on the Red Maple High School broadcast. Long live the emperor. Congratulations to the owner of the Imperial Heart Garden Mansion for becoming the emperor on the Red Maple High School broadcast. Long live the emperor. Congratulations to the owner of the Imperial Heart Garden Mansion for becoming the emperor on the Red Maple High School broadcast. Long live the emperor. In the moment Wang Lin recharged, this news instantly spread throughout the Groundhog's live room, dominating the screen, as if a bomb fell on everyone's heart, and everyone boiled over. A succession of cues presented themselves before everyone's eyes. In this instant, all eyes landed on top of a peony flower from Red Maple Middle School live broadcast room. Crap! Who is this? How is this so dirt cheap? This is still the first time in the history of Groundhog Live that a big shot has ascended to the throne of the Supreme Emperor at one time. This is a real tycoon. $10 million at the drop of a hat. This is just great. Oh my god. I'm going to go round up the dirt. Ho. I want to give you a monkey. Almost at this instant, all the live broadcast rooms boiled over. No one was talking about anything else. They were completely talking about this sudden appearance of a tycoon. However, this did not cause the anchors to resent it. On the contrary, the anchors also participated in the conversation. They also scrambled to leave the live room, wanting to get a glimpse of the tycoon. They did not fail to think that if they could have a chance to cross paths with the tycoon, and give them a little bounty, they would not mind turning into Tim dogs. Did you guys notice the name of this dirtbag? Soon, some of the people in the broadcast room immediately realized this, but most of them had already left, and they were not heeded despite their exaggerations. It quickly disappeared into thin air. However, within a few minutes, the number of people in Red Maple Middle School's One Peony Flower livestream went from over 300 to a whopping 3 million, with the number of people still soaring in a linear fashion. Looking at the sudden number of people, the anchor couldn't help but be a little dazed, thinking that it was a glitch. But after the house manager confirmed that it wasn't a problem, the anchor let his heart drop. She couldn't help but be a little flattered though. looking at a number of familiar names of anchors and tycoons, and she knew that the tycoon had brought it all about. She opened her red lips and said, "Thank you to Heo and everyone for your great help. I can't repay you enough. A song of high mountains and flowing water for everyone." Her words had just fallen. Quite a few anchors' heart, but more than a trace of contempt. They came here but in order to see the tycoon, not to listen to what Guzheng. This anchor is really a bit of claptrap. This includes Shuang. And those rats were also curious to look at the anchor. Under their observation, immediately found the anchor's divine face value. Even a lot of tycoons have brightened up. For a moment, they can't help but a little bit look forward to the performance with the anchor. Dang. The melodious Guzheng then spread out. The unique sound, with the ancient style accompaniment, made many people's eyes light up. Even the fidgety anchors quieted down and listened. Listening to this unique Guzheng, it was as if they had forgotten the hustle and bustle and traveled back to ancient times. Listening to the gurgling and flowing music, going deep into it and lingering. Wang Lin did the same. He gave the anchor a rather stunning look. He was beyond amazed with this unique talent, and at the same time, an additional thought came to his mind. A song of Guzheng, like a trickle of water, flowed into the hearts of all people, slowly came and went, and disappeared. In the moment when the Guzheng disappeared, the live broadcast room was silent, and no one said anything. In this moment, all of them waved away the impatience in their hearts, immersed in this unique mood. Yes, Waring sent a quick word and sent it out. Looking at the word that appeared out of nowhere, everyone became enraged. This one simple word was just a bit of a spoiler for the mood. However, when they saw the title of the Supreme Emperor, they all became excited again. It was only in this instant that they snapped to mind that they had come here for the purpose of admiring the divine magnificent. This song should only be heard in heaven. Reward. Before they could speak, Wang Lin was the one who spoke again. Meanwhile, a super rocket swiped the screen. Whoosh! This one rocket extraordinarily wild surge, continuous, without any little stop, from the live broadcast to the main interface. A time the whole Groundhog Live were surrounded by a super rocket, as if 10,000 arrows, filling the whole screen. Everyone stared at the scene in awe, their eyes lingering on the number of super rockets. The rocket eventually stopped at the 1,000 count. In that instant, everyone was in a daze. It is well known that the super rockets in the Groundhog's live room are worth 10,000 each. Those 1,000 super rockets, that's $10 million. The godly man who threw away millions. Everyone was so shocked by it that they didn't have any bit of words for a long time. I am not a man of my generation, but I will throw back my head and laugh out of the broadcasting room. In a moment of silence, Wang Lin once again let out a word. The silence of the scene was once again broken. This time, there was still no one swiping the pop-up screen, just quietly watching the words posted by Wang Lin. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but sink into deep thought. And what Wang Lin had done had given them a wake-up call. Today's world is too flashy, and serenity is the way to return. They were even more shocked by Wang Lin's magnanimity. After all, the money was dedicated to Red Maple Middle School. Worthy of being a Taishang emperor, this kind of sentiment is something we can't match. Awesome. I'm going to contribute my little bit. It's just so mind-blowing. I'm completely convinced. A group of people all sent out pop-ups, and at the same time began to frantically brush up a variety of gifts. And a group of anchors followed suit, brushing up rockets. More anchors' focus was on the Guzheng, and they were pondering whether or not to rub off a wave of heat with this Guzheng. Did you guys notice that the Taishang Emperor's name is actually the owner of the Imperial Heart Garden Mansion? Did you guys notice that the Taishang Emperor's name is actually the owner of the Imperial Heart Garden Mansion? Did you guys notice that the Taishang Emperor's name is actually the owner of the Imperial Heart Garden Mansion? Did you guys notice that the Taishang Emperor's name is actually the owner of the Imperial Heart Garden Mansion? Many people also fell their eyes on Wang Lin's name, along with watching a lot of people, were shaken by it, and have issued subtitles. For a moment, the entire live broadcast was once again screened. What? Looking at this name, Shuang and the other anchors' faces instantly became hard to see. Before that, they were selling out, triggering a group of people to empathize with Wang Lin's bullying and rudeness. Now Wang Lin's behavior made him stand directly on the high ground, hitting them in the face with them, making them simply speechless. In just an instant, they deleted the live stream and went offline en masse. In this regard, a group of people quickly found out, once let Shuang and others into a hotspot. From the original sympathy, began a group ridicule, opened a small number of Shuang a group of anchors, and then saw this not only face hot, and the heart regret. If they had known that now, they would not have gone to mess with Wang Lin. Of this, Wang Lin had not the slightest idea. After he shut down the live stream, he started wandering around in the middle of the compound and had just walked around when his phone rang. The caller was Laron. What's the point of coming to me at this hour? Lun? Wang Lin looked at the phone in surprise and was very confused. Sex wine. Woof. Where is it? Liren said loudly. Looking at houses in the royal garden of the heart. Why? Wang Lin said with a smile. It's possible, Lao Wang, but I've heard that there's not an inch of land there, and that the average tycoon isn't qualified to buy a house there. TSK, old Wang. Someday you must show me around, take a few pictures, and give me a boost of compulsion, and see how those grandchildren still dare to say I'm penniless in the future. Isn't that a word? You can shoot as long as you want, but it's going to be a while. I'm getting ready for renovations here and, come in a month's time, Waring said. Or you're fast. I was figuring it would take a couple of months before I could get into a room. It's just nice to have money. Li Long sighed. Since the anniversary celebration of Red Maple Middle School, he learned some messages about Wang Lin through Qian Lu, and knew about Wang Lin owning the Tiandu shopping mall. He was envious and doubly proud to have such a good brother. Lung, you can't be calling today just because you miss me, Waring said. Of course not. Your brother Long me. Even though I just run a small foreign trade company, I'm busy as hell. And I have quite a few trips every single day. No, I've already made an appointment with Watermelon. He's free tonight. How about you? Liren asked. Of course I'm free. Where are you guys meeting? Wang Lin asked with a smile, but he knew that Long was the most opinionated. Since he had called him, he must have set a place to eat. Ha ha, it's still old Wang, you know me. I booked a place at the backyard of Red Maple Middle Schools for an accented ground pot chicken. We won't see each other at 5:30 today, Liren said and hung up. Or Dragon knows us. Wang Lin smiled and hung up the phone. Foreign accent ground pot chicken is their favorite place to patronize when they went to school. This ground pot chicken is very authentic. The noodle cake is a hand pull. The soup is rich. The portion is full of memories of him. There is also their 3. Once upon a time. The favorite place to go. Full of memories. He looked at the time. It was exactly 4:30. Not far from 5:30. He stopped hanging around and walked straight to the underground parking lot. Wang Lin. Just as he walked to the underground parking lot, he heard Michelle's gentle voice carrying from Rafa. He followed the sound and looked, but saw Honey Snow exposed long legs, sat on the front cover of the Rafa, looking at him with a bewildered gaze. The seductive demeanor, matched with a flavorful posture. To see Wang Lin froze in place for a moment. Am I beautiful? Honey Snow's gentle, watery voice came through again. Beautiful. Wang Lin subconsciously praised. Honey Snow's beauty is a real OL feeling, especially with that stunning body and looks, plus Rafa unique cool, thoroughly staged a scene, fragrant car and beauty. During this period of time, he had also seen quite a few beautiful women, whether it was Qian Lu, Long Xiaoyu, or Li Yan, purely from the perspective of beauty. All of them were a step behind Honey Snow. You know she's beautiful, why don't you take a picture of me? Honey Snow angrily looked at Wang Lin a glance. She posed at this angle are a little stiff. Wang Lin has not yet action, so that her heart rose a trace of dissatisfaction. If it is a slightly higher emotional intelligence of the man, at this time has already photographed her. The damn straight man of steel. Good. Wang Lin heard this before he reacted, and at the same time picked up his cell phone and turned on the photography mode. Pose. I'll give you 30 straight shots, and when you do, you'll pick your own in there. Wang Lin took out his cell phone, said loudly. In the photo aspect he is still more knowledgeable. Opened a software. Wang Lin began to shoot up. He didn't shoot upright, but crouched on the ground. The angle allows you to show off Miyuki's perfect body. Looking at Wang Lin's decent shooting, Honey Snow looked extraordinarily surprised. In her original thought, Wang Lin, such a steel straight man, must be a sneak peeker, but did not think that it was even so elaborate. She immediately posed in a variety of poses, catering with Wang Lin. With a burst of filming, Wangelin ended the shoot. Wu Fling, show me. Miyuki got out of the car, but instead of being the least bit tired, she looked extraordinarily excited. Okay, let's walk and talk. I have a dinner tonight, Waring said to Honey Snow. Do you want to join me tonight? Not tonight, hey. My parents want me home for dinner, Miyuki said, sitting in the passenger side while taking Wang Lin's cell phone. When she saw that Wang Lin was still $1,000 machine, she couldn't help but show a surprised look. But she was soon surprised by Wang Lin's superb photo-taking skills. What a perfect angle. Wow. What a bully. You're rivaling the pros with that skill. Honey Snow was continuously surprised, but the light in her beautiful eyes was flashing, looking very satisfied, quickly adding contact information with her cell phone, and then transmitting the photos. Wang Lin smiled and listened to the praise with the Honey Snow. His photo technology is indeed good, but all because of the university at that time to talk about the object reason. That object especially like photography. He was in order to chase him, practicing hard photo technology, only to hold a beautiful woman. Boom boom boom. In thought, Wang Lin launched the gas pedal. Accompanied by the sound of roaring, the fire-red Rafa whistled out of the underground parking garage, all the way slowly, to the gate. Mr. Wang, please. The security guards immediately opened the gate respectfully upon seeing Wang Lin's arrival and cheered him on. Wang Lin nodded gently and drove the Rafa straight away. The unique roar resounded with the entire road, causing many people to turn back, in surprise, but a little puzzled. How this sports car looks so familiar. Honey Snow was unable to continue picking out photos after getting into the car. The strong feeling of pushing back surprised her, and after an angry sweep of Wang Lin, she transformed into a fangirl, enjoying this extraordinary feeling of excitement. With Wolflin's superb car skills, Wolflin delivers Honey Snow to her home, an exclusive private mansion. After waving goodbye, Wang Lin rushed to Red Maple Middle School in a hurry, and it was now not far from 5:30. Luckily for him, he reached the backstreets of Red Maple Middle School at 5:28 after grabbing 10 last seconds along the way. After grabbing a parking space in a rampage, Wang Lin got out of the car and walked towards the foreign-accented geoduck chicken. At this time, it is the time for students to get out of school. The backstreets are crowded. Many students are buying all kinds of snacks. It is very lively. Watch where you're going. Can you walk? What are you doing standing in front of me? Get the hell out of the way. Wang Lin quickly shuttled past one student after another and dove headfirst into the foreign accent ground chicken store. And just as his right foot landed in the store, a cold voice came from behind him. The voice was filled with thick anger. Wang Lin swept back at the other man. Between turning back, he immediately realized that the one who had spoken was a man around 1.6 meters. The man was only in his 20s, but he was dressed in an old-fashioned manner, with a black-rimmed glasses, like someone from the 80s, full of antique temperament. A pair of tiny eyes were even more annoying, was looking at him with extreme displeasure at the moment. Shorty. Wang Lin swept a condescending glance at the man and said unflinchingly. The man was a bit small and strong, but compared to Wang Lin's massive stature, he was a dwarf. Being swept by Wang Lin, he was instantly a bit too scared to move forward and timidly retreated a step backward. And then the anger in his eyes rose even more furiously. He held back his red face, his body trembling uncontrollably. Hey! Wang Lin smiled heatedly and took a big step to the side, then walked into the foreign-accented ground-boiled chicken store. Even though this was just after work and school point, the store was filled with people, mingling amongst themselves. Old woof. Wang Lin had just walked into the center of the store when he heard Li Long's voice. Lung, watermelon? Wang Lin looked along with the sound, and was seeing Li Long sitting by the window, and beside him did a big fat man. Looking at the big fat man, Wang Lin felt surprised but still recognized that the other party was his once best friend. Watermelon. Watermelon is just a nickname. Named Wang Hao, is a member of the Iron Triangle back then, when he was not obese. On the contrary, tall and thin, looks a bit like Sakuragi, once deeply loved by a lot of girls. Wang Lin but did not expect a few years to see. Watermelon has become a real watermelon, which the power of the years is really terrible. It made him incredibly sweaty. Li Long, as always, suits and black sunglasses, hair combed clanking, a successful man's appearance, looked at Wang Lin came, revealed a bright smile, and held up the hands of the beer, constantly waving, obviously want to awkward drink. Watermelon was wearing an oversized sweatshirt, sweatpants, and a clip-on mop, and had gone from being the cream of the crop to a greasy uncle. Old woof. Watermelon beamed at the sight of Wandrin's arrival and clutched Wandrin's hand, looking very excited. Strange. Watermelon, you this body type. Still really is the heart-wide body fat a look at you now, live a good life. This richness, simply can be compared to other people's middle-aged hair. Lao Wang looked at Watermelon's amiable smile and couldn't help but think of Kochanshi, who was particularly hot at that moment. Going from Sakuragi to Kochanze is still a really over-the-top change. Where is the heart-wide body fat? I'm overworked fat. A word is hard to say. Today we do not say this unhappy. We have not gathered for a long time. Brother 3, eat chicken and drink beer. Watermelon said with a grin while calling out to the owner. Boss, 3 pots of chicken legs, 3 pots of bullfrogs, and a smash of draft beer. The watermelon was quite loud, and at once the boss heard it. The owner walked out from the kitchen and immediately revealed a kind smile after seeing that it was Wang Lin's trio. The old store had been open for a long time, but there weren't many regular customers, and the 3 happened to count themselves among them. Soon, 6 pots of ground pot steaming, configured in accordance with the original seasoning. Chilled draft beer fell on the table, the shape of the ball, so that Li Long showed a big smile. Foreign wine and so on, he hated the most, or this draft beer to drink freely. Watermelon poured a glass of beer as a matter of course, and then finished it off in one gulp, which made his stomach stick out in comfort. Liren and Wang Lin poured a glass as well, but took small sips. Looking at the appearance of the watermelon, the two finally know how this goods look like a pig. This eating, not long fat is strange, but the two could also see the helplessness in the watermelon's mind. Watermelon, I remember when you graduated from college. Didn't you go into real estate sales? How spirited and handsome you were then. How did you become like this now? Did something happen? Waring asked, turning to the watermelon. Li Long is also curious to look at the watermelon. When they were three handsome, watermelon is the most handsome. Just graduated that moment. He was also very envious of watermelon into the real estate sales, and now become like this. He also sigh. Over the past few years, he had been in more contact with watermelon, but only on the phone, and hadn't gotten to know how he was doing. Hey, I sure was spirited and handsome back then. Watermelon stupidly smiled. Not and you brag. Graduation moment I became a real estate sales, but a few months time, I was mentioned because of the outstanding real estate sales manager. I want to soar, fly on the branch into a phoenix, but did not think that because of a woman, I was knocked off the pedestal, turned into a toad, and then turned into this appearance now. Watermelon said with a depressed look on his face and took a drink. Is it because of that Juden? Wang Lin suddenly inserted a sentence. He remembered that Watermelon for the few circle of friends has a fall in the woman. At that time, he and Long also for Watermelon feel happy, but after not 2 months to hear the news of the two people broke up. At that time he also did not think much. Now it seems that it must be a big correlation. Well, that's her. At that time she was just a new sales consultant. Because the performance is not good, I turned to her for training. In the training, I have a good feeling about her, and established a relationship. It would have been smooth towards marriage, but did not think that she would take me as a stepping stone, not only to steal my customers. And the general manager of the son of Su Feng kicked me away from that day. Su Feng kicked me away. From that day on, the general manager also aggravated me. Not only drove me down to the position of manager, but also not only to make things difficult for me. Will be a lot of chores for me to do. I also do not fight. Has not left there. Into today's appearance. Watermelon said indignantly, before drying another beer. Watermelon, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me, I would have chipped that grandson. Li Long said loudly, with an indignant look on his face. Brother Long, don't. I'm fine the way I am now. I'm meticulously but I have more than 20,000 a month. It's not easy to find a job like this anymore. Watermelon said. You hey. Li Long wanted to say something, but looking at the appearance of Watermelon, he still wanted to say something. Indeed, nowadays it is indeed hard to find a job with more than $20,000 a month. Watermelon, are you at Cloudwind Real Estate Sales? Wang Lin's gaze landed on the briefcase beside the watermelon, which was bearing the words Cloudwind Real Estate Sales Company. It's old Wang. I'm talking to you. Don't be impulsive here. I've got a pretty good job here. Just slightly tired. Watermelon said immediately. Am I the kind of person who does things without thinking? I'm just asking. Waring exclaimed. Come on. You kids are cursing me, aren't you? Liren heard this and cursed with a laugh. In the midst of this talk, the atmosphere was once again much better, and after drinking some more wine, the ground pot still didn't come up, but Wang Lin made an excuse and went out to answer a phone call. He dialed Tao Yuntian's number. Mr. Wang, what are your instructions? Xiao Tao, do you know about Cloudwind Real Estate Sales? Dong Wang, this is one of our sub-companies, and I'm handing over the reins of this company to you. Good. Wang Lin hung up the phone, his eyes filled with a strong color of surprise. It's still a real coincidence. He originally only wanted to use Tao Yuntian's identity to put pressure on this Cloudwind Real Estate Sales Company. Now that it's become his company, it's all going to be quite a bit smoother. He put away the phone and stepped into the seat. Just as the owner brought up the ground chicken, the delicious ground pot chicken instantly whetted Wang Lin's appetite. Disposable bowls were opened and it was time to feast on the flavors of the past with the two men. Slow down. You don't own this chicken. Just then, a voice came from the side. The three of them, Wang Lin, turned around and looked toward where the sound came from. A man with a short stature and wearing something similar to a Zhongshan suit stared at the trio with an angry face. Wang Lin accidentally realized that this fellow was the same dwarf who had clashed with him in front of the door before, and he immediately thought that this dwarf was deliberately picking on him, which was why he wanted to compete with them for the food. Ha, Wang Hao, you're even here. Wang Lin was about to give the shorty a fat beating when the shorty shouted at Wang Hao, Carito. Watermelon looked at the man, but his face became unnatural. The smile on his face tightened and his brow furrowed. Is Jilin something you can call? You have to call the manager. Don't you know that? Out of the company. You don't know the highs and lows? Before Jilin could say anything, an equally skinny man not far away was shouting loudly at the watermelon. waving his fists in a fierce manner. Forget it, it's not in the company. There's no need to call titles. Can't you see Wang Hao is with his friends? Give him some face. Jilin looked at Wang Hao, who originally wanted to snap. But then, in a whirlwind, he suddenly remembered something. So he didn't continue, walked back to the table, and said with a smile, "Manager Qi, you're right." The man responded instantly with a smile. Li Long frowned and looked over at Watermelon, and after noticing that Watermelon kept giving him a wink, his clenched fists unclenched again and he lifted his glass. Drink, drink. After sweeping the two men off their feet, Wang Lin also raised his glass with Watermelon. With a glass of draft beer in their bellies, Wang Lin and the three of them all showed a refreshed look, as if they had thrown away all the unhappiness they had just experienced. Da 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 da. After the three of them had eaten the fragrant ground pot chicken, a sound of high heels came from outside the store. With the sound of high heels hitting the floor, there was even a fragrant breeze blowing into the store. At that instant, almost all the men in the store lifted their heads and swept their eyes over the visitor. That is a height of about 1 meter 6.5, wearing a white shirt, black package ton skirt of the beauty. The beauty of the skin is very fair, stepping on the black fashion clip drag, colorful nail polish embellishment, extraordinarily trendy, carrying a purple small bag, with the logo of the Chanel. Sweet smile hangs on the delicate face. Let a person such as a fresh breeze. Beside the beautiful woman stood a man in a suit with a tall body. The man had a pair of large dark circles under his eyes. His eyes were sunken in because of his addiction to alcohol and his skin was a little too white. He looked very sickly. He kind of hung back and strutted around the beautiful woman's waist. "Mr. Su, Sister Zhu, here." Upon seeing the man's arrival, Jilin immediately waved his hand up with a fawning expression. "Xiao Su, why did you come early? I wanted to greet you at the gate." "Not yet, huh? Isn't that Wang Hao? It's really a coincidence." Su Feng looked at Jilin and nodded slightly. His gaze quickly swept through the store in a circle and landed on Wang Hao's body. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook up slightly, and his eyes were filled with a strong color of playfulness. He had originally just wanted to come for dinner, but he hadn't expected a toy to show up just in time to mediate his boredom. It's quite a coincidence. Xu Dan, who was in his arms, looked at Wang Hao, who was not far away, and said the same thing, his gaze falling on Wang Hao. A trace of contempt swept through his eyes. In her eyes, Wang Hao had always been an incompetent person, was and still is. She had already evening Su Feng, and Wang Hao couldn't turn over in this lifetime, doomed to only look up to her, only worthy of being her stepping stone. Su Feng, Xu Dan. Wang Hao looked at the two of them. His face couldn't help but sink, his body slightly stiffened, and he clenched his fists. In the intervening years, all of his old feelings for Xu Dan had long since disappeared, and now all he had was resentment. And the two of them would come to humiliate him whenever they had the chance to do so, making him extraordinarily embarrassed. On the unit that was fine, but in front of his brothers, he would never allow it. This is that Xu Dan? Not bad looking, just a bad eye. Following a sick man, which is still unmarried and likely to be widowed. While Su Feng and Xu Dan were thinking about how to tease Wang Hao, a voice came from beside Wang Hao. The one who spoke was none other than Wang Lin, whose gaze landed on Su Feng's body and shook his head slightly, looking very unfortunate. "What did you say?" Su Feng coldly swept towards Wang Lin and said loudly. He hated it when people said that he was not going to live long, which was a big taboo for him, and he clenched his fists as his anger surged wildly. "He says you're a sick, stupid man." Li Long directly stood up and angrily disliked Su Feng. He had wanted to beat Su Feng for a long time. Jilin and the other skinny man both stood over and stood next to Su Feng, with the appearance of fighting at the drop of a hat. "What? Want to fuck?" Wang Lin looked at Jilin with a look of contempt, extended his fist, and looked at the two men condescendingly. A cold smile also appeared on the side of Li Long's face as he coldly looked at the two. Wang Lin and Li Long were like a wall blocking the front. A tremor ran through the hearts of the short Jilin and the man, and they subconsciously wanted to back away. Not only them, even Su Feng is also the same. Above the mouth cannon. He is fearless, if it is really to do it. The few of them still cannot beat Wang Lin alone. Not to mention that there is also a similarly strong Li Long. This is not comparable to the fight. It's 0202 now. What's the point of moving? Wang Hao, what are you looking at doing? Don't you quickly pull your friend? Don't you want to do it? Jilin snapped at Wang Hao. It's really wimpy to just say you're scared. Wang Lin looked at Jilin with a sneer, ignoring Jilin's green and purple complexion. If you're a wimp, get the hell out of the way and eat your dog food. Wang Hao, why don't you do it and fuck these two up? If you don't do it to our satisfaction, you won't come to work tomorrow. Su Feng gave Wang Lin and Li Long a spiteful look as he spoke loudly to Wang Hao, his commanding tone making people frown. It was true that he couldn't fight Wang Lin and Li Long, but he had a loyal dog, and he was convinced that Wang Hao would definitely make a move and severely punish these two things. Wang Hao, hurry up and do it, or else you'll really be fired and get out from within the company. These few friends of yours, they are simply trash. Trash should be cleared out, Shudan said to Wang Hao, her eyes filled with a thick color of contempt. With her understanding of Wang Hao would surely do it directly to keep his pitiful position. Enough! Wang Hao looked at the four people coldly and shouted, "Get out of here, or else, don't blame me for beating you up so much later that you won't even recognize your mama." What? Zhu Dan and Jilin looked at Wang Hao incredulously. They didn't even think that Wang Hao would return the favor, which was really a bit out of their expectation. Wang Hao, what did you say? Do you know who you're talking to? Su Feng's face became very ugly, and he almost yelled at Wang Hao with a growl. Wang Hao had always been his dog in his eyes, and when he was growled at by a dog today, he exploded. Wang Hao, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't do it again, pack up your bunk and leave tomorrow morning. Su Feng coldly looked at Wang Hao and said loudly, "Su Feng, you've had enough." Wang Hao clenched his fists and stared dead at Su Feng, so angry that he couldn't wait to go up and knock Su Feng down with a punch. What did you say? Su Feng completely exploded, shouting angrily, "Wang Hao, you're finished. No need for tomorrow. I'll let you get lost tonight. So much power. You say you're fired and you're fired. What are you and who gave you that power?" Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Feng and said, "Who gave it to you?" "My dad Su Xing, of course, the general manager of Yunfeng Real Estate Sales. A single word can make this wretch get the hell out of here. If you guys are more sensible, just obediently get the hell out of here, and I can still forget about it." Su Feng coldly looked at Wang Lin, then contemptuously swept a glance at Wang Hao. He was going to drive this trash out of Yunfeng today no matter what. "So your dad's name is Su Xing? That's good. Don't worry about the watermelon. One phone call from me and I can make the Su Xing just get the hell out of here." Wang Lin looked at Su Feng with an easy smile. "What do you say? One phone call and you can tell my dad to get lost? You're not dreaming, are you? Okay, I'll wait and see what you're capable of." Su Feng laughed when he heard this. He didn't believe that Wang Lin possessed so much energy. A friend of a hot chick is just a hot chick after all. Want to turn the tables? That doesn't exist. One phone call and you want to tell his dad to fuck off? You think you're the chairman of the group? Su Feng laughed heartlessly. Tears in the eyes are coming out, as if he heard the most hilarious joke in general. He would like to see how Wang Lin acted. Zhu Dan and the three of them, Ji Lin, also laughed, very disdainful of what Wang Lin had said. What kind of energy can a person have who doesn't have $1,000 in his head to clothes and pants combined? Old Wang, don't worry about me. I've wanted to leave from this company for a long time, and today is just the right time. Watermelon said loudly, with indescribable openness. These days, he has been acting as the most humble existence. It is time to break free. Don't worry, you didn't make a mistake. Why do you want to leave here? To leave, but also his father. The son does not teach the father's fault. And this Su Feng also help abuse for the Chang, is the most deserving of being punished by the object, Wang Lin said slowly. Also, your ability is obvious to all. The company needs a talent like you. Ha 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 ha. Really laugh me to death. Do you really think you're winning? You're just a mouthful. And you still want to really bring down my dad? You're really laughable. You're really amusing me. And you want to promote Wang Hao. Who do you think you are? The chairman of the board? Su Feng laughed loudly, tears falling continuously as he laughed his ass off. Old Wang, is it really okay? Only Li Long knew Wang Lin's strength and couldn't help but ask. Sure, Wang Lin said without hesitation, and immediately, he dialed the group leader in charge of Yunfeng Real Estate Sales Company. Hey, this is Wang Lin. Immediately remove Su Xing of Yunfeng Real Estate Sales Company from the position of general manager, and turn him into a general employee. After saying that, Wang Lin hung up the phone. Ha ha ha, that's quite a statement. Since you won't let my dad roll over on this, should I thank you properly for not killing him? It's really killing me with laughter. Su Feng said loudly. A thank you wouldn't be necessary. After all, it's no honor to step down from the position of general manager. Wang Lin said indifferently. Wind, he can't be telling the truth. Can he? Zhu Dan looked at Wang Lin and suddenly had an illusion, and at the same time, said to Su Feng, of course it's not true. He's simply ridiculous. And also, I've contacted my dad. He's nearby and will be here soon. I'd like to see how he's going to put on a show when my dad arrives. Su Feng said with a cold smile. Since he was going to hit his face, he had to do the whole thing, and he was going to embarrass Wang Hao's trio. Mr. Su is coming. Ji Lin's trio immediately lit up when they heard this. With their understanding of Su Xing, once they knew that someone was talking nonsense here, they would find someone to beat this thing up straight away, which couldn't help but make them look forward to it. Da 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 da. Just as their words had fallen, a slightly obese figure walked in quickly from outside. Dad! Su Feng turned around and looked, and he was seeing Su Xing walking in large strides. Su Xing's face was gloomy and his pace was extremely fast. Seeing this scene couldn't help but make Su Feng and the others happy. They instinctively thought that it was because of Wang Lin's nonsense that caused Su Xing's anger to surge wildly. The few people present couldn't help but show a look of watching the show. They wanted to see how Wang Lin would continue to act. Su Xing. Wang Hao's face couldn't help but stagnate after seeing Su Xing, who walked in. Although he was all ready to leave Yunfeng, he was still a bit intimidated after seeing Su Xing. But, just when Wang Hao was ready to dislike him with cold words, Su Xing didn't go into a rage and let out his daily roar, but directly knelt down in front of Wang Lin. Karma. In that instant, the entire atmosphere of the restaurant stood still for a moment. Not only did Su Feng, Zhudan Jilin and the four of them freeze, even Wang Hao and Li Long also froze. They didn't expect such a scene at all. Only Wang Lin also looked at Su Xing indifferently. I'm sorry, please forgive me. It's my son who doesn't know any better and rushed you. Su Xing lowered his head as if he were a child who had made a mistake and said to Wang Lin, Dad, what are you doing? Are you recognizing the wrong person? Don't joke around. Get up quickly. Why are you kneeling to a piece of trash? When Su Feng saw this scene, he exclaimed incredulously, Adverse son, kneel down for me. Su Xing looked at Su Feng and burst out in a stern voice that sounded like thunder. What? Being roared down by this voice of Su Xing, Su Feng, who was already afraid of his old man, directly fell to his knees in fear, in the same manner as Su Xing, but when his gaze swept towards Wang Lin, his eyes were filled with a strong color of indignation. He didn't know what kind of ecstasy Wang Lin had put into his dad's head, but he did know that it wouldn't be long before Wang Lin paid for it. I can't afford this kneeling of yours. Wang Lin indifferently glanced at the two and said coldly, Be a man of honor. Don't go too far. I have quite a few friends over at the group. Su Xing looked at Wang Lin with a face of indignation and said loudly. For Wang Lin, he looked very angry. Well, call, and get the person any way you want, but when you do, be sure to add the line that the one who got me is called Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly laughed. Okay, I'm going to make the call. Wang Lin, you're dead, Su Xing said loudly, defiantly picking up the phone. Since he had become the general manager, this was the first time he had been this bad, but when he had just taken out his cell phone, his body, however, stiffened violently, and at the same time, terrified to the extreme. He exclaimed, What? Your name is Wang Lin, Dad. He is indeed called Wang Lin, but it shouldn't be the Wang Lin you're talking about. You must be mistaken. Su Feng said loudly. Yes, Uncle. You must have just recognized the wrong person. He's just a friend of that punk Wang Hao. How can he have a noble status? Jordan said loudly as well. That's right, Mr. Su. He's clearly that trash Wang Hao's fox and dog friend. How could he possibly possess any distinguished status? Don't be swindled, Kirito said loudly. You're Wang Lin, Chairman Wang. Su Xing, however, did not hear the words of several people at all, but looked at Wang Lin dumbfounded. At this moment, he also finally knew why the group side would be furious, and at this point in time, he will be directly fired. He is offended by the unoffendable ah. Boom! Su Xing's yell instantly spread throughout the entire house. This loud shout fell on the ears of Su Feng's few people, but it was as thunderous as an explosion. The whole person was even frozen in place. At this moment, they also finally realized why Su Xing was so terrified. They also hadn't even thought that Wang Lin was actually the chairman of the group company. But, in just an instant, the three people, including Ji Lin, fell to their knees in unison, trembling all over. There was no longer any trace of arrogance to speak of. They're really underwater this time. Li Long had long known that Wang Lin must have a spell, but he hadn't expected Wang Lin to have such a shocking identity, and in this instant, he was also shocked by it. Woof! And there is still nothing more exciting than Watermelon. Watermelon is a Cloudwind real estate sales company working for several years to work for several years of old employees certainly know what the group chairman represents. That is the supreme existence. He once thought that this lifetime cannot climb on the relationship between the existence of the present, but now did not think that it turned out to be his best relationship with his buddies. It really kind of made him feel shocked. Aha! Wang Lin smiled and nodded at Watermelon. Watermelon, are you interested in the general manager position? Me. Watermelon couldn't help but be stunned. While his heart began to poof, he held his breath and said loudly, Yes, good. As the chairman of Tianyuan Group, I announce that from today, Wang Hao is appointed to the position of general manager of Yunfeng Release Lolong Sales Company. Wang Lin snapped his fingers while saying loudly, What? Hearing this, Su Xing and Su Feng completely collapsed to the ground, and in this instant, they knew it was completely over. At the same time, they were incomparably terrified in their hearts. And then in the past Wang Hao was so low, they could hardly imagine how dark their lives would be in the future. What? It's all fake. Fake. Shu Dan was even more incoherent and shouted. She climbed all the way up the ladder. It was hard to get to where she is today, and she was about to climb up to the position of deputy manager. But she didn't think that Wang Hao, who she thought was a stepping stone at one time, had turned into a general manager. Watermelon, I'll leave these guys to you. Wang Lin reached out and gently patted Wang Hao's shoulder and said to him, which was why he didn't discard these three people. The best way to solve the bell is for Wang Hao to handle it. Get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Wang Hao coldly looked at the five people and beckoned, just like how he drank cats and dogs. Yes. Thanks. Atmosphere. Su Feng. Several people heard Wang Hao's words, but as if they were amnestied, they fled out of this store as if they were playing for their lives. Looking at the several people who had just been high and mighty, but were now fleeing like defeated dogs, the group of guests were not only a bit saddened. Some of the women who thought they still had a bit of face value then looked over at Wang Lin's trio. In their opinion, Wang Lin's three men were all diamond bachelors, and as long as they could get hitched to one of them, they could all fly to the top of the branch and become phoenixes. Watermelon, are you just going to let them go? If it were up to me, I'd have tortured them to get rid of the anger I've felt for the past few years. Li Long looked at Wang Hao and said, of course we won't let them off so easily. We're eating here and they're really a bit of an eyesore. When I get back to the office, I'll settle the score with them properly. Watermelon said directly. Now, it's time for the three of us to rejoice. Here, cheers. Wang Lin happily raised his glass. In this moment, he seemed to see the optimistic and positive Watermelon back then. He looked very happy. So did Liren. As the beers went down, all three began to talk about the old days with the delicious ground chicken that they lingered over. The meal lasted well past 8 o'clock. All three of them got into a cab drunk and went back home to their individual homes. Wang Lin, after returning to the hotel, washed and slept directly. The next day, early morning, the moment the first rays of sunlight waved down, Wang Lin woke up. Sleeping until he woke up was now the most refreshing thing he could do. After washing up, he headed out the door in a sweatshirt. He ran all the way in the direction of Red Maple Middle School. His purpose this time was simple. For one thing, a morning run would brush up on his fat, and for another he could run all the way to completely evaporate the last of the booze, allowing him to drive the lava back. The Yunhai city in the morning was extraordinarily beautiful. The light sunlight waved down and fell in the whole Yunhai city. A lot of people are also running in the morning at this time of day. There are old and young, men and women. There are couples and singles. Watching a running man and woman, Wang Lin's mood was extraordinarily soothing. He didn't run at a fast pace, but was more rhythmic. After running for more than 20 minutes, he was not far from Red Maple Middle School. As he sweated, he couldn't help but think of the famous Jiawan beef pot stickers at Red Maple Middle School and was motivated even more. So handsome. As Wang Lin was running, many women also paid attention to Wang Lin's body. Both Wang Lin's handsome appearance and perfect body shape had become their favorite model. This made a lot of women follow for it, but it also made some of the male companions look bad. These women don't care about their feelings at all. What's the point of being handsome? Can you eat it? In the end, it's just a single dog. A somewhat ordinary-looking, but fit man, said to a female ticket on the sidelines. How can such a handsome man not have a woman? Maybe they met for a morning jog together and his female companion hasn't arrived. Belatedly, the female ticket replied reluctantly, but it's just a figment of your imagination. The man didn't hesitate to strike. Just then, a sinister figure accelerated all the way and came to Wang Lin's side, keeping the same speed as Wang Lin and running alone. Looking at the appearance of this stunning figure, the cold words of the man's body for a stagnation. At the same time the cheeks of a hot pain. This slap in the face is too much for the fast. Wang Lin turned his head in slight surprise. Although he heard a lot of sneers from people along the way, he didn't pay any attention to them. It was nothing more than naked envy and jealousy. For a unique encounter Wang Lin is not without thought. But this is only to think about it. Go out and meet a beautiful woman, where there is such a coincidence. Now that it had appeared, he felt extraordinarily surprised. It's her. When he saw the woman beside him, Wang Lin was astonished. The one who appeared was not another person. It was the peony flower who had accepted his $10 million reward in the live broadcasting room of the Groundhog before. Today's her, changed into a sportswear. Although there is no longer the previous ancient clothes of the ethereal, but there is a trace of youthful vigor. Especially that hot body, with a gentle smile, became a beautiful landscape, attracted a lot of people to pay attention to. Those men in the discovery of this beautiful woman took the initiative to come to the side of the Wang Lin, are doubly sorry. Running together with Wang Lin was like a golden child, making many of the women who wanted to come up and hit on him unconsciously stop and shame themselves. Mr. Wang, you like to run in the morning too? Peony said to Wang Lin with a smile. You know me? Wang Lin looked at the woman unexpectedly. He originally thought that the woman was attracted by his looks and temperament, but now it seems that this is not the case. It is he who is a bit arrogant. Of course I know you. You're a celebrity at Red Maple Middle School. Peony Flower looked very excited. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the music teacher of Red Maple Middle School. Lu Qin. Hello. Wang Lin smiled and responded. A trace of more dawning realization in his heart. And only those who studied vocal music could have that heavenly voice. His gaze couldn't help but fall on Lu Qin's mouth. The small cherry blossom mouth was exceptionally beautiful. Mr. Wang, I've long wanted to find you to discuss matters regarding the construction of the comprehensive teaching building, but I just haven't had the chance. Lu Qin said with a smile. She obviously ran a lot in the morning, and was very sharp as she ran and talked at the same time. So you're in charge of this project. Let's talk somewhere else. Wang Lin said to Lu Qin. At the same time he pointed to the not far away Jiawan Potpourri. This project he is also very hung up. Comprehensive teaching building is also regarded as he and Li Long has been the ideal. Yes. Lu Qin nodded her head and smiled. She was also hungry after an hour of morning running. Boss, 2 pot stickers, 2 bowls of soy milk, and 2 tofu brains. Waring called out to the owner. The boss broke into a smile after realizing it was Wang Lin. I didn't expect Mr. Wang to come to eat around here often. Lu Qin looked at Wang Lin in surprise and said, of course, after all, this is the place that smells of memories and tastes extra good. Wang Lin smiled and responded, Mr. Lu isn't from Yunhai, right? Why would you say that? Lu Qin looked at Wang Lin unexpectedly. She had been in Yunhai City for a few years and thought she didn't have a problem with her accent, because it feels. Wang Lin laughed and said, it just feels like our old side of the family. Mr. Wang, not from Yunhai either? Lu Qin looked at Wang Lin in surprise. In her knowledge, Wang Lin is from junior high school and the Red Maple Middle School began to study. Generally speaking only the Cloud Sea people will be like this. No, I'm from Hoyan. I'm afraid Mr. Lu is wondering why I came here to study in junior high school. In fact, my family comes from the countryside. The reason why I came to study in Yunhai City so early, it has something to do with my grandpa. My grandpa is a retired teacher inside the countryside. He said that I have a future, so he sent me to Yunhai. Wang Lin said with a smile. Mr. Wang, you are also from Hoyan? Where? It can't be that we're really from the same hometown. Lu Qin said to Wang Lin with a bit of excitement. Xianzhou, what about you? Wang Lin looked over at Lu Qin. Kaishu, Mr. Wang, we two are still really close, maybe just tens of kilometers away. Lu Qin said excitedly, his hometown to see his hometown. Extraordinarily cordial. The owner quickly placed the food on the table. Wang Lin skillfully got up a vinegar dish, added hot sauce, blended it, and then handed it to Lu Qin. Mr. Wang, you're a master of your craft. Lu Qin subconsciously took a bite, then said in surprise, eat? Wang Lin said smilingly to Lu Qin. Then he quickly ate it, the unique flavor of it sinking in. Mr. Wang, I've already contacted the school, and I'll be talking with you specifically about the comprehensive teaching building today. Lu Qin said. So, go. Wang Lin directly paid the money, said to Lu Qin, as a designer, of course, he knows that the docking project is very cumbersome. This thing of course, he will not go to meddle in. He has so many under his command, casually pull out a can also be. Good. Lu Qin responded. I have a company that specializes in negotiating the construction side of things, so I'll drive you there. You negotiate the specifics with them, and they'll give you the best possible service. Wang Lin said with a smile. Mr. Wang, your car is nearby? Lu Qin was not surprised that Wang Lin had a company. She was surprised that Wang Lin had a car. Yeah, I left my car here last night after having dinner with a friend in the neighborhood, and that's what brought me here on my morning run. Wang Lin explained. Here, it's that foreign accented ground chicken. Mr. Wang, you're really a foodie. You know all the delicious ones in this area, right? This foreign accented ground pot chicken is very famous. I ate it once and it's hard to forget. Lu Qin said. Of course, everyone else calls me the food pundit, and if you don't know what to eat, you can ask me. Wang Lin laughed a heartless laugh about the nicknames back in the day. Mr. Wang, wait, there's a nice ice powder open next to here. I'll go buy a cup for you to try. Lu Qin said and took a big step away, heading in one direction. And a real snacker. Looking at Lu Qin's stunning back, Wang Lin smiled and muttered. For the ice powder that Lu Qin said, he was a little bit looking forward to it. This hot summer day, a cup of ice powder. Indeed extraordinarily enjoyable. Waring didn't linger, but walked to the parking lot, where he had to blast the car's air conditioning first. When he came to the parking lot, he found a lot of people surrounding the small parking lot. which was a bit overwhelming. Oh my god, I can't believe they put sports cars here. It's so cool. The lines, the styling, it's just amazing. It's really too handsome, isn't it? Looking at it makes me unable to walk. My god, this is actually a Ferrari. How so handsome? Whose is this? I want to give him a monkey. Rafa. This is actually Rafa. $100 million worth of Rafa. What kind of rich man has come to our place? Is he trying to come to a beauty pageant? I wonder, will I be up to it? The tycoon who owns a $100 million supercar is really unbelievable. I don't know what his status is. Can I be friends with him? If I can be friends with such a person is simply a blessing for me. Don't even think about it. Just like you. Looking like that. Who's looking for you? Who knows? To each his own. A group of people gathered around Rafa's side, talking about it, although there was a hot fire in their gazes, but no one dared to get close to it. This kind of luxury car, if you touch it, your whole life will be finished. Gene. Just then, a voice came from the middle of the crowd, and a fairly handsome man strutted towards Rafa. Everyone move over, Waring said to the group, then walked towards Rafa. I said, brother, don't squeeze me. There is a sports car worth over $100 million here. Touching it I can't pay back my salary for a few years. Yes, look at the limousine. Please keep your distance. This will not only harm yourself but also others. Wang Lin's arrival made a group of people feel terrified. They wanted to push Wang Lin out, but Wang Lin's powerful physique made it impossible for them to do so, and they all shouted out warnings. So that's why I'm telling you to get out of the way. And you're not going to run into it if you get out of the way. Wang Lin patiently spoke to the group. It seems to make so much sense. Many people immediately moved aside, feeling that Wang Lin had a point. However, when they just got out of the way, a few of them regretted it. The reason why they squeezed up was to get close to the sports car, and Wang Lin's cross-entry didn't let them miss this opportunity. Handsome. If you want to take a picture for a photo, get in line. Then get in line. We have a few more people here. Looking at Wang Lin squeeze in, a beautiful woman, 78 points up and down, said to Wang Lin, and as she spoke, she posed for a selfie at the best possible angle. I'd like you guys to keep shooting and pretending, but it's not a great day and I'm in a hurry. Wang Lin said to the beautiful woman. Why don't you listen? The beautiful woman said to Wang Lin, ready to continue to dissuade. But in the moment of dissuasion, Rafa's headlights cooled down, as bright and eye-catching as the stars in the night sky. The doors are also raised high, as if they were wings, with a dreamy feel. The moment the doors opened, Rafa's most handsome side was on display. Everyone, including the beautiful woman, had their eyes rounded. They had never even thought that such a top-class supercar was owned by such a man dressed in ordinary clothes. Boom boom boom. With Rafa's distinctive roar, the group shied away from the steel behemoth. Amidst the roar of the engine, Rafa left the area quickly, out of reach of the group. After a while, a group of beautiful women reacted. They couldn't help but regret a little why they just didn't take the initiative to communicate with Wang Lin. Maybe it was a different encounter. Wang Lin drove his Lafa out of the area and slowly made his way to the back of Red Maple Middle School. On arriving at the ice noodle store, he saw Lu Qin, who was looking left and right. Wang Lin drove the Lafa to Lu Qin's side and stopped. What kind of car is this? My god. Looking at the fiery red sports car parked beside her, Lu Qin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This top-of-the-line supercar simply blinded her eyes. She was no lightweight, but she had dreamed more than once of taking a seat among the top-of-the-line supercars. At the same time she looked curiously at the owner of the car, who had suddenly stopped next to her, trying to pick her up. Is it a handsome man or a middle-aged bald guy? More than a hint of curiosity crossed her mind. If it had been a middle-aged balding man she would have turned it down ironically. But what if it's a handsome guy? Get in the car. You can't stop here for 3 minutes. Just when Lu Qin was in the middle of a heavenly battle, Wang Lin opened the window and said to Lu Qin, "Ha, yes." Lu Qin's gaze kept scanning, but after realizing that it was Wang Lin, she rounded her eyes in surprise, and then, with a joyful mood, came to the passenger side, opened the door, and directly sat in it. Knock knock. In the moment of sitting on the co-pilot, fastened the seatbelt, Lu Qin's heart involuntarily jumped up. This is the first time she nowadays close contact with supercars. The high-grade interior, paired with the high-tech feel, instantly made her lose herself in it, and she stiffened her body, not daring to move too drastically for fear of touching the sports car. First time doing a sports car. Ha! Looking at Lu Qin's appearance, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel a hint of amusement. Yeah, this sports car is so cool. Lu Qin looked extraordinarily excited. Her beautiful cheeks were a red color, and a pair of beautiful eyes were swirling with a different kind of light, full of excitement. Yeah, I bought it at the time because it was so cool, and Ferraris are the only ones that are the most handsome and dominant. just like the suit thugs. Wang Lin said with a smile. What? It's a Ferrari. No wonder it's so handsome. Lu Qin has long heard of Ferrari, just never had the opportunity to sit. This time cannot help but vibrate. Riding in a Ferrari was a dream she'd had for a while, but she hadn't expected it to come true, and it thrilled her to the core. What model is this? Why does it feel like it's not your average Ferrari? She had once studied Ferrari sports cars, but this was the first time she had seen such a cool presence, which could not help but make her wonder. Well, it's a Rafa, the king of the Ferraris, Wang Lin said. Started the sports car. The unique vibration of the engine made the whole vehicle hot, and Lu Qin who stayed in it was even more so. Rafa? Sounds like an awesome Subzi. It's an expensive car, isn't it? Lu Qin asked with wide eyes. It's okay, it's only 100 million. Wang Lin responded with a smile. What? Lu Qin heard 100 million, almost jumped up. She was full of shock. To know a comprehensive teaching building to build up need 30 million. This one car can be worth 3 comprehensive teaching building. This is really a little let her feel shocked. At the same time she heard Wang Lin's words. That's all. Suddenly, she finds herself in a world that has been seriously derailed between her and Wang Lin. Sit down. Looking at Lu Qin's dumbfounded appearance, Wang Lin couldn't help but laugh. He didn't think that the quiet and generous Lu Qin still had such a dumbfounded and cute appearance. After he said that, he directly turned on the Ferrari. The distinctive pushback sensation comes with a bang. Ferrari to the extreme speed to the faraway crazy and go. As if a suit thug general, so that all the people present for the attention. Not a girl people, eyes filled with full of envy. If sitting in which they are that would be so good. Ah! Lu Qin's powerful heart became fragile at this moment, and she opened her mouth wide, wanting to let out a loud scream. But under this extreme speed, she realized that she couldn't make a sound at all. And under this extreme speed, an unprecedented sense of excitement came crashing down, leaving her entire being in a state of ecstasy. This went on for several minutes before easing slightly, and her eyes swept around her, constantly avoiding cars, and her heart lifted. It was a scene straight out of an action movie. She instantly felt incredibly happy. After the initial timidity, she raised her hands high in the air and began to cheer. As the sports car turned a corner and headed toward the front at a great speed, Lu Qin happened to see Wang Lin's handsome side face, and the way Wang Lin operated the steering wheel with one hand, and her heart couldn't help but be moved. So handsome. A thought that surfaced in her mind and could no longer be dissipated. Mr. Lu? Wang Lin all the way speed overtaking, extremely fast cornering, once again lived to use a top car skills, feel very comfortable. He pulled up to the front parking lot of Cloud Design. He then tried to get out of the car, but found Lu Qin in a daze. Lu Qin in the midst of the stagnation is not lying in the mouth. ABA. Instead, a small smile appeared. Lu Qin in this state is indeed beautiful. Perfect face, with this light smile, is simply the most perfect goddess, with that pink face, just like the first love. Wang Lin's eyes could not help but fall from Lu Qin's absolutely beautiful face, fell on top of the figure. His heart skipped a beat for no reason at that sweep, a lone man and woman sharing a car, and he didn't really know if he'd do something about it. Ahem, he fiddled with his voice, reminding with Lu Qin, for eyes relative to each other. Lu Qin face red, Zui is good looking. Ha! Lu Qin's heart was shocked and she couldn't help but scream out loud. At the same time this red color spread from her face to her neck and even her whole body, making her look differently delicate. She was even more shy and buried her head into her chest, not daring to look at Wang Lin. Shame on you. She couldn't stop sighing in her heart. She hadn't even thought that she had such a side to her. And in this moment, she was a little afraid to look at Wang Lin, for fear that Wang Lin would see something. And then something happens with her in the car. Mr. Lu, get out of the car. The air conditioning has stopped and the car will be hot. Wang Lin glanced at Lu Qin and said that he directly opened the car door. The scorching sunlight swept down, causing him to squint his eyes while uttering a warning. Ha! Yes. Lu Qin raised her head and realized that Wang Lin had already stepped out of the sports car. Luckily, he's a straight man. Lu Qin looked at Wang Lin and couldn't help but think in his heart. At the same time, there was more than a hint of loss in her heart. If something had just happened, how good it would have been. Maybe she would have been able to ride in this sports car every day. Blah blah blah. Lu Qin couldn't help but feel a pang of shame in her heart. When did she become like this? While walking along the road, she stole glances at Wang Lin from time to time. Wang Dong, you came, why didn't you say anything to me? When Wang Lin walked into the Cloud Design Company, Wang Pengfei happened to walk out of the company, sending off a client with a smile, and then saw Wang Lin. Immediately, he ran over on his ass and smiled at Wang Lin. Well, I'm going to invest in a comprehensive school building and need someone to negotiate the key details. Wang Lin nodded slightly, then said to Wang Pengfei, Wang Dong, you're asking the right person. I'm an expert. I'll do it, Wang Pengfei said without hesitation. He was smiling. As an opportunity to flatter the leader, he certainly would not let go. He has been in the design industry for so many years that he is indeed a dang good choice. His company is actually Cloud Design. Lu Qin looked around with a shocked face. As a person who will soon be responsible for the project, she specially looked for a good friend to understand. In the understanding of the friend also talked about the design company. The Cloud Design Company is a leading enterprise of the design company. Not only in the country, but also in the world are greatly famous. And this man who appeared before her with the 3 words General Manager written on his badge flattered her. Such a high-level existence was whispering to Wang Lin at this moment, which completely shocked her. What the hell is he? Lu Qin looked at Wang Lin dumbfounded, and a thought could not help but rise in her heart. Originally, she thought Wang Lin was just a good example of a hard-working, hard-scrabble person who started a medium-sized company. Rafa, however, had converted her to today's top company. She was completely in shock, which completely overturned her perception of Wang Lin. Little Wang, this is the representative of Red Maple Middle School this time. You negotiate with her, take all aspects into consideration, and strive to be the most perfect. Wang Lin introduced Lu Qin to Wang Pengfei. Mr. Lu, this is Xiao Wang. You have any needs, you can talk to him. All the standards to the highest aspects of the construction of the alma mater. But I have a lot to look forward to, Wang Lin said to Lu Qin. Hello Mr. Lu, I'm Xiao Wang. You can talk to me if you need anything. Come on, I'll take you to the conference room. Let's have a good discussion. Wang Pengfei said to Lu Qin with a big smile on his face and led her towards the high-end VIP conference room. While he was grasping at Wang Lin's words just now, secretly marking in his mind that he must exceed Wang Lin's expectations. Little King, looking at Wang Pengfei in front of her with a friendly smile and an age that could almost be her father. Lu Qin couldn't help but be a bit dazed, but still walked into the conference room with Wang Pengfei, and because she was in shock, she forgot to say hello to Wang Lin. It's finally settled this thing. Seeing the 2 people walking into the conference room, Wang Lin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief now. He believed that under the leadership of Wang Pengfei, an old man, the comprehensive teaching building of Red Maple Middle School would become perfect. Get to work. Wang Lin looked at the time. It was but 9 o'clock in the morning, and immediately walked towards the sports car, then opened it and sat in it. This time it once again attracted a lot of attention, especially the passing beauties who were so eager to eat Wang Lin. But for these women, Wang Lin was not interested. With the unique roar of a Ferrari, the Lafa roared as it roared towards the Tiandu Mall. The moment he came to the Tiandu Mall was but 10 minutes past 9. The mall has just opened its doors, and the merchants, one by one, are opening their stores and starting to organize their goods, while the salespersons are starting their daily cleaning routine, striving to present their stores in the best possible light to all the guests. Good morning, Mr. Wang. Good morning, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. At the moment Wang Lin walked towards him, one by one, the merchants greeted Wang Lin, all of them showing bright smiles. Morning. Wang Lin also revealed a smile. Walking in the middle of the mall, he traveled all the way, and finally came to the 8th floor, and with a smile, and full of enthusiasm, he walked into the store at the very front, and began his rent collection routine. In a flash, the morning passed. He was extraordinarily excited today. He was only a few households away from 200. As long as he finished, he would receive a new reward. His heart was incomparably looking forward to with this newly appeared reward. Each time a reward comes along, it gives him a unique ability or a new asset. He couldn't help but evoke a hint of anticipation in his heart. What kind of thrilling reward would appear this time? Go find Long Xiaoyu and have dinner together. In an excellent mood, he headed for the store. What's going on? He had just walked a short distance to Cartier's store when he realized that there were quite a few people gathered in front of his store, all pointing as if something had happened. From a distance, he even saw the iron-faced Long Xiaoyu, who was currently looking around coldly. Wang Lin strides into the crowd. Many people instinctively frowned, feeling very irritated by Wang Lin, a being who had squeezed into the crowd, but after seeing that it was Wang Lin, they all revealed smiles while making way. Wang Lin was walking into the crowd before he realized what was going on. A man in a suit with a rather handsome look knelt down on one knee, holding roses in his hands and looking at Long Xiaoyu with a smile on his face. Xiaoyu, my heart for you can be seen by the sun and the moon. All you have to do is promise me that you can immediately leave from here and live a life that you have never imagined. I will spoil you to the heavens and let you become the happiest woman and live the life that you have dreamed of. The man said sincerely, and raised the rose in his hand high, without the slightest change because of Long Xiaoyu's countenance. Dressed in a white shirt and a black wraparound tunic skirt, Long Xiaoyu, with a frosty face, looked at the man coldly. with an air of rejecting others. Dong Fan, I've said it before, I'm not right for you. Please don't continue to pester me, and please call me by my full name. Long Xiaoyu said loudly to Dong Fan, rejecting him directly. Love is not supposed to be suitable or not, but in with whether or not there is a heart. The time we two have been in contact with each other is still relatively short. I believe that as long as we live together, it won't be long before you'll know how perfect I am, and completely fall in love with me, and at that time, you'll know my good intentions, and you'll also know how good I am. Dong Fan said undeterred. Long Xiaoyu couldn't help but be a bit furious. Faced with Dong Fan who was like a dog's skin, she felt infinite pain in her brain, but she couldn't expel Dong Fan at all. This made her face look harder and harder. Looking at Long Xiaoyu's appearance, Dong Fan did not have the slightest heart to retreat. He disliked this indifference of Long Xiaoyu. In his opinion, the more indifferent a woman is, the more conquering she is. He only needed to be bold and thick-skinned now, and it wouldn't take long for such a frosty beauty to attack. Xiaoyu has said that she is not suitable for you, so don't stay here like a pug. You don't mind being ashamed. I feel ashamed for you. Be a man and be atmospheric. Twist and turn like a woman. As Dong Fan was about to continue speaking, a voice suddenly came from the side. Wang Lin. Looking at Wang Lin who came, Long Xiaoyu's cold face instantly disintegrated, as if the ice melted, revealing a hint of a smile of her unparalleled beauty. She walked briskly to Wang Lin's side, seeking safety. What? While Dong Fan was feeling perfect for his cheeky battle, he happened to see the change in Long Xiaoyu's face, which made his face become very ugly. It wasn't hard for him to see that Long Xiaoyu's attitude towards Wang Lin was too much better than his. In his opinion, Long Xiaoyu was already equivalent to his girlfriend, and Wang Lin's presence like this completely angered him. He looked at Wang Lin with a cold gaze, and upon realizing that Wang Lin was dressed in cheap clothes, he said viciously, "What are you, coming to meddle in my affairs? Don't you want to be good? Looks like you're more than just a pug, but a dog that barks and bites around." Wang Lin coldly crossed Dong Fan and said, "What did you say, kid? You're asking for death. Do you know who I am?" Dong Fan said coldly, "Of course I know you're a dog, and a dog that barks constantly, and by the way, I don't welcome dogs in this store, so get out of here and get lost." Wang Lin looked at Dong Fan coldly. He was very displeased with this man. What did you say?" Dong Fan was furious. He was a great young man of the Dong family. How had he ever been cursed like this? He clenched his fists and wanted to finish Wang Lin off. "Be a good boy and get out yourself, or it won't look good if you call security." Waring said, "Calling security? You're afraid you're not here to be funny. You're just the tiny shopkeeper of this store. How can you fight me? I'm a member of the Dong family. A single order from me can make you get the hell out of the Tiandu shopping center." After Dong Fan had conversed with Wang Lin for a while, he was also aware of Wang Lin's identity, only that it was only the store owner of this one store. He was honored as the eldest young man of the Dong family, a store owner he could crush with a single finger. "Security." Waring quickly waved into the distance. Two security guards immediately ran over and called out respectfully to Wang Lin, "Get this thing out and blacklisted." Wang Lin said coldly, "Yes." The two security guards responded loudly, full of masculinity. "You guys dare to touch me? I'm a member of the Yunhai Dong family, so you guys get out of here quickly." Looking at the two security guards, Dong Fan's gaze was cold. In his heart, a trace of arrogance even rose. He was honored to be the youngest member of the Dong family. Even if he bumped into the owner of this Tiandu shopping mall, he could speak as an equal. What other waves could this little shopkeeper make? Throw him out? Blacklisted? It's simply laughable. As for these two security guards, they wouldn't dare to touch him. His gaze landed coldly on top of Wang Lin's body. He wanted to see how Wang Lin would still treat him later. As the youngest member of the Dong family, he had tons of tricks waiting for Wang Lin. "Sir, please." The two security guards walked up to Dong Fan's body, and said coldly, directly breaking Dong Fan's fantasy. What are you guys saying? I'm the youngest member of the Dong family. What you guys are doing will bring endless disasters for your family." Dong Fan looked at the two security guards, an unbelievable color swirled in his eyes. He had not expected at all that these two security guards would really expel with him. This was simply something that could not happen. Go! The two security guards looked at each other and directly reached out and grabbed Dong Fan's arms. Dong Fan wanted to struggle, but he realized that he was like a child in front of the two men. He could not struggle at all and could only be racked out alive. "Wang Lin, that's not very nice. He's a member of the Dong family." Long Xiaoyu looked at Dong Fan, who was being racked out, and a hint of pleasure rose in his heart. But in the next instant, it was to Wang Lin. "The Dong family isn't a behemoth. It's not worth mentioning. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, regardless of whether it's the Dong family or the Zhao family or the Wang family, I'll tell them all to get lost." Wang Lin said worthlessly, not taking it to heart at all. Many of the surrounding onlookers, upon hearing this, instinctively had objections in their hearts. They were all people who had lived in Yunhai City for many years, so of course they knew how powerful the Dong family was. However, when they remembered Wang Lin's other identities, and what happened to the other people who went against Wang Lin, they all shut their mouths. Wang Lin was indeed too powerful than the average person. Compared to Wang Lin, the Dong family is just average. Let's go. Let's eat. Wang Lin took Long Xiaoyu's hand and walked towards Huatian cuisine. Aha! Long Xiaoyu, who was pulled by Wang Lin's hand, blushed slightly and replied in a mosquito humming voice. Wang Lin is oblivious to this. After lunch, Long Xiaoyu went back to work again and Wang Lin started collecting rent. After collecting the rent of 3 families and satisfying 200 households, Wang Lin once again came to the milk tea store on the 4th floor, and after ordering a cup of red bean milk tea, he quietly waited for the system's prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Detected that the host has successfully completed the mission, rewarding 90% of the shares of Tianyi Pharmaceutical Group Co., first major shareholder, top martial arts. As Wang Lin drank the milk tea halfway through, a prompt sounded in his ear. I can't believe it's a double bonus. Listening to the system prompts with his ears, Wang Lin's eyes swirled with a different color of delight. He quickly opened his cell phone and began to look up information about Tianyi Medicine Group Company. Through checking, he amazingly discovered that this Tianyi Medicine Group was actually one of the top 500 enterprises in the country. A large group of companies integrating medical devices, pharmaceutical products, and top hospitals. And the most attention is still located in Yunhai City. Tianyi Hospital. Tianyi Hospital is known as the East of the Spring of Life. This is the world-renowned top medical institutions. Any doctor inside can be hanging a lot of hospitals of the top doctors. Is a truly powerful existence. It's still really unique. Owning such an industry, the disease will be worry-free in the future. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with light. People are eating grains and cereals. It is inevitable that they will get sick. This Tianyi Hospital is exactly the most suitable place. And what is this supreme martial art? After looking at the pharmaceutical group, Wang Lin's gaze couldn't help but fall on the overwhelming martial skill, a term that was really novel. The moment his eyes fell on the subtitles in front of him, he immediately felt a unique energy surging into his body. With the operation of this energy, his body above a burst of numbness, the whole person is as if electrocuted. At the same time, a terrifying power filled with the body. While this sense of power filled him, a stream of combat experience and unique information flooded into his mind. Crap! This overwhelming martial skill is equivalent to me having an overwhelming martial skill and becoming a hidden expert. Even the legendary king of soldiers is no match for me. 1 against 100. With this influx of information, Wang Lin finally realized what this was happening. He steeply probed out his right fist, and a fist landed in the air. A cracking sound accompanied and appeared, just like the sound of firecrackers, which was very loud. It's still really unique. Wang Lin's eyes dazzled as he put down his milk tea before striding over to the gym. The gym was already extremely sparse at noon, and his arrival didn't draw attention. He walked right up to the sandbags. The right foot swings straight up. Bang! With a blast, the sandbags tumbled upward in a frenzy, and the chains connected to the ceiling shook, but some stone dust drifted down. I'll go. My current power is surprisingly so huge. Just using 10% of my power has such an effect. If it were to come out at full strength, this sandbag would probably be blown up. Wang Lin was shocked at the same time. His heart also flooded with a different kind of joy. Every man has a dream of warrior. He is now considered a dream come true, waiting for the opportunity to be sure to be chivalrous. He once again withdrew a small portion of his power and kept hammering up sandbags in the gym, getting used to his current strength. This exercise took a full 2 hours, after which time he was able to control his power reasonably well. That workout sure burns a lot of calories. Go eat a little more. Wiping away the sweat from his cheeks, Wang Lin patted his parched stomach. Hungry, he instinctively thought of a new catering restaurant next to the hotel. It looked pretty good, just what he needed to take right now. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. One by one, the snoozing merchants called out when they saw Wang Lin's arrival, and Wang Lin left the Tiandu Mall after being greeted by a group of merchants. The sun was shining at the moment, making it a little hard to keep his eyes open. Wang Lin lowered his head and took a big step towards the place of memory. You still know to come out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Arrest me. Before he could take dozens of steps, but a sharp voice came from not far away. Wang Lin instinctively raised his head, but several strong figures extended their hands and grabbed towards him. Wang Lin's body swayed slightly, dodging the grapple with ease and landing in a clearing to the side. It's you! Wang Lin looked up and realized that the one who appeared in front of him was Dong Fan, who had courted Long Xiaoyu earlier. Dong Fan had a gloomy face at the moment, and the shirt on his body was wrinkled, not as handsome as before. Beside him stood several strong-built men, who were now looking at Wang Lin menacingly. Yeah, that's me. Can't believe it. Dongfan glared fiercely at Wang Lin. Kid, you're dead. You dare to steal a woman from me and have someone throw me out of the mall. This is your biggest sin. I'll let you know now that some people can't be offended. With that, he waved his hand, allowing a few people around him to strike. For the few people who had taken this shot, Dongfan was very fangirl. They were all soldiers he had paid a high price to transfer from major security companies. Now get out of here and I can overlook it. If it continues to persist. Wang Lin looked at Dongfan coldly. He didn't expect Dongfan to be so persistent. Any second-generation person with a modicum of urban sophistication should be able to find out most of the information about him. It's someone with a brain who wouldn't come after him either. Go on, beat him until he can't take care of himself, and I'll pay for all the consequences. Dongfan coldly looked at Wang Lin, his eyes swirled with bearish anger. Since childhood, he is the existence that grows up with a golden spoon. This is the first time that he was sent out of the Tiandu Mall by the security guards, which made him lose face. He wants to give Wang Lin a painful lesson. Let Wang Lin know that he Dongfan is not someone who can be bullied, and that bullies have to be harmed to a certain extent. Go! Several king of soldiers roared and rose up, rushing towards Wang Lin in unison, their fists waving in the midst of a tiger's wind. Several people had different targets. Some were charging at Wang Lin's hands, others were attacking Wang Lin's legs, and still others had their chests. Firmly lock Wang Lin up completely. Let's see how you're going to get in front of me later. I'm going to make you beg for mercy on your knees. No, begging for mercy on your knees won't spare you. Make someone a real dead dog. A different light swirled in Dongfan's eyes. For Wang Lin to end up like this, he was enough to predict that he would definitely be blown over and sprawled on the ground like a dirt dog. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment when this group of soldier kings made their move, Wang Lin also moved his hand, accompanied by a series of falling sounds. All the soldier kings fell to the ground like dead dogs, unable to move. What? This sudden scene could not help but cause Dongfan's face to stagnate with it, and as he looked at Wang Lin, who was unharmed, his body trembled violently and froze in place. An unbelievable color spread out from his pair of eyes. The scene that appeared was a bit unbelievable. In his opinion, Wang Lin was just a vain strongman who couldn't possibly be a match for these soldier kings, but reality was so merciless, snapping at his face and leaving his cheeks on fire. What are you doing? Looking at the approaching Wang Lin, Dongfan's body trembled and retreated backward in terror. His entire body was like a lost dog, panicked to the extreme. What do you say? Wang Lin's right hand directly probed out and grabbed Dongfan's body. With a little force, he directly lifted Dongfan in mid-air. And being lifted in mid-air, Dongfan shook his hands in panic, trying to break free from Wang Lin's right hand. But his entire body was like a lifted rag doll, unable to move the slightest bit. Boo! Wang Lin's right hand violently exerted force, and Dongfan's body was directly thrown out by him. It fell into the trash can, accompanied by the overflow of a large amount of dirty water, into which Dongfan's entire body was buried. Dongfan's entire body was submerged in the dirty water, even to the point of taking a sip. After feeling the rancid flavor, Dongfan was instantly thrown into a frenzy. His frantic vomiting couldn't change that extreme whooshing flavor. His entire body was thrown into an explosive state. You're dead, and I'm not only going to let you die, but your family, relatives, and friends will all suffer as well. Dongfan shouted hysterically, his face grimacing as he looked at Wang Lin, his eyes radiating a rich color of hatred. Yeah, you won't get that chance. Wang Lin directly picked up the phone and dialed the executive director of Tianyi Pharmaceutical Group, Wang Dong. The person who answered the phone was a middle-aged man with a deep voice. The man's name was Han Xin. Know the Dong family in Yunhai? Wang Lin asked. When he had just walked out of the Tiandu Mall, he had heard others discussing precisely about the Yunhai Dong family, which was engaged in the pharmaceutical industry. A small family with hundreds of millions of assets only. I know. It's one of our small co-ops. Han Xin responded respectfully. Just a small cooperator? Immediately cut off cooperation and make a withdrawal. Waring said loudly. Yes. Han Xin responded on the spot. Tianyi Pharmaceutical Group has thousands of partners. The Dong family is just an inconspicuous one. Canceling the cooperation will not cause any harm to Tianyi. No harm done. Wang Lin hung up the phone. Kid, are you terrorizing me? You are really hilarious to the extreme. Do you really think that you are covering the sky with one hand? You're nothing but a most trashy existence in front of my eyes. I'm the great young man of the Dong family in Yunhai. Don't worry. Before long, not only you, but even your family and friends, as well as that bitch, Long Xiaoyu, will be punished as well. Dongfan had a hideous look on his face. And you really are a talent. making it look like it's real. My Dong family is not something you can shake. Before long, you will know how powerful I am, Dongfan said and was about to walk out of the trash can. Just at this time, his cell phone rang. He instinctively wanted to press the phone, but the ringtone that came through was his father's. He immediately got on the phone. He was going to mobilize even stronger security from his father to get Wang Lin punished. You rebellious son! What kind of people have you offended? Our family has been cancelled by the Tianyi Pharmaceutical Group and withdrawn our investment. Our Dong family has gone bankrupt. On the other end of the phone came his father's furious yelling, and through the phone, he could hear the anger in it, which made his face change instantly. How is this possible? My Dong family is the leader of the pharmaceutical industry in Yunhai. How could this be possible? Dongfan exclaimed in panic. His face was pale, and in this instant, he instantly became powerless. Bastard! Why don't you hurry up and apologize to the others? If you don't apologize, my Dong family will be finished. The reason why my Dong family is strong is because of the support of Tianyi Pharmaceutical Group. Without it, we are nothing. A growl came from the other end of the line. Did you do it? Kid, hurry up and take it back. Dongfan looked up suddenly and looked at Wang Lin as he gritted his teeth and yelled, Idiot! Wang Lin coldly swept a glance at Dongfan, looking at him with the eyes of an idiot, but anyone with a bit of conscience knew that they should kowtow and apologize now. And this Dongfan even made a show of yelling. His emotional intelligence was simply low to the extreme. He shook his head slightly and directly left the place, leaving behind only a wailing Dongfan. He walked quickly out of the confines of the area to the food court next to the hotel. At the moment it was already afternoon. The newly opened food store was still hot, and many men and women were waiting in line in front of the door. Looking at the continuous queue of people, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel a headache. He walked to the side of the food store first, wanting to take a number first. Woofling? He had just walked to the location where he had picked up his number when a voice came from within the store. Wang Yuan? Look. There was a hotly dressed beauty situated in the middle of the store, and by her side sat a similarly hotly dressed young lady, who was currently looking at Wang Lin curiously. Looking at the beautiful woman, Wang Lin exclaimed in surprise. The beautiful woman was no other than his cousin, the daughter of his second aunt's family. Second aunt is his old Wang family in Yunhai City, the only relative, school that time to take care of him, especially close. Wang Yuan grew up and his relationship is extremely cordial. After graduating from the university, in a foreign enterprise as a supervisor, living a very nourishing, this period of time, he is busy with his career. Has been a period of time did not see Wang Yuan. What are you waiting for? Come on in. Wang Yuan looked at Wang Lin and said, Good. Wang Lin immediately walked into the store, came to Wang Yuan's side, and unceremoniously sat down. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Wang Lin, and this is my colleague Xia Yuan. Wang Yuan introduced the two with a smile. Hello. Wang Lin and Xia Yuan nodded their heads in greeting at the same time, and Wang Lin looked at Wang Yuan in surprise again after hearing her name. Does it come as a surprise? Yes, I'm the same Hope as Summer Hope. Seemingly seeing Wang Lin's confusion, Wang Yuan said with a smile, Sis, why are you here at this hour if you're not going to work? Wang Lin asked curiously. Today's transfer, so I came to go shopping with my little sister. But why don't you go to work? This point is the busiest time in the design company. Wang Yuan stared at Wang Lin. Honestly, did you skip work? Skip work? That doesn't exist. I worked an extra shift yesterday and was a bit tired. The leader let me leave work early. So, being a bit famished, I came here to order food for dinner. Wang Lin said with a smile. Of course he wouldn't tell Wang Yuan everything about his current situation. Going with the flow. Really, that does call for a treat. Sis is buying you dinner today. Wang Yuan smiled and said. This restaurant. I've been planting grass for a long time. Its dishes are great. Not only are they tasty, but they are also super high in value. They are all Netflix delicacies. Said Wang Yuan reached out and pointed to the other people's table. The other people's table was set with a large number of dishes. It looked extraordinarily exquisite. Looking at Wang Lin's fingers, appetite increased greatly. What are you pointing at? Have you any quality? Just at the moment when Wang Yuan was about to withdraw her finger, a cold voice came from the dining table not far away. That is a woman wearing a white long skirt. The woman looks more outstanding. Not only extraordinarily fair skin, but also a very hot body. A white long skirt. The bumpy body completely outlined, causing people to pay attention to. A head of golden yellow hair, draped in shoulders, as if a waterfall hanging straight down. With that absolutely beautiful face, once became the focus of the whole scene. However, on top of this beautiful face, it was covered with the color of condescension. Looking at all the people in the gaze is filled with a strong color of contempt, which makes people's hearts upset. At this moment, She was looking coldly at Wang Yuan. What's a look going to do? Drop a piece of meat? Wang Yuan, who was originally a broken mouth and never suffered with her mouth, coldly swept the woman, her gaze sweeping the woman's unnatural parts in particular. What did you say? The woman stood straight up and yelled at Wang Yuan, full of anger. I didn't say anything about you, so please don't take it personally. Wang Yuan couldn't help but smile, looking very calm. She often cracked up with others. This was just a small scene for her. This kind of woman was not his match at all. Natsuime, it's you. The woman was furious. She wasn't good with words. She wasn't Wang Yuan's opponent at all. Her eyes quickly swept around, trying to seek help. This look. Her eyes happened to land on Xia Yuan beside Wang Yuan, and she screamed at once. After seeing Xia Yuan, her face instantly turned cold, once again regaining her original haughty color. Yang Min. Natsuime looked at the woman and her face became ugly. She did not come from an ordinary family, but a second-rate family in Yunhai City, the Xia family. As a descendant of the Xia family, she knew something about some of the families in Yunhai City and knew some of the taboos. And there are some families in this that can't be messed with, such as some first-class families, the Qian family, the Chen family and other families. Although this Yang Min in front of her was also from among the second-rate families, just recently, Yang Min and the Chen family's eldest young man, Chen Liang, were talking about a date, and the water went up, and the whole family went straight up. Natsuime, is this your friend? Yang Min looked at Xia Yuan, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with a strong color of playfulness. Aha! Natsuime could only nod her head. Your friend? Wang Yuan looked at Xia Yuan and said. She instinctively frowned, but she knew that Xia Yuan was from the Xia family, a not bad family. Since they're your friends, they should know the rules of etiquette. That's it for today. Just give me an apology and I'll forget about it. Yang Min said to Xia Yuan. Yang Min, enough, don't take yourself too seriously. Xia Yuan was originally to see Yang Min is not happy, directly dislike, the face of Yang Min. She is not afraid. As long as it does not run into Chen Liang everything is good to say. And to her understanding of Chen Liang, the kind of flamboyant young man, Yang Min is likely to be just a transitional product. Okay, that's what you say. I'm out with my date today. Later, when he gets here, it won't be so nice. Yang Min coldly swept a glance at the three, sat back down at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and picked up a piece of tofu. What? Chen Liang is here too. When Xia Yuan heard this, her face couldn't help but turn slightly white. She could still be tough in the face of Yang Min, but in the face of Chen Liang, she had to bow her head. Natsuime, what's wrong? Wang Yuan clearly saw the changing color of Xia Yuan's face, and instantly knew that this was a bit of a big deal, and asked to Xia Yuan. Wang Yuan, let's go. Let's change the house. Xia Yuan gave a wink to Wang Yuan and was about to get up and leave. Taking advantage of the fact that Chen Liang hadn't arrived yet, it was the right choice to leave here quickly. Although Wang Yuan didn't know what happened, but she could still roughly guess a thing or two, and immediately knew that she was afraid that she had provoked a horrible existence, and immediately also picked up her bag to leave the place. You've done something wrong and you want to leave, can you? Yang Min, who was at a side table, sneered, and at the same time, she directly stood up and called out to a short distance away. My dear, you've finally come. The voice instantly became petulant and contained a sense of sorrow. This one voice couldn't help but make Xia Yuan and Wang Yuan's hearts thump loudly. They couldn't help but look up. A handsome young man in a suit walked into the store, combing his big back hair. His features were very handsome. With that high and cold temperament, he became the center of attention for a while. He took a big step and came to Yang Min's side. He put his arm around Yang Min and came to Yang Min's ear. What's wrong, baby? Who upset you? Who do you think I have provoked? I am waiting for you to eat here. Waiting patiently. Who knows that this next to come two evil dogs, not only to point at me, but also for the bad language, make me embarrassed. Yang Min beamed with a look of indignation. What? Still really bold. Even my Chen Liang's woman dares to tell me what to do. Chen Liang said coldly, and his gaze swept over to Xia Yuan and Wang Yuan on the side. Wang Yuan glared back without a care in the world, while Xia Yuan was blushing a bit. Kneel and kowtow, and I can overlook it, or else. Chen Liang coldly looked at the two of them and said word for word, his powerful aura directly erupting. Me. Xia Yuan's face instantly became pale. Grabbed the bag also fell on the desktop. She is very clear. If not to create the end of the office, not only her, but even with her family will suffer. But to make her kneel and kowtow in front of all these people was worse than killing her. Under Chen Liang's powerful aura, Wang Yuan also did not speak. Her face also became ugly. With her emotional intelligence, it was not difficult to see the power of Chen Liang's backers behind him. If the two of them did not kowtow and kneel down, They were really going to be in deep trouble from now on. How to fight me? You're nothing but a bunch of vegetables. Just one word from my man and you'll be on the ground begging for mercy and fear. Yang Min's pair of beautiful eyes swirled with a trace of a different kind of pride. In the past she and Xia Yuan could only stand flush. Now Xia Yuan could only look up to her. This was the most basic gap. Honey, and him, he just got in on the scolding. Yang Min's gaze turned and landed on Wang Lin, and after realizing that Wang Lin's face didn't change, she couldn't help but feel more than a hint of irritation in her heart and said to Chen Liang, "Oh, there are men involved. Really bold. This is not to be taken lightly. I will definitely." Chen Liang's cold gaze swept towards Wang Lin. His heart set off a furious feeling. The woman kowtowing and admitting her mistake was even. The man had to remove a leg. However, when his gaze landed on Wang Lin's body and saw Wang Lin's appearance, the coldness on his face froze, and his heart trembled violently and tremendously, and his entire body froze in place. Even the furious words gave way to a lurch. Stuck in place. It's him! Chen Liang looked at Wang Lin and instantly recognized him. He was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to utter a breath for fear of touching Wang Lin's mold. My dear, make sure you don't spare him so easily. He just had the most arrogant temperament and kept stealing glances at me. It's obvious that he's coveting me. Make sure you break his legs and let him know that there are some people you can't just look at. Yang Min was still talking. She didn't even notice Chen Liang's unnatural and even terrified expression. In this moment, she only wanted to trample Xia Yuan, Wang Yuan, and Wang Lin under her feet. It also let a lot of people in Yunhai City know that she was not the same as she was in the past now, and had long since risen to a level that they could not match, and she was also making an example out of her. Shut up! Chen Liang roared at Yang Min, and a slap landed on Yang Min's face. Instead of causing 5 more fiery red fingerprints to appear on Yang Min's face, the immense force collapsed Yang Min onto the tabletop, landing a number of delicacies on her newly purchased long skirt. Snap! Huge loud sound, but also echoed with the entire restaurant. Extraordinarily loud. Almost immediately, everyone in the restaurant looked puzzled. What the hell is going on here? Especially Xia Yuan and Wang Yuan. The two of them were in a state of confusion. It should be the two of them or Wang Lin who were beaten. How come Yang Min was beaten? The only one who knew what was going on was Wang Lin, who looked at Chen Liang coldly, his gaze not changing at all. Chen Liang, what are you doing? What are you hitting me for? You should have hit him instead. Yang Min climbed up from the table, covered her face, and yelled at Chen Liang with an angry face. Chen Liang's slap not only landed on her cheek, but also on her dignity, and even more so on her face. This slap made her lose face. Beat you? I want to fucking finish you off. What are you but a mere plaything for me? And hurry up and apologize to them. Chen Liang shouted in exasperation. Chen Liang's attitude couldn't help but make Yang Min dumbfounded. Her face instantly became very ugly. She once thought that she was flying up the branch to become a phoenix, but she didn't think that she had actually just turned into Chen Liang's plaything, and to say it in plain sight was driving her crazy. Chen Liang's gaze didn't fall on Yang Min, but quickly landed on Wang Lin. At the sight of Wang Lin's still cold gaze, his heart couldn't help but thump loudly. Snap! His knees went weak and he directly fell to the ground, while he couldn't stop kowtowing to Wang Lin and admitting his mistake. Gah! This sudden scene shocked everyone, especially Yang Min, who was good at observing words and colors. How could she not know what was happening? Obviously Wang Lin was a more bullish existence, and her heart was terrified as she fell to her knees and kowtowed for mercy. Chen Liang in the kowtow, his eyes still swept to Wang Lin. After seeing Wang Lin slightly nodded, he was instantly as if he had been pardoned, and took Yang Min, who was in a state of fear, and directly left the restaurant. What the hell happened? Wang Yuan and Xia Yuan watched the scene dumbfounded. After Chen Liang had been gone for a long time, they were also a bit overwhelmed, especially Xia Yuan. As a descendant of the Xia family, she certainly knew what Chen Liang represented, and it was a bit unusual for such a noble being to run away in haste. However, the two did not land this thought on Wang Lin's body. Both instinctively thought that the two were seeing other unimaginable existences. Sis, let's continue eating. Wang Lin indifferently looked at the departing two. The light in his eyes flickered while landing on the delicious food that the waiter brought up. I have to say that the food at this store is really unique. Not only is it very trendy, but it also tastes great. Wang Yuan and Xia Yuan, who couldn't figure it out anyway, simply stopped thinking and started eating the food as well. After a meal, the two woofers are going shopping. For his part, Wang Lin left the area and returned once again to the Tiandu Mall to collect the rent. Time continued to pass unhurriedly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Wang Lin had been collecting rent, and in his spare time, he would chat with Long Xiaoyu, and during these 3 days, he had also adapted to having a body with supreme martial arts, and he had learned that he was so powerful that he was practically inhuman. During the day, he collected the rent as usual. With these 3 days of unremitting efforts, the number of rents he collected once again had a breakthrough, reaching a huge 230, with only 70 households left for the next reward. Boss you. Thank you for your hospitality. Next time I'm free, I'll definitely find you for tea. Wan Lin left the merchant store with Boss Yu cheering him on. As always, we walked in on Huatian Gourmet. After the last incident, many of the guests of Huatian Gourmet knew of Wang Lin's identity, and the moment Wang Lin walked into the restaurant, they all nodded their heads in unison. After ordering a few new delicacies, Wang Lin started his lunch. A busy morning had left him a bit famished, and a big meal was the best option. Dad, your son's on the phone. As he was eating, halfway through his meal, his cell phone suddenly rang. He instinctively wants to hang up, but after realizing it's Wang Yuan calling, he picks up. The phone came from the other end of the Wang Yuan, sobbing, more thick sense of trepidation, constantly and now, seem very bleak. What's wrong, sis? Wang Lin's heart couldn't help but carry a quick question, while an ominous feeling of foreboding lingered in his heart. Wolflin, my mom, she's in the ICU. Woo woo, Wang Yuan said loudly. What? What's wrong with my aunt? I'll be right over. Which hospital? Wang Lin said loudly to Wang Yuan. His heart could not help but sink. Among all the relatives, his aunt was the best to him, no different from his own children, which also made him especially concerned with his aunt. At West Bay Hospital, Wang Yuan spoke quickly and sent Wang Lin the address of the hospital. Wang Lin immediately put down the food, and then rushed to the parking lot in a hurry, turned on the Lafa, drove the Lafa, and frantically headed for the West Bay Hospital. The speed on the way was so fast that it caused many people to glance sideways, and after realizing that it was Rafa, they all unanimously made a path. After casually parking the Lafa in the parking lot, Wang Lin rushed into the hospital with great strides. At this point in the day, the hospital is crowded with people, all busy with medical appointments. Wang Lin took a big step towards the elevator on the side, after which he went up to the 5th floor. Wang Yuan, as long as you nod your head and marry me, I'll see to your mom's medical care and will continue to do so until your mom as well. Wang Lin had just asked for someone and came to the side of the ward when he heard a cold voice coming out of the ward, full of domineering intent. The ward door was half open. A big-bellied, somewhat Mediterranean man in a shirt and suit pants looks greedily at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan at this moment has already cried to the flowers lost color. In the hospital bed beside her lies a kind old man, but the old man at this moment has no words, tightly closed eyes, face slightly white. Auntie. Wang Lin strides into the hospital room and looks at his aunt in the hospital bed and yells. Inside the hospital room, there were no other relatives other than his aunt and Wang Yuan, and that's when he got a good look at the man standing on the sidelines. The man was close to 50, with a big belly, and he carried a fine leather bag with a suit, like a successful man. The man had a fat head and a pair of eyes that were now dead set on Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, I'm telling you, your mom, he's in a very dangerous situation right now. She's already had a severe stroke. If she doesn't get treatment, it's very likely that she'll die. As long as you promise me, I'll give you enough money to keep your mom looking good until she gets a good doctor's appointment. The man was still talking. His eyes kept sweeping over Wang Yuan's body. His gaze was extraordinarily hot and fiery. He was very satisfied with Wang Yuan's body. He was indeed lucky to have such a beautiful woman. Wang Lin, you're here. Wang Yuan braced herself for tears, looked at Wang Lin, and shouted, how's auntie? Wang Lin asked to Wang Yuan. The situation is very bleak. The doctors have diagnosed it as a severe stroke, and if you're not careful, you'll die. Before Wang Yuan could say anything, the middle-aged man with a big belly snapped. Who are you? Wang Lin raised his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged man impatiently and said, it's not important who I am. What's important is that I can afford to pay for your medical bills. You must be Wang Yuan's cousin. Quickly persuade your sister. As long as your sister becomes my woman, I'll immediately ask the best doctors to come to treat your aunt, so that she wakes up in the best possible situation, and doesn't die outright. The middle-aged man said loudly, get out. Wang Lin looked at the man coldly, reached out and pointed to the door, and said, he had originally thought the man was Wang Yuan's leader. Nowadays it looks like a bald man who has fallen on hard times. What did you say? The man, who was still pleasant, had his face darken after hearing these words. I'm talking to you nicely because you're Wang Yuan's brother. Don't mistake yourself or you'll be hurting your aunt. The middle-aged man said coldly to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, after seeing Wang Yuan, she hugged Wang Lin at once and then wooed and cried. She's only a woman no matter how strong she is. The middle-aged man's approach has left her shocked and angry, but she is extraordinarily terrified in the face of her mother's coma. She needs a large sum of money right now to get her mother rescued, but she doesn't want to have anything to do with this man. Think fast, your mom doesn't have that much time. There's nothing more painful in this world than to go after someone when they're gone. The man looked on coldly, making snide remarks. Who is the patient's family? Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. A trace of bearish anger flooded in his heart. He felt very annoyed at the middle-aged man's words. At the moment he was ready to make a move. A doctor in a white coat walked in quickly. I am. Wang Yuan wiped away her tears and blurted out to the doctor. Hurry up and pay the bill. The patient can't delay much longer. The doctor said to Wang Yuan while winking at the middle-aged man. Me. Wang Yuan's face changed. She had just recently bought a car and had spent her savings so cleanly that she didn't have any money to pay the bill. Doctor, this man is so sick. Why don't you save him? Do you have any medical ethics? Waring looked at the doctor and blurted out. I'm sorry, we are a private hospital here. You need to pay before you can see the doctor. Besides, she is already terminally ill and will not live long. Spending money now will only sustain her a little bit of life. The doctor didn't say anything, but a female doctor walked in and said to Wang Lin, how? When Wang Yuan heard this, her face turned pale, and her entire body even softened. About to fall to the ground, Wang Lin grabbed Wang Yuan's body. Sister, everything will be fine. Pay up quickly. At least let your mom live a little longer. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Yuan and continued. Wang Yuan's lips moved slightly, and her eyes fainted directly after a few moments. Even if you pay the money, you won't be able to live for long. Unless you are able to hire the experts from Tianyi Hospital, then you will have a chance of survival. But it's a pity that you can't afford to hire them at all. You're just penniless poor people. The male doctor said coldly. Moreover, the experts of Tianyi Hospital won't treat you. You don't even have the qualifications to let the experts of Tianyi Hospital treat you. You're just pathetic people. What did you say? Wang Lin coldly looked at the male doctor and said loudly. He wasn't a fool. He was able to tell that the male doctor was obviously in cahoots with this middle-aged man, just to put Wang Yuan in her place, and he felt angry at the two men's attitude of falling on their swords. The female doctor on the side also frowned slightly, but didn't have much to say as she turned around and left the place directly. I'd say you guys are just downright pathetic. Anger is useless. If I were you guys I would have definitely agreed to his request. He's the only one who can keep the old man alive, even to the point of hiring a specialist from Tianyi Hospital, and to tell you the truth, he's the leader of our hospital. The male doctor said loudly. Wang Lin coldly swept a glance at the two, and then directly took out his cell phone and dialed Han Xian's number. Wang Dong. Han Xian said respectfully. Send 2 specialists from Tianyi Hospital to Shibei Hospital. My aunt has had a stroke and is in critical condition. Waring said loudly. Okay, come right over. Han Xian anxiously returned. Hey, not only are you a pathetic person, but you're also an egomaniac, making it sound like Tianyi Hospital is owned by your family. You're really ridiculous. I'm telling you, as long as you agree to him, everything's fine, or else it's back to the drawing board. The male doctor laughed out loud and looked at Wang Lin. Young man, dignity was once precious. The price of life is even higher. At this time, is not the time to spell dignity. I still have a little bit of energy in the medical profession. As long as I make a phone call, you can send your aunt to the Tianyi Hospital, or else, you guys are just screaming that you can't do it every day, and you can't call the experts of the Tianyi Hospital. You can't invite the experts of the Tianyi Hospital at all. The middle-aged man said loudly. His gaze was filled with a thick color of arrogance. Here he held the dominant position. Wang Yuan is not going to be able to do it today without giving in. He's got Wang Yuan eating out of his hand. Da 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 da. The very moment his words fell, but 2 doctors in white coats walked into the ward with large strides. Wang Dong. The white coats on the 2 doctors had the 2 big words Tianyi Hospital printed on them, and the 2 of them walked towards Wang Lin with smiles on their faces and called out respectfully. Aha! Wang Lin nodded slightly. His gaze swept to his aunt in the hospital bed, and the 2 of them immediately understood and walked towards the hospital bed. Who are you people and why are you trespassing on the hospital? This is no place for you to play around. The male doctor saw the 2 men barging in and making their way to the hospital bed and bellowed, stopping them both at the same time. It's really interesting. This is not a joke. You even got people who play the role of Tianyi Hospital. Do you know? What are you doing? This isn't a long face. You're doing something stupid. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Lin a bit speechlessly. He instinctively took these 2 people as actors hired by Wang Lin. He was a little bit unable to understand Wang Lin. This is very sick, but still looking for someone to joke. Wang Lin will not be a fool. Get out of the way. Don't delay us from treating the patient. The older doctor coldly swept a glance at Zhao Dafu, very upset at Zhao Dafu's words. They had always been admired as doctors of Tianyi Hospital. How had they ever been treated like this? However, he could tell that the urgency of the situation did not allow for any delay, and he was not willing to spend more time with Zhao Dafu. Yo ho! The acting is really quite decent. But it's only decent. But I'm afraid you guys still don't know that Dr. Tiani never goes out. You guys are really ridiculous. Zhao Dafu looked at the man and laughed coldly. He was in the medical world. This couldn't bluff him. Zhao Dafu, what are you doing? Just then, an angry roar came from outside the hospital room. While rushing in a middle-aged man in a suit with a majestic face. The middle-aged man had his hair combed out, and at the moment, he was angry to the extreme, and his hair was flaring with rage. What do you care? Zhao Dafu instinctively said back, but after seeing the man who came, the arrogant look on his face suddenly froze and turned into a look of panic. He recognized that the person who came was Han Xin, the executive director of Tian Group. He called out in fear, Dong Han, why are you here? If I don't come, you're going to flip out. Han Xin looked coldly at Zhao Dafu. Dong Han, you must have a misunderstanding here. This person even found two people to pretend to be Tianyi's doctor. I'm defending Tianyi's reputation. Zhao Dafu's eyes rolled and he exclaimed, they're Tenais doctors. Han Xin coldly looked at Zhao Dafu and said, while waving his hand at the two men, signaling them to make a move. Two doctors immediately went to the bed, placed the old man on a stretcher and took him to the operating room. The male doctor glanced at Zhao Dafu and didn't stop him. He had heard Zhao Dafu say before that Shibei Hospital had something to do with Tiani. It had always been hearsay, but now it definitely seemed to be a big connection. What? Zhao Dafu saw this, heart trembled greatly. He originally only thought that Han Dong this is to inspect the work. Now it seems that it is not so. But there are other reasons. Wang Dong, I'm late. Han Xin came to Wang Lin's side and said respectfully, Wang Dong? Hearing this, Zhao Dafu and Dr. Lu, their hearts skipped a beat. What the hell is going on here? Shouldn't my aunt have been brought to Tenyue Hospital? Wang Lin frowned, feeling displeased that the two doctors hadn't made the transfer. Wang Dong, it's like this. This hospital also belongs to our Tianyi's industry, and the medical equipment here also belongs to the top of the line, so there is no need to transfer to another hospital. An auntie's state is not good. She can't withstand the tossing and turning, and the two of them are the most senior doctors in Tianyi Hospital. Their strength is guaranteed. Han Xin explained. This is Tenai's property? Wang Lin asked in surprise. Yes, Mr. Wang. Han Xin responded. I don't want to see them again. Wang Lin crossed his eyes at the two. He originally thought that this was someone else's hospital, and that if he wanted to fire these two things, he would surely go through a lot of trouble. It's also a lot better since it's your own. Yes, Mr. Wang. Han Xin responded loudly as he coldly swept a glance at the two. Pack your things now and get the hell out of here. Shibei Hospital doesn't need trash like you. No, Dr. Lu exclaimed in horror. He was relying on this job to be like a fish out of water. If he left this place, he would be penniless. Not only would he have no income at all, but he would also be unable to pay off his car loan and mortgage. The reason why he was helping Zhao Dafu was because Zhao Dafu had promised him a reward of $200,000 after completing this one job. Aha! Zhao Dafu's face was a little green, but did not say anything. Today kicked the iron plate, counting his bad luck, but years of management experience, so he can easily serve in other hospitals. Also, they have questionable character and are not fit for the pharmaceutical industry. Wang Lin carried Wang Yuan towards the outside of the hospital room and said to Han Xin again, Chairman, I will say hello to my friends in the industry so that they will no longer be doctors. Han Xin respectfully returned. No, you can't do that. I was involved in the construction of the West Bay Hospital. I've worked hard without credit. Zhao Dafu's face changed greatly, and he screamed in horror. Wang Lin's words completely broke his back. He wanted to rush up and hold Wang Lin's thighs despite everything, but he was pressed to the ground by Han Xin and couldn't move. But Wang Lin had already walked out of the hospital room. Seeing that there was no way back, Zhao Dafu and Dr. Lu collapsed to the ground, their faces white at first sight. They regretted it. If they had known that it would be like this, they wouldn't have touched Wang Lin even if they were killed. After walking out of the hospital room, Wang Lin went to the VIP room that the dean had opened and placed Wang Yuan on the bed before preparing to walk outside the operating room to wait. No, but just as he had laid Wang Yuan on the bed, Wang Yuan's eyes snapped open and she grabbed his right hand tightly while screaming, Sis, it's okay. Wang Lin patted Wang Yuan's shoulder heartily and said to Wang Yuan, It's okay? Where's Zhao Dafu? Wang Yuan shook her dizzy head, then looked around, and only loosened her hands when she realized that she had changed wards and didn't see Zhao Dafu. He's already been kicked out of the hospital. I have a client who was a friend of the director of this hospital. He just happened to pass by and saw what happened. He was furious. Not only did he ask the director to change the VIP room for us, but he also drove the two cancerous tumors, Zhao Dafu and Dr. Lu, out of the hospital, and he also got two doctors from Tianyi Hospital to treat his aunt. Wang Lin blurted out the words he had thought of. Really? That's great. We must thank people properly. Wang Yuan said loudly. That client of mine is quite busy and I rarely get to see him. But don't worry, sis. I'll be grateful when I have to talk business with him. Wang Lin said. Come on. Let's go to the operating room and check on Auntie. Good. Wang Yuan immediately responded and at the same time walked out of the ward with Wang Lin. And while just walking out of the ward, she saw the dean, who was wearing a white lab coat and had a somewhat less than favorable complexion. Walking over, Dean looked at the two and said, the results are in. Well, Wang Yuan asked nervously while she held her breath. The patient's condition has been contained, though there has been a small deterioration due to a bit of a delay, resulting in him not waking up yet. The dean said carefully. He was a little not quite daring to look at Wang Lin for fear that Wang Lin would be furious and expel him. When can I get up? Wang Lin couldn't help but frown. It's hard to say. It takes a few hours faster and days slower. Dean said. Thanks. Wang Lin nodded at the dean and said, that's what I should do. The dean was a bit flattered and returned. He hadn't expected Wang Lin to be so nice. Thank you. Wang Yuan was also relieved to hear this. She knew that this amounted to basically nothing, just needing fluids to wake up. The two of them, Wang Lin and Wang Yuan, immediately walked into the hospital room, located on either side, staring at the old man on the bed. The old man was still in a deep sleep, but there was an extra trace of peace above his face, no longer as hideous as before, which made both of them feel slightly at ease. The dean and a group of other doctors all left the ward and made special arrangements to partition the place so that no one else would disturb the place. That wait was until midnight. The old man woke up after a while on fluids. Although a bit disoriented and unable to move, he has been able to speak simply. Wang Yuan and Wang Lin are related and the big stone in their hearts finally falls. Wang Lin leaves the hospital after chatting freely with his aunt for a while. At this moment, although it was the middle of the night, the hospital was still brightly lit, and many patients were coming and going in it, which was very lively. Wang Lin went to the parking lot and drove the Lafa out of this hospital. The fiery red Rafa, which traveled throughout the city with a roar, whistled back to the hotel. Once again, I called a senior massage technician to do the horseplay and then eased into sleep. Early the next morning, Wang Lin began his unpretentious life as usual, collecting rent in the morning, exercising in the afternoon, and looking around for good food in the evening, fulfilling and entertaining. From time to time, we also take Long Xiaoyu and Miyuki for lunch and dinner. In a flash, a week passed. In the middle of this week, Wang Lin's rent collection reached 270 households, and the next reward was not far away. And in the middle of this week, he also went to the Royal Heart Garden Villa. Royal Heart Garden Villa has begun construction. The speed is very fast, but only 10 days of time, has completed the most basic water and electricity installation. There is also a basic ceiling, which makes Wang Lin marveled at the speed of this fast. On this day, Wang Lin got up early. After washing up, he didn't go to the mall to collect the rent, as usual, but drove the Lafa in the direction of the east side of the city, and sped off. On the eastern outskirts of the city, this was usually an extremely wide open space filled with tons of unknown flowers and plants, but now it was all cleared and stretched out in a circle with barbed wire, and what had been a muddy mix of dirt and zigzagging had been transformed into a curved racing track. The runway is surrounded by an assortment of sharp objects that look hideous. Next to this racing track, a very luxurious parking lot was built. Boom boom boom, accompanied by a loud sound. A gorgeous sports car drove into it, and among them, there was no lack of top-class sports cars worth millions of dollars, which were exceptionally bright under the illumination of the sun. A hot car model and a smiling driver surrounded by a beautiful scenery, which however is centered on two riders. Hey, Wang Yu, it's been a long time. I've heard that you've been practicing hard on your car skills abroad lately. Are you going to win the first throne this time? A man with a slender figure and a handsome face, wearing a casual suit, said to a man in a racing suit, Brother Chang Lin, don't bury me, that was just a small fight for me. Today this is a big spectacle. Not only are there all sorts of great gods, but those three are also arriving. I can't be compared to them. Wang Yu said with a bitter smile on his face. Indeed, those three are not only our Yunhai's car gods, but also enjoy a reputation among the whole country. It's very difficult to win the championship when they arrive, but the two of us can also grab the fourth and fifth, Chang Lin said with a smile. At the same time, he gently patted the Lamborghini sports car behind him, looking very proud. The Bat Murcielago was a great purchase for him, and amongst some modifications, it looked dazzling. Batman's unique supercar, for a moment, became the center of attention the moment it arrived, which made Changeling's smile grow extra wide. He won't get the win today, but he's in a position to take the best-looking car in the field. He was aware that although those three had car skills to the point of being gods, They were just three ordinary Lamborghini remodeled models, which were still a bit different from him in terms of their level of handsomeness, and the beauty he brought with him this time was also beautiful, making him very long in the face. Boom boom boom. Just at that moment, but two sports cars pulled into the parking lot. A white Porsche and a gold-colored Lamborghini pulled up next to his car. In the instant they stopped, two figures walked out from them. Young Lin, young Zhang, goodbye. Changeling smiled and walked over to the two men, addressing them. Changlin, Wang Yu. The two were also in a very good mood, and they nodded slightly at the two changelings. The moment they got off the bus, the two car companions with hot bodies and absolutely beautiful faces also walked down. The two women were extraordinarily gorgeous and tall, but they were still a notch below Chang Lin's female companions, which made Chang Lin grin and look very pleased with himself. I'll be damned. Chang Lin, you're really tough. It's a bat, isn't it? Zhang Xiao's eyes glanced at Chang Lin's female companion for a few moments before landing on the bat to the side. At the sight of this car, his eyes suddenly swept out a different light. As a senior fan of Lamborghini, for this car he is certainly no stranger. This car is not only a divine thing in the movie and television works, but also in reality. It is extremely rare. Since it was discontinued, it was seldom found in the world, but it was not expected that Changlin had gotten his hands on one. Ha ha ha, better luck. Purchased it from an old man when I was abroad. Changlin smiled. His eyes swept to the whole field. The whole field, although there are a lot of top supercars, but really can be compared to his car is very few. Almost as soon as his car pulled up, it became the center of attention for everyone, none of whom were in awe, which made him doubly proud. Just wait. I'll be setting records with this car again. Changlin's eyes swirled with a different kind of light. He also practiced for a long time abroad to improve his car skills. Just for today, he swept his eyes to the whole field. His heart was extraordinarily arrogant. He will certainly become the brightest cub in the whole field. Boom boom boom. Just at this moment, a fire-red sports car drove into the parking lot. Cool appearance. Attracted the attention of all the people. That cool appearance is to attract many people for the alarm. Farewell. Wang Lin held Honey Snow and walked towards Lin Xiao and Zhang Xiao. He greeted the two with a big smile, saying this to the more familiar Lin Xiao and nodding to the more unfamiliar Zhang Xiao. I knew you'd come. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Lin with a big smile on his face, looking very excited about Wang Lin's arrival. Zhang Xiao did the same, but since it was his first official meeting, he kept his distance, and when the two men's gazes landed on Honey Snow's body, they both revealed an awesome look. Honey Snow is one of the three major goddesses in Yunhai City, was a notorious iceberg. For Wang Lin to be able to make Honey Snow so attuned to him was enough to show that Wang Lin's power was so great that it made them look at him in a different light. Extreme speed cornering is a car god? It's really nonsense. I can do extreme cornering too. Am I a car god too? Looking at Wang Lin and listening to the praise of a group of people, Chang Lin's mind almost exploded. The jealousy in his heart climbed to the peak. He looked at Wang Lin coldly and murmured softly, "Just wait for me. I'll prove to you that I'm better than you." He secretly clenched his fist. In order to this competition, he had been practicing his car skills for a year abroad. He had a long-term vision this time. Not only would he crush the entire field of racers directly, it was the three great car gods that he had to fight. That master of his is no less than Obadiah. Wang Lin was welcomed by Lin Xiao and Zhang Xiao and walked into the crowd. This one is Wang Yu, also a powerful rider. Lin Xiao walked at the front end and introduced himself to Wang Lin. Hello. Wang Yu responded with a big smile. For Wang Lin, he had heard about it for a long time and looked very excited. If he could teach Wang Lin a thing or two, it would be a great honor. This one is brother Chan Lin, a very nice man and a very good driver. Lin Xiao stepped aside and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, car god. I've long heard of the great name, and it's really extraordinary to see it today, but you have to be careful. Don't be robbed of the name by me." Chang Lin forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a big smile, though his words were still inevitably a bit offensive, "Hello." Wang Lin wasn't offended by this. Today was supposed to be a competition, and it was purely normal for such declarations to occur. On the contrary, it was Lin Xiao and Zhang Xiao, both shaking their heads slightly as their gazes fell on Chang Lin. Chang Lin people are not bad, just a little leakage in this area, and the two of them in Chang Lin car skills are similar. They also know the gap between Chang Lin and Wang Lin, but they did not point out. This one is. Lin Xiao took Wang Lin and introduced Wang Lin to a car owner up. One car owner replied with a big smile. They were all incredibly looking forward to the car skills with Wang Lin. In the end it was just as godly as the two Lin Xiao said. At the same time, they were incomparably envious with Wang Lin. To be able to hold a top-notch great beauty like Honey Snow was really a blessing in life. One by one, although the beauties had the intention to have a little extraordinary relationship with Wang Lin, they were all inevitably a little ashamed of themselves when their gazes fell on Honey Snow's body. Miyuki smiled broadly as she scanned the room, very pleased with her own appearance. Boom boom boom. After Lin Xiao had introduced Wang Lin to most of the racers in the field, a series of engines roaring wildly arrived from the distance. This unique explosion caused everyone to boil and move their eyes. Not far away, there were 3 golden-colored Lamborghinis slowly coming. 3 golden-colored Lamborghinis with extremely beautiful streamlines, under the sunlight, extraordinarily shining, making everyone's eyes stay for it. Aventador. The name of the car swept through almost everyone's mind. This car is called Lamborghini's top supercar. Not only first-class value, but also the performance of the table. A lot of racing drivers are interested in the model, but the price of $10 million, but let a lot of people for it to sigh, cannot afford to see. The god of cars. The god of cars is here. They are indeed as high-profile and overbearing as ever. This is worthy of being Lamborghini's top supercar. This handsome degree is really different. I have heard that the 3 of them have also specially looked for the world's most awesome tuner to modify the 3 supercars, and the performance has directly climbed to the extreme. It's really awesome. No wonder I feel that this car is a little bit not quite the same as before, so it's been top-notch modified. Looking at the 3 top supercars, almost everyone now was hot. They were not only hot because of the racing, but also because of the identity of the 3 people. The 3 were none other than the 3 famous car gods of Yunhai City. Each one has its own legend, and now that the 3 great car gods are gathered here, it has to be said that it is an event. What's more, not far away there was the newly promoted god of cars, and this competition was bound to be a battle of dragons and tigers. Wang Xin. They are the 3 famous car gods in our Yunhai City. Lin Xiao stood by Wang Lin's side and patiently explained for him. He reached out and pointed to the 3 Lamborghinis and said, the 3 of them are from among the top families in Yunhai City, respectively, the Ma family, the Hu family, the Lu family. The 3 of them from the age of 18 began to play car racing, under the supervision of the world's top car racing masters. Abadii. The car skills are exceptionally superb. They are not only the god of the car of our city of Yunhai, the existence of the country are counted in the name of. The owner of the car on the left is called Ma Yuan, the owner of the car in the center is called Hu Gang, and the owner of the car on the right is called Latte. In the midst of Lin Xiao's introduction, 3 golden-colored Lamborghinis pulled up to the parking lot and opened their doors at the same time, and Lin Xiao stopped talking at once. Thumbs down. The coherent sound of the opening door was heard with the entire venue, causing everyone's eyes to converge on the 3 luxury cars, at which time the 3 figures stepped out of the sports car. Those were 3 young men wearing shirts, suit pants. The men on the 2 sides were on the thin side. The man in the center was more sturdy. They wore the same big back hair, with an okay face value. They looked very dashing, all very handsome. Beside them stood 3 beauties. The beauties had hot bodies and pretty faces, forming a beautiful landscape. Is that Miyuki? What's she doing here? In the instant they got off the bus, their eyes coincidentally swept in the direction of Honey Snow, whose beauty was well known throughout the entire Yunhai, and a look of doubt swept through their eyes. Honey Snow could not race cars, and did not really like racing. Immediately, their gazes but moved on Wang Lin, who was holding Honey Snow's left hand. There was more than a hint of surprise in their eyes. They could tell that Honey Snow which was acting as a car companion for Wang Lin, which made them all slightly shocked with who Wang Lin was. We declare this car contest officially open, but this gaze only lasted an instant before it fell to the entire room, who raised their hands high in the air and announced loudly, "Wow! Yes, it's finally started. I've been hungry for my race car for a long time. Come on, show you what I'm made of." At the moment the 3 announced, the whole room boiled up with them. They came this time, not wanting to see handsome men and women, and not to come to see the elegance of the 3 great car gods, but wanting to race cars. That's what they're really here for. Now under the leadership of the car gods, the race began, one by one, with passion and fervor. Boom, 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 boom. A supercar roared madly, headlights turned on them, as if a flood beast opened its eyes. A racer, half of his body fell into the cab. All looked to the 3 big car gods, just to wait for this moment. I declare option B for the rules of this one, Maera said loudly, his voice reaching everyone through the loudspeaker. Option B. I can't believe that option B has been enabled. It's just so awesome. Holy shit. It's the first time option B has been used since the opening of the race of cars, and it's the first feat in 10 years. I've wanted to be involved in program B for a long time and didn't think I'd see it in my lifetime. One writer yelled out in excitement, all blushing. Option B. When Wang Lin heard this, a hint of amazement swept through his eyes. Long before he came here, Lin Xiao had already sent him several options for this competition. There are 3 options, A, B, C, and of the 3 options, A and C are largely the same. Both are individual races, a battle between a number of cars, while B is different, a wild option. where all the cars set off together, and whoever reaches the finish line first wins. This kind of program, very wild, and the risk factor is extremely high. In the middle of the road is very likely to car crash, but the enthusiasm for this program is extraordinarily high, as evidenced by the atmosphere in the room. Everyone get ready. The game starts in 10 minutes, Ma Yuan said in a loud voice, while waving at everyone and getting right into the Lamborghini. After hearing this, all the people moved. The men drilled into the main driver. The women sat in the co-pilot, constantly issued a road shouting voice. The atmosphere is particularly enthusiastic. Woof God, we're going to get ready too. Lin Xiao and Zhang Xiao also looked extraordinarily exuberant as they spoke to Wang Lin and got into their sports cars. Let's get in the car too. Wang Lin looked at Honey Snow and smiled. He opened the Ratha and let Michelle into the passenger side first. Thanks. Miyuki gave a bright smile. She was very flattered by Wang Lin's gentlemanly demeanor, and after fastening her seatbelt, her gaze swept across the room, and she felt like all the cells in her body were boiling at that moment. This kind of universal racing scene, which she had only seen on TV, was just a bit of a bloodbath. Wang Lin slowly sat down in the middle of the race car and fastened his seatbelt. Compared to the group's feverishness, he seemed very calm. His superb car skills gave him a calmness beyond the ordinary, and his eyes swept across the field, paying attention at every place of position. Boom, 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 boom. As the minutes ticked by, all the owners hit the gas, and the distinctive roar reverberated across the field, resonating through the sky and into the earth. At the moment there is only 1 minute left in the game. Wolflin, why don't you hit the gas yet? Honey Snow, slightly anxious after waiting for a while and not realizing that Wang Lin had hit the gas, asked Wang Lin. Hold your horses. Now is not the time. Wang Lin said with a smile. And when will that be? Looking at the only 30 seconds left, Miyuki couldn't help but get a little nervous. If Wang Lin had been any slower, they would have missed their chance. Do you trust me? Instead of answering Miyuki, Wang Lin smiled and looked into Miyuki's eyes. Sure. After Honey Snow nodded, she stopped talking. Wang Lin's car skills were something she witnessed with her eyes. Of course she believed it. After saying this, she stopped talking. Begin. It was accompanied by a resounding mechanical sound. Everyone released their foot brakes and pressed frantically on top of the gas. Boom! The roaring general roar spreads with the 4 directions, and the resounding sound sweeps with the whole field of play. For a moment, dust and sand swirled wildly and rushed in all directions, forming a man-made sandstorm. Among these sports cars, the 3 Lamborghinis and the Bat in particular were the quickest, roaring out first, while the other vehicles were only slightly behind by a few meters. The whole scene was very hot. Boom boom boom. At the instant when all the sports cars had pulled out, Wang Lin then hit the gas and rushed out at the same time. But the direction he rushed in was a little different. Although Honey Snow was puzzled, she didn't ask more questions. Wang Lin, as an existence no less than the god of cars, certainly had his own ideas. Ha 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 ha, I'm the best. If I just work harder, I'll surpass my Yuan and the others and become a real car god. Lin Xiao, Zhang Xiao, and that so-called Wang Xin are nothing but a bunch of garbage. I'm the dad you'll never be able to surpass. Chang Lin laughed madly as he blasted the throttle to the extreme, accompanied by a strong sense of pushing back, constantly taking control of the sports car and engaging with the 3 great car gods together. His eyes also glanced back from time to time, and he was even more pleased when he noticed that a group of people were tens of meters away from him. Bang, 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 bang. After some time of chasing each other, some vehicles finally collided, and between the impacts on each other, there was a not-so-small traffic accident. Led by this number of sports cars, more stopped in place. As they hurriedly rushed off the sports cars, one racer angrily waved his right arm, but there was nothing to do but watch a group of sports cars leave. With this screening, up to 80% of the sports cars stayed put. Either the vehicle was damaged and could not start, or because the damaged vehicle blocked the way forward, they could only turn their attention to a sports car, follow and race, and become a unique spectator. What a being, to have crashed into a road tooth. Ciao. Big brother is big brother. This car skill is extraordinary. That's not true. The god of cars can be called the god of cars. That must have a super high level of skill. You don't look at now there are still 10 or so sports cars catching up. It won't be long before there will only be 3 sports cars left on this racetrack. No, it's 4, and that Bat is pretty good too. Really want to learn from them. This operation is simply flowing, and they learn a move and a half style also used for a lifetime. But one car god why did not show up? I am looking forward to him and the 3 big car god fight. Yeah, he wasn't with us and he wasn't at the track. Where did he go? A group of people were talking. At first their gazes landed on top of the track, but then they were searching for Wang Lin. You see, just then, a man shouted loudly, while reaching out and pointing to a high slope not far away. What? My God. What is he doing? Does he want to take wing? This is too much to imagine. He's going to wreck the car if he's a little careless like that. A group of people cast their eyes to the high slopes. It was the sight of the fiery red Rafa. The Rafa put on its full power. The roar of the sound resonated with the whole area. When they found out the intention of Wang Lin, a group of people all talked, feeling shocked at Wang Lin's behavior. It's on, Wang Lin said softly to Honey Snow and himself. At this moment his calm heart more than a trace of excitement. This beyond the peak although very dangerous. But in his top car skills have this aspect of the memory, and even very alive, is not a difficult thing. Aha! Honey Snow took a deep breath. Her hands gripped the handle tightly. Her eyes were dead set on the high slopes not far away. At this moment she had already experienced, from the initial disbelief, to shock, to excitement and a small amount of fear, but she believed that Wang Lin would be able to do it. Boom boom boom. Wang Lin slammed on the gas. The engine roared up. The fire-red lava, such as a berserk beast in general, crazy to the high slopes of the place roaring out. This a fire-red phantom and the sunshine shining extraordinarily shiny. The moment Rafa moved, all eyes looked in that direction and stopped moving. Rafa became the center of everyone's attention. In this instant, everyone was shaken. Their eyes could no longer move the slightest bit, and they were all pondering whether this was a feat or a tragedy. Rafa acceleration is extremely fast, but in tens of seconds has rushed to the high slope, and in an extremely tricky angle in the high soaring up, toward a group of racing cars racing place down. Ah! Michelle greatly opened her mouth, want to scream, but the sound is unable to send out. The whole person is in a kind of extreme exhilaration. This kind of feeling from the high altitude of the fall is more exciting than the roller coaster, which has never been. Boo! Rafa, under Wang Lin's control, steadily landed on the ground at the front end of a group of sports cars, raising a cloud of dust. Rafa didn't stop at the moment it landed, but chased towards the four sports cars extremely fast, with an action that was like flowing water. It worked! Honey Snow looked around in shock, after realizing that she did not hang, a pair of beautiful eyes overflowing with a different kind of light. The leap just now is simply like a dream. It is a little bit unbelievable. Waring's car skills are just fantastic. My chow, he actually made it. My God, how did he do it? It's kind of amazing that he actually made it. He not only succeeded, but he did it with such a fluidity, as if he had been honed by 1,000 hammers. But, how is this possible? A group of people in seeing this scene, altogether shocked on the spot, they incredibly shouted, to the point of incoherence. This is too much for them to feel shocked. This kind of operation is something they have never seen. In the past, they have only seen it in the TV. It is really a little bit beyond the ordinary. At this moment they also finally knew why Lin Xiao and Zhang Xiao said that Wang Lin was a car god. This kind of car skill could only be described as divine. At this instant, they could no longer think of any other adjectives. At the same time their eyes fell on top of the Rafa. They could not help but have an extra thought in their mind. I wonder if Wang Lin can compete with the three car gods. Boom boom boom. Chang Lin frantically stepped on the gas pedal. That black body, in a continuous drift, speeding, he is still hanging behind the three car gods. At this moment from the last my yuan is less than 5 meters, only need to come back to a few curves. He is likely to overtake my yuan. Come on, let's let you all witness this glorious moment together, and let you know that I, Chang Lin, am also a car god. Chang Lin had a crazy look on his face as he kept maneuvering the sports car towards my yuan. With several thrilling accelerations, he was less than 3 meters away from my yuan, and it's getting closer. This is Chang Lin. When did he make this kind of progress? No, I can't let him catch up. In the midst of his constant control, Ma Yuan's eyes glanced from time to time at the rearview mirror, where a black phantom was rushing by. But what is that? As he took aim at the bat, he saw a fiery red phantom coming sharply from behind, close to Chang Lin. Watch me pass you right away and become the third car god. Chang Lin's gaze still fell on Ma Yuan's car, constantly maneuvering. His eyes were far away. In a few hundred meters he would reach the S-curve. As long as he overtook Ma Yuan before the S-curve, after unfolding the extreme speed through the corner, he would take the name of the third god of cars, which made his heart burn hotly. Boom boom boom. Just then, a frantic roar came from behind him, while a fiery red phantom overtook him in an instant. What? Chang Lin looked at the fiery red phantom, and a hint of incredulity exploded in his eyes, especially under the attention. He suddenly realized that the one who surpassed him was none other than Wang Lin, who had disappeared. I thought he was eliminated. Why is he still catching up? How is this possible? How did he pass me? Chang Lin was momentarily caught in a daze, and then a hint of bearish anger rose in his heart. He stepped on the gas frantically, making dangerous maneuvers regardless, but no matter how frantically he maneuvered, He couldn't outrun Rafa, even as the distance between him and Rafa grew farther and farther. What? The horse was originally watching out for Chang Lin, not allowing Chang Lin to overtake him, but at a bend in the road, a fiery red phantom rushed out from behind him and headed off into the distance at an extreme speed. My chow, he passed me. Ma Yuan stared round eyes, incredibly looked ahead. For the fire-red Rafa beyond the past he felt incredible, to know that he is now precisely in the state of extreme speed. The reason why in Latte two people have a gap. It is the difference between the micro-manipulation aspect, and now it is easy to overtake. This is simply incredible. In the next instant, he also fell into a frenzy as he wanted to take back the throne of the third car god once again. Oh my god. He actually passed Chang Lin and is less than a meter away from Ma Yuan. Look guys, he passed Mahara. My god, this car skill is simply divine. Actually overtaking on a curve. This is really a divine skill. A group of people's gazes moved along with Rafa, and after seeing Rafa overtake Chang Lin and Ma Yuan, they shook, all incredulously shouting, in a moment that could only be described as shock. You're screwed. Watch me pass you on top of the curve. Here comes the curve. I'm going to prove that I'm the car god. For Wang Lin overtook himself. Chang Lin and Ma Yuan both fell into anger. Looking at the S-curve that was getting closer and closer, the two men's eyes were furious with anger, and they both said loudly, they are well versed in extreme cornering and are confident that they can outrun Wang Lin. Boom boom boom, getting closer to the S-curve. In this moment, everyone's heart lifted. It was the last position of the game. After descending the S-bend, there is only a lane of less than 10 meters to pass and will win outright. In this instant, the hearts of both Chang Lin and Ma Yuan and even Latte and Hu Gang hung high. This will be the final sprint. A group of people's eyes but all fell on the body of Wang Lin. Wang Lin is the only variable in the whole field. Can surpass or defeat, only in this moment. All 5 cars roared up at the same time, accompanied by the horrible thumping of their engines, and all roared toward the S-curve. Latte horse first, Hu Gang is only 1 meter away from him. Wang Lin is still 5 meters away from Hu Gang. Immediately behind him is the horsepower of Ma Yuan, less than 1 meter away from him. The last party is Chang Lin. Chang Lin is also 1 meter away from Ma Yuan. As the sports car sped on, Latte took the lead into the middle of the S-curve, followed by Hu Gang. Coming, let you know that I am the most powerful being. Chang Lin saw this curve, eyes more than a trace of crazy color. He directly will throttle to the extreme, and closely followed in the back of Ma Yuan, and cannot help but want to overtake the car. Finally, with his tireless efforts, he surpassed Ma Yuan and ranked after Wang Lin. Woohoo! I did it! I surpassed Mahara. Ha 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 ha. Chang Lin laughed madly. He had finally done what he had dreamed of. He continued to blast the gas pedal and chased after Wang Lin. As long as he caught up with Wang Lin, he would become the third car god. But when he looked up, a trace of incredulity swirled in his eyes, and he even screamed loudly, "This is impossible!" In the midst of his gaze, Wang Lin easily passed Hu Gang in the middle of the curve ahead and rushed next to Latte, neck and neck with Latte. Boom! At the moment of Chang Lin's shock, all the riders watching felt a loud bang in their heads, as if a loud thunderclap resounded with their ears. They all revealed an unbelievable color, to the point where many of them opened their mouths and were able to swallow an apple. This move by Wang Lin really made them feel shocked. They had only thought that Wang Lin would be able to overtake Ma Yuan and take third place, but they hadn't expected that he would rush straight to Latte's side. It really kind of shook them up a bit. My chow, how did he do that? Hu Gangben still wanted to make a small breakthrough to surpass Latte. The fire-red Rafa suddenly rushed out to startle him. Looking at a scene that vaguely surpassed Latte, he stared round his eyes. He recklessly took control of the sports car and chased after Wang Lin, but as he chased, he realized that he was getting farther and farther away from Wang Lin. You can't surpass me. First place is mine. Latte also fell into a frenzy at this moment. Wang Lin's arrival had created a strong sense of urgency. This feeling was unprecedented. Since he had participated in this Yunhai car god race, every year had been easy and comfortable. And now Wang Lin even had a hidden momentum to surpass him. He would never give up lightly. He had his own arrogance. The first place had to be his. Buzz off. The two cars were almost always side by side, speeding down the S road without a single gap. Everyone held their breath and looked at the track in silence, without a single word. At this moment there are only 3 corners left to the finish line. The ultimate champion is about to emerge. However, at this time, there were quite a few people who had a look of worry in their eyes. This last 3 turns were known as the Devil's Curve. When the speed reached its limit, if there was just a little deviation, it would be unimaginable. In the first turn, the two were neck and neck. In the second turn, Wang Lin surprisingly made a slight pass. Ah, charge me. Watching Wang Lin's front end overtake him, Latte shouted defiantly as he frantically stepped on the gas and headed for the last corner. No good. Under this extreme speed, his body was slightly shaken, directly mounted on top of the road teeth, under the huge acceleration, soared up in midair and fell towards the ground. Whoosh! In this moment, Wang Lin's Rafa, but in the whistling, went through the last corner, and reached the end. Boom! The moment Wang Lin reached the finish line, the sports car driven by Latte also landed heavily on the ground, and between the earth tremors, rolling black smoke rushed out from above the sports car. Thumbs up! The moment Wang Lin crossed the finish line, Hu Gang Changlin Ma Yuan also reached the finish line. The moment they reached the finish line, instead of cheering loudly, they all slammed on the brakes, and with a frantic slide, they all stayed at the finish line. The car doors opened quickly and they all headed in Latte's direction to save him. In that moment, the other riders shook. This sudden state of affairs made them a bit overwhelmed, and at the same time, their eyes were also focused on Latte's sports car, and they could not wait to rush to Latte's side to rescue him at this moment. Latte is very special to them, not only a worshipper, but also the president of this Yunhai City Racing Association, and can't be half bad. The moment the car stopped, all five ran fast, with Changeling taking the lead, trying to get to first and then save Latte with the car. But just then, a breeze swept by. In Chang Lin's eyes, Wang Lin, however, as if his feet were on the breeze, jumped on top of the Lamborghini and landed a heavy punch on the already broken glass. The glass window blew right out and Wang Lin yanked out Latte and Latte's female companion. Seeing this, his face couldn't help but stiffen, and his entire body froze in place. Wang Lin's performance really kind of shocked him. This was simply a martial arts master. What are you waiting for? Don't run. The car is going to explode. Wang Lin rushed to Chang Lin's side with Latte and Latte's female companion, and a slap landed on top of Chang Lin's head, drying him out and sending him tumbling on the ground like a vicious dog. Rumble. In between, the Lamborghini exploded, flames rushing high and spreading out in all directions. In the explosion, it brought up vibrations that made several people tumble. Only Wang Lin stood steadily on the ground, grasping the ground with both feet, without changing his face. Latte is saved. Watching Wang Lin save Latte, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been a little worse, Latte would have died with this sports car. Who runs a hospital? Quickly call for an ambulance and come at an expedited speed. As Wang Lin placed Latte on the ground, the gazes of the 5 people present all fell on Latte's body, and after seeing Latte's appearance, all 5 people were shocked by it. Not only had Latte's hands and legs been fractured, but he also had an extra piece of glass on his chest, less than a few centimeters away from his heart. Hu Gang's face went white and he shouted loudly, "I'll do it! I'll do it!" Almost instantly, Chang Lin and Wang Lin said in unison, "This is not child's play. It's better to let me do it. The Huakang hospital that my family owns is famous in the entire Yunhai city, and will definitely be able to cure Latte, and let him leave the hospital in one piece, and still be the excellent car god of our Yunhai city." Chang Lin said loudly, for his own hospital, he is very confident. He is convinced that Wang Lin cannot be comparable to him in this regard. In the racing is not as good as Wang Lin. He is going to be in other aspects of the pressure of Wang Lin. Right. The most crucial thing now is still to save people. Huakang Hospital can rank in the top 10 in Yunhai City. The medical level is still okay. It should be able to save Lu Xiao. Changeling's female companion said loudly. No, Latte's injuries are a bit deep. Your hospital is so trashy that it may not be able to cure him, and forced medical treatment will deepen his injuries instead, which is not a good idea. Wang Lin shook his head and said in a serious voice, Chang Xiao's hospital garbage. You're not kidding. Huakang Hospital is not only ranked among the top 10 in Yunhai City in terms of medical equipment, but also has a top Yunhai doctor, which was poached by the Chang family from the Tianyi Hospital, and can reach the top 30 in the entire Yunhai City doctor rankings. The energy of the doctor's team is even more powerful. How can it be a hot chicken? Changeling's female companion continued. When she spoke these words, everyone present nodded slightly. This strength could indeed be proud of in Yunhai City. Chang Lin's face also looked better. This is the pride that their family has always come to. Tianyi Hospital's doctor is not so easy to dig. His current purpose is also very clear. As long as he saves Lu Tian will surely be grateful to him. The Lu family is the top family in Yunhai City, and to be able to befriend with the Lu family, the benefits are unlimited. And being able to punch Wang Lin in the face made him extraordinarily cheerful. What does it matter if the car is awesome? It's still all about family in this day and age. Props for being nothing more than a rich generation. Are the doctors who come out from Tianyi Hospital bullish? They are all useless and eliminated characters. Their strength is not guaranteed at all. And most of them are people who sell their names. Wang Lin shook his head and said directly, Ha ha ha, you can't eat grapes to say grapes are sour. I didn't expect that. A car god like you is actually a lemon spirit. It's really an eye-opener. Tanny Hospital even out of the doctor is extremely powerful. This is with the eyes. Everyone please rest assured. I have contacted the hospital. The hospital has sent a special car to this side. It won't be long. It will arrive in medical treatment for Latte. Chang Lin coldly looked at Wang Lin, and afterward, said to Hu Gang and the others. Hu Gang and the others couldn't help but shake their heads slightly when they heard Wang Lin's words. They didn't expect Wang Lin to be this kind of person. As we all know, Tanny Hospital is not only the No. 1 in Yunhai City, but also in the whole country and even the whole world can be ranked in the name. It is a famous hospital, and the doctors who come out of the hospital are the object of the major hospitals to cajole, and Wang Lin said that it is only the role of elimination, which is a little bit too crazy. It is also a bit too brainless. This kind of words, from the mouth of a child is still understandable. An adult to say such words, it is a bit make them feel shameful. In between, they couldn't help but feel that Wang Lin's character was worrisome, and that the god of cars was just the god of cars, and that in the future, their exchanges would only be limited to racing. Your hospital is not only a hot chicken, but also extremely slow to come out. So far there is still no sign of it, so if this continues, it will be delayed. Wang Lin said as he looked at Chang Lin. Hey, slow? What about your hospital vehicle? Is it in the middle of a paging call, or just getting out? Chang Lin couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. His hospital's ambulance was already on its way. It wouldn't take more than a few minutes for it to arrive. My men have arrived and will be treating Latte soon. Waring grinned. Arrived? Where? Chang Lin laughed. In between. He is yet to feel that Wang Lin is a little too arrogant. Now it seems that Wang Lin is not only arrogant, but also a little bit not too good in the brain. There is no ambulance figure around at all. How can there be a man and a horse said? Quite a few people who rushed here heard this and shook their heads. Wang Lin's behavior is really a bit less sensible. It's better to be better than that, and show off what you're doing. Da 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 da. Just then, the distinctive sound of the machine's pulp turning resonated with the entire area. This made everyone now instinctively look to the sky. Above the sky, a helicopter flew frantically, rushing in their direction. The unique treasure blue shell, extraordinarily shiny. On top of this treasure blue shell, there are 4 big words Tianyi Hospital. What? It's a helicopter. That's so awesome. My god. It's actually the rescue helicopters from Tianyi Hospital. They actually came. I've heard for a long time that Tianyi Hospital owns a rescue helicopter. I didn't realize it was true. Isn't that right? This rescue helicopter is worth up to hundreds of millions of dollars. This is the top trump card of Tianyi Hospital. I didn't expect it to be deployed. But why did the rescue helicopter from Tenui Hospital come to us? And who started the energy? Looking at the appearance of Tianyi Hospital, a group of people shocked, at the same time are puzzled. Among them, who actually has such a powerful energy? Actually even Tianyi Hospital are invited. Almost at this instant, everyone's eyes fell on Honey Snow, and they instinctively thought that this was a means for Honey Snow to help Wang Lin. Honey Snow, as a famous and beautiful president of Yunhai City, had a very wide network of relationships. And it was not surprising that she could have this kind of energy. For a moment, everyone's gazes fell on Wang Lin, and there was even more contempt. They do not have the ability to rely on a woman to stand up for themselves, which is really a bit shitty, and even a bit of suspicion of eating soft rice, which makes them very shameful. Honey Snow, who was standing beside Wang Lin, was very confused by the group of people looking at her. She didn't have this kind of huge energy to make Tianyi Hospital send a helicopter to rescue her. At the same time, she was amazed. Who was it that possessed such a huge energy? Tianyi Hospital was a very special existence in Yunhai City. Even the sons of the top families were unable to shake it or invoke it, and this was the first time this had happened. The helicopter soon fell from the sky. Several doctors in white coats walked down quickly, toward the group of them, and in the same direction where Honey Snow was. In this instant, almost everyone decided that the rescue of Tianyi Hospital was the result of Honey Snow's unleashing of energy, which made a group of people feel even more shameful to Wang Lin. Which soft rice was implemented. Boss. Just then, a few highly respected doctors, however, stride up to Wang Lin's side and call out respectfully to him. What? Hearing the shouts of the extremely honorable Tianyi Hospital doctors, a group of people were however shocked, especially Hu Gang and Ma Yuan and the others. Their mouths were so wide open that they could almost swallow an apple. They had never imagined that this Tianyi Hospital was actually a hospital owned by Wang Lin. At the same time, they were shocked that Wang Lin still possessed such a different identity. This really made them feel shocked. With this, they also finally realized what Wang Lin's words just now meant. It wasn't that Wang Lin was arrogant, but he was laying out the facts with them. What? I can't believe Tianyi Hospital is his. Chang Lin's face instantly became very ugly. He categorically did not expect it to turn out like this. Once he remembered again what he had just said, he immediately felt like a jumping clown, showing off his skills in front of a connoisseur. In this instant, he couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. What? Tian-E Hospital is owned by Wang Lin. The one who was most shocked was none other than Honey Snow. She hadn't expected Wang Lin to have such a huge strength. Even Tian-E Hospital was owned by Wang Lin. Wang Lin had given her too many surprises. Treat him immediately and send him to the best ward, Wang Lin said to a couple of doctors. Yes. Several doctors took out the stretcher in an orderly manner, then placed latte on it and quickly transported it to the helicopter. As the helicopter lifted off, the boulder in everyone's heart fell. I have things to do, so I'll go first. Wang Lin could see the embarrassment of the group of people, and with a sunny smile, he took Honey Snow and left in the middle of the area under the gazes of the group of people. Wang Lin, you're a god. On the way Honey Snow, a pair of beautiful eyes swirled with a shining aura like starlight. When she came, she did not expect Wang Lin to be able to win the championship. This has really shocked her. Wang Lin is not only a good family, but also a very good person. Is simply a woman's heart of the male god. She is also for the gods. Are you going to blow me up into the sky and then slam me hard into the ground? Wang Lin smiled and said, rumble. Just at that moment, thunderclouds densely covered the dome of the sky, and thunder rumbled. Raindrops fell from the sky in a downpour. This sudden downpour directly blocked Honey Snow's words, and Wang Lin drove carefully. It was very dangerous in the heavy rain. Wang Lin traveled all the way, and finally sent Honey Snow back to her home, before driving back to the hotel, and after taking a shower, walked to the Tiandu Mall with an umbrella. This sudden downpour had left a small number of people trapped in the Tiandu Mall, walking around and with no thought of leaving, though many more were blocked from the road and cut off from coming to the Tiandu Mall. The large Tiandu Mall was in a rare state of tranquility, and some of the stores presented a scene of no one in them. Wang Lin walked among them, went straight up to the 10th floor, and began to collect the rent. Perhaps because of the small number of people, a store owner, extraordinarily enthusiastic, but it was only an afternoon, and he had received as many as 20 households, which not only filled up his total funds, but was only a few households away from receiving his reward. Time flew by, Wang Lin deep in it, very enjoyable, until late at night this returned to the hotel. After a quick wash, he fell asleep. The next day, he got up in high spirits, and without stopping, he headed towards the Tiandu Mall. He wanted to complete the rent collection mission as early as possible to obtain the new rewards. After going downstairs, he went first to the hotel's buffet restaurant, which was extraordinarily sweet and delicious, and he chose noodles and western desserts. Dad, your son is on the phone, on the way to dinner. However, his phone rang. The distinctive ringtone resonated with the entire area. It caused many tourists and business travelers to roll their eyes. Wang Lin smiled and didn't say anything. Mr. Wang, I'm Huang Shueru. Your villa in the Royal Heart Garden has been renovated. If you're free today, please also come over to take a look. Huang Shueru's soft voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, I'm free today. I'll come, Wang Lin responded, but his eyes showed a trace of unexpected surprise color. He categorically did not think that the villa's decoration was so fast. He nodded for Huang Shueru in his heart. Okay, wait for you. Huang Shueru smiled and hung up the phone. Hanging up the phone, Wang Lin quickly finished his breakfast and then walked towards Tiandu Mall. Today was another busy day. At this point, the Tiandu Mall was open just in time, and it was a bit crowded today. Many of them tourists who had been cut off by yesterday's downpour, all of them talking to each other and looking very excited. Wang Lin went up to the 10th floor again and plunged headlong into his work. His rent collection was also hampered because of the large number of guests, but with a busy morning, the goal of 300 households was reached. Go find Long Xiaoyu for dinner. In a rather good mood, he went straight to the store. He happened to see Long Xiaoyu, who had received a wave of guests. Long Xiaoyu was wearing a set of professional clothes today, which not only showed her perfect figure, but also completely displayed that temperament, forming a beautiful scenery line. Wang Lin especially found that under these days of honing, Long Xiaoyu's temperament had also changed, and was developing towards the path of a strong woman, which also made many men no longer dare to act freely. What are you looking at? Long Xiaoyu spotted Wang Lin and immediately gave him an angry cross look. Look at the absolute beauty again. Look at it and live another year. Wu Lin heatedly laughed. Bah, so you're not a 1,000-year-old bastard then? Long Xiaoyu said with a smile, clearly in a good mood. Come, eat with me in order to become a being with heaven and earth. Wang Lin said with a smile. Walk up. Long Xiaoyu revealed a smile, and at the same time, her stomach indisputably made a gurgling sound. Even though she had a thicker skin, she still made a scene. Well, you look better this way, like one of those little daughters-in-law. Wang Lin said with a smile. Itchy skin. Ha! Long Xiaoyu cut Wang Lin a fierce glance, and her right hand was about to probe out to teach Wang Lin a lesson. Who knew that Wang Lin's body shifted slightly and dodged Long Xiaoyu's attack? Long Xiaoyu was very surprised with Wang Lin's reaction. In the past are 100 shots. Looking at Wang Lin's triumphant appearance, Long Xiaoyu felt doubly hurt internally, but there was nothing she could do. You can only vent your frustration by gorging on meat and drinks in a Sichuan restaurant. After the drinks were enough, Long Xiaoyu leaned back in her chair comfortably. Old Wang, do you know what day the day after tomorrow is? Long Xiaoyu stared at Wang Lin and suddenly said solemnly, get rewarded for the day. Wang Lin was almost about to blurt it out, but in the next instant, he came to an abrupt halt, and at the same time, he looked at Long Xiaoyu in surprise, wondering what kind of medicine Long Xiaoyu was selling. The ordinary day after the big day, which was neither an important holiday, nor his birthday, or Long Xiaoyu's birthday, made him very puzzled. Did he miss some important information? Have you forgotten the promise you made back then so soon? Long Xiaoyu coldly crossed Wang Lin's eyes. The promise of the year? Wang Lin was even more confused. He didn't really seem to have any promises over the years, which was really strange. Long Xiaoyu looked at Wang Lin's appearance and couldn't help but smile, looking very happy, which directly relieved her of the discomfort she had just felt. Beauty, just tell me. Wang Lin looked at Long Xiaoyu a bit speechlessly. This sudden scene made him very impatient. There, don't make you feel bad. Long Xiaoyu waited for a while and laughed extraordinarily freely before she spoke. Tomorrow is the 5th anniversary of our graduation from college. So this is it. Wang Lin slapped his head and finally came to a realization. Back then, Long Xiaoyu was the class president and he was the vice president. On the night of graduation, he told everyone that this graduation party doesn't have to happen every year. It's more exciting to come once every 5 or 10 years. Arranged? Looking at the smiling Long Xiaoyu, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He was the one who brought it up back then and he forgot. It was really a bit of a slap in the face. He couldn't help but say to Long Xiaoyu, of course it's booked. I've booked a private room in my name at the Yaohao Hotel, which of course you'll have to pay for. And also, I've already notified everyone that they'll all be arriving tomorrow. Long Xiaoyu said with a smile. Of course, the money has to come from me. Wang Lin heard this instantly smile and eyebrows. The big stone in his heart also finally fell. If he did not do it, then he is going to regret it. After eating, Long Xiaoyu returned to work. Today's tourists are extraordinarily large. The store clerk has already called a few times to rush. All of them are some unexpected situations. Wang Lin, the shirker, was too lazy to bother with these things. He once again came to the milk tea store, chose a seat, and drank fresh milk tea, which added a lot of black and white light milk. Extraordinarily sweet. He directly dialed Tao Yuntian's number. Wang Dong, what are the instructions? Tao Yuntian's respectful voice came from over there. Know the Yaohao Hotel? Waring asked. No, it is a famous big hotel in Yunhai City. Wang Dong, is it to order food? Tao Yuntian immediately returned. Which group does it belong to? Waring asked. I'll check. Tao Yuntian immediately put down his cell phone and began to inquire. Soon he connected the phone. Wang Dong, I've already checked it out. It's a hotel that belongs to Liddy and Herding. Oh, Wang Lin revealed an unexpected color. He didn't expect that this Yaohao Grand Hotel was also an industry under his banner. At the same time, he said to Tao Yuntian, thank you, Dong Wang, you're out of line. Do you need me to order for you? Tao Yuntian said. No, I'm just checking. You get busy. Wang Lin directly hung up the phone, and immediately, he dialed Han Xian's phone. Wang Dong, Han Xian immediately picked up the phone and said loudly, since the last time there was that one thing, his nerves have always been in a tense state. After seeing Wang Lin come to the phone, immediately put down all the things. Give me the number of the person in charge of the Embarcadero Hotel. I want to make a reservation. Waring said. Yes. Han Xian was instantly relieved, and at the same time, he quickly gave Wang Lin the number of the person in charge of the Yaohao Grand Hotel, and after this, quickly edited a text message to the person in charge of the Yaohao Grand Hotel. Shander? It's still a really unique name. Wang Lin looked at the number and couldn't help but sigh, but dialed the number. Hello, welcome to the Yaohao Hotel. A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone, and when he heard this voice, Wang Lin inexplicably felt that his mood had become much better. Chandler, this is Wang Lin. Wang Lin said with a smile. Wang Dong, hello. Chen Duo immediately called out respectfully. You're really all over the place with this information. One of my classmates booked a box and upgraded her to top tier. Waring said. Okay, what's her name, please? Chandler responded immediately. Long Xiaoyu. Wolflin said. Wang Dong, this will be done for you. Chandler responded immediately. Good. Wang Lin hung up the phone. Done. It feels good to be rich. Wang Lin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he also revealed a mysterious smile. He was now enough to imagine Long Xiaoyu's shocked appearance when she was in the great day after tomorrow. Why hasn't this reward come yet? After drinking the milk tea, Wang Lin still didn't hear the system's prompts and couldn't help but feel a little strange, but it didn't come, and there was nothing he could do about it. After only being able to drink the milk tea, he left the Tendu Mall and drove up the Rafa, heading towards the Royal Heart Garden. The sun was shining today, staggering the rush hour commute, and there weren't too many cars on the road. Rafa's arrival drew countless gasps from the crowd, and many others took out their cell phones and started filming. Wang Lin had long been accustomed to this, and as he sped along, he soon arrived at the Royal Heart Garden. This time there was clearly a greeting. The security guards let it go straight through and saluted straight away. Wang Lin responded with a smile and drove the Lafa to the villa. As he was just pulling up to the front door, Huang Shueru, who was wearing a shirt and high heels, then walked over quickly. Mr. Wang, Huang Shueru said with a big smile, while bending her waist and looking very respectful. I'll go. Wang Lin opened the window of the car, and at the sight of the scenery in front of him, he couldn't help but scream in his heart. Today's Huang Shueru was still as hot as ever, but there was a slight difference. Her hair was no longer blonde and was dyed back to black. With her long black hair, she was a little less wild, but a little more quiet. Paired with that mature scent, you can't help but get a little bloodthirsty. Wang Lin didn't park the car into the underground parking lot and directly got out of the car. Mr. Wang, the renovation was actually finished last week, and these days, I'm doing some finishing work, and at the same time, I've also had formaldehyde removal done, so I'll be able to move in another week. Huang Shueru was very satisfied with Wang Lin's appearance, and she still had a clear perception of her own charm. Really? You're really meticulous. Wang Lin gave Huang Shueru an unexpected look. He had originally thought that it was just being renovated. Mr. Wang, this way please. Huang Shueju immediately walked to the front, opened the electronic door, and introduced Wang Lin. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Just then, a system alert sounded in his ears. Mr. Wang? Huang Shueru looked at Wang Lin in surprise, a little puzzled by Wang Lin's sudden stop. You go in first, I have a call to take. Waring pretended to pick up the phone and stepped aside. Yes, please. Huang Shueru revealed a smile and opened the door, instantly walking into the courtyard. She had to organize her thoughts on where to start the introduction. Detected the host successfully completing the mission. Rewarded with 100% of the shares of Giant Elephant Security Group Co. First major shareholder, Heavenly Melody. As Wang Lin stepped aside, 2 system prompts instantly sounded in his ears. Another double bonus. A different light swirled in Wang Lin's eyes, and his heart was on hot fire. Giant Elephant Security Group Limited? Wang Lin picked up his cell phone and searched. With the search he found the wiki and read it. Giant Elephant Security Group Limited is a large-scale enterprise integrating security and property, as well as bodyguard services. Although it has not reached the point of the national top 500, but it is not far away, especially in the city of Yunhai. Unique reputation. Almost every big brother has a Giant Elephant Security Group security personnel. They are strong, but also dedicated. Is the model of the industry? That's a nice bonus. Not only for external revenue, but also for ensuring my other industries. The light in Wang Lin's eyes flashed continuously, looking very joyful. And what is this heavenly voice? Immediately, his eyes settled on the latter ability. With the viewing, the system poked out a message at once. He watched it for several minutes before it dawned on him. So this heavenly voice is about taking your otherwise mediocre singing ability and turning it into the top in the world and being able to call it heavenly music. It made his eyes dazzle, and it was a nice ability to have. Dad, your son is on the phone. As he was about to continue his research for a bit, his cell phone suddenly rang. Waring picked up the phone. Hello, is this Wang Lin? Wang Dong? It's me. Hello, I'm Lu Xiaohua, the general manager of the Giant Elephant Security Group. May I ask if you have any instructions for the company? Not at the moment. Everything is operating as usual. Well, report back to me when there are major matters to be discussed. Yes. The phone came from the other end of the phone. Zhang's voice. Wang Lin directly hung up the phone. For this operation he has long been familiar with. After hanging up the phone, he strides into the courtyard. An hour later, Wang Lin after in Huang Shueju handover. Very satisfied. Whether it is decoration design, or every furniture, he is very in this, can see Huang Shueju with the heart. However, although the place does a good job of removing formaldehyde, it still has a faint odor and is not suitable for immediate living. Manager Huang, I wonder if I'm free tonight. I'm going to call a few friends and celebrate together. Wang Lin looked at Huang Shuiru and said, "Sure." Huang Shuiru said with a smile. She had been waiting for this opportunity. Potluck dinner tonight. Huatian Gourmet, Imperial Hall. Wang Lin immediately edited the text message and sent it to the three Watermelon Lilong Lin Xiao. Watermelon, Roger. On time. Liren, TSK, Atmosphere. Lin Xiao, Woof God. Thanks, but can I bring a friend? Wang Lin looked at the trio's messages and uniformly returned a smile emoji to the three of them while tapping on Lin Xiao's dialogue box. Of course. You're welcome. Lin Xiao, definitely on time. Looking at the three people's replies, Wang Lin revealed a small smile. Mr. Wang, then I'll go ahead and get ready. I'll see you tonight. Huang Shuizhu smiled modestly and left the place. See you tonight. Wang Lin's gaze fell on top of Huang Shuiru's back. That slender figure, paired with a professional outfit, was a perfect back killer that made people fall in love with her. 4 women, and he knew them very well. Dressing up would take at least an hour, and counting the hours, it was about time. After bidding farewell to Huang Shuiru, Wang Lin immediately called the manager of Huatian Gourmet, and after booking a private room, he strolled around the villa, which was perfectly decorated but still lacked some modern instrumentation, which he wanted to study. An hour later, Wang Lin drove to Huatian Gourmet. When the parking attendant saw that it was Wang Lin who had arrived, he immediately bumbled the car to the side, and the 2 rows of Chongsanplat attendants gave a warm welcome. All go about your business and cheer up. After waving to the group of people, Wang Lin walked directly into the Huatian cuisine. Yes, a group of people looked at Wang Lin's back and nodded their heads in unison. For the encouragement of the chairman of the board of directors, it made them as if they were pumped with chicken blood, and one beautiful woman was glowing. Old woof, that's unkind. Why are you so late as the host? Wang Lin had just walked into the box when he saw Li Long put down his cell phone and walked over, while blasting his fist on his chest. Wang Lin's body shook slightly. Li Long's strength was immediately dislodged, and shocked Li Long back a step. What's thick? Can you eat it? Old Wang, this hand of yours has character. It's almost like a martial arts master. Li Long, however, was raised by the blow that Wang Lin had just dealt and said loudly, but no, since being a rich man, I have been unable to adapt, which has hired a group of masters, to study hard, to protect against some emergencies, just instinct. Wang Lin is a serious bullshitter. You're right about this. When the big boss, it is true that you need to defend yourself, but you're a little bit not enough class A. Usually that kind of big boss, are embracing the front and back. A lot of bodyguards following the side. Liren said with a smile. What do you know? My security people are in the shadows. Wang Lin smiled without leaving a trace. His eyes swept towards the hotel. The hotel was his. Did anyone else dare to be wild in front of him? Besides, he was the one who possessed absolute battle power, and there was no one in this world who was his opponent yet. Squeak! Just then, the door opened. In walked a figure. Come as not seen for a long time. Watermelon. Watermelon changed the previous disheveled state. Not only combed up and Li Long, the same big back hair, and suits and dresses, the body of the temperament of the explosion, and Wang Lin and Li Long also particularly found. Watermelon face became thin. TSK, Watermelon, you can do it. It's like a different person after not seeing you for a few days. Li Long immediately walked forward and wrapped his arms around Watermelon. Laughing loudly, Watermelon smiled slightly, very satisfied with his current self, while he gave Wang Lin a slightly grateful look. All this was given to him by Wang Lin. In the past few days, he has almost changed radically, not only raising his eyebrows, but also making a big splash in the company. Woof God, the door of the box was opened again, and the one who walked in was not Lin Xiao, but the seriously injured Latte, with Lin Xiao walking behind him like a little follower. At this moment, Latte was red-faced and didn't look injured at all. Welcome. Wang Lin looked extraordinarily surprised by Latte's recovery, and the strength of Tianyi Hospital was truly extraordinary. Come sit. Wang Lin immediately gave a warm welcome to the 2 men and introduced them to Watermelon and Li Long. After learning that both men were big shots, the 2 businessmen, Li Long and Watermelon, were extraordinarily jubilant and instantly hit it off. Wang Lin was delighted with this. Mr. Wang, help! Just as Wang Lin formed a game for the 4 of them to play Guandanmai, his cell phone suddenly rang and came with a cry for help from Huang Shuiru. Where are you? Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. Huang Shuiru was his guest today, and there was still someone who dared to touch her. Screaming is useless. In this Huatian Gourmet, I'm the boss. Whoever comes is useless. Be obedient and submissive with Yin Xiao today. Eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. Before Huang Shuiru could answer, An arrogant voice came from the other end of the phone while forcibly hanging up the phone. What? As soon as Wang Lin heard this, his heart immediately nestled, although he didn't know what had happened. Through the conversation he had just had, he was enough to understand that it must have been someone within Huatian Gourmet who had made the move. What's wrong? Wang Lin's movement immediately caused the four people to pay attention, and they all looked at Wang Lin and asked, "There's a little something I'm going to take care of," Wang Lin said to the four and immediately left the box. Four people want to say more, but after thinking about Wang Lin's identity also did not say more. This Huatian food or all Wang Lin, he is enough to solve. Get me all the security footage. Wang Lin aggressively walked out of the box and made his way to the security room. You are? The duty officer looked at Wang Lin suspiciously. He didn't recognize Wang Lin, while slightly raising his eyebrows. This was an important part of the hotel. Ordinary people couldn't enter. He instinctively wanted to blast Wang Lin out. Chairman Wang. The beautiful manager immediately rushed over with quick steps after spotting Wang Lin, and yelled respectfully, Wang Dong. The security guard, who was originally still upset, immediately stood up straight and respectfully called out. At the same time, his heart was grateful, thanks to the fact that he did not make a move just now. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mr. Wang, which video would you like to see? And at what time? The security guard said. The last half hour. Wang Lin's eyes fell on the surveillance and began to observe. With the display of the surveillance, Wang Lin suddenly realized that Huang Shuiru was actually intercepted at the Cloud Peak Hall, which was less than tens of meters away from the Imperial Hall. That's really bold. Wang Lin's heart swirled with rage as he took large strides towards the Cloud Peak Hall. The beautiful manager and the security guards trailed behind. Furious, although they did not know what had happened, but through the images on the monitor they could still guess a thing or two, knowing that it was a big deal. Cloud Peak Hall. Dressed in a long fiery red dress, Huang Shuiru had long since lost her previous confidence and charm. Her stunning face was filled with a strong color of trepidation. The box was large, but she was forced into a corner. Inside the box, there were two men. Both men were dressed in blue and green suits with trendy hairstyles, looking human, and beside the two men, there were several gaily dressed women. TSK, I didn't expect to see such a superb product here. You guys look at this body. Looks, it's simply no weaker than the three great beauties of the Yunhai, especially with that fawning manner. It's really superb. My luck today is really good. The young man wearing a blue suit, his eyes were dead set on Huang Shuiru's body, his eyes filled with a strong color of appreciation. Sitting on a chair, he was holding a red wine glass in his hand, gently shaking the red wine. Quite a bit of a cynical look. Very beautiful indeed. Then I will congratulate young Master Yun and be delighted with the beauty. Young Mr. Yun, don't worry about making a scene here. My Feng family has several executives here, enough to suppress everything. The man in the green suit said with a smile on his face. Why don't you come over? Serve young Master Yun well? It's your good fortune to be favored by young Master Yun. I really envy you. To tell you the truth, Yun Xiao is the youngest of the Yun family. The Yun family not only enjoys fame in Yunhai City, but also in this Huatian cuisine. There is still not a small amount of influence. You can't go away today no matter what. Rather than resisting, it's better to take the initiative. Hurry up and come over here. Young Yun, but he seldom places such a high value on women. Today you are really lucky. As long as you serve young Yun well, all the glory and riches will be available to you. A few women looked at Huang Shuiru with envious faces. They came here today because they wanted to have some relationship with Yun Xiao, but they didn't expect to be covered up by Huang Shuiru. A woman. One by one, jealousy was born. You guys are really shameless. Huang Shuiru pretended to be calm while disliking the group of women back, but her gaze instantly trembled when it landed on Yun Xiao. As a woman who had been crawling around in Yunhai City for a long time, she certainly knew some of the forces in Yunhai City, led by a group of forces that were objects that could not be offended. Among them was the Yun family. The Yun family's business was extensive, involving not only catering, but also security and entertainment, a behemoth that she simply could not fight against with her seniority. Come here and toast to young Master Yun. The man in the green suit looked coldly at Huang Shuiru and said, a hint of impatience in his words. The moment he spoke, everyone in the box revealed a look of impatience. The man winked at a couple of the women to force their hand. Come over here. Seeing as you look like an eight-faced man, you can't even have no eyesight for that. You'll have to obey even if you don't today. Come on, take the initiative yourself. Maybe you can even become young Master Yun's wife. If you don't, you can only turn into a high-class toy. Getting our hands on you won't be so pleasant. Several women said loudly to Huang Shuejiu, while standing straight up. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, you've broken the law by acting like this. It's a crime, and it can be forgiven if you let go now. Huang Shuiru's face turned slightly white, and she looked at the several women in a more alarmed manner. She was just a weak woman who was no match against these women. Crime? Ha ha ha, you're really too cute. I told you, it doesn't count even if the King of Heaven comes today. Be a good boy and surrender. There's still a little dignity to enjoy. Otherwise later on. The man in the green suit laughed coldly. As Yun Xiao's follower, he was aware of Yun Xiao's character, and if he was obedient, he might even go back to becoming Yun Xiao's girlfriend and enjoying the glory and wealth. But if one resists, or even makes a threatening remark, there is a good chance that they will be used directly, forcefully, and become a superior toy. After playing around with it, it would be thrown to him with a couple of women for a multi-sport session. Yes, come over quickly and serve young Master Yun properly. Yun Xiao is the most generous young man in Yunhai City. As long as you can make Yun Xiao happy, everything is fine. Come over quickly, or if we do, the nature will be different. Those who know the time are the best. A few women continued to speak to Huang Shuiru, feeling very impatient with her disobedience, but their gazes still fell on Yun Xiao's body, and without Yun Xiao's word, they did not make a move. Grab it. Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow and said to a few people. Yes. Hearing this, a few women brightened up. This action of Yun Xiao was exactly treating this woman as a toy. This was something they were happy to see. Not only would it satisfy their jealousy, but it would also allow them to have an additional toy. Bang! At the instant they did, the door of the box was violently kicked open, and the door hit the wall so hard that the entire box shook ferociously. The door to the box was kicked in and a group of people cast their eyes over it. The sudden kick startled them all, and when they realized that the intruder was a man, their eyes swept with emotion. Anger, doubt, surprise and other emotions flashed by. Wang Lin. When the helpless Huang Shuiru saw Wang Lin, she exclaimed in surprise, and her tightly clenched hands were loosened. So this is your rescue? After hearing Huang Shuizhu's words, Zhu Yang immediately smiled. The reason why Huang Shuizhu didn't commit is because of this rescuer. Now as long as this rescuer will be killed, Huang Shuizhu will directly commit, and Yun Xiao will be able to hold the beauty. His gaze fell on Wang Lin, and after realizing that Wang Lin was dressed in ordinary clothes, a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. He was certain enough that Wang Lin was just an ordinary person with no power or influence, and such an existence could be crushed by a single finger of his. Let her go and get the hell out of here. Wang Lin coldly looked at Zhu Yang, Yun Xiao's group of people and said loudly, ha ha ha, you're not here to be funny, are you? When Zhu Yang heard this, he immediately laughed, and not only him, but even the others also laughed along with him. A commoner with no power and no influence, with one word, telling them, the rich kids, to leave and get lost? You're not a fool, are you? Okay, stop playing and get him out of here. Yun Xiao also laughed, and then, he said to Zhu Yang, who was too lazy to engage in communication with this kind of mole. At the same time, he was relieved. He could let go of this kind of mole. This kind of extreme product like Huang Shuiru could not be spared. Did you hear that? Yun Xiao told you to get lost. Hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave so easily later. Zhu Yang said to Wang Lin as if he was scolding a cat or a dog. Da 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 da. Just then, a sound of high heels hitting the ground came from not far away, and a woman in a professional outfit walked in, with a security guard standing behind her. So this is what you're leaning on? Zhu Yang saw the arriving woman but smiled. The woman he was certainly no stranger to. It was the manager of this place, Tan Xian. What looked impressive to outsiders was nothing in front of his eyes. Not to mention the family behind Yun Xiao. The few executives from his family were enough to crush Tan Xian. Tan Xian, you're so imposing. How dare you storm into young Master Yun's box? Hurry up and throw this thing out, or not only him, but you will be implicated as well. Zhu Yang said coldly. The group of people all looked coldly at Wang Lin's trio. If it was normal, they would only lower their voices when they saw Tan Xian. But today was different. The power that Yun Xiao possessed as the youngest member of the Yun family was not something that a small manager could contend with. Yun Xiao only needs to say one word and Tan Xian will get the hell out of here. Not to mention that Zhu Yang still has people here at Huatian Gourmet, blasted out and included in the blacklist of Huatian cuisine forever. Wang Lin coldly looked at the several people and said to Tan Xian, you still haven't recognized the truth? Tan Xian is a tiger without claws and teeth in front of me. She can't even protect herself, and you still want her to help you? Can you even scrutinize the situation? You're afraid you're not a fool. Zhu Yang looked at Wang Lin with the eyes of an idiot. How did he meet such an idiot today? At the same time, he couldn't help but be a bit skeptical of Huang Shuilu's taste. How could he like this kind of oddball? In this instant, the others cast teasing glances. They would like to see how Wang Lin would be thrown out. Yes, Tan Xian answered loudly and turned to look at the security guards. Blast them out. Please. The tall security guard walked over to Zhu Yang's body and coldly addressed Zhu Yang, and the group of women said, "What? Tan Xian, what are you doing? Do you not want to do it anymore? Do you know what you're doing?" Zhu Yang shouted angrily. He hadn't even expected Tan Xian to actually give the order. "Idiot." Tan Xian coldly glanced at Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang did have a few relatives who were the top management of Huatian Gourmet. If it was usual, she would still be afraid for a moment or two. But today the chairman of the board of directors was right in front of her. And right now Zhu Yang was simply a jumping clown. "You're done. You're really done." Zhu Yang pointed at Tan Xian and shouted in exasperation. Although he was furious, he still cowered in the face of the strong security guards. 3 of him were no match for the security guards. He growled angrily while he dropped his gaze on Yun Xiao's body. "Think about what you're doing. You've offended me and it won't be counted so lightly." Yun Xiao coldly looked at Wang Lin and said. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect Wang Lin to have this right. At this moment, the security guard and Tan Xian both looked at Wang Lin. Young Yun was different from the others, relying on the behemoth that was the Yun family behind him. "Blast it out," Wang Lin said faintly, as if pronouncing a judgment. "You." Yun Xiao's face became ugly to the extreme. He had already moved the Yun family out, but Wang Lin still didn't care. It was really possible. "Okay, you wait for me. Let's go." Yun Xiao crossed Wang Lin's eyes and said to Zhu Yang, walking out of the box first. Zhu Yang looked at Yun Xiao who walked out, then looked at Wang Lin and said viciously, "Wait for me," quickly walked out of the box as well. A group of women immediately followed and ran out of the box. The security guard immediately followed a few people as he had to watch a group of people walk out of the hotel. Xiao Yun, just let it go? All the way to be driven out of the hotel by the security guards. Zhu Yang looked very unwilling, and his heart was even more furious. Such a loss, but he had never eaten. Of course not. How have I, Yun Xiao, ever suffered such a loss? You immediately go and contact a few of your relatives. I'll go and look for some more people. Later, we'll settle the score with him, Yun Xiao said coldly. Yes. When Zhu Yang heard this, his eyes lit up and he immediately responded. Go about your business, Wang Lin said to Tan Xian. Yes. In terms of nodding, Tan Xian slowly walked out of the box. Are you okay? Wang Lin looked at Huang Shuiru, wearing a fire-red dress. Huang Shuiru's beauty was unbelievable. This fire-red dress not only perfectly outlined her figure, but also added to her beauty, coupled with that seductive mature temperament. Even Wang Lin saw it, were all moved by it. In this moment, he also knew why Yin Xiao was so bold. Huang Shuiru was the ultimate, able to make most men go crazy for her. Mr. Wang, thank you so much. If you hadn't come, I'm afraid I'd be. Huang Shuiru said gratefully to Wang Lin, and when she was in the middle of her sentence, she wanted to stop talking. It's okay, let's go. Wang Lin gently patted Huang Shuiru's shoulder and said, and immediately, led Huang Shuiru towards the door. Aha! Huang Shuiru looked at Wang Lin, and couldn't help but feel an extra trace of a different sentiment in her heart. After so many years, Wang Lin was still the first person to treat her so well. Huang Shuiru followed Wang Lin to the box. The beautiful and moving Huang Shuilu really shocked Li Long and Watermelon, as well as Lin Xiaolushan. Li Long moved his mouth, but he didn't say much after all. Halfway through the meal, Latte left because of something at home, and after Latte left, Lin Xiao took the initiative to carry the banner and started to drink awkwardly with a few people to liven up the atmosphere. Bang! While several people were toasting each other and the atmosphere was intense to the peak, the door of the box was kicked open. The atmosphere at the table, which was already strong, stagnated. Lin Xiao, who was about to drink, frowned even more. Accompanied by the sound of shoes hitting the ground, several men dressed in black suits walked into the box. The first one had a big bald head, which was exceptionally shiny and eye-catching under the illumination of the lights. The black sunglasses with the bald head made it look extra menacing. Who's Wang Lin? The bald big man said coldly as he barged into the box. His gaze swept across the entire box. He didn't have any lingering, murderous aura because of Huang Shuiru's beauty. His gaze just flowed over Lin Xiao's several people. His purpose was extremely strong. Giant Elephant Security Group Biao? Lin Xiao looked at the man and said unexpectedly, but his brows pulled tighter. You recognize me? Oh yes, you're Lin Chuan's son. The bald man looked at Lin Xiao, and after a moment of looking at him, he suddenly came to the realization that the business of the Giant Elephant Security Company was spread throughout the entire Yunhai City, and that there were connections between all the major families in Yunhai City. The company also does business with the Lin family. Brother Piao, then why don't you see my father's face and back off? Hearing this, Lin Xiao said, Lin Chuan is indeed a character, but he can't control me. What I should do, I still have to do. Biao's words caused Lin Xiao's face to instantly turn ugly. knowing that today's matter could not be settled. Li Long and Watermelon instantly tensed up as well. They looked at each other. Their gazes landed on the wine bottles not far away. A trace of ruthlessness was born in their hearts. Once a fight broke out, they wouldn't be able to stand idly by. Huang Shuiru's face was slightly white. Biao, she also knew, was a terrifying existence. She instinctively thought of Yun Xiao, and only the Yun family could make Biao's attitude so strong. She clenched her jade hands, and more than a hint of struggle appeared on her face. Don't worry guys, he wouldn't dare touch me. Wang Lin looked at Piao and a few other men in black and said loudly, I don't dare to move you? Are you here to be funny? I'm here to move you today. Biao laughed when he heard Wang Lin's words. His gaze fell on Wang Lin, filled with sarcasm. He had beaten up many people, but this was the first time he had met someone so arrogant and cocky. Really don't know what you're talking about. Really think you're somebody? Hurry up and get out. Don't give your face away and save us the trouble of pulling you out. Come out. The few big men who followed Biao showed their anger and shouted ferociously, because I'm your boss. You're just my employees. And an employee who dares to touch the boss is anticlimactic. Wang Lin looked at Piao coldly and said, What? Piao couldn't help but be stunned and confused. Biao. He said he's our boss. This kid must be out of his mind. Really whimsical. And a boss? I think it's a boss with a stupid face. Looks like you're trying to get us to loosen up your bones for you, doesn't it? Several big men heard this and burst out laughing, all coldly looking at Wang Lin. Feeling a bit unaware of Wang Lin's words, Brother Biao reacted. Also laughed. Really oddballs in a row there. Today especially more. Out to do an errand. Actually lied to his boss. Are you out of your fucking mind? You're still our boss? Brother Biao said with a big smile. At the same time, he made a wink to a few people next to him, to let them get a few people away from Lin Xiao. He wanted to personally beat up Wang Lin fatly. This person who dared to desecrate the company. He wanted to make an example of him. Wang Lin indifferently looked at several people, while unhurriedly taking out his cell phone, dialed Lu Xiaohua's phone and turned on the public playback function. Tu de Lu. The distinctive sound of a cell phone ringing appeared in the middle of the box. When Brother Biao heard this, he laughed. He was not scared. A phone call can still turn over the sky? Wang Dong, what are the instructions? Lu Xiaohua's voice suddenly appeared in the box. Hey, boss, this kid is a bit of a doormat. He even found someone to impersonate Mr. Lu. The voice is so similar. A big man laughed at once. It was not the first time they had encountered this kind of situation since they had been doing their job. The last time, that person had been beaten by them to the point that they couldn't take care of themselves. And this time, there was actually someone else who dared to use this kind of method. It's really too old for that. Wang Lin, you're in deep trouble. Originally I only wanted to beat you up fat, but now it's not that simple. Piao coldly looked at Wang Lin and said, What? Lu Xiaohua Ben is still depressed. Why Wang Lin does not speak? Is it pressed wrong? This time he heard Piao and the others instantly knew what was happening. Wang Biao, how dare you? This is the boss of our group company. Quickly apologize to Wang Dong. Lu Xiaohua's growling voice came from the other end of the phone at once. Do it. Get me this kid, who dared to impersonate Mr. Lu, and beat him up until he doesn't even recognize his mother. Let him know that there are some things you can't say carelessly. When Wang Biao heard this, he was on fire and shouted at a few people. StarNovels.com. Several people walked out immediately, and just then, Wang Biao's cell phone rang. Wang Biao took out his cell phone and instinctively wanted to hang up, but once he saw that it was Lu Xiaohua calling, he couldn't help but press the answer button. Mr. Lu, what are your instructions? I'm on business. I'm talking to you. There's a stupid fork pretending to be you, but also said that this called Wang Lin is our boss. You say it's not ridiculous. I'm going to go to cut him. Later I'll bring a few brothers. Will be that pretending to be your stupid fork big disassembled 8 pieces. After Wang Biao picked up the phone, he spoke at once, and the movements of several big men stopped for it, and all of them revealed a smile. That stupid fork was indeed ridiculous. Mr. Lu, this all called. This is not attacked. I'm the fucking douchebag you're talking about. Just as Wang Biao was about to continue, a roar that was almost like a growl came out from both cell phones at the same time, and although it was separated by the cell phones, everyone at the scene was enough to feel the anger in it. Voices rushed out from both cell phones at the same time, reverberating through the large box and haunting everyone's ears. Gah! This sudden roar couldn't help but make the atmosphere of the scene stagnate. Especially Wang Biao's face became very ugly. This voice was not fictitious. It was, as it were, Lu Xiaohua's voice. As a close associate of Lu Xiaohua's side, how could he not know what was happening? His face immediately became very ugly. He simply did not expect that the water had rushed to the Dragon King's temple. He's really moving a stone to his own feet. In this moment, he couldn't wait to smack himself in the face. Calling your boss a fool in front of his own boss is just too long of a life. Brother Biao. I think it's because this grandson has found someone to imitate Mr. Lu. Chipping this grandson. He'll definitely tell the truth. Beat him to the point where he can't take care of himself. Let him know what people he can't mess with. A big man heard this immediately laughed. At the same time to walk forward to Wang Lin to catch. He coldly looked at Wang Lin. This trick fooled Wang Biao, but cannot fool him. His eyes were filled with intense anger, and he wanted to beat Wang Lin up fat. Snap. Wang Biao was originally scalp numb. The heart of remorse is born in the thought of how to end. This underlings made a scene, but also become a fuse. He stepped forward, and a slap landed on the big man's cheek, the huge force jerking the big man over to the ground. Are you a fucking idiot? This is Mr. Lu's phone. He's our boss, Wang Dong. At this time, he has remembered that Lu Xiaohua did say to him before. The company boss became Wang Dong. He just knew that it was called Wang Dong, but did not know that it was called Wang Lin. Otherwise, borrow his 10 guts would not dare to rush in. He's Wang Dong, the big boss of the company. The big man fell to the ground. Still want to stand up to continue with Wang Lin just, in hearing this, but was suddenly wake up. At the same time incomparable fear of kneeling on the ground. Put. Wang Biao knee soft, directly fell to the ground, and could not stop kowtowing up. Mouth loudly shouted, Wang Dong. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Is my eyes long to the buttocks? I give kowtowed. You have a large amount of adults. Don't end my general knowledge. Seeing that his boss had knelt and kowtowed, several others also fell to their knees and kowtowed for mercy. For a moment, the entire box was filled with this kowtowing sound. What? Lin Xiao stared blankly at this scene. In just now he was ready to fight to the end with Wang Lin, but he didn't expect such a scene to actually occur. Looking at Wang Biao who kowtowed and admitted his mistake, his heart couldn't help but twitch a little bit. This is a big brother who can be equal to his dad and even make his dad nod his head in favor. Now actually kowtowing in front of him. Even though it was Wang Lin's sake, it was also extraordinarily shocking to him. This, Huang Shuiru have been ready. Really can't take the initiative to sacrifice themselves. Peace of mind ready, but did not think actually will happen such a scene, which is really a little too let her shocked. Her gaze fell on Wang Lin's body and her eyes showed a strange color. The sense of shock Wang Lin gave her was too much. Old woof. It's really awesome. Li Long and Watermelon were also shocked. They were all ready for a big fight, but they didn't expect it to end in such a reversal. This really kind of made them feel shocked. They originally thought that Wang Lin only owned the Tianyuan Group, Huatian Gourmet Group, and Tiandu Mall, but they didn't think that he also owned the Giant Elephant Security Company Group, which was simply out of their reach. At the same time, they felt proud to have such a brother. Well, all rise. Wang Lin looked at the few people and said that since they were from his own company, he didn't need to punish them too much. Thanks, Mr. Wang. When Wang Biao heard this, he immediately climbed up and said respectfully. The others stood up as well, but they all had their eyes on the ground and didn't dare to say the slightest thing. Wang Dong, I'm really sorry. This is my fault for leading people in an inept manner, letting you be frightened. Lu Xiaohua's voice came from the other end of the phone. This heard Wang Biao. Several people could not help but look even more ugly. Their boss was so humble because of them. It's okay, you have a good day at work, Wang Lin said gently. Thanks, Mr. Wang. Lu Xiaohua's surprised voice immediately came from over there. After Wang Lin hung up the phone, the box fell into dead silence. Say, who sent you over here? Wang Lin looked at Wang Biao and said, ha ha ha, it's really extraordinary when Brother Biao comes out. Solved it so quickly? It's really an eye-opener for us. Before Wang Biao could speak, a voice came from outside. Zhu Yang, wearing a green shirt, walked into the box in large strides. Behind him was Yun Xiao and the group of women, but amongst the group of women stood 3 men in their 30s and above, who were currently looking at the entire room with a playful face. Wang Biao raised his eyebrows. The anger in his heart rose steeply and furiously, and he was about to strike and slap this grandson, but as his eyes invited Wang Lin, he was stopped by Wang Lin. Where's the security guard? How did they let you in? You've been blacklisted from the hotel. Looking at Zhu Yang who swaggered in, but Huang Shuiru shouted loudly, her voice filled with thick anger. Security guard? Are you talking about that wretch? How can he control me? One order from my cousin and he obediently goes to the back to look out. How dare he show up here? And that Tan Xian, directly replaced by my cousin's uncle who changed shifts, and those surveillance cameras, were covered up by my cousin's uncle who found someone to cover them up. Everything that appeared today will not be known to anyone, Zhu Yang said loudly, looking very pleased with himself. These 3 people from his family were enough to cover the sky with one hand amongst this Huatian cuisine. He coldly looked at Wang Lin. Right now, he was going to let this Wang Lin die without a burial place. How dare he expel him and Yun Xiao from Huatian cuisine? This was simply looking for death. Yun Xiao's gaze then fell on Huang Shueru. Today this woman would belong to him. A group of women's gazes fell on Wang Lin, and a color of resentment also appeared. Driving them out of Huatian Gourmet had made them feel dishonored, and now was the time to take revenge. Lin Xiaoli Long and Watermelon in hearing Zhu Yang words, first slightly stunned, then, but laughed. Zhu Yang, this hand is indeed seamless, but bad in his face is not an ordinary person, but Huatian Gourmet's chairman of the board of directors Wang Lin. Really big guts. You guys are just discrediting Huatian cuisine by doing this, Wang Lin said as he coldly looked at the three. Smear? You're still talking tough when you're in trouble? To tell you the truth, today I am the god of heaven here, able to make you beg for your life and beg for your death. Zhu Yan laughed coldly, and behind him a few of the Zhu family members also laughed out loud. All of them were in the middle of Huatian Gourmet's important positions, and under their pairing, the people above them had no idea about today's events. Besides, with Gao's group around, Wang Lin would die a horrible death today. It's really letting me grow my eyes. I didn't expect that amongst my Huatian cuisine, there are still scum like you. It's also just as well. Today, you guys can get the hell out of here, so that you don't have to scourge Huatian. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the three people, at the same time took out his cell phone, took a picture of the three people, and sent it directly to the personnel department, so that the personnel department could directly lay off the people. Boy, you've got your head wada on a swivel, don't you? What's this for? Take a picture and keep it as evidence? Don't worry, we will not only clean your brain today, but we will also clean your cell phone as well. Ha ha ha, you really are ridiculous to the point of being stupid and lacking. From now on you will become a fool. Yes, from now on, you'll be living a different life, in the company of fools and dilettantes, and enjoying the good things of life without a hitch. Several of Zhu Yang's relatives, when they saw this scene, laughed loudly. It was not the first time they did this kind of thing, but it was the first time they saw someone taking pictures with a cell phone, which was just ridiculous. At the same time, they also revealed a look of indifference. Wang Biao, who was present today, would surely have this hidden danger eliminated straight away. Jingle bells, dang, duck duck duck. In the instant just after their words fell, the cell phones of the three of them rang coincidentally, and upon seeing that it was a personnel department call, they all connected. Please pack your things immediately and get out of Huatian Gourmet. Huatian Gourmet is not suitable for your development. Find another job. There was an angry growl from the three principals on the other end of the phone, and although it wasn't on public play, the growl in unison was extraordinarily harsh. It was even more like thunder in the ears of the three. What? You're not kidding. It's not April Fool's Day. What's the situation? I was reserved for the company. How could I be fired? Is there a mistake? What the hell? What the hell is going on? How could the company fire me? Did you guys make a mistake? Is the name wrong? All three were in a state of shock when they received the call from the HR department, which appeared in a really sudden scene. They have all been crawling for many years to get to their current position, and their current wealth and status come from this, and if they lose it, it will collapse instantly like a flood discharging embankment. By the time they answered, the HR department had hung up, cutting them right off. What? You guys got fired? How is that possible? Zhu Yangban is still in the smugness. This instant on the dumbfounded. Three people but the Zhu family valuable resources. 3 people once left, is equal to the destruction of the Zhu family's small half of the rivers and mountains. What? How did it happen so suddenly that all 3 were expelled together? Is this the scene of dismissal because some big shot was touched before? Quickly imagine. Maybe we can do the Zhu family a favor, but that's too much of a coincidence. How did it happen at this point in time? A group of women also puzzled. For this scene, really a little surprised. They also began to care about the Zhu family too. All want to do a little bit of contribution. Of course this is only on the surface. The mainland just want to win the goodwill of the cloudless. The 3 of them were even more meditative. They didn't seem to have offended anyone lately, and one of them was incomparably depressed. Does it feel doubtful? Wang Lin suddenly said. Shut up. It's not your turn to talk here. You're not going to say that you fired them, are you? Zhu Yang angrily screamed at Wang Lin. Of course, it's me who gave the order. But not only that, you've been blacklisted from some places. Not only you, but even your friends and family, can't enter. Wang Lin said in a serious voice. I told you to shut up, didn't I hear you? Do you even understand human language? You're really hilarious to the core. You're just standing behind Tan Xian. She's nothing. Wait for me to settle this shit. You'll suffer later. Wang Lin, Xu Yang angrily yelled. He was now burnt out. Without the help of the 3, his pocket money would be greatly reduced, and he wouldn't be able to pretend to be a bully in front of a group of his buddies. What did you just call me? Wang Lin coldly looked at Zhu Yang. Wang Lin, Wang Lin. Zhu Yang instantly blew up. This was at a critical moment. His whole body became anxious and yelled like crazy. Wu Fling? For Wang Lin's key tip. The group of people were puzzled. They were extremely unfamiliar with this name. They had never heard of it at all, but they were all patiently pondering over it. What? Wangling. The three people from the Zhu family were frozen in place after hearing this name, and their entire body was as if they had been bombarded by explosive thunder. The color of his face instantly became difficult to see. The name of Wang Lin is as good as it gets. Huatian Gourmet Group. Chairman. As managers of Huatian Gourmet, how could they not know Wang Lin? Only that they had only heard of him in the past, but had not seen him. In that moment, they also finally realized what had happened and why they had been fired. Put. The three instantly fell to their knees and shouted, Chairman, spare my life. I was swindled to disrespect you. Please take back your order. Wang Dong. It's me who has no eyes and has offended you. I'm here to make amends to you. Please don't take offense with me. Wang Dong. I'm wrong. Please punish me. Don't fire me. I have an old man and a young man, but I can't be without this job. The three people's voices instantly resonated with the entire box. What? He's the chairman of the Huatian Gourmet Group. How is this possible? This is a mistake, isn't it? How could he be the chairman of Huatian Gourmet Group? A group of people's faces changed greatly. They all looked at Wang Lin incredulously. They hadn't thought that Wang Lin was the chairman of Huatian Gourmet Group. This really kicked the bucket. What? You're the chairman of Huatian Gourmet? How is this possible? Zhu Yang exclaimed incredulously, although he had a hard time believing it, but the facts were more than eloquent. In that instant he also finally realized why Tan Xian dared to stand up and sneer at him. His face was like ashes. Not only had he hit the iron plate, but he had also told the three to get the hell out of the Huatian Gourmet Group. If the family side knew about it, they would definitely not be able to spare him. At this moment, he even thought of the ban on some occasions that Wang Lin said before. Huatian cuisine throughout the entire city of Yunhai, but also a symbol of the status person, which is tantamount to letting the Zhu family break the face. He collapsed helplessly onto a side couch, completely in despair. Snap. Right at this moment, Yun Xiao on the side suddenly applauded. He looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Thank you, for putting on a good show for me. It's indeed very wonderful, but that's where it stops. Huatian Gourmet is indeed very huge. It's the heavens for the Zhu family, but it's nothing more than the ground for me. I can stamp my feet on it anytime I want to. Yun Xiao said, dropping the cigarette on the ground and trampling it hard with his leather shoes, as if his feet were trampling on Huatian Gourmet Group. Don't worry, with me backing you up, your Zhu family won't do anything. Yun Xiao looked at the paralyzed Zhu Yang and said loudly. This was the timing he deliberately pinpointed. He could make Zhu Yang die and continue to saddle him with the dude life he wanted. He was very flattered by Zhu Yang's kind of lapdog. Thank you, Mr. Yun. Hearing this, the three members of the Zhu family who were kneeling on the ground and Zhu Yang who had collapsed on the sofa all bled back while loudly thanking Yin Xiao, and they who were still pale had a bit of color returning to them. And I'm not going to let it go today. It's business as usual. Get him for me today. Yun Xiao waved his big hand with some indescribable dominance. His gaze fell on Huang Shuaru again. This extreme product today, he had to get it. Yeah. When Zhu Yang and the others heard this, their eyes lit up. It's not a little bit of a thrill to get Wang Lin, knowing full well who he is, and still getting Wang Lin. In this instant, those women who were originally a bit fearful also revealed a look of surprise. It's exciting to see the chairman of the board abused at waltzing cuisine, which you don't see everywhere. It would be nonsense for an ordinary person to say this, but Yun Xiao was different, and the behemoth that was the Yun family was enough to do it. Get me? How do you get me? Wang Lin couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. His eyes filled with a thick color of mockery. In this instant, not only him even with Lin Xiao and others laughed. This giant elephant security company are Wang Lin's industry. What else can Yun Xiao do, demon? The Yun family was no longer a big family, but it might not be able to understand the Huatian Gourmet Group. Let's see how long you can laugh. Piao. It's up to you. Yun Xiao coldly smiled and said to Wang Biao. Almost at this instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Biao's body, while Zhu Yang's group of people were looking forward to it. A hint of arrogance rose in their hearts. So what can the boss of Huatian Gourmet do? But he was still being beaten up and didn't dare to fight back. As for Wang Lin Lilong's group of people, their eyes were filled with a teasing look. Snap! Wang Biao did not turn around and slapped Yun Xiao's cheek. Before Yun Xiao could react, he was slapped on his cheek by this slap. The huge force caused his whole body to fall down on the sofa, colliding with Zhu Yang and collapsing on the sofa. What's going on? Why did he suddenly make a move on Yun Xiao instead of Wang Lin? What the hell happened? A group of women and the three from the Zhu family were in a state of confusion. They clearly remembered that Wang Biao was invited by Yun Xiao to target Wang Lin. How come he didn't make a move on Wang Lin now, but instead, he fucked over Yun Xiao? This huge reversal caused them to stare in disbelief, wondering what was happening. Ah! Yun Xiao let out a pained yell. The pampered man had never been treated like this. His handsome face swelled high, and there was even a trace of pain that reverberated out above his cheeks. His entire body was in extreme anger. Wang Biao, what the hell are you doing? I paid to hire you. Why are you doing this to me? Yun Xiao slowly climbed up from the sofa while yelling angrily at Wang Biao as he gently pressed his hand against his face, and a horrible pain suddenly invaded him, causing his head to ache. Who are you to hire me? Wang Biao coldly swept a glance at Yun Xiao. I'll be damned. The existence of a hot chicken like you is just looking for a fight. Compare me again and I'll immediately smash your mouth. Wang Biao had long been looking at Yun Xiao with displeasure, but he was only in the way of the Yun family behind Yun Xiao, and now that Wang Lin had completely fallen out with the Yun family, he was no longer afraid. You wait for me. I will have you punished. Not only you, but all of you, will be punished. The majesty of the Yun family is not to be infringed upon. I will have you all know how powerful the Yun family is. Yun Xiao said coldly. His mind had already had quite a few ideas, although Wang Biao was tough, but he was inextricably linked with his Yun family. He could completely cut off some of the business dealings of the giant elephant security company. What is the Cloud family? Is it edible? Wang Lin looked at Yun Xiao and said with a smile. What are you saying? You really are ignorant. Are you making war on the Yun family? Desecrating the Yun family? You'll only end up dead. Yun Xiao shouted when he heard this, looking very angry. The Yun family is awesome? Wang Lin looked over at Wang Biao. Wang Dong. The Yun family can indeed. The Yun family is a famous first-class family in Yunhai City. The industry is spread throughout the whole industry, especially in the name of aquatic products. It is even more with the Li Tian Herding Group, Tian Yuan Group, Huatian Gourmet Group, Tiandu Shopping Malls, as well as some of the top stores have intimate connection. In Yunhai City is considered a behemoth. Wang Biao said seriously. Do you hear me? My Yun family is not a kitten or a puppy, and it's not something that people like you can shake. All I need is an order, and your Huatian Gourmet will be short of supplies. Your Huatian Gourmet Group is a company supplied by the Lydian Herd Group, and there are quite a few people from my Yun family who work for the Lydian Herd Group, and one order from me, and your Huatian Gourmet will be stuck in isolation and helplessness. Hurry up and come beg me. I might even show mercy. Otherwise, you're finished. Yun Xiao heard this cannot help but smug up. This is the root of his bottom. No one can hum. Zhu Yang and the others revealed a look of envy. To them, the Yun family was a behemoth, a terrifying existence that would shake Yunhai City if they stomped their feet. Listening to Wang Biao's introduction, Li Long's group of people were also shaken. This was indeed considered a behemoth. Lin Xiao had the most feelings about this. The Lin family was already considered a first-class family in Yunhai, but compared to the Yun family, it was still a lot worse. Really? Do you believe that if I make a few phone calls, your Yun family will be finished? Wang Lin suddenly said to Yun Xiao. What? You are not too funny. A few phone calls want to let my Cloud family finished. You really is ridiculous to the extreme. My Cloud family throughout the city of Yunhai still has long been with the Tian Yuan Group, Li Tian Pastoral Group, Tiandu Shopping Malls, Huatian Gourmet Food Group has a deep-rooted cooperation. You are afraid that you still don't know these groups of powerful, right? These groups of sub-industries throughout the city have every aspect of the same as to show that the whole city of Yunhai industry and my Yunhai related. You even if you have great ability, but also cannot shake the slightest, and my Yun family related. Even if you have great ability, but also cannot shake the slightest. In terms of Yun Xiao's cold smile, a bearish sneer spread out from his eyes. At this moment, it was as if he had seen the most hilarious thing. Wang Lin was really ridiculous to the extreme. Hello, is this Xiao Tao? From now on, cut ties with the Yun family at all costs, so that the Yun family and the Tian Yuan Group are completely divorced and no longer have the slightest intersection. Yu Jun, from now on, cut off relations with the Yun family at all costs, so that the Yun family and the Lydian Herding Group are completely divorced from each other, and no longer have any point of intersection. Honey Snow, from now on, cut off relations with the Yun family at all costs, so that the Yun family and the Huatian Gourmet Group will be completely divorced from each other, and will no longer have the slightest intersection. Lu Xiaohua, from now on, cut off relations with the Yun family at all costs, so that the Yun family and the Huatian Gourmet Group are completely divorced from each other, and no longer have any point of intersection. Wang Lin indifferently glanced at Yun Xiao, then picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Conveying the order, one executive director, although puzzled, but did not say much, began to execute. Wang Lin's words were equivalent to the holy decree. It must be done. After making the call, Wang Lin edited another text message and sent it to the group of merchants at the Tiandu Mall. At all, from now on, cut ties with the Yun family at all costs, so that the Yun family and the Tiandu Mall will be completely divorced from each other, and no longer have the slightest intersection, and those who disobey will get out of the Tiandu Mall. As Wang Lin enacted a message, the entire Yunhai city set off an uproar in shockwaves. Countless merchants began to boycott the Yun family together. All of the industries of the several major conglomerates began to start divesting their relationships with the Yun family. This change had a huge impact on the Yun family. The entire Yun family was in extreme panic. This sudden change had caught them off guard. Each and every core member of the Yun family began to scramble for news, wanting to know what kind of terrifying existence the Yun family had offended. In this regard, Yun Xiao didn't know the slightest thing about it. Ha ha ha, Wang Lin, you are really ridiculous, making it look like something, just like the real thing, not to mention whether you know those big shots or not. Even if you do, would they give a damn about you? It's really hilarious. When Yun Xiao heard Wang Lin's words, he laughed loudly, as if he had seen the most ridiculous thing in the world. Mr. Yun, your servant is on the phone. Just then, Yun Xiao's cell phone rang. See, speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. My old man is on the phone. See, I'll talk to my old man right away. Just one word and you'll be on your knees begging for forgiveness. Yun Xiao took out his high-grade cell phone, and looking at the caller, he couldn't help but show off and swing the phone a little while turning on the speakerphone function. Seeing this, Zhu Yang and the others couldn't help but sneer. Wang Lin just behavior is a bit unbearable. Huatian Food is certainly huge, but whether with the Tian Yuan Group, or Li Tian Pastoral Group, Tiandu Shopping Malls, Giant Elephant Security Group compared to, is a little brother's boss still want to go to order the big brothers? It's a fool's errand. The mocking color in their eyes became even more intense, and during this moment, they were enough to guess that Wang Lin's end must be extremely miserable. This Huatian gourmet may be about to change hands. In this instant, they couldn't help but feel more than a hint of sympathy in their eyes. Wang Lin was a pathetic person. What exactly have you done? What exactly have you offended? Do you know that it's because of you that the Yun family is now being boycotted by the Tian Yuan Group, the Lydian Herding Group, the Tiandu Shopping Mall, and the Giant Elephant Security Group, and all of the Yun family's personnel who reside in these businesses are even being directly fired. My Yun family is about to collapse. The moment the speakerphone was turned on, a roar-like growl came from the other end of the line, appearing to be very angry. This roar instantly echoed throughout the entire box, as steeply as explosive thunder. What? This roar was tantamount to a thunderbolt from a clear sky falling on the ears of Yun Xiao and Zhu Yang and the others, and there was a tremor in their brains. Before this, they thought Wang Lin was joking, but only now did they realize that this was not a joke, but a real incident. Pops, are you dreaming? Or have you been drinking too much? My Yun family is so powerful, how could it possibly collapse? You must be talking nonsense, Yun Xiao incredulously exclaimed. The Yun family was a heavenly tree in his heart. How could it possibly fall just like that? You beast, what kind of people have you offended? The entire Yun family has been punished like this because of you. The roaring voice on the other end of the phone has been and appeared. Do you know, the assets of the Yun family in these few minutes has begun to shrink extremely fast. Not only suffered a lot of shareholders withdrawing their capital, the Yun family's enemy, the Lin family, the Zheng family, has also begun to suppress one after another. It won't be long before the Yun family will go bankrupt completely. You bastard, quickly give me a way out of it. You are the sinner of the Yun family. The roar spread throughout the box, but the sound of the roar was like a slap that landed heavily on top of Yun Xiao's face, causing his cheeks to go up in flames. He had his own pride and there was no way he would apologize to Wang Lin. As for the Yun family going bankrupt, how is this possible? The Yun family is a large family, not to mention these industries. Is that many properties can be hard to shake half of all the families in Yunhai City? The voice on the other end of the phone instantly screeched to a halt under this wild roar. Wang Dong, you're so awesome. Hearing this, Wang Biao completely had a realization about Wang Lin, and he stuck out his thumb to give Wang Lin a nod of approval. At the same time, his heart was shaken. As a person who had been living in Yunhai City for many years, of course, he knew the power of the Yun family, and now Wang Lin was just a few words, but let the Yun family directly collapse, which was too much for the shock. Li Long Wang Hao and Lin Xiao were the same. That was a great god that had existed in Yunhai City for a long time, and now that he said he had fallen, it really made them feel shocked. No, this isn't true. Everything is a lie. How could the Yun family collapse just like this? Zhu Yang cried out in disbelief. He had only just found a backer, but he did not expect the backer to directly blast away. In this instant, he also panicked to the extreme. Without the support of Yun Xiao, the Shu family would be in an extremely miserable situation. The three people from the Zhu family directly collapsed to the ground. At this moment, they also finally knew what kind of terrifying existence they had provoked, and they knew that there was no way for the Zhu family to return to heaven. No, it's all a lie. My old man must have been drunk. How can you Wan Lin possess such a huge amount of energy? You're just a complete hot chicken. You can only ever look up to me. I'm an existence you can never match. Yun Xiao shouted madly. He simply didn't believe this. His old man would often get massively drunk. This was most likely just drunk. The news is out. The Yun family has declared bankruptcy, and all their trades have been reduced to nothing. All the properties under the Yun family are all mortgaged as a way to pay off the debts on the bank side. And even more countless workers have rushed into the Yun family to demand their wages. And the wages of the migrant workers are being favorably maintained. What exactly is the reason that caused the huge Yun family to collapse in this way? This is truly enigmatic. In the cloud less crazy yelling time, Huang Shueru was opened the cell phone, and to a news read up. Her gentle voice, spread with the whole box, seemed extraordinarily melodious. But when it fell on the ears of Zhu Yang's group of people, it became the most cruel pronouncement. Many of those women did not believe, scrambled to open the phone, wanting to see if there is a real thing. This look, suddenly found that the collapse of the Cloud family even on the hot search, and the entire news section, is reporting this story. In the midst of watching, they realized that the information that Huang Shueru had read was not very comprehensive, and that there were more and harsher reports. What? This piece of information, and a report, completely shattered Yun Xiao's psychological defenses, and in knowing that the Yun family was finished, he sat on his butt on the ground, his face white at first glance. Please spare me. Spare the Yun family. I just got carried away and disrespected you. Please take back your order. At the same time, he crawled like crazy to where Wang Lin was, wanting to hold Wang Lin's legs and make Wang Lin take back his orders. Blast it out. Wang Lin coldly looked at Yun Xiao and said to Wang Biao. Yes. Wang Biao immediately led a few strong men and blasted Yun Xiao and Zhu Yang's group of people out. As the group of people left, the box instantly quieted down. For a moment the box was quiet. Everyone's eyes became different when they fell on Wang Lin. The scene that just appeared really made them feel shocked. It was a bit unbelievable that a behemoth as strong as the Yun family was directly destroyed with the wave of Wang Lin's hand. What? Do I have ash on my face? Looking at the group's reaction, Wang Lin smiled and said. At the same time, he walked to the side and placed several bottles of red wine on the table, said with a smile, tonight we will not get drunk. And also, now that the Yun family has been broken, there are quite a number of industries among my several groups that need people to cooperate with them. So if you guys are interested in it, a glass of wine to talk about a cooperation. Chapter 101, 100, $000 in the arrival of the branch treasure. A glass of wine to talk about a partnership. The originally silent box became lively once again, and it was not their words that were lively, but their hearts. Whether it was Lin Xiao or Huang Shueru or Li Long, they all knew what Wang Lin was talking about in terms of cooperation, and even the smallest cooperation was worth at least hundreds of millions. They all held their breath, their hearts thumping, especially Huang Shueru. For a man like Wang Lin, she does not think she can be subdued, but rather this cup of wine for a business, more real. Not only was she intrigued, but so was Liren. In the midst of the passing he was not good enough to open up to Wang Lin, and now was the best time to do so. A cooperation might earn him $100 million, something he never dared to think about, and his current assets were only in the millions. It would be qualitatively better. Lin Xiao's eyes were also glowing. Although the Lin family was also a first-class family, their business wasn't strong. If they could establish ties with these groups, it would drastically increase the strength of their own family. Boo! With a crisp ringing sound, the cap of the wine bottle was opened, and in that instant, all of them raised their glasses in unison. That's more like it. Wang Lin smiled and said to a few people, don't be in a hurry, all have a share. One by one, high-quality red wine fell into the red wine glass. Li Long was the first to be mesmerized by it, and the only way he could drink this quality of red wine was to be with Wang Lin. Come on, go one. Wang Lin raised his glass. When my house is habitable, then we'll all have a drink again. Congratulations, everyone said loudly, raising their glasses. Taking a sip, all of them revealed a look of enjoyment. This kind of high-grade wine was worthy of their mesmerization. Wang Lin, I toast you and congratulate you on the good house. Li Long didn't hesitate to make a toast and took a sip. Thanks. Waring returned the favor. Starting from Li Long, an awkward drinking battle officially began. At first Wang Lin felt complacent about his decision, but regretted it in the following. One by one, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, they madly drank awkwardly with him, each time measured in cups. Even though Wang Lin had an extremely high capacity for alcohol, he was still dried out. No one was spared from this awkward drinking. They all dried out and talked drunk, and ate until late in the evening. When it was over, at Wang Lin's request, Tan Xian was once again on duty and had arranged a hotel for all of the several people. This drunkenness is pretty bad. Dizzy Wang Lin, with his superb physique, which did not faint, waved his hand to drive away a group of men after. Wang Lin used the night color to walk on the already deserted streets, staggering, gait concealed, looking at the sky on the cool moonlight, more enjoyable. After walking around for a while, he chose a footbath called Foot Enjoyment. "Sir, do you need a massage or a pedicure?" A young greeter immediately came over and asked cordially. "Pedicure plus massage." "Yes, and a head massage. Too much wine and a sore brain," Wang Lin said. His eyes looked around the circle. For the decoration of this place he quite like. Not very luxurious, but extraordinarily comfortable. Let him want to lie down. That unique sandalwood fragrance. Give for charming. "Sir, would you like to do this in a box or in the lobby?" the greeter asked again. "What's the difference?" Waring asked. "The private rooms are quieter for resting, and the lobby, with its projection TV, is more lively, so you can watch movies and TV shows while getting a massage." The greeter introduced himself. "The hall." Wang Lin thought about it and said, he just wanted to lie down, but did not want to sleep all night. "Sleep or Hotel Su Fu?" "Sir, do you have a mechanic you're familiar with?" the greeter asked again. "No, get me a senior mechanic, and by the way, more meat on your hands," Wang Lin commanded. "I didn't realize you were still a connoisseur. The meat hand does have one. I'll go and call it for you." "This way please." The welcome guest greeted Wang Lin into the hall, and immediately a waiter came up and served tea and snacks. The hall was not crowded at the moment, and the huge projection screen was showing an old Star Chow movie. For this kind of movie Wang Lin has always been very fond of. Immediately found a seat, drinking tea, eating snacks, watching the movie. Within a few minutes, the technician arrived. A gorgeous 2089 female technician. Female technician, body pretty, medium features, a slight smile, extra sweet, but the key is to have a pair of meat hands, which makes Wang Lin slightly nodded. As we all know, massage on as long as the technique is okay, and then have a pair of meat hands, will be very enjoyable. "Is it a strain, sir?" The sign on the technician read 6. She smiled at Wang Lin and asked, "Strain?" Wang Lin replied back, then leaned back on the recliner and crossed his feet as technician number 6 skillfully removed his shoes and pinched his feet. The unique power surged out, making Wang Lin's eyes light up. Knowing that this was a connoisseur, he lay back and watched a movie. Da-da-da-da. Within a few minutes of watching the movie, a sound of high heels hitting the ground accompanied by the sound of an argument came from a short distance away. "I told you, technician number 6 is my exclusive technician. Ms. Liu, please forgive me. Technician number 6 is doing something now. Why don't you wait? First go to the box to sit. Our store recently arrived a batch of new tea. The flavor is very good. There are also your favorite preserves. I'm too busy to wait. I want mechanic number 6 now." The noises gradually came. A fashionable woman with long flowing hair, wearing a long black dress and high heels, walked into the hall. The woman wore a large sun hat and sunglasses on her head, covering most of her face, so she couldn't see her appearance clearly, but just based on the dress and figure, she was at least a beautiful woman. Walking around, it even smelled like a nice shampoo. 6. There you are. The beautiful woman looked left and right after walking into the hall, and finally her eyes landed on Wang Lin's direction, and she screamed when she looked at the technician number 6 that appeared. "Ms. Liu." Technician number 6 saw the beauty and called out, "You press me." The beautiful woman said forcefully, "You want a massage?" Wang Lin looked up at the woman as the 6th technician and the welcome guest showed a difficult look. This angle of the woman has a neck like a swan. Extraordinarily arrogant. Looking at Wang Lin very upset. "Sure, let me have her." The beautiful woman hummed through her nose. "Why?" Wang Lin swept a glance at the beauty. "First come, first served, don't you understand? Wait on the sidelines. When I press it, it's your turn. I have money. I'd give her $1,000 as a tip." The beautiful woman grunted coldly. The beauty's voice had just fallen. The welcome guest and the 6th technician both brightened up. The tip was indeed okay. It was worth most of the day she had worked. This made the beauty's head go up even more. Can't she talk properly? She had to hit her face at Wang Lin. This guy, he's just cheap. So little. Send off the caller? No. Oh. See, you press well. Give you a little tip. Wang Lin took out his cell phone and opened the payment interface, signaling the 6th technician to open his phone. Technician 6, of course, didn't miss this opportunity and took out his cell phone directly. With a drop, Wang Lin began to enter the amount. "What did you say? Sending off the beggar? And how much can you give? Don't beat around the bush here. Maybe your massage fee today is the result of saving for a month." The beautiful woman heard this and said coldly. Her eyes fell on Wang Lin, precisely to realize that Wang Lin was dressed in less than $1,000. How could he afford to tip? But it was just a gimmick. Branch treasure arrives, $100,000. Right at this moment, a prompting sound suddenly sounded in the middle of this huge hall. Chapter 102. This song is too hard to listen to. The prompting sound, which was not very loud, fell on the ears of several people, but it was like thunder, especially the sixth technician. Immediately red, looking at Wang Lin's gaze also became hot, the hand movements more vigorous up. 100,000 yuan is equivalent to her several months of wages. The reason she works so hard is because of the lack of money. She originally thought Ms. Liu was rich, but she didn't expect to blow up a tycoon. The welcome guest looked at technician number 6 with envy. She couldn't wait to rush to Wang Lin's side and massage him now. But unfortunately, she didn't know how to massage. She was just a welcome guest. The tip was for the individual and she didn't have a share in it. Gah! The sudden appearance of this prompt caused the beautiful woman to round her eyes. She had never categorically thought that Wang Lin would be so trenchant. A trace of anger drifted out of her eyes. $100,000 she also has. Just walking in a hurry on the body simply did not bring so much, and now can only dry eyes. Hello, my name is Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing had no choice but to move the killer after a few seconds of dry staring. She wasn't an ordinary person, but a public figure, an actress and singer, and had a national reputation and countless fans, which was why she wore sunglasses and a hat, just for unnecessary trouble. After she finished speaking, she looked at Wang Lin condescendingly. In the past, as long as she reported her name, men would turn into lickers regardless of their status, and it seemed to her that Wang Lin would do the same. She had just finished an announcement today and was extraordinarily sore and wanted technician 6 fingers to relax. Wu Fling. Wang Lin swept a glance at Lu Bingbing and said. After saying that, he closed his eyes and no longer cared about Lu Bingbing, but continued to enjoy himself. What? Looking at Wang Lin who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed, Lu Bingbing's body couldn't help but stiffen. Her eyes rounded in disbelief, feeling shocked at Wang Lin's reaction. And he didn't react at all? What the hell? And give your name? My name is Lu Bingbing. She repeated her name again. I know. Have a seat. She'll be at your service when I'm done pressing. And no need to repeat your name. You've got an awesome name but I don't want to hear it again. Wang Lin looked at Lu Bingbing and said in a serious manner. What did you say? What did you call me? Lu Bingbing's eyes were rounded as she looked angrily at Wang Lin. The man in front of her was an abomination. Not only did he not recognize her identity, but he also compared her name to this vulgar word. She glared with rounded eyes. If eyes could kill, she would have killed Wang Lin thousands of times by now. After glaring at her for a while to no avail, Lu Bingbing could only sit on the sidelines in a huff. She was now certain enough that Wang Lin didn't even know about her. And the fact that Wang Lin was a big straight man of steel, and there was nothing she could do about such a man. Her heart was filled with anger, and the scene that appeared nearly caused her to suffocate her internal injuries. She could only take this anger out on the TV. She took out the remote control and just changed the channel to find the show she liked to watch. Hey, bull beeper, what are you doing? Wang Lin was seeing the key when the TV suddenly changed, making him very upset. As soon as Lu Bingbing heard this name, the veins on her head exploded. She didn't bother with Wang Lin and quickly changed the channel. With her skillful control, she soon switched to a variety show called Singing Universe. As the program began, a familiar and unfamiliar star strutted his or her stuff and started singing. The tracks sung are relatively up-to-date and very pleasant to listen to. Wang Lin listened to it just fine, so he didn't say anything again. Lu Bingbing's eyes were dead set on the screen as she softly counted in her mind. 8, 7, 6, 5 inch. As she counted softly, the song of the god of songs faded out, while a perfect-looking actress with gorgeous to the point of having long legs appeared on the screen. Whether it's this face or this look, it's enough to make a group of geeks go crazy. Even better is when it belongs to her heavenly voice. An adapted version of Drunken slowly emerges, telling the story of drinking and boxing. Now that's what I call a song. Looking at herself on the screen, playing to her heart's content, Lu Bingbing's heart rose with a trace of a different kind of joy, while secretly marveling in her heart. Between words, her gaze couldn't help but sweep over to Wang Lin, inviting credit as if she wanted to see Wang Lin's hot gaze. She wanted to let Wang Lin know that she was a big star, admired by countless people. Change it. Hurry up and fast forward. This song is awful. Wang Lin frowned, looking at the screen in disgust. What? Hearing Wang Lin's words, Lu Bingbing instantly stiffened, while a burning anger gathered in her heart, breaking her head. She had not expected Wang Lin to comment on her singing in such a way. She's on the internet with this song, but it's a hit. Now it is being so demeaned. She clenched her small fists, gritted her teeth and said, why change the station? She sings so well, not only the classic interpretation of the essence of the original, but also added their own style. It is the most recent hottest music. This one star, not only is beautiful, but also sings extremely well. It is simply an idol in general. Come on, this song, or the recent hot music? If it's really hot, how come I haven't heard it circulating in the streets and alleys? It's clearly a king's wife selling herself. An unimpressive song, wearing lashed out in a good, unrelenting way. Lu Bingbing wanted to argue, but realized that she had no way to do so. This one adapted Drunken Fist, indeed, burst into flames with the internet, but among the streets and alleys, it really did not appear to be sung, which could not help but make her words choke, unable to speak the slightest bit. But this is a good adaptation of the song, not only retaining the original flavor, but also incorporating its own elements. It is considered a successful adaptation of the song. Wang Lin said softly, yes, count on your discerning eye. Lu Bingbing was about to argue with Wang Lin with a red face and neck, and when she heard this sudden praise, she was overjoyed, secretly saying that although this iron-straight man was a little bit hateful, there was nothing wrong with his words. It's just a pity that the person who sings this is really inferior. Such a popular song, flabbergasted to sing so difficult. If there is a new person, the fire of this song will be increased by several times, or even dozens of times, and fire all over the country. As Wang Lin listened, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly, looking very sorry. What did you say? When Lu Bingbing heard this, her entire body almost exploded. She glared round her eyes and stared at Wang Lin dead in the face. She categorically didn't think that Wang Lin would evaluate her like this. This caused the anger in her heart to roar out, and she tried to glare Wang Lin to death with her own eyes. But then, she helplessly realized that her expensive sunglasses blocked all the anger. You're clearly talking nonsense. This song of hers is clearly the perfect work. How can it become so bad? This song is even the peak of Drunken Fist. Will you appreciate it? Lu Bingbing angrily yelled, her voice resonating throughout the hall. The welcome guest and the sixth technician looked at this scene with great embarrassment. Knowing Lu Bingbing, they certainly know that this song is sung by Lu Bingbing. It is not right for them to help. It is not right for them not to help. If you're feeling hard done by, why don't you sing along? After yelling once, Lu Bingbing still wasn't quite relieved and once again yelled at Wang Lin. Chapter 103. Have you ever wanted to be in the singing world? Just sing. What's so vain about it? Listen, I'll show you why I'd say she's not a great singer. Waring responded with a smile. Fine, just sing. Sing loud. I'd like to see how much better your singing voice is than hers. Lu Bingbing couldn't help but smile when she heard this. It was a triumphant smile. She didn't believe that Wang Lin's singing voice would be so good, and Wang Lin was still a drunkard. And a drunkard's singing voice was bound to be extraordinarily unpleasant, and even more intolerable. Wang Lin hadn't even sung yet, and she was enough to anticipate that the way Wang Lin sang would surely make people laugh on the spot. She even took out her cell phone and turned on the recording function. She wanted to see how Wang Lin made a fool of himself. This stinky man. Ha! You'll suffer later. After clearing his throat, Wang Lin sat up, his gaze falling even more on the screen. Posturing, looking at Wang Lin's serious demeanor, Lu Bingbing snorted coldly. She didn't believe that Wang Lin could sing, and this appearance made her very shameless. Wang Lin sat on the sofa and did not sing immediately, but his eyes fell on the screen for a long time. What are you doing? I thought we were going to sing. You're not asleep, are you? Lu Bingbing looked at Wang Lin, who was frozen in place, and couldn't help but ask out loud. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with a thick color of contempt. The fox's tail is showing. Looking at Wang Lin's appearance, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. She doesn't believe that Wang Lin can sing, and it's obvious that Wang Lin is just holding on for dear life. I'm waiting for your music. How can I sing without it? Music. Wang Lin looked at Lu Bingbing with the look of an idiot and snapped his fingers. You. Lu Bingbing's teeth itched with anger, but she still pressed the remote control and played back the program to where the song had just appeared. Let's see you get off the stage later, she said hatefully. Just wait for me. This time I'm not only going to record your voice, but I'm also going to post your voice on the internet, so that you'll be a complete hit. The thought of Wang Lin's otherworldly performance appearing on the internet and bursting into flames put her in a much better mood. I'm upside down like a wave. At that moment, the music started. Wang Lin opened his mouth with the music, and the heavenly voice instantly appeared, echoing with the whole hall. What? In the instant that Wang Lin sang, Lu Bingbing was instantly shocked. As a veteran musician, she has served as a mentor for a number of music variety shows and enjoys a good reputation. But at the same time, she is also a scholar who has been exploring the path of music for a long time and has been studying hard. The wangling is nonetheless brittle in its opening and good enough to hear an explosion. There is nothing more heavenly than this. This was an experience she had never had before. Even those senior singing gods in the entertainment industry didn't have this caliber. Oh, my god. In this instant, only two words remained in Lu Bingbing's mind. Her heart completely moved with Wang Lin's song, no longer able to move the slightest bit, whether it was every detail, and every tone. It was perfect to the extreme. This had always been the realm that she had been searching for so hard, and in this instant, she was completely immersed in this song and could no longer be herself. In the midst of this, she completely forgot everything, and the fact that Wang Lin was singing, and became thoroughly absorbed in the welcome guest and technician number 6, had long been ready to listen to the last wolf howling in the middle of the night, but the music that appeared made them stare in disbelief, and they were also immersed in the unique celestial music. I'm upside down and upside down like a wave. I smile at all the grievances. I'm low and I'm high. It staggers and refuses to fall. I know what's in the wine. You never use a knife to make a name for yourself in the Jianghu. I don't use a knife. I'll carry 1,000 pounds on my shoulders. I'm on one shoulder. He doesn't cry foul or beg for forgiveness. I'm willing to bend over backwards for friendship. The drunken immortal is a good man. Don't say that the madman has a generous heart. Don't laugh at fools because it's hard to find a fool's heart. Don't be afraid to get drunk over the sea and sky. I'll be crazy and drunk while I'm still young. I'm upside down and upside down like a wave. I'm low and I'm high. It staggers and refuses to fall. I know what's in the wine. I know what's in the wine. The song eventually ebbed out of Waring's mouth, and as the music came to an abrupt end, he stopped singing. In the midst of singing, for his own voice, he also felt shocked. Although he had long known that he possessed a heavenly voice, he had not thought that the heavenly voice was so much to perfection. As soon as the song closed, he was also immersed in the same kind of subtle state he had just been in. Although the song ended, the 4 people present did not come out of it, especially Lu Bingbing. She was thoroughly immersed in this one song. Vaguely, she seemed to sense something. At the same time, she was also a bit unfulfilled. If this song lasted a little longer, she might be able to make a new breakthrough. Technician 6 was in shock, though the work under her didn't let up, and soon she was pressing from her feet to her body. Cozy. As he pressed into the shoulder, Wang Lin couldn't help but marvel. The simple sentence instantly broke the arcane atmosphere of the hall. What? How can he sing so beautifully? In the instant the atmosphere was broken. Lu Bingbing also reacted instantly. As soon as she thought back to her previous thoughts, she was extraordinarily depressed, and above her cheeks was a hot, invisible slap in the face was the most deadly. At that moment, when her gaze fell on Wang Lin again, it was no longer the contempt she had before, but instead, it was replaced by a gaze of admiration. She dared to bet that even the singing gods among the singing world did not have this level. It was too much for her to be amazed by. How about that? It's so much better than what she sings, isn't it? Wang Lin said with a bit of smugness. For his from pentatonic to celestial music, he looked especially exhilarated, which is a dream since childhood all the time. Aha! Seeing Wang Lin's arrogant aura, Lu Bingbing wanted to shake her head, but her head just moved, but instinctively turned into a nod. That's right, I've been saying for a while now that there's nothing wrong with her adaptation. The problem is with the singer. Wang Jilin didn't hesitate to lash out. You're right. Although Lu Bingbing had a bit of hatred in her heart, she was indeed much worse compared to Wang Lin, and she could only accept it with an open mind. Excuse me, do you have a desire to develop in the singing world? I have a friend who runs a record label, so if you are willing to join, it will definitely make you a big hit and take you to the top of your life. Lu Bingbing looked at Wang Lin and said, she dared to make a guarantee that as long as Wang Lin stepped into the singer's circle, he would surely become a big hit, even surpassing her current achievements. At the same time, it was enough for her to anticipate that Wang Lin would surely agree. After all, becoming a singer has always been a dream for many people. The thought that a rising star was discovered by her made her heart burn extra hot. At that time, all she needed to do was to tell the story of tonight, and she would surely be able to rub off on another wave of popularity and make herself even more of a hit. As she thought about it, her eyes fell on Wang Lin, who was already starting to help him come up with a stage name for his debut. She wants to lead Wang Lin and be the brightest star. Chapter 104 Help. No, don't want to develop. And I want something big. I'm on my way to the top of my life right now. Wang Lin balked and showed no mercy. What? Lu Bingbing looked at Wang Lin incredulously. She was wondering if she had heard wrong. Wang Lin surprisingly refused to become a singer. Singer is a supreme profession, and it can bring Wang Lin unimaginable wealth and prestige. Why? Lu Bingbing asked in disbelief. What why? Not wanting to is not wanting to. Just like when you go to dinner and you obviously don't like green peppers and someone else has to make you eat them. Wang Lin looked at Lu Bingbing and said, how can this be confused? A singer cannot be able to get you money. but also fame and climb to the top of your life. Lu Bingbing persuaded. The pinnacle of life? Your so-called pinnacle of life doesn't interest me because it's really low-end. Wang Lin glanced at Lu Bingbing. Although he didn't know Lu Bingbing's identity, he was able to guess that Lu Bingbing was a singer, and it didn't look too bad. But it's really poor when you can't even get $100,000. Lu Bingbing was a bit furious, but was speechless. Wang Lin was able to casually reward $100,000 indeed proved his financial strength. Facing with Wang Lin's strong words, she could only shut her mouth and lie down at the same time. Don't think you won't be able to get into the industry if you don't want to. I'm afraid you don't know that I'm nicknamed the Queen of Pimps, and there's no newcomer I can't bring into the circle. Lu Bingbing took out her cell phone and started editing that recording. She wanted to make Wang Lin explode on the internet and become a hot internet singer. At that time, Wang Lin was considered to have made his debut even if he was not willing to do so. She's also a veteran at editing recordings, and with a little packaging, she can be a hot commodity. Wang Lin was oblivious to this, and after watching the variety show for a while, he was a bit bored and fell asleep in the comfort of his massage. When waking up, it happened to be the end of the massage. He curiously glanced at Lu Bingbing, found Lu Bingbing holding her cell phone and messing with it, and did not bother with her, casually recharged the card with $100,000, and then left the place under the welcome of the welcome guest and the number 6 technician. After catching a cab, he returned to the hotel, took a bath and fell into sleep. As Wang Lin fell into dreamland, he abruptly didn't know that an unprecedented earthquake had occurred in the business circle of Yunhai City. The Yun family was not only a family group with huge industries, but also an old big family in Yunhai City, which had been spreading for decades, but did not expect to collapse for it in just a moment. Countless clans, shocked and at the same time panicked, fearing that they would incur this terrifying existence if they were not careful. There were also more clans probing for news of it, wanting to know what kind of terrifying existence the Yun family had provoked, which had led to the collapse of the entire family for it. However, no matter how much they searched, they were unable to find any information. They only got the news about that one person had been blocked by the Giant Elephant Security Group. A group of clans couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't expect that the Giant Elephant Security Group had intervened, and they all stopped in their tracks at once. At the same time, more clans took aim at the Yun family's lost cooperation. As long as they could get a piece of the pie, it would witness the rise of a clan. But as they looked for connections to talk about cooperation, they were shocked to find that every project was filled, which made them regret why they hadn't gone for cooperation earlier, missed this opportunity to rise to the top. At the same time, an audio was uploaded by Lu Bingbing to a well-known music station in China. She also titled it "This Song Can Only Be Found in Heaven. It's so heavenly, I can't stand it." She also titled it "This Song Can Only Be Found in Heaven." This one title immediately attracted her fans' click. After listening with this piece of music, each is scrambling to reproduce. Some singers are also for the attention. After listening to Scramble to Reproduce, and labeled the word of the divine song, triggered a lot of people's attention. Such a song of little renown, but in an hour, burst into flames with the network, reproduced on countless platforms, and even became the dance music of some short video platforms as well. There are even countless brokerage firms that have begun to seek this voice master, digging into their own brokerage firms, becoming a shining money tree, but the information left by the master of this voice is extremely small. Even Lu Bingbing doesn't know how much, and how to look for it. The next day, early morning, Wang Lin opened his eyes when the first rays of sunlight waved with the middle of the hotel. Last night's hangover had given him a splitting headache that he hadn't slowed down until now. After ordering a massage, he once again slept through the night, waking slowly as the sun set 3 poles high. Yes, the moment he woke up, he was completely awake, and he couldn't help but marvel at the clarity he felt in his head. This wine can't be drunk like this next time. It was the wine that had deserted him all morning. He wondered. No, it's the weekend. Waring instinctively wanted to put on his clothes and go collect the rent, but then he remembered that it was Saturday and slackened off. Looking out the window, at the busy crowd, he was somewhat indescribably pleasant. Weekends are all about comfort and enjoyment. Deliver a meal. The hunger in his belly came along with it, making it very hard to resist, and he called for a room service, which soon brought up a fine lunch. 8 dishes, all in small portions. The quantity is small, but extraordinarily delicate. After eating lunch, he also did not go out, but lying on the bed, brush up the movie. Watching yesterday did not finish the movie. Wang Lin extraordinarily soothing. Watching the movie, Wang Lin instinctively produced the idea of wanting to find a friend to watch together. He also had to stop after realizing that a few of Liren's men were negotiating the business he had promised yesterday. He was alone, brushing up on his drama until late afternoon, after the blazing sun had gone down, before he stepped out of the hotel. This evening stroll sure is quick. Wang Lin walked on the road, looking at the pair of beautiful legs, a beautiful figure, heartfelt emotion, because it is located in the commercial center of the reason. The road is not only people come and go, but also a lot of street performers. In the street performance of talent, Wang Lin also joined the ranks of the onlookers, and quickly attracted a street performer's passionate performances, as a way to thank Wang Lin's generosity. What's to eat? After watching one high-quality talent show after another, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel hungry, and his eyes fell on one store after another, searching for dinner. Of all the cuisines, he only loved Sichuan and Anhui. Along with the crowd, he went before a store and began to search. It was the point of eating at the moment, and there were long lines in front of stores of all sizes. Wang Lin, as a senior foodie, watched the reviews on some software while paying attention to the aroma of the delicacies of the stores. Ah, help! Just as he was walking down an alleyway, searching for the veteran old store the software said he was looking for, a scream came from a short distance away, and a woman in high heels ran frantically after a thieving man. Because of the high heels, the woman couldn't run fast at all, but even more so, she fell toward a puddle of sewage beside Wang Lin in one of her runs. Chapter 105, Are You a Pig? Careful. With a hook of his hand, Wang Lin reached out and took the woman into his arms, preventing her from falling headfirst to the ground. My bag. Before the beautiful woman could raise her head, she screamed at the top of her lungs, so it was a purse snatcher. It was then that Wang Lin came to a realization. At the same time, his gaze swept towards the running figure not far away, a figure that was extremely fast and would soon disappear from sight. Poof! Wang Lin snorted coldly, his left hand probed out, picking up a small stone from the ground aside. His wrist gently curved and the stone was instantly thrown. The stone flew out, and the sound of breaking air accompanied it. Ah! The man was just about to turn around and rush into the alley when the stone happened to land on his right leg. The huge force made him fall directly to the ground, splattering the dust on the ground. The man wanted to get up, but the pain coming from his right leg made him unable to move. He could only wail loudly. At the same time, the black bag grasped on his right hand was also thrown out and landed several meters away. Many people around them stepped aside and looked at the man in amazement, not knowing what was happening. Let's go and get the bag, Wang Lin said as he released the woman in his arms. Okay, thanks. The woman strides over to the man, then picks up her bag. Kid, you messed with me. You're screwed. The man endured the pain and got up from the ground, then viciously said to Wang Lin, Ha! Wang Lin coldly swept a disdainful glance at the man. What threat could this kind of trash still pose to him? Thank you so much indeed. This bag contains something very important to me. The woman was relieved after rummaging through her bag and realizing that nothing was missing. At the same time, she gratefully said to Wang Lin, It's you! Wang Lin was about to say no thanks when he was surprised to find that the woman was not someone else, but the very same strange woman he met that night doing massage. Yeah, that's me. Lu Bingbing was also slightly stunned. She did not think that this world is so small. Once again met Wang Lin will be in this situation. At the same time, her eyes brightened up. These days she in order to look for Wang Lin but simmering painstakingly, but there is no whereabouts at all. I really appreciate it. Without you I would have had to lose a lot of money. Lu Bingbing said softly. She was indeed very grateful, but in the midst of her gratitude, she had a bit of other meanings. The reason why she was looking for Wang Lin was because a number of brokers had promised her a number of favors, and this request was just to give Wang Lin some simple information. A show of hands. After all, we know each other. Wang Lin smiled and was about to leave. He was not dealing with this woman. Knowing was one thing, chatting was another. As a thank you, I'll take you to dinner tonight. Give me one of your contacts and we'll make a date then. Lu Bingbing was still wearing sunglasses, but she was wearing a bright smile. She was going to pull out all the stops just to get some information about Wang Lin, and at the same time, she was convinced that Wang Lin would definitely agree. Any man would want something to happen with her. That won't be necessary. Wang Lin directly voiced his refusal. He didn't want to have too many encounters with this woman, and it was really a show of hands. More accurately, he did it because he didn't want to splash in the mud. Ha! Lu Bingbing had already taken out her cell phone. And then with a big smile, she would accept Wang Lin's means of communication, but she did not expect to suffer a rejection. This caused her face to stiffen, while a burning anger flooded her heart. For the first time since she was born, she was rejected, and a sense of frustration lingered in her heart that she had never felt before. See you then. Wang Lin beckoned and once again headed for the old store. No, Lu Bingbing said loudly, while quickly rushing to Wang Lin's side and holding Wang Lin's arm with both hands. What are you doing? Feeling his arm being hit, Wang Lin was shocked and said to Lu Bingbing, Give me your contact info, I'm buying you a late night snack. Lu Bingbing raised her head without fear, and through the sunglasses, Wang Lin could see that Lu Bingbing's big, beautiful eyes exuded a strong color of anger, and that beautiful mouth was even slightly open, as if it had transformed into a tigress, and he instantly felt that this woman was a bit fierce. I said no more. Wang Lin remained firm in his stance. Needs. You helped me. I have to buy you dinner or I'll be up all night. And that's my principle. Instead of letting go of her arm, Lu Bingbing wrapped her arm around Wang Lin even tighter, and she abruptly didn't have any notice of the peculiarities of her actions. You let go first. Wang Lin instinctively wanted to refuse, but the attack on his arm caused his aura to stutter while he said loudly, not until you give me your contact info, and when you do, I'll let it go. Lu Bingbing said loudly, her eyes firm. Well, here you go, here you go. Wang Lin, doubly speechless, feeling the sense of attack coming from his arm, he can only give up, took out his cell phone, lit up his QR code, this software he rarely use, and not afraid of annoyance. Well, I'll see you tonight. After getting the QR code, Lu Bingbing joyfully let go of Wang Lin's arm, and at the same time, quickly added Wang Lin as a friend, waved and left the place. What's wrong with this woman's head? Looking at Lu Bingbing, who left cleanly, Wang Lin couldn't help but mutter. The contrast between this before and after is really huge. Shaking his head, he strides towards the place where the store is located. He is now a little hungry and the long walk is very exhausting. Ha ha ha, it's here. It's really like stepping through iron shoes to find it. Lu Bingbing didn't leave too far away, but walked into a beagle full of milk tea store, and after ordering a cup of her favorite Yang Zhigan Luo milk tea, she opened the profound information software. Just let me find out about you from my circle of friends and then give that information to those people. Lu Bingbing skillfully operated her cell phone and clicked on Wang Lin's circle of friends, and began to look for clues in her circle of friends, searching for information that would be useful to her. She is passionate. A person's circle of friends must have their own life atmosphere, or their own personality, or their own friends and relatives, or their own preferences. All these aspects can find a little useful information. She didn't need much information right now, just a little bit. A few minutes later, Lu Bingbing put down her cell phone with a black face. Her share of anger found that Wang Lin's circle of friends was nothing but eating, and there was no one in person to enter the picture. There was not any bit of useful information at all. Are you a pig? She was tempted to ask it to Wang Lin's face. No, we can't do this. We don't know when we'll see each other next. Take advantage of the fact that he hasn't gone far. Go find him quickly. Lu Bingbing put away her cell phone, took the milk tea and quickly walked out of the store, and began to look for Wang Lin. Of this Wang Lin knew nothing. He had arrived at that old store at the moment, and immediately smelled a refreshing fragrance before arriving at the old store, making Wang Lin linger. But there was a long line in front of the old store. He had no choice but to take an electronic number as well, sit in his seat and wait patiently. Wang Lin. As he had just sat down and was about to play with his cell phone for a bit, a familiar shout came from not far away. Chapter 106, Encountering an Old Classmate. Lin Jiajia? Wang Lin looked back and saw a beautiful beauty wearing a beige dress with long hair like a waterfall smiling at him, especially the pair of beautiful eyes swirling with intense flames. For this beauty, Wang Lin is not a stranger, is his college classmate, but also when chasing him one of the craziest women. At that time, he was the student body president, and vice class president. Good-looking and handsome, deeply loved by many schoolgirls. The most headache-inducing thing Lin Jiajia had ever done was that every time he went to the restroom, Lin Jiajia would stay in front of the door and stand guard, which gave him a headache just thinking about it now. Not seen for a long time, Lin Jiajia compared to the time when she was a student, more temperament, with heavy makeup, directly from that year's 70 points, grew to 85 points. For this change, Wang Lin also cannot help but sigh. Women, as long as there is a love of beauty, is a pig can become a beautiful woman. Even after graduating for 2 years, Lin Jiajia's eyes couldn't help but light up when she saw Wang Lin. Jiajia, is this one the Wang Lin you mentioned to me? While Wang Lin and Lin Jiajia were looking at each other and smiling, a man with milk tea, a suit, and a big back hair came over. He put his arm around Lin Jiajia, and then said to Lin Jiajia. The man's action of declaring his sovereignty caused Lin Jiajia's body to stiffen slightly, while awkwardly smiling at Wang Lin. Lin Jiajia's reaction, but pierced the man's heart. His eyes swept a cold color. He and Lin Jiajia love so far is only a month's time. In the previous up to 2 years of chasing, he has long been Lin Jiajia's everything in the palm of his hand, including the object of Lin Jiajia's crazy love with Wang Lin. He originally thought that this life may not meet again Wang Lin. I did not think that it was so. He had originally thought that he would never meet Wang Lin again in his life, but he did not expect such a coincidence. Yes, he's my college friend and vice president. Lin Jiajia's gaze fell on Wang Lin and immediately became softer, and her smile became much brighter, not realizing that her behavior stung her boyfriend even more. Is this one your boyfriend? Wang Lin looked at the man with a big smile. For Lin Jiajia to be able to find a boyfriend, he said he was very happy. Back then Lin Jiajia was really crazy. He had palpitations until now. Now that he finally found someone, he didn't have to worry about it. In this instant, he had the exhilarating feeling of a sorrowful daughter being given away, and even his gaze towards the man became kind. Yes, his name is Pang Yun. Lin Jiajia smiled and said to Wang Lin, "Hello." Wang Lin reached out and shook Pang Yun's hand. "Pang Yun, manager of Tengfei Real Estate." Pang Yun revealed a smile while saying loudly, "Tengfei Real Estate Company in the city of Yunhai is still considered famous. Now but more than 20 years old to become a manager. The future is unlimited." Pang Yun, once proud of the success of the cause, is his proud of the money. When he just swept over with a glance, he had already seen that the clothes on Wang Lin were not more than 1,000. Obviously mixed must be very average. He now had to frantically suppress Wang Lin, so as to let Lin Jiajia know that he was the most suitable marriage object, and that this kind of favorite was no longer the same as it was back in the old days. Wu Fling, collecting rent now. Waring said, "Collecting rent? At the property company?" Pang Yun couldn't help but have more than a hint of contempt in his eyes. He originally thought that Wang Lin should have gone to a design company, but he didn't think that it would be so shitty. The arrogance in his heart added several points. "Sort of," Wang Lin responded with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Jiajia's eyes obviously darkened some. In her thoughts, Wang Lin is the year of the pride of the sky, and now how it is also a yearly salary of millions of dollars is, but did not think that even fell to such a point. For this, Pang Yun did not let go, as much as he could, making him even more relieved. The Wang Lin of that year, he could not be compared to the current unbeatable Wang Lin. "Is this waiting for a girlfriend to come over for dinner?" Pang Yun asked warmly. "No, I'm alone." "Well, single for now," Waring responded. "Still single? That's not like it. You're so handsome." Pang Yun pretended to be surprised and said, "This should not be do you want me to introduce you to an object? Our company has a lot of young and beautiful girls. They are not yet experienced. You have no resistance to this kind of handsome man. You only need to come to a little flowery words, and you will be boiled rice." Pang Yun, Lin Jiajia wasn't a fool. Of course she heard the unkindness in Pang Yun's tone and droned on. "Also right, you see my memory. Those women in our company, although the world is not deep, but one by one snobbish. Wang Lin, you are now penniless. They cannot see you. Your monthly salary is only a little, not enough for them to buy a bag, much less to support their daily social spending. Is that I think too much? I shouldn't talk about them," Pang Yun said with an apologetic face. "Wolflin, don't take it to heart. That's just the way he talks," Lin Jiajia said to Wang Lin with an apologetic face. In her heart she also agreed with Pang Yun's statement. Pang Yun's words were direct, but it was also the truth. Nowadays, in this society, it is indeed difficult to survive without a certain amount of capital. Moreover, Wang Lin is quite good now. One person has enough to feed the whole family, and she firmly believes that Wang Lin will one day be able to rise again and become the most dazzling star. Wang Lin, in fact, you don't have to worry. In fact, many girls although focus on economic conditions. In fact, they just want to have a stable life. You go to work in a down-to-earth way. After working for a few years, there is a certain amount of savings. You can use it to invest, and the interest rolls over. There will always be a day when you will be able to buy a 50 square meter house here as well, and at that time, even if you are already more than 30 and almost 40, but with your looks, you'll definitely be able to find a contented object and live a perfect life. Pang Yun comforted Wang Lin. He was very satisfied with Wang Lin's work, and in his mind Wang Lin's threat level had dropped from 100 to 0. Wang Lin looked at Pang Yun a bit dumbfounded. Watching his self-directed scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a bit. This guy is just a bit too douchey. Right. And after a bit of persuasion, he couldn't help it a bit. Actually, right. Wang Lin, nowadays girls are very realistic. Want to find a suitable girl. It does need a certain economic foundation. How much savings do you have now? Remember Ding Bing? He works in a financial management company, specializing in guiding others to speculate in the stock market. That is, the trader. You can contact him. Wang Lin's words had just come out, but he was interrupted by Lin Jiajia. "Jiajia, this is your fault. You forget. Ding Bing's side of the starting price will need 100,000. Wang Lin now certainly do not have so much money. But Wang Lin, you can also remember a little bit. Wait for 2 years, have 100,000 and then go to Ding Bing. In his place of financial management, you will soon be able to find the girl of your choice." Pang Yun's smile grew even wider. He was now very flattered by Lin Jiajia's words and continued to start suppressing Wang Lin. "Wang Lin, You've been waiting for me for a long time. I'm sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the road just now. Just as Pang Yun was about to continue suppressing Wang Lin, a silhouette walked quickly from a short distance away, carrying a fragrant breeze and an extremely magnetic voice that made the surrounding people subconsciously look over. Chapter 107, Don't you want to introduce me? The first thing that enters the eye is a pair of long legs that make people's eyes unable to move, along with the fiery red high heels accompanied by a bright eye. And then, it is the long black dress. Under the pure white skin, it gives people a stunning feeling, and the exquisite features. Although they are covered by the sunglasses, it can be seen that this is an extreme beauty from the outline, especially between walking that temperament. Give people a bright spot. Beauty. Over 98 points for a great beauty. Everyone's gazes fell on this figure and could no longer move. What? The smile on Pang Yun's face came to an abrupt end as he looked at the beautiful woman walking over. He had originally thought that Wang Lin was nothing more than a relatively handsome-looking hangman, but he hadn't expected to have such a beautiful female companion. Whether it was her looks or figure, or even her temperament, she had to leave Lin Jia behind by several blocks. And such a perfect goddess actually took Wang Lin's arm in a very intimate way. Once he remembered again, what he had said earlier came as the coolest punch in the face. Not only were his cheeks on fire, but he couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. It's beautiful. Lin Jia's gaze also completely fell on Lu Bingbing. Whether it was her temperament or figure, or even her looks, they had all reached an extreme, and she couldn't even help but hold her breath as she stood by Lu Bingbing's side. There were no more words she could use to describe this beauty. At the same time, she could not help but feel more than a trace of joy in her heart. How could her favorite male god not have an object? And only such a woman is worthy of her male god. Thanks. Lu Bingbing smiled sweetly, revealing a sweet dimple, and said to Lin Jia, You're beautiful too, especially your bow. So chic. Wu Fling, won't you introduce me? Spinning around, she turned to Wang Lin. This is my classmate Lin Jia, and her boyfriend Pang Yun. Looking at the appearing Lu Bingbing, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel a big headache, but he also gladly accepted Lu Bingbing's help. Although he didn't like Lu Bingbing too much, Lu Bingbing's appearance was still helpful. This is, Wang Lin instinctively spoke to the two, wanting to introduce Lu Bingbing, but halfway through his words, he didn't know how to continue. He simply didn't know what Lu Bingbing's name was. BB. Lu Bingbing's red lips slightly opened, and she let out a voice that only Wang Lin could hear. Ice. A friend I just met a few days ago, Wang Lin said casually. What? Hearing this brief introduction from Wang Lin, a hint of anger swirled in Lu Bingbing's beautiful eyes, but it was blocked by the sunglasses, and her mouthful of silver teeth couldn't help but clash, making a slight sound. How could she, a singer and actress, be talked about so badly by Wang Lin? What do you mean? You just met a friend a few days ago? Can you act? We've only known each other for a few days and it's like dating? She's not the frivolous type of woman. Cleanliness has always been synonymous with her. Wang Lin's straightforward words fell on Pang Yun's ears and instantly became not quite the same. In his opinion, Wang Lin was showing off and returning the words he had just spoken. The slap in the face made it very difficult for him. 66. 66. Just then, there came the sound of a merchant's call over there. A proliferation of speakers that kept coming. It's our turn. Bye. Wang Lin looked at the number in his hand and said to Pang Yun, then to Lin Jia, and directly left the place, heading towards the store. Lu Bingbing immediately followed Wang Lin into the store. Phew! In the instant that the two left, Pang Yun's already awkward countenance eased considerably. Old Yun, do you think that Bingbing from just now looks familiar? Lin Jia's gaze still fell on the backs of Wang Lin and the two of them as she murmured softly. It looks like Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing? Which Lu Bingbing? Pang Yun was still in the midst of his previous embarrassment, his head a bit on the spot. Of course it's the one who sings Drunken Fist, the most popular goddess of ice and ice lately. Lin Jia said. How can that be? That's a big name star. How can she be Lu Bingbing? At most she's just a bit like her. But have you heard? Recently there was a person who covered Drunken Fist. The song was as beautiful as heavenly music, shocking a group of bigwigs. Pang Yun was unwilling to continue on Lu Bingbing and instead landed on another topic. What? There's someone else who sings Drunken Fist more perfectly than Lu Bingbing? Lin Jia's gaze fell on Pang Yun with a look of disbelief. She had heard many versions of Drunken Fist. Lu Bingbing's version was perfect. There was no other version that could be compared. If you don't believe me, just listen. Looking at Lu Bingbing's appearance, Pang Yun smiled. You'll be so amazed by it. It's almost like your ears will get pregnant. You're good. We're still objects. Lin Jia rolled her eyes at Pang Yun and said aloud. But she still took the cell phone that Pang Yun handed her and began to listen to it. And the moment she put on the headphones, she was shocked and no longer had any words. It's beyond words. Welcome. Wang Lin and Lu Bingbing walked into the restaurant and were immediately greeted warmly by several waiters and welcomed the two of them into a window seat. This is an older store, but it is still more unique in its decor. The ancient color is the Huizhou style of architecture. What's more, the large hall was divided into dozens of ancient buildings like attics. This was very much appreciated by Wang Lin. Drip drip drip. Wang Lin skillfully used his cell phone and began to scan the code to order all of the popular food. Thank you just now. Today is on me, Wang Lin said after welcoming Lu Bingbing into the opposite side. For Lu Bingbing he is not too cold, but one more dining companion he is still very happy. A person to eat nonetheless seems to be alone, and eat is not very fragrant. Yeah, today it's on you, next time it's on me. Lu Bingbing returned very cheerfully, her gaze falling on Wang Lin as she considered what she should learn about him from. Can you look at me and talk? Looking at Lu Bingbing promised so dry, Wang Lin cannot help but a little regret. He does not want to have too many interactions with this woman, but the words have been said, but also the water cannot be retrieved. I can't, my eyes haven't been feeling too good lately. Lu Bingbing said very light egg. She cannot dare to take off the glasses. These glasses are special, can cover most of her face, so that other people cannot recognize her. If recognized in this kind of downtown, then it will be finished. Raving fans she didn't want to feel. Don't you realize that wearing sunglasses in this claustrophobic environment makes it harder? Wang Lin kindly reminded. I can see. Lu Bingbing didn't let up in the slightest while glaring at Wang Lin. Okay. Wang Lin is doubly speechless. This surrounding is bleak. Even if it is an acquaintance, I am afraid that he will not recognize it. Under these words, the atmosphere between the two of them fell into an awkward silence. Wang Lin did not have any impatience and played with his cell phone, but Lu Bingbing felt a great toothache. The reason why she ate with Wang Lin was that she wanted to get close enough to extract some useful information on Wang Lin so that she could complete her mission. It was a bit of a loss for her to say a word right now that directly brought the atmosphere between the two down to the extreme. Bingbing, my god, you're actually going to eat here. Just as Lu Bingbing was thinking about how to communicate with Wang Lin, a voice came from not far away, and it was filled with thick surprise. Chapter 108, Cousin. When Lu Bingbing heard someone calling her, her body instinctively trembled while looking over in slight panic. A fashionable woman with long hair flowing and falling over her shoulders, with a delicate face and a hot body walked over with a smile, wearing a long purple dress, which outlined her perfect figure to the fullest. It looked particularly seductive in this dark setting. 93 points. Wang Lin scored it in his mind after scanning it. Shuiling. After seeing the visitor clearly, Lu Bingbing then gently patted her chest with her jade hand and sighed in relief. She was still really afraid of meeting the private students. It's really a coincidence that I was able to meet you. A busy man. Here. Shuiling looked at Lu Bingbing and revealed a bright smile. She had asked Lu Bingbing out many times and had been unsuccessful, but she did not expect that she would have a chance encounter today. No, that was a while. It was busier before and I've been a little free lately, Lu Bingbing said with a smile. Mind if I sit at a table with you? Shuiling would not let go of this opportunity. At the same time, her eyes fell on Wang Lin. For Wang Lin, a man dressed in ordinary, but a little handsome, she felt very strange. But then she turned to Wang Lin as some relative of Lu Bingbing. It was commonplace for big stars to take some of their relatives to dinner from time to time, and she nodded slightly and smiled, showing courtesy. Wang Lin returned the favor, but he soon lowered his head again. The stock market has been pretty good lately, and he wants to have some fun with it, and he's looking into it. Of course I don't mind. Lu Bingbing blinked her big eyes and said with a smile. The one who wanted to get information about Wang Lin this time was the brokerage company behind Shuiling. After Shuiling joined the scene, the atmosphere became significantly better, and the two of them chatted and chattered in a lively manner. After looking at the stock for a while and not really understanding it, Wang Lin began to research some of the more interesting apps, something like door-to-door massage, dinner dates and the like, which had always been his hobby. But of course finding some of the more bizarre apps on occasion was a nice pastime that could open his eyes. This app is kind of interesting. After some rummaging by Wang Lin, he accidentally found an app. App name, Move a Car. As the name suggests, it is to help move the car. For example, Wang Lin he now needs to drive. App company will immediately find a full-time car mover, drive the car, put the car to the established location. The key thing is still that this app developer is Tianyuan Group. Since it's the masterpiece of my company, it's important to support it as well. Wang Lin looked at the logo and downloaded it directly, and quickly registered an account, entered his car number, location, and tapped the order function. He'd already walked too much today, and he didn't want to throw his legs back. Why isn't our food up yet? Why are we so slow? Shuiling after chatting with Lu Bingbing for a while, but her stomach was hungry. Cooing, she raised her head and looked around. There was no waiter's appearance. Ice. Why don't you tell your cousin to go yell for the waiter? After Chui Ling searched in vain, she said softly to Lu Bingbing, "Cousin?" Lu Bingbing was first stunned. Then, a trace of displeasure swept through her heart. Wang Lin clearly looked like he was about to be older than her. How did he become a cousin? He's not my cousin. He's a friend, Lu Bingbing said with slight irritation. Friends? Chui Ling was shocked when she heard this. It was purely normal for an actress to have dinner with her relatives, but if she was having dinner with her male friends, then it became different. Recalling Lu Bingbing's panicked appearance earlier, her mind was set. Lu Bingbing, this is obviously going to be a princess and commoner love story. As a friend and agent, it was necessary for her to remind Lu Bingbing, "Hello, serve." Just as Chui Ling wanted to say together with Lu Bingbing words of advice, the waiter walked up. Several beautiful waiters in Cheongsams brought up plates of food. The food was served in a coherent manner, filling the entire table with more than 20 plates, all at once. It smells so good. Looking at the various delicacies placed on the table, Chui Ling subconsciously praised Lu Bingbing in her heart for being a tycoon and ordering so many dishes. All this delicious food, just looking at it made her fingers twitch. Her stomach couldn't help but rumble even more, as if it were a unique kind of music. She also did not be polite with Lu Bingbing and directly moved her chopsticks. So did Lu Bingbing. Looking at the two people so bold, Wang Lin also revealed a smile. He liked this kind of big-hearted eating meal friends, so that the flavor. All three were extraordinarily enthusiastic as the big fight began. Half an hour later, strong. Looking at the near CD-ROM desktop, Wang Lin secretly praised the two in his heart. Although he didn't like Lu Bingbing, he had to admit that Lu Bingbing was really capable of eating, and didn't have a huge body with the intestines of a king of appetizers. In between, Wang Lin couldn't help but have an extra thought in his mind that if he still wanted to find someone for dinner next time, Lu Bingbing was also a good choice. Lu Bingbing had just been in a state of complete immersion and hadn't even noticed her eating. Reacting now, especially still after being looked at with appreciative eyes by Wang Lin, she instantly blushed in shame. She also did not think that she had exposed such a bad side of herself. Now she could not wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. Chui Ling put down the chopsticks, also shocked with her own amount of food, in the face of Wang Lin's appreciative gaze, but also blushed. This is the first time she showed such a scene. But soon, the shame in her heart turned into anger. It would be an honor to be appreciated by a wealthy businessman. It would be a shame to be appreciated by a poor dilettante. She also couldn't see what was so good about Wang Lin that he had such an attraction to Lu Bingbing, a big star. Still, her eyes flowed with the food. The food here was indeed superb, leaving her in a state of amazement. After tea, all three leaned on the table very quietly. This restfulness after a full stomach is especially enjoyable. Ding dong. While all three were in this state of contentment, Chui Ling's cell phone was ringing with the sound of a conviction alert. Trillin picked up her cell phone and then began to reply. In the midst of her reply, she was overjoyed and had a big smile on her face, as if she had met something good. What's wrong? So happy? Lu Bingbing looked at Chui Ling in surprise, feeling very curious about Chui Ling's reaction. What had happened to make Chui Ling have such a big change? Ren Xiao gave me a message, inviting me to go with you to his cruise ship, to have fun together. But I've heard about Ren Xiao's cruise ship for a long time. It's worth tens of millions of dollars, and there are a lot of upper-class people this time. It's a good opportunity to exchange the upper-class people of the Yunhai, Cooling said with a joyful smile. Go ahead then. I've got some things to do tonight, Lu Bingbing said. Her eyes fell on Wang Lin's body. It was not easy for her to get a little bit of rapport with Wang Lin, but she wanted to get more information about Wang Lin, and Wang Lin's song was her breakthrough point. She would not give up. Chapter 109, sorry, I'm not interested. Something? When Chui Ling heard this, her gaze couldn't help but fall on Wang Lin. Lu Bingbing, this said very obvious. She immediately thought that Lu Bingbing thing is in Wang Lin, this poor boy, to engage in the object. She is so hard to get on the line of Ren Xiao. How can let go? Bingbing, not that I'm talking about you. This isn't the right thing to do. Chui Ling no longer had any scruples and said directly to Lu Bingbing. What's wrong? Lu Bingbing looked at Chui Ling and asked. Bingbing, since you have become a public figure, you have to consider your future. With such a poor boy, you will not only be gossiped about, but you will also lower your own value, even to the extent that it will affect your career development. Chui Ling said. Together? Poor boy? Lu Bingbing was first stunned. Then, understand what Chui Ling is saying. She can and Wang Lin does not have any relationship, much less a couple, and Wang Lin is not poor, although I do not know the degree of richness of Wang Lin, but can reward 100,000 at will, hands above tens of millions of funds. Yes, you have to think clearly, although I'm not in the same company as you, but I know your company very well. Once you are going to do something a little out of the ordinary, I'm afraid that some of your announcements will be delayed for it, Chui Ling said loudly. But if you are willing to work with Ren Xiao is not the same, Ren Xiao from the Yunhai Ren family, but also from studying abroad back. Now, in the company as CEO, not only people look talented, but also extraordinarily outstanding, is a real elite. As long as you and his contact, the company will certainly pour resources for you, so that you get better resources. Is the Ren family a bully? When Wang Lin heard Chui Ling's words, he couldn't help but feel a little upset in his heart. What do you mean, poor boy? He paid for this table. Also he just messed up a Yin family. How come another Ren family popped up? Where are there so many families in this Yunhai city? Of course bullshit. It's a hike you can't match in your whole life. If I were you, I would have left from here a long time ago. With your status, you still want to sit here. I really feel in awe of your cheek. Chui Ling instantly exploded when she heard Wang Lin's vulgar words and said coldly, Chui Ling. Lu Bingbing's face instantly pulled down. She kindly let Chui Ling eat here. Not let Chui Ling here to make a fuss. And Wang Lin is not the kind of poor boy, Chui Ling said. And once Wang Lin was offended, it would be difficult to make contact again. And also, he was not a fan of Ren Xiao, a living philanderer, a typical scum. In comparison, Wang Lin is more important than Ren Xiao. Bing Bing, I didn't expect you to actually be here. The moment Chui Ling was about to continue to help Lu Bingbing onto the right path and then expel Wang Lin from this place, a figure came from a short distance away while saying enthusiastically, came a slender, handsome-looking man. The man wore a green shirt, with suit pants, leather shoes, looks very handsome, especially his expensive Longines watch, but also highlights and his noble temperament. Young Run, you actually came in person. Looking at the man who came, the cold color on Chui Ling's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a warm smile, and she even stood up and took the initiative to welcome him. Just happened to be passing by and came by. Ren Xiao revealed a hint of a smile as he gently nodded at Chui Ling, and after that, his gaze fell directly on Lu Bingbing. It's beautiful. He has long been interested in Lu Bingbing, even to the point of Lu Bingbing as a marriage object, but because of being in a foreign country, there has been no opportunity to meet up close. Through the video, this close-up meeting was immediately stunned by Lu Bingbing's beauty. Although those soulful eyes were covered by sunglasses, the sunglasses gave him an extraordinarily mysterious feeling. Bing Bing, first time meeting, this is a small token of appreciation. Ren Xiao took a big step and took out a beautiful small box from his arms, which had the logo of Baidat Sueli on it. Wow, Ren Xiao is really generous. It's even a famous watch from Baidat Sueli. Just this one watch alone is worth millions. Right, Chui Ling after seeing this box, a pair of beautiful eyes rippled with a different light. The heart is incomparable envy. Lu Bingbing, this is really good luck. Just a little token of appreciation. Ren Xiao looked very pleased with himself. He was determined to win today. He had to take Lu Bingbing. I'm sorry, I don't need it, and I've got a date tonight. Sorry, run. Lu Bingbing, however, did not go to pick up the watch, but instead spoke out and politely refused. What? Chui Ling heard this, but a stiff, at the same time glared at Lu Bingbing. She did not expect Lu Bingbing even refused. This is not only $100 of the table, but also equivalent to the pleasure of Ren Xiao. It seems that I'm being abrupt. Bingbing doesn't really like tables. Ren Xiao didn't get angry, but smiled and took the watch back into his pocket. But in between, his eyes landed on Wang Lin. His eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. He instantly realized that Lu Bingbing's comment about having an appointment was referring to Wang Lin. His gaze swept over Wang Lin, and after realizing that Wang Lin was dressed in ordinary clothes, a trace of contempt sprang up in his eyes, and a trace of coldness grew in his heart. If he dares to steal a woman from him, Wang Lin is not qualified. This brother, I wonder where he is. However, he still piled a smile on his face and said to Wang Lin, me, collecting rent. Wang Lin revealed a smile and said to Ren Xiao, rent collection? It's really coincidental. My Ren family made their fortune in real estate, and they have properties in quite a few places in Yunhai City. I wonder, which part are you in? Ren Xiao heard this and laughed, but in his heart there was more than a hint of complacency. Facing this kind of opponent, he could make Wang Lin get lost with one order, and even if it wasn't under his jurisdiction, he made Wang Lin know what to do through his influence. That's a real coincidence. The Tendu Mall. Wang Lin smiled and responded directly. Tendu Mall? Ren Xiao had been ready to attack with his words, but when he heard this, he came to an abrupt end. The Tiandu Mall was exactly the place that his Ren family could not reach, and it was also the place that he had always wanted to reach. Not only was it an inch of land, but it was also in an extremely special location and was in the hands of a rival of the Ren family, so he works there at the Tendu Mall. When Lu Bingbing heard this, her eyes lit up and she secretly made a note of it in her mind. While she stretched her ears, Trying to hear more information about Wang Lin. That is indeed a piece of precious land, and I am better acquainted with Mr. Lu, Ren Xiao said with a smile. But it is a secret headache. Lu Nang is a person who does not come to the number with the Ren family. He can and Lu Nang do not know too well, but in order to fill the scene or said, he also felt a toothache. Lu Nang's people. He is really not good at expelling. Well, Lu Nang is nice, Wang Lin commented lightly. Yes, Lu summarizes that the circle of friendship is also very wide because he often participates in a variety of social activities. Tonight it just so happens that I am organizing a cruise exchange at sea. There will be a lot of people attending. Brother, why don't you attend with us? Ren Xiao said with a smile. He could only retreat to the next best thing. Really a lucky guy. But no money is still the bottom of the social ladder. Hearing this, Chui Ling revealed a look of surprise. She was feeling surprised by Wang Lin's luck, but she soon sneered in her heart. She could predict that the reason why Ren Xiao had invited Wang Lin on the cruise ship was to see Wang Lin make a fool of himself. Sorry, I'm not interested. Wang Lin shook his head and refused outright. What? Chui Ling's eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. Breaking her head, she hadn't thought that Wang Lin would reject Ren Xiao. It's a chance to go on a cruise, an opportunity that the average person doesn't have. What's Wang Lin thinking here? And, the heart couldn't help but feel an extra twinge of anger. Lu Bingbing refused Ren Xiao. That is to have their own capital. Wang Lin a poor boy. Really good courage. What did you say? Ren Xiao's smile couldn't help but stiffen. The veins on his forehead snapped up, and his entire person fell into a rage. He was the great young man of the Ren family, and when a person of his honorable status invited a grifter like Wang Lin even refused. It was unimaginable to him. Even if he was good at raising qi, he couldn't take it. He really has a lot of nerve. Lu Bingbing's beautiful eyes were also more than a wisp of shock. She also did not expect Wang Lin to be so bold. The one in front of her was the Ren family's great young man, a real upper-class person. Not interested, can't you understand? Wang Lin glared at Ren Xiao with displeasure. He hated this kind of human-like thing the most, and he had no interest. To continue to stay would only spoil his mood. As he spoke, he stood up directly. Ren Xiao was also extraordinarily slender, having the same height as Wang Lin, but his body was too much softer than Wang Lin. In front of Wang Lin, he was simply a weak bamboo pole, together with Wang Lin's aura that was already that of a supreme expert. Ren Xiao's heart trembled and he even took a step backward. With this step and retreat, Ren Xiao's heart jumped and a trace of anger ran steeply through his heart as he coldly swept a glance at Wang Lin. Let's go. Next appointment. Wang Lin waved his hand at Lu Bingbing and walked straight to the door, directly ignoring Ren Xiao and Chui Ling. Wait for me. I'll make you die a horrible death. Ren Xiao's gaze became extraordinarily cold and resentful. Ever since he was born, it was the first time he was treated like this, which caused anger to surge wildly in his heart. In his mind, Wang Lin was already a dead man. It's good to be gone. It saves me having to go through all the trouble. However, after noticing Wang Lin's departure, Ren Xiao's heart also had an extra hint of pleasure, so that he could better invite Lu Bingbing. He's dead. Chui Ling for Wang Lin's disregard. The heart also horizontal scurried up a trace of anger. By a grizzly ignored. This is a great shame. With her knowledge of Ren Xiao, Wang Lin's end must be extremely tragic. Ren Xiao, see you next time. Wang Lin had just gotten up, but Lu Bingbing stood up quickly as well, then quickly chased after Wang Lin. What? Lu Bingbing's action shocked both Ren Xiao and Chui Ling. They simply did not expect that Lu Bingbing would put down her stature to chase after such a loser. But Ren Xiao still chased after him after flabbergasted for a second. You don't need status to chase a woman. Thick skin is king. Bingbing, since you don't want to go, I'll send you home. It's not safe for a girl to walk on the road. Ren Xiao walked out of the restaurant, just in time to see Lu Bingbing standing not far away, and immediately said to Lu Bingbing, at the same time he shook the key in his hand, and not far away, a snow-white Porsche suddenly lit up. Wowza, what a cool sports car. What brand is this? Porsche? When did Porsche become so high-end? I do remember that Porsche's most expensive car is only $2 to $3 million. Why does this car have tens of millions of Yazzie? This is a Porsche, but it is indeed worth tens of millions of dollars. This is a Porsche 918 Spider, a supercar of $10 million. It is a global limited edition. The acceleration is even more first class. I didn't expect to be able to see this kind of sports car here. It looks really cool. Is that its owner? So handsome too. With the flashing lights, the eyes of many people around were attracted by this sports car. But at the sight of Ren Xiao, many people backed off. This 10 million level of sports car is not something they can touch. In case of scraping or any accidents, it would not be fun. Bing, this is the sports car I just received in hand. I'll take you for a ride. Regarding the compliments from the group of people, Ren Xiao looked very satisfied and said to Lu Bingbing, "Yes, Bingbing, this car just looks very handsome. The comfort must be very good. Let's go up together." Looking at this $10 million supercar, Chui Ling's heart almost didn't pop out. She couldn't wait to jump right in and said to Lu Bingbing, "No, I'll take Wu Flin's car." Lu Bingbing directly rebuffed while following Wang Lin. "If you want to ride in my car, come along." Wang Lin did not want to bring Lu Bingbing, but seeing Ren Xiao being so aggressive, he was having a bad taste. He left a message and then walked straight to the parking lot not far away. Lu Bingbing followed closely behind Wang Lin, whose strong body was enough to cover the gazes of many people and block her identity. Ren Xiao was furious as his eyes rounded and his veins bulged. He had never categorically thought that he would actually appear in this scene. I can't believe there are women who would rather not ride in a luxury car than a hot domestic car. In this instant, a trace of killing intent even rose in his heart, and he couldn't wait to find someone to do away with Wang Lin immediately. "Ren Xiao, let's drive behind and wait for your car to be with his. Then Bingbing will definitely come around." Chui Ling couldn't help but say as she looked at the iron-faced Ren Xiao. "You're right. Let's go," Ren Xiao said immediately. The Porsche 918 Spider was extraordinarily stunning, in white with double seats, and was instantly the center of attention. Chui Ling sat down next to Ren Xiao, feeling the feeling of all the attention. She was extraordinarily flattered. The fluffy cushions were more than enough to make her whole body fly. Even sitting there for a while made her heart swell. After turning on the Porsche, Ren Xiao slowly accelerated the gas and followed the place where Lu Bingbing was. Looking at the good and bad domestic cars on the parking lot, a trace of doubt swept through Ren Xiao's mind. What kind of medicine is Lu Bingbing selling? He's clearly the one with the supreme supercar, and it's a disgrace that she doesn't ride in it, but instead goes for Wang Lin's but tens of thousands of dollars junk car. At the same time, his heart was raging with anger. He was the youngest member of the Ren family, a well-known figure in the entire Yunhai city. How could he be compared to Wang Lin, this hot chicken? His gaze fell dead on Wang Lin, and he wanted to see Wang Lin's license plate number, and all of Wang Lin's identities were checked out from the license plate number. He wanted to let Wang Lin know that he was an existence that could not be offended. At the same time, he was waiting for Wang Lin to stop, and once Wang Lin stopped, he would drive the Porsche to hit Wang Lin's face hard, so that Wang Lin would know the difference between him and Wang Lin. This Lu Bingbing is really uneducated, but do you think you can succeed if you refuse? It's really simple. The woman that Ren Xiao values can't get away with it. Chui Ling sat on the co-pilot, but took out the cell phone, began to shoot. The whole person is in a state of happiness. In between, she is also incomparably envious with Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing, this is really a blessing to repair the previous life. Let Ren Xiao drooling, in exchange for her, dreaming or laughing. Just then, Wang Lin stopped. Boom boom boom. In this instant, Ren Xiao increased the throttle and headed towards where Wang Lin was. He wanted to properly let Lu Bingbing know that the gap between him and Wang Lin before was incomparable. A distinctive roar swept through the entire parking lot. The owners of the cars in the parking lot all cast their eyes over the cool and brightly lit Porsche 928, and each of them stared in disbelief. The cars here are very low-end, but I didn't expect such a high-end sports car to make an entrance. One by one, the owners of those cars that would have started the gas pedal simply stalled. They were all afraid of colliding with this exorbitant automobile and having a small accident, which would be no joke, and the compensation would be a sky-high figure that would bankrupt their families. They all pondered in this moment why such a luxury car would come to such a low-end parking lot. Hey! Ren Xiao was very satisfied with the reaction of a group of car owners, so as to better set off with the honor of his sports car. Really obnoxious. For Ren Xiao's aggressiveness, Lu Bingbing looked very upset, but she couldn't say much. It wasn't a good thing for a public figure to be exposed in plain sight. She followed after Wang Lin, not because Wang Lin was handsome, but to gain Wang Lin's approval so that she could gain benefits from him. On the contrary, there was not the slightest bit of her to be found in Ren Xiao. Her eyes swept around, over one by one vehicles around $100,000. She had heard it before. The richer the person, the more low profile they were. She could only expect a comfortable SUV now, but she still liked Wang Lin's car. A little more upscale compared to the average car. Let you know the difference between us. Ren Xiao started the gas again and drove the car towards where Wang Lin was, the cool light shining directly on top of Wang Lin's body. He wanted to further suppress Wang Lin. Directly General. Chui Ling beside Ren Xiao also had a trace of mockery in her eyes. She wanted to see Wang Lin smile. At this moment, she was enough to imagine how ugly Wang Lin's gloomy face was. This was the reality. Mercilessly crushing. Dodo. Just then a car chirping sound appeared abruptly in the large space. The sound of a vehicle unlocking. Almost at that instant, Ren Xiao and Chui Ling looked over at the same time. This one voice was originating from behind Wang Lin. They all showed mocking glances. ready to ridicule. Lu Bingbing also looked head over heels. She could only hope that the car wasn't too bad. A fiery red figure appeared not far away. Perfect streamline, with that high-end and domineering material, directly became the focus of the whole scene. Cool red light, shining human eyes. Holy shit, why is this car so cool? It just lights up my eyes. My god, this car is so handsome. I didn't even notice it. This material, this shape, how can it be a supercar worth millions of dollars? It's actually a Ferrari Laffa. My god, I can't believe I'm seeing this legendary god car. So lucky. God's car? How godly, but it looks really cool. It's one of those dominant types. It's like a thug in a suit. The very god kind. The country also only 4. The price of this car is copied extremely high. The price is as high as hundreds of millions of dollars. Is the real big brother can only have the luxury car. $100 million. Holy shit. Really? This is like a mobile mansion. One car owner shouted loudly after seeing this Ferrari Raffa. Before the Porsche 918 they were amazed by it. Now they were shocked and amazed by it. Completely not above the same level. They also became more cautious. This kind of car, a piece of paint will make them lose their little life. What are you waiting for? Get up here. Wang Lin opened the cicada-like car door, then said to the frothing Lu Bingbing. Ha? Yes. Lu Bingbing is still in shock at the moment. She has long guessed that the car Wang Lin drove this time, at most but $1 million, but did not think that it turned out to be such a behemoth. It's actually in the hundreds of millions. This intense sense of shock left her completely stunned. When she sat on top of the Raffa, the whole thing felt even more like she was in a dream, which was a bit unrealistic. She never thought she would be able to stay in the middle of a sports car that cost up to hundreds of millions of dollars. The self-professed little rich girl had become restrained. What? Chuiling exclaimed incredulously. For a while she thought Wang Lin was nothing more than a penniless grifter. The sports car that appeared now was a good presentation of Wang Lin's identity, and at the same time it turned into a huge slap that landed heavily on top of her cheeks, causing a fiery pain. Compared to Wang Lin's Laffa, the cool Porsche 918 is a younger brother. In this moment, she also finally knew why Lu Bingbing wanted to sit in Wang Lin's car. In her place, she would not hesitate to sit in Wang Lin's car. What? Ren Xiao had been ready to accept Wang Lin's ugly face, but he didn't expect such a scene. This fiery red Raffa made his face full of smiles, which turned into shadows, even more gloomy to the limit. He didn't even think that Wang Lin was also a big shot with super high assets. It really was a huge slap in the face, leaving his cheeks on fire. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable crisis. Wang Lin instantly changed from the original negative number to 100%, and this status was enough to snatch away Lu Bingbing. No one will be able to snatch Lu Bingbing from my hands. The anger in Ren Xiao's heart swarmed up. He roared madly in his heart. $100 million. It's not that he didn't have it, he just didn't want to be too high profile, and he wasn't afraid of Wang Lin. Boom, 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 boom. The distinctive sound of the engine resonates throughout the parking lot. The Raffa's engine is really fascinating, and it has made many owners show their mesmerization, and they have secretly praised that this top-class supercar is really extraordinary. In comparison, the Porsche 918 is once again outclassed and completely overshadowed by the Porsche 918. Wang Lin skillfully controlled the Ferrari Raffa, deliberately sticking close to the Ferrari Raffa and brushing past it in a very arrogant manner. You're screwed. This naked mockery made Ren Xiao furious to the extreme. Roaring out, he defiantly took control of the Porsche 918 and stormed towards Raffa. Wow! I can't believe it's a drag race. A group of car owners all exclaimed in surprise at the sight. It's very hard to see drag racing in normal times, let alone luxury car drag racing. Who do you think will win? Of course it is Raffa. You do not look at the Porsche 918 reputation. Has the absolute acceleration, but this car, a penny for a penny, it is not a rival. This you can say wrong, and not look at the car but look at the person. If you are a master which even the 5 Ling Hongguan can be driven to fly. While a group of car owners were talking, Wang Lin was already driving the vehicle toward the distant highway, whizzing away. He drove extremely fast, but that was just the line that always came. It was an extraordinarily cool night tonight, making him want to take a nice long ride and refresh himself. He's catching up. Just as Wang Lin was pondering which route to take for a bit of a ride, Lu Bingbing's anxious yelling came from his ears.